Chapter 41. This is the first time that Li Qiu has spent the night in the wild in the snow. There are no houses around, not even a pavilion. It is a real wilderness. The sky is as dark as ink, and the clouds hide all the stars and the moon. In horror novels, bad things always happen on such nights. Either there is a perverted killer or a ghost. Of course, Li Qiu is a zombie now, and the killer will probably run away when he sees her. As for ghosts, even if there are ghosts, which ghost would not scare living people but zombies? But Li Qiu is afraid of mutant animals appearing suddenly, especially dogs. What's more, he encountered a zombie dog last time. It is an invincible existence among dogs. No matter whether you are a human or a zombie, as long as you see you, you will rush over and eat you up. When Li Qiu thought of the possibility of being eaten by a dog, he felt scared. This is why Li Qiu parked the car so close to the convoy. Although she couldn't go into the motorcade and roast fire, eat, sing and rest with the people there. But Li Qiu sat here and watched from a distance, as if there were a group of people accompanying her. Driving with the air conditioner on all the time in winter consumes too much fuel. These days, it is more difficult to find some oil than to find some meat. In order to save fuel, Li Qiu turned off the air conditioner and locked the car. She laid the back seat flat and connected it to the trunk, which became a simple bed. Li Qiu was covered with a few tattered clothes, the curtains she had pulled at the gas station before, the thermal blanket she had taken from the car of the two passing men, and the quilt Zhou Jinshi left for her at the service area. The last few stolen warm babies were still stuck inside the quilt, emitting a little heat. In short, she covered herself with everything that could keep her warm, and wore the hood of her down jacket on her exposed head. If someone looked in from the car window at this time, they could not see Li Qiu at all, but only a large ball of cloth. Li Qiu began to hypnotize herself. Sleep, sleep, sleep early, and it will not be cold. Maybe the sun will come out tomorrow. The more she tried to distract herself from the very cold, the colder she felt. Although Li Qiu was wrapped up like a dumpling, the temperature at night was 20 degrees lower than that during the day, reaching the point where her breath turned into ice. Even though she was wrapped up so much, she was still very cold without a heat source. Li Qiu sat up with difficulty. Although it was not snowing outside, the coarse cold wind kept blowing like gravel, and kept blowing. The wind hit the car window fiercely, and the clang-clang sound was a bit like a whistle, stimulating Li Qiu's nerves again and again. So noisy. Li Qiu reached out and touched the car window, and a chill instantly came from her fingertips. It didn't look like a car window at all, it looked like a piece of ice. Li Qiu lay back silently. She knew why she felt cold. After the car was turned off, the heat that had accumulated in the car quickly dissipated. If she really slept in a car without air conditioning for a night, she would be frozen to death. Li Qiu moved her cold hands and feet, and climbed out of the car resignedly. She had to think of other ways to keep warm. Li Qiu checked the supplies in the car that could be used to make a fire for heating. Mainly 2 boxes of coal, 2 kilograms of loose charcoal, a lighter, and a few candles. And some branches she had picked up at the fork in the road before. The branches were soaked in snow and were wet, so they didn't look easy to light. Li Qiu took a lighter and lit the branches. After waiting for a long time, she only saw a pile of thick smoke. Li Qiu didn't feel any pain in her eyes, but her eyes were still choked with tears. Before long, her eyes were bloodshot and red like 2 grapes. What is easier to burn? Li Qiu wiped her tears, and squatted in the open space thinking for a long time. Finally, Li Qiu came to the conclusion that the best burning material to find at the moment was the cotton in the clothes. What's the difference between this and drinking poison to quench thirst, and removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot? Li Qiu asked while scratching a piece of clothing with his fingernails, and taking out the cotton inside. Li Qiu had no experience in making fire, let alone living in the wild. How to burn and what to do now all depended on the experience gained from reading novels, or watching TV dramas in the past. I don't know whether this experience is true or false, but there is no other way anyway. A few long, complete charcoals were placed at the bottom, and wet branches were placed in a circle around the outside. A pile of cotton was filled in the empty space in the middle of the long charcoal, and some broken charcoal residue was sprinkled on the top. The fire finally started. After the fire grew bigger, the wet branches were finally ignited and became part of the heat source. Li Qiu screamed several times, and stretched out her frozen and swollen hands to the side of the fire. It felt so warm. After solving the problem of the fire source, Li Qiu began to build a temporary rest area. She hung a curtain on the left and right ends of the car, inserted the branches into the ground to form an inclined bracket, and then covered it with several other curtains. In addition to fixing it with ropes, she also used the bottled water in the trunk as stones to press it on top to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. In this way, 3 sides became closed spaces, just like a small tent. The only side with a little wind was the side facing the fire. But the place where Li Qiu built was sheltered from the wind, and there was no wind even on this side. As for the ground, Li Qiu first shoveled the snow with a folding shovel, and then spread the last curtain and a few old clothes on the ground. The thermal blanket would be wrapped around herself later, and the warmest quilt would be covered on top of the thermal blanket. After a while, Li Qiu's shed was completely warm. Wow! What kind of wilderness survival genius am I? I'm simply self-taught. Li Qiu's cheeks were warmed and golden by the fire, and she couldn't help but let out a cheerful cry. It would be even more perfect if there was a pot of meat soup to drink at this time. Li Qiu thought happily while nestling in the shed. There was still some reserved food in the car, stuffed in the place where the spare tire was originally placed. And she also had plenty of water. She did it right away. But not having a pot is a big problem. When Li Qiu first looked for supplies in the old neighborhood, she found a pot, even a kitchen knife and pickled cabbage. Unfortunately, the backpack containing these supplies was temporarily placed in the corner of Yanhu Hotel, and then it was taken away by some bad guy. How about I make a stone pot? Li Qiu worked hard and knocked on the big stone with a folding shovel. At first, Li Qiu knocked and turned her head, fearing that the sound would be too loud and attract Zhou Jincher's group. But she soon found that they seemed to be cooking over there, with smoke curling and steam rising, and no one paid attention to this side. Li Qiu was relieved and started to knock hard. Finally, a stone pot about the size of an electric rice cooker was made by Li Qiu. There are marks of various shovels on it, and it is 100% handmade. Li Qiu casually wiped the stone chips inside, poured water, boiled, chopped meat, and put meat in, all in one go. Why is there so much blood foam? Li Qiu, who can't cook, stood by the pot, recalling the way her father cooked. Her mother had too many social engagements and too many businesses, so it was basically her father who took care of Li Qiu's cooking. During her senior year of high school, Li Qiu loved to drink chicken vermicelli soup. Every day after returning home at 10:30 after evening self-study, she could drink a big bowl of steaming hot soup. The delicious and fragrant taste supported Li Qiu, who was crazy about doing homework in her senior year of high school, day after day. I really want to call my father and ask him how to make the broth. Li Qiu took out her mobile phone with no signal, looked at it, and put it back in her pocket. She smacked her lips and thought, there is blood foam, anyway, she is not making it for people to eat. A little blood foam is more exciting. In order to make the broth cook faster, Li Qiu threw a few more pieces of charcoal into it, and put a stone slab as a pot cover. Li Qiu picked up his phone, and took a photo, then sat by the fire and wrote a diary. October 18th, snow, cold wind, cold. I haven't written a diary for a few days, and the diary has to be renamed as a weekly diary. Too many things happened in the past few days, and my mind is a little confused. I can't write down everything, just write down some important things. On the way back to Belan City with the car, I always had food. Sometimes it was a big rat, sometimes it was a zombie, mostly zombies. I met 2 people when eating the big rat. They didn't get along well. One of them shot me a few times, and when he found that I didn't feel any pain at all, he screamed a bit like a groundhog. Of course I fought back. After all, my clothes were torn and my body was blown up, so I had to sew them myself. The person who shot me was obviously a person with ordinary superpowers, but after becoming a zombie, his level was high, he listened to me very much, and called me king. Afterwards, I thought about it, maybe it was related to my blood. But I still don't understand what the specific rules are. It is very important for me to figure this out, but I can only guess and think about it alone. So guess and think slowly. The way home is still so long. After writing this page, Li Qiu turned to a new page and continued writing. Write whatever you think of, just like the most ordinary running account. After the natural disaster, I received a gift from someone for the first time. It was a person who had never spoken to me. The gift included clothes and shoes, emergency items for heating and antifreeze, and even medicine. In the past, when I read apocalyptic novels, the people in them basically only cared about themselves. Some people can backstab their relatives and friends for a bite of food. At that time, I would never have thought that one day, I would also experience a natural disaster, nor would I have thought that there would still be many good people after the natural disaster. I followed the car into Zhejiang County, and buried a child of several years old. I guess it was murder, but I have no evidence. There is also a big locust tree called Shenhui, which is many believers. In fact, there are only two mutant locust fruits growing on the tree, the big fruit and the small fruit sisters. The big fruit is gentle, the small fruit is cute, loves to listen to stories, and they both call me sister obediently. The big and small fruits are not bad-hearted, but they have also been deceived into doing many bad things. The trunk of the locust tree is full of the blood of the superpowers extracted by them. They are simply the fruit version of the thief who recognizes his father. In Zhejiang County, Li Dong found me and attracted a crazy wave of zombies. His evolution speed is incredibly fast. He should have awakened a B-level degenerate species with superpowers. I think it is only a matter of time before he becomes an S-level zombie lord. We are all zombies. I don't know why there is such a big difference between him and me. What's more, his evolution speed is so fast, it may be because he ate my flesh and blood. But after eating a large buffet, I did change. My body became so huge that I even felt that I could smash a car with one punch and kick a building away with one foot. But my movement speed became very slow. I almost thought that I would always be a giant, but it didn't take long for my body to return to its original state. I guess that may be because I am an impure zombie. The direction of evolution is different from other zombies. Will one day I grow bigger and bigger and become a mountain? Now I have left Zhejiang County, followed Zhou Jinsher's convoy into the national highway, and settled in a deserted mountain. I hope the fruits will not cry when they find out that I am gone. All good things must come to an end, and it is good enough to have met them and left some memories. I sincerely regard them as my friends, and I don't want them to know one day that I and the zombies they hate the most are actually the same thing. I am getting closer and closer to home, and I look forward to the day when I set foot in Balan City. Li Qiu closed the diary and put it away with care. I don't know if anyone has written a diary like her after the natural disaster. But some scientists and observers in the country should observe and record what happened after the natural disaster, the zombies and superpowers that appeared after the natural disaster, and then analyze them in detail. I really look forward to the day when they find a way to end the natural disaster. Li Qiu's broth began to gurgle, and the aroma was already wafting out. The broth made by Li Qiu was simple and crude, with only large pieces of meat and water, and no seasoning at all. The unique aroma of the meat itself gradually released into the soup, diffusing a simple, natural, mellow and fragrant taste. Oh no, I don't seem to have chopsticks and spoons either. Li Qiu remembered this only after the broth was cooked. It doesn't matter, if you don't have something, just make one yourself. Since Li Qiu made a stone pot, he has become extremely confident in doing handicrafts. Chopsticks can be replaced by branches, and for spoons, find a long stone or thicker wood, and dig a shallow groove at one end. Li Qiu got up, and went out of the shed to find raw materials. When Li Qiu came back carrying a pine tree that she had broken in half, she saw a figure illuminated by the firelight from a distance beside the shed. The figure was stretched very long. Horror! So horror! Li Qiu smelled a familiar smell in the air, and guessed who the person next to the shed was. The chef smelled so good, Li Qiu swallowed her saliva uncontrollably. It smelled much better than the pot of meat soup she cooked. One was a top-notch state banquet, and the other was a pre-prepared meal for takeout. Did he find something wrong and come to kill me? Li Qiu's first reaction was suspicion. Li Qiu knew that the evolved Li Dong couldn't beat Zhou Jinsher, and she didn't want to risk her life to try. What's more, Zhou Jinsher was a good person to her, and Li Qiu didn't want to fight him even if she could. So Li Qiu's second reaction was to turn around and leave, trying to find a place to hide, and come back after Zhou Jinsher left. As for whether there is broth or not, let it be stewed into charcoal. Li Qiu left the pine tree, and turned around and ran. The snow was too quiet, and any sound was obvious. What's more, Zhou Jinsher was a level 4 superpower, and he had a strong insight into the slightest movement. Zhou Jinsher almost chased after him immediately. Hey, Zhou Jinsher shouted while chasing. Li Qiu's mind was twitching while running, thinking first, I'm not calling hello, I'm Chu Yuxuan. The more anxious and hurried she was, the more rotten things came to Li Qiu's mind, and she couldn't stop at all. Luckily, Li Qiu's mind was not only moving, but also her legs and feet. She quickly rushed to an old iron chain bridge, and jumped down along the path beside the bridge. Zhou Jinsher is not an owl. He shouldn't be able to see me hiding here. Li Qiu hid close to the bridge hole, thinking secretly. However, the next second Zhou Jinsher's voice appeared above Li Qiu. I have no ill intentions. When he spoke, his deep voice carried some subtle fatigue. But this voice was much gentler than what Li Qiu heard in the operation room. Li Qiu was stunned, not knowing what to say, but felt that it would be impolite not to speak, So he replied with an "Oh." After hearing the reply, Zhou Jinshi continued, "We really have no ill intentions. It's very cold tonight, and I don't know if it will snow in the second half of the night. Everyone asked me to come and invite you to camp together. No need." Li Qiu refused very straightforwardly. Her voice was a little dull, and there were some strange friction sounds. Of course, Zhou Jinshi didn't know that Li Qiu was seduced by the meaty aroma he exuded, and he could only pick up pebbles to grind his teeth to relieve his appetite while talking. "There are 31 people in our team now, including men, women, young and old, and most of them are supernaturals. We have enough cars, food, medicines, and heating supplies. You warned us twice, and everyone is grateful to you. You don't need to worry." Zhou Jinshi was still persuading, his voice gentle and sincere. He said this to prove that the people in the team were not after Li Qiu's supplies. They really wanted to repay Li Qiu. He wanted to use these words to dispel Li Qiu's concerns. Unfortunately, Zhou Jinshi didn't understand what Li Qiu was worried about. "Don't be grateful to me, I didn't do anything. I just followed you and got a ride, don't think too highly of me. Aren't you afraid that I'm some perverted murderer?" Li Qiu lowered her eyes and deliberately made her tone cold, rigid, and malicious. There was a crazy little man in her heart shouting, begging Zhou Jinshi to leave quickly. She was really greedy to talk at such a close distance. Go, big brother." Zhou Jinshi obviously didn't take Li Qiu's words seriously, but he respected Li Qiu's choice. "If you change your mind, you can always drive to join us. Always welcome." Li Qiu couldn't help but say what he was complaining about. "If I really go, you will cry." "What?" "Nothing." Even though Zhou Jinshi couldn't see, Li Qiu still shook his head. "By the way, I only know you are called the Peace Ambassador, but I don't know your name." This is also the question that everyone in the team asked Zhou Jinshi. "This question is not something difficult to ask," Li Qiu said generously. "Li Qiu, Li Bisley, the autumn when the autumn water and the sky are the same color, the autumn when the autumn wind starts to rise after a long rain. Of course, the main reason is that my parents met in autumn, and I was born in autumn." This is the first time she introduced her name like this. Every time she introduced herself in a new class before, she would lower her head and say in a mosquito-like voice, "My name is Li Qiu, I like reading books," and then she would quickly return to her seat as if she was chased by a dog. Li Qiu has never explained the meaning of her name to others. Zhou Jinshi was the first one. Li Qiu still remembers that in the operating room, Zhou Jinshi described her appearance to Li Dong and called her a friend. She will never forget this incident, nor will she forget the joy in her heart at that moment. After the explanation, Li Qiu thought about it, and decided to reciprocate. Although she already knew his name, she still asked. Zhou Jinshi was also very supportive. "My name is Zhou Jinshi. Zhou in the Western Zhou dynasty, Jin in the Wei and Jin dynasties, and Shi in time. Your name is quite historical." After saying these few words, Li Qiu's attention gradually shifted, her appetite was not so strong, and she began to talk more. "My grandfather gave it to me. He is a professor in the history department. Zhou Jinshi rarely tells outsiders about family matters. He doesn't even know what Li Qiu looks like, he only saw her from behind a few times, but when she asked, he told her like that. Zhou Jinshi has a lot of questions to ask. I thought you were trafficked to Baixiang village before, but now I hear you talking, it doesn't seem like that." Li Qiu speaks clearly, is open-minded and a bit chatty, and doesn't look like someone who has been trafficked for a long time. Li Qiu's eyes widened. "Me? Trafficked? How can you tell? At that time, my car was parked on the highway, and I was accidentally injured, so I went to the village to find some medicine." Her words were not lies, but the truth was completely different. Zhou Jinshi nodded to show his understanding. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to join the team. Our team will honk 3 times before departure. Please listen carefully. After passing Sanchi town and Fenglin village, we will get on the highway again." "Okay." Seeing that Zhou Jinshi was finally leaving, Li Qiu said to him again, "Thank you for the supplies you sent last time." "Yeah." Zhou Jinshi just responded, and the footsteps gradually went away. The first formal conversation between the two ended here. On the way back, Zhou Jinshi looked at the ancient knife in his hand. Since he found Li Qiu, the magic has been showing a very uneasy and murderous look. It even feels crazier than the last time he met the B-level fallen species. But Li Qiu can drive, needs to make a fire to keep warm, needs to cook soup and food to fill his stomach, runs fast, moves flexibly, and speaks and thinks clearly and lively. So Li Qiu must not be a zombie, he should also be a supernatural person with a very high level of supernatural power. Zhou Jinshi began to look forward to the next meeting with Li Qiu. He would find a suitable time to ask Li Qiu to have a fight. Where is he? Jiang Song kept looking behind Zhou Jinshi, trying to see the shadow of the peace ambassador from the dark shadow. Zhou Jinshi, she asked me to thank everyone for their kindness. Just thank you. That's it? Jiang Song opened his mouth and shouted frantically, Old Zhou, I am so disappointed in you. Without the peace ambassador, how can we have peace? Then you go. Who's it you pushed Jiang Song? Jiang Song rolled his eyes. What's the point of me going? I'm not the captain, and they don't know me. It would be weird if they would pay attention to me. Then what the hell are you talking about? Vulgar, Lao Hu, you are too vulgar. There are still elementary school students in the team. Several people turned to look at Zhao Linyun, who was passing by. Zhao Linyun was holding a bowl of cooked snail noodles, and was walking towards the tent. Seeing several people looking at her, Zhao Linyun obediently shouted hello, brothers a few times before entering the tent. The number of tents is limited, and all the girls in the team live in this tent. Lin Sihui saw her daughter coming back and whispered softly, Go and give it to Sister Songwan to eat. Zhao Linyun nodded and turned around and shouted, Sister, eat noodles. Songwan raised her head for a long time and said him. In fact, she has accepted that Yin Shang has become a zombie and will leave everyone forever. The last time Fang Qi left, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so she didn't feel so bad. Yin Shang's ability is wind. Whenever she hears the sound of wind, Songwan will always think of Yin Shang. Songwan picked up the hot bowl and shoveled the steaming snail noodles into her mouth in no time. After eating, she didn't sleep either. She took out the crystal core she was given and began to absorb it non-stop. Only when people become stronger can they protect the people around them. She won't lose the next Sister Qi, the next Yin Shang. Li Qiu returned to her shed reluctantly, but unexpectedly found a few baked sweet potatoes, a pot of hot water, and a bunch of new hot packs next to the shed. It was guessed that it should be left by Zhou Jinshi when he came here before. The people in the team were quite polite. They invited her and brought gifts. If it wasn't meat, Li Qiu would just want to vomit. But the hot baked sweet potatoes can act as hand warmers, so keep them. Hot water is also good. You can soak your hands and wash your face. Keep them. Hot packs are even better. Stick them all over your clothes. Keep them. Gave me so many things. Actually, there were many things in her car that could be used by many other people, but not by her. Not long after, a pile of things were thrown at the entrance of the convoy camp. A person who came out to use the toilet tripped over these things. After he rubbed his eyes and got up cursing, he suddenly widened his eyes. Fuck! There was a box of instant noodles, a box of 8 treasure porridge, and 2 bags of rice on the ground. The most eye-catching thing was the half pot of meat soup left in the stone pot. The smell of it should be mutton. There were also a few big words written on the paper box of instant noodles. Reciprocity. This time, the signature was not the ambassador of peace, but Li Qiu. After drinking half a pot of mutton soup, Li Qiu, who felt comfortable all over, fell asleep in a daze. When she fell asleep in the second half of the night, the inexplicably long fangs pressed against her and made her very uncomfortable. But Li Qiu was very sleepy and didn't want to wake up. In the dream, Li Qiu subconsciously reached out and took out Yao Mingjia's crystal core. It was supposed to be used to grind teeth, but this time it was easily crushed by Li Qiu's teeth. With a roll of his tongue, Li Qiu swallowed the crystal core into his stomach unconsciously. Chapter 42. When a person is in deep sleep, he or she pays almost no attention to the outside world, and has almost no perception of changes in the body. The energy of the crystal core is running around in Li Qiu's body, always trying to find an exit. It's like a living thing thrown into a furnace, eager to escape. Not long after, this energy was completely integrated into Li Qiu's internal organs. In Li Qiu's mind, a small transparent sapling slowly grew. The trunk of this tree is still very small, like the icicles growing on the tree in winter. It will break if you bend it. But 3 snow-white fruits grew on the branch within a few seconds, flickering and glowing. One of them is particularly large, a bit like mangosteen, and the other 2 are about the same size as longan. Li Qiu was awakened by hunger. I ate a lot before going to bed. Why am I hungry at dawn? Li Qiu raised his fist and wanted to punch her belly, but before he hit her, he suddenly remembered that it was her belly, so he changed from punching to caressing. Look at you, you are too hungry. How can our family afford to eat like this? What a classic rhetoric. Li Qiu felt something was wrong while touching her belly. Her belly felt too flat. Since she was alone in the shed, Li Qiu lifted her clothes and saw that the ugly narrow wound on her belly had disappeared. Am I short-sighted? Li Qiu rubbed his eyes and reached out to touch her again. The skin on her belly became extra smooth, just like it was remade in the factory. Not to mention the wound, there was not even a single ugly line. Am I born with a self-healing body? Li Qiu muttered and lifted his sweater again, and found that the skin on her chest had also become intact. It was as if she had never been hurt. When Li Qiu touched it curiously, her head felt a sharp pain. When Li Qiu raised her head and held her forehead, she suddenly found a tree growing in her mind. As long as she closed her eyes, she could clearly see the tree growing from various complex nerves between the hemispheres of her brain. It grew there intact, so naturally, as if Li Qiu's brain was born to be its soil. Li Qiu's head was buzzing, and she slept for a while, dreaming of having a big meal in a hotel vacation, and her brain was invaded by aliens? A mechanical voice with a cold feeling exploded in Li Qiu's mind. Supernatural talent, supernatural tree has awakened. Li Qiu was stunned, and subconsciously continued, what? The voice sounded again without any waves. The level of the supernatural tree is determined by the number of supernatural fruits, 3 fruits, and the supernatural level is level 3. The 3 types of supernatural powers are 1. The body of the corpse king, zombie supernatural power. It is an initial ability, and cannot be upgraded. The body is incorruptible, and has top digestion ability. When you are full and absorb enough energy, you can switch to the giant zombie state. The strength and defense increase exponentially, and can resist any attack from human weapons. The mental power is top-notch, and can resist all mental ability attacks. It has the ability to suppress and crush zombies below its level. 2. Seamless, human ability. It has been upgraded to level 3. Things that you sew with your own hands, whether it is torn clothes or broken limbs, not only will there be no trace of sewing, but also the performance will be greatly improved. If you sew yourself, you will have the self-healing function to heal the wound quickly. 3. All requests are answered, human-based superpower. It has been upgraded to level 3. When you ask any creature, do you need my help? As long as the other party answers yes, they will obey you within 10 minutes after you help them. However, this superpower consumes a lot of energy, so please use it with restraint. The expressions on Li Qiu's face are wonderful, from confusion to surprise, and then to the suspicion of such a big pie falling on me. Since she became a zombie, she always felt that there would not be many good things happening to her in the world. But after Li Qiu opened and closed her eyes more than a dozen times, she found that the superpower tree was still rooted in her brain, motionless. Li Qiu started to experiment with her superpowers, with the mood of winning the lottery. The first superpower cannot be used for the time being, but Li Qiu has experienced it in Qiujiang County. At that time, she thought she had mutated inexplicably, but it turned out that she was triggered automatically because she ate too much. Li Qiu began to try the second superpower. She carefully read the description of the ability, and after discovering that the crystal core in her pocket was gone, Li Qiu was sure that she had transplanted Yao Mingjie's ability. And her current ability should be stronger than Yao Mingjie's. After all, there were still obvious stitches on his back after the stitches, but Li Qiu's seamless ability clearly showed no traces of stitches. Li Qiu didn't want to do the stupid thing of poking a wound on her body to experiment, so she just took the needle and thread, and sewed the peeled bark and branches together. When she finished tying the knot and pulled off the excess needle and thread, she found that the thread sewn on the leaf had indeed disappeared, and the bark grew back on the branch as if it had never been peeled off. That's not right. I remember I still have a wound. Li Qiu stood by the rearview mirror of the car. She looked at it, and saw an old wound on her neck. That was the wound that became infected after she was bitten by a zombie. Black veins were protruding all the time. Anyone who saw it would say, zombies, run away. Li Qiu threaded the needle, and carefully inserted the needle into the wound on her neck. The supernatural power took effect again. The skin on her neck immediately became smooth and flat, as if she had never been injured. Without this wound, she cut the black nails and sharpened the fangs. What kind of restoration master function is this? Who can tell whether she is a human or a zombie? Li Qiu touched her neck repeatedly, and felt that she was really getting closer to becoming a human. And if she gets injured again in the future, she will finally not be afraid of having threads all over her body. Being an informer is not only scary, but also ugly. If a needle and thread can go through steel bars and iron sheets, then I can sew anything together. Li Qiu thought about it again. In short, she was quite satisfied with this ability, and felt that it was a superpower that grew in her heart. The third superpower, all requests are answered, is more attractive to Li Qiu. No wonder Yao Mingjie kept asking, do you need my help? Before, it turned out that he had such a superpower. The creatures that answered need will be controlled by the person asking the question, which means that it is not just humans. Talking zombies can also do it. The last time they met, Li Dong could already speak fluently. Li Qiu decided that he would use this superpower next time he came to her. What a superpower! Tears streaming down my face. Li Qiu thought about how she absorbed the superpower crystal core and was puzzled. Until she ate the reserve food, she found that there was still some taste in her mouth that did not belong to meat. She spat out saliva, which contained a little bit of snow-white fragments of the crystal core. The case was solved. Li Qiu thought that she must have been starving after falling asleep, so she kept digging around on her body, and even took out the crystal core to eat. I don't know how she could bite the crystal core that was so hard before. I guess it's because people are hungry, and their strength works miracles. Today is a cloudy day, no rain or snow, and the wind is a little lighter than yesterday. It's suitable for traveling. When good things happen, and he's in a good mood, Li Qiu simply sees the whole world in a good light. In order to celebrate waking up to such a big surprise, Li Qiu ate a meal of stored food in a hurry to fill his empty stomach. After eating, he rinsed his mouth and brushed his teeth by the stream like he did when he was a human. The upper reaches of this stream are Zhou Jinshi and his convoy. Someone saw Li Qiu, who was wearing bulging clothes, when he was fetching water upstream, and greeted him enthusiastically. Li Qiu. Hello. Li Qiu, who was still brushing her teeth slowly, widened her eyes, thinking about how people could be so lazy. The cup he gave her almost floated away in the water. Jiang Song, who was upstream, was still enthusiastic. We are cooking instant noodles. Come and have a few bites. Thank you for the supplies you gave us yesterday. If there were people living on the top of the mountain, they would rush down and scold him for disturbing the people. Li Qiu couldn't stand this kind of enthusiasm at all, and turned around and ran away. Jiang Song turned his head depressedly, and then saw Zhou Jinshi. Old Zhou, when did you learn to be a ghost behind your back? It's scary. Don't be accurate next time. Jiang Song reached out and patted his heart. Zhou Jinshi didn't answer him, and his eyes fell on Li Qiu, who was running away frantically. Let's eat noodles. The lobby manager and Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu are in charge of everyone's meals today. Uncle Yu caught a few fish in the stream early in the morning before dawn, and now he is cooking steaming fish soup instant noodles in the pot. Although the method is simple, and there are no seasonings, the taste is fresh. When Zhou Jinshi was eating fish soup noodles, he thought of the mutton soup that Li Qiu brought over last night. Everyone got a bowl of mutton soup, and Zhou Jinshi drank it, of course. The taste can only be said to be all about the heart without the skills. When you smell the mutton soup, the mutton smell goes straight into your nose, and when you taste it, it feels like chewing an old rag. Even Zhou Jinshi, who doesn't pay attention to the desire for food and eats whatever is given to him, feels like he is being tortured. So since she is so bad at cooking, why doesn't she want to share the meal with them? Zhou Jinshi still can't figure this out. Li Qiu returned to the car, quickly tidied up the shed, piled all the things on the back seat, got into the car obediently, and prepared to wait for Zhou Jinshi to honk the horn to set off. After getting in the car, Li Qiu found that there were 2 fruits on the passenger seat staring at her angrily. They were 2 wet and dirty fruits, and it was obvious that they had been traveling for a long time. Fruits don't have legs, so they can only jump. While Li Qiu screamed to ease the awkward atmosphere. Little Fruit was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she asked loudly, "Why didn't you run away without us?" Big Fruit definitely stood on the side of her sister this time. That's right. Li Qiu scratched her dry hair and began to make up a story. There was a giant zombie that day, and it looked too powerful. I was afraid that it would stay there and hurt you, so I led it away. Big and Small Fruit were suspicious. Really? Why didn't they come back to find us after they were lured away? Li Qiu said righteously. The zombies are too difficult to deal with. After I lured it out, we started a life and death struggle. I was almost dead before I defeated it. I was afraid that it would follow me back to find you, so I just thought, I go back to my home first, and come back to find you when it's safe. Li Qiu is very talented in deceiving children, and he made Big and Small Fruit stunned. The fruits forgave Li Qiu. One jumped on his left shoulder, and the other jumped on his right shoulder, and rubbed Li Qiu's face with their fruit peels. The fruit peels were very cold, and Li Qiu's face was also cold. But Li Qiu felt a little warm. How did you 2 find me? Li Qiu was very curious. Speaking of this, Big and Small Fruit were very proud. As long as there are trees, we can communicate. It's easy to find you. You can't leave us again. You haven't helped us find Grandpa yet. They still remembered the story of Calabash brothers and their grandpa deeply. Li Qiu nodded and agreed, and then asked, Will there be any problem if you leave the big locust tree? Don't you still need to absorb nutrients from it? Degua replied, my sister and I are very special. As long as there is a tree nearby, no matter what kind of tree it is, we can parasitize it and absorb the nutrients we need before coming down. Li Qiu thought silently, what a heaven-defying two fruits, then they can go anywhere in the world where there are trees. Under the clamor of Degua and Degua, Li Qiu not only agreed to take them with him, but also told them the unfinished journey to the west on the way. The collapsed soil and rocks have been cleared aside. The convoy set off again. Hu Ziyu didn't often run this route, so Zhou Jinshi showed him the way with a map. Jiang Song sat in the back and muttered, it will be sunny, sunny, sunny. The probability of success of such a wish that can affect the weather is too low. Jiang Song has been muttering it hundreds of times since he got on the car, and Hu Ziyu angrily hammered the steering wheel. Is there anyone who can take care of him? Hu Ziyu glanced at the rearview mirror. The old bird was on the last night watch yesterday, and now he is so sleepy that he can't be woken up at all. Lu Xiu waved his hands like a rattle. I dare not take care of it, or he will use his wishes on me, and he will be finished. Jiang Song can't stay idle at all, and he uses his supernatural powers to make wishes every day. Even if a bird passes by, he will make a wish for the bird to jump into the pot automatically. Jiang Song stopped helplessly. What do you know? If I succeed, won't our journey be easier? As he spoke, he turned back and tried to see Li Qiu, who was following them far away. It's meaningless to talk to you. It's better to talk to our benefactor. Don't harm our benefactor, or he will scare him away. How is it possible? I asked Luo Daxian to calculate it. The benefactor, and we have a very strong fate, which cannot be cut off. Luo Daxian doesn't tell people's fortunes for free. What good things did you give him? Nothing. Don't you still have 2 Hediangxia in your bag? Fuck you, Jiang Song. Hu Ziyu was struggling to control the steering wheel, and couldn't turn around and punch Jiang Song immediately. Jiang Song quickly hid behind Zhou Jinshi's seat. Old Zhou, pay attention to protect me. I calculated all this for you. Zhou Jinshi glanced at him casually in the rearview mirror. Jiang Song raised 3 fingers. I am doing this for your own good. The world can see it. Tell me, you care so much about others, is it just because they help us? Zhou Jinshi, old Hu, how about I drive? Free up your hands. Hu Ziyu immediately laughed. You are still good to me. After laughing, he gritted his teeth and said, wait until I stop the car, and see how I will deal with you. Take my cigarettes as a favor. Seeing Hu Ziyu's appearance, Jiang Song continued to mutter, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Old Zhou is old, and he has to consider his lifelong affairs. What's the big deal about sacrificing 2 cigarettes? Zhou Jinshi, who is only 25 years old, said, eh. He listened to the cheering and arguing of his teammates, shook his head helplessly, but thought of the appearance of Li Qiu he had seen these few times. That was a person who helped them when they were at their lowest point, and a person he still didn't know what he looked like. But was his concern for her really just out of gratitude? Zhou Jinshi didn't want to continue thinking about this question. What he needed to consider and focus on now was how to bring everyone to the southern base safely. Landslides are always accompanied by many chain reactions. The car was driving on a winding mountain road, and suddenly, a huge rock fell not far ahead. Hu Ziyu slammed on the brakes, and the tires made a sharp sound when they rubbed against the ground. The car behind also braked quickly, and luckily it didn't rear end. Zhou Jinshi got out of the car and looked, and found that the boulder blocking the road was at least as high as a small mountain. With their abilities, they could neither move it nor smash it. This road is blocked. Go back and take another road from the fork in the road just now. He returned to the car and said calmly. Hu Ziyu patted the steering wheel in annoyance. This bad luck has all happened at the same time. After saying that, he remembered the good things Jiang Song had done, got out of the car and punched him twice. Jiang Song, with swollen panda eyes, continued to mutter. Hu Ziyu, is he cursing me? Lu Xiaowu nodded seriously. Indeed. He is cursing you for eating instant noodles without seasoning packets. Hu Ziyu, eh? He asked Zhou Jinshi seriously. Where did you rescue this thing? Zhou Jinshi gestured to the back and answered. Some black clinic. Li Qiu was following the car well, but suddenly heard a loud noise in front, and then watched the huge rocks like a hill blocking the narrow road. Just a huge rock. If she activated her first ability, it would be a piece of cake. Li Qiu thought. Unfortunately, there is no food now, so she can't start. They seemed to want to reverse back. Li Qiu also reversed silently and parked the car on a wide flat area, waiting for Zhou Jinshi and his car to pass in front. Thinking that they would pass by her car window, Li Qiu put on the hood of her down jacket, revealing only her forehead, eyes and nose. The fruits looked at Li Qiu's shameful appearance and were very surprised. Sister, why do you cover it up? Social phobia. Do you understand social phobia? The fruits shook their heads. Li Qiu explained, I have social phobia. I am afraid to talk to people. Can you understand? That it's normal for you to talk to us. You are not human beings. You make a lot of sense. Are you scolding us? Li Qiu choked. How could I scold you? You are such a cute kid. The most important thing is that there is a group of social terrorists on the other side. It's too scary. I have to pretend to lower my head to pick up something, and then raise it after they pass by. Li Qiu is used to doing this kind of social avoidance. I remember that she was very shy when she was a child. When her mother took her to the market, Li Qiu saw an uncle who loved to make her cry from a distance. Li Qiu, who was originally happy and full of energy, immediately had an acting performance and squatted on the spot. She lowered her head and told her mother that she was sleepy and wanted her mother to hold her to sleep. My mother thought she was really sleepy, but when she saw the uncle there, she quickly understood the reason and immediately laughed and cried. As she grew older, Li Qiu's symptoms became more severe. She would take a detour when she saw acquaintances, and would hide when relatives called her. Her palms would sweat when she spoke on stage, and she would get nervous when the teacher asked someone to answer a question. When Li Qiu thought of this, she suddenly felt that natural disasters were not that bad. After all, zombies would not talk to her, and she would not see acquaintances, nor would she have to speak on stage. It's perfect for people. The little fruit could not understand Li Qiu's idea, and jumped onto the steering wheel. What terrorists? Let's see. Li Qiu reached out to pick them up, but she saw Zhou Jinshi and his car passing by. Zhou Jinshi was sitting in the passenger seat, just close to Li Qiu's side. Damn, I can't hide anymore. Li Qiu was stiffly clinging to the steering wheel, and unconsciously exchanged glances with Zhou Jinshi. Zhou Jinshi was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly and nodded. The social terrorist on the opposite side had already lowered the car window, and Jiang Song waved enthusiastically at Li Qiu, shouting, Benefactor. Then the whole convoy was filled with the sound of benefactor. Those who didn't know would have thought that Zhou Jinshi had led a group of people to pay respects to Li Qiu. Forget it, they can't eat me anyway. Just look at me. Li Qiu wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and stared blankly at a group of buffet people driving past her. When a person passed by, Li Qiu noticed that her eyes were different from others. Wu Renfan looked at Li Qiu and activated his mental power. This time, she was surprised to find that she was completely unable to sense any emotional fluctuations of Li Qiu. The other party's spiritual world was like a huge barrier, blocking all her prying tentacles. What a powerful psychic. Wu Renfan sighed in his heart. He couldn't see Li Qiu's mood. How could she get the fragrant coffee from Zhou Jinshi in the future? Soon, the vehicles passed by one. Zhao Linyun said to Hao Ming, Brother, do you think this benefactor sister looks familiar? Hao Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, You also found it. Hao Ming's roommate followed up. You are not saying that she is the benefactor of the big hotel. That's it. Zhao Linyun and Hao Ming said in unison. The cleaner and the lobby manager asked curiously, How did you see it? Eyes. The eyes are too similar. Zhao Linyun remembered very clearly that when the benefactor received the 2 pieces of meat they cut off at the door, he also wrapped himself tightly like now, but a pair of eyes were exposed. And the voice is also similar. My hearing ability should not be wrong. Hao Ming said excitedly, and couldn't help raising his voice by several decibels. They all thought that the benefactor died in Yanhu Hotel, and could not repay him in this life. Unexpectedly, the benefactor not only survived well, but also stayed by their side, and continued to protect them. Li Qiu didn't know that the value of her benefactor was still increasing. She only saw the 2 fruits turning red. The 2 originally gray-brown locust fruits now had a very obvious scarlet color, just like they were drunk from 2 tails of white wine. What's wrong with you two? Li Qiu thought they were sick. Question: How to treat a sick fruit? Do you use pesticides? Big Fruit explained modestly. Sister, do you think the brother who just passed by is handsome? Little Fruit nodded. Yes, sister, why don't you blush? Who are you two talking about? Li Qiu was confused. It's the brother in the first row of the first car, he smiled at us. Li Qiu finally knew who they were talking about, and was shocked for 10,000 years. No, why do you fruit also look at the face? But the chef is indeed good looking. It smells good. Li Qiu wiped his saliva again, and stepped on the accelerator to follow. Chapter 43. Due to the landslide, the convoy was temporarily diverted, and the direction was getting further and further away from the original route of Sanchi Town and Fonglin Village. After driving for another 2 hours, we arrived at Baoyuan County. Baoyuan? This name seems familiar? Why haven't I heard of it? Don't you read social news? There used to be a good kids' education and training school here. It was reported that students were tortured and people died. But the public opinion was strictly controlled at that time, and it was quickly suppressed. Except for locals and those with fast internet speeds, not many people may have seen it. What the hell? Primary school? You are really illiterate. It's similar to the Internet Addiction Treatment Center. Each child who enters is charged a one-time fee of 50,000 yuan, taught for 1 year, and provided with food and accommodation. It was Wang Kai who brought up this matter. Others asked, I seem to have some impression. Was it a year or 2 ago? How do you remember it so clearly? Wang Kai's roommate, the third brother, said, because he failed 3 subjects in a row in his sophomore year, and his father almost sent him to prison. Otherwise, how could he know how much money he would have to pay for a year? Wang Kai still felt scared when he thought about it. Thank goodness I can play the victim, crying and saying that I will never play games or fail in college. Otherwise, if I had been a good kid in college, you would only see the corpse version of Wang Kai. The people in the car had different opinions on this topic. Those who stood on Wang Kai's side were basically young people, such as his college roommates. Those who believed that the starting point of the good kid school was good, and that parents were all for their children were Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, cleaners, and other elderly people. As for Lin Sihui, the mother who loved her daughter like her life, she hugged Zhao Linyun and did not express her opinion. But from her eyes, it can be seen that she does not agree to send the child to such a place. Anyway, they are idle anyway, and it is not easy to have a topic to chat. Wang Kai tried to persuade the middle-aged and elderly group in the car. I have specially checked the information. People who enter this school either cannot get out, or they are crazy or disabled. And the principal's background is too strong. Later, someone escaped and made crazy reports and posts on the internet, and the tip of the iceberg was revealed. But it was suppressed again not long after. If you really send your children in, you will definitely send your children away. Afterwards, the school will give money to the parents to keep quiet. The lobby manager's face was a bit ugly, almost catching up with the black footpad that was stepped on. Does this school really have so many problems? Why would I lie to you? It won't do any good. Wang Kai looked at the snow on the roadside and suddenly pointed to a road sign with some words still visible. Look, 18 kilometers further south is the Good Kids School. The cleaner was sitting next to the manager and couldn't help asking, Manager, are you feeling unwell? Although the hotel no longer existed after the natural disaster, and there was no longer any distinction between lobby managers and hotel cleaners, the cleaners were already used to calling him that and had forgotten the lobby manager's real name. The lobby manager stared at the road sign, as if he wanted to see through it alive. Wang Kai drank a sip of water, and also found that something was wrong with the manager. He pulled his roommate Zheng Yaoqian's sleeve. Did I say something wrong? Zheng Yaoqian was confused. No. Could it be that the school manager also has investments? Is he so optimistic about the education industry? The manager ignored them, and didn't explain. He picked up the intercom and pressed. Captain Zhou, are we going to stay overnight in Baoyuan County today? After Zhou Jinsher's affirmative answer, the manager couldn't wait to say, I want to go to Good Baby School to take a look, is that okay? Wang Kai said confusedly, did he really invest? Otherwise, what's so good about a broken school, and the school must not have any supplies? Apart from the manager's financial involvement with it, Wang Kai couldn't think of any reason. Good Baby School is located at the southernmost end of Baoyuan County, not far from the highway exit. The lobby manager wanted to take a look, and Zhou Jinsher had no objection, but he didn't agree with him going alone. According to the rules set by Zhou Jinsher before, at least 4 people are required to leave the camp. Since the number of people in the team dropped sharply to 31, the rule was changed to at least 5 people. The lobby manager quickly made a request to the people in the car, promising to just take a look outside the school and not go in. Wang Kai brought up the matter, and several college students agreed enthusiastically. Baoyuan County is much more developed than Qiujiang County, and its area is also much larger. Along the way, no one saw any traces of survivors, only a large number of zombies wandering around. Fortunately, the level of these zombies is not high. Most of them are walking corpses and intelligent species, and only occasionally there are 2s and 3s of intelligent species. After experiencing the previous zombie tide, seeing these zombies again, it feels like a full-level boss returning to the novice village, beating everything. Everyone chopped melons and vegetables, as if they were in an empty space. Among them, Song Won killed the most fiercely, and got the most crystal cores. Because of this, Song Won's ability upgraded quickly, and now it is level 3. Zhou Jinshi warned everyone not to take it lightly. He always felt that in Baoyuan County, which has a population of about 1 million, the zombie level would not be so low. At least it must be higher than the zombie level in Zhejiang County, to conform to the law of evolution. Perhaps higher-level zombies are collectively wandering at the other end of the city. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Jinshi's eyes fell on a bus stop passing by the roadside. The platform has a rain shelter. Although there is snow on the bus stop sign, the stations along the way can still be seen clearly. Going straight ahead from here, the last stop is the southernmost end of Baoyuan County, Good Baby Education and Training School. Could it be hidden there? Li Qiu made a nest for Xiaogua and Xiaogua. He used cotton pulled out of old clothes. Xiaogua and Xiaogua were quite satisfied with this warm nest. Except for listening to stories, they slept in the nest together at other times. After all, Li Qiu didn't expect that Guizi would get carsick these days. When the car drove into Baoyuan County, Li Qiu patted their nest. Hey, wake up, we're in the city. We're in the city. The fruits woke up suddenly, and the two of them jumped up and looked out the car window, then lay back in their nests. Isn't it still snowing outside? We're really in the city. Look at those tall buildings. Li Qiu had been driving for several hours, and had seen too many farmlands, bungalows, and landslides, so now she thought a 6-story building was a tall building. The fruits asked her to roll down the car window, and they wanted to go out and find a tree to hang on. I wait for you under the tree. Li Qiu stopped the car. How long will it take to hang? She looked up at the two fruits, who jumped onto a tree covered with snow, and it was hard to tell what kind of tree it was. It's like going to the hospital for an 4 drip, Li Qiu thought. But before the fruits had climbed up for a minute, the snow on the tree melted away, revealing its original appearance. It turned out to be an osmanthus tree. This time, it didn't look pitiful after being hit by the wind and rain. It looked lush and green as if it was about to bloom. Sister, go and play by yourself. The two of us will hang on until the sun comes out tomorrow morning. There are bugs on this tree, and we have to help Sister Osmanthus to clear them out. Didwa said kindly. We find you tomorrow morning? Okay. Li Qiu nodded with a wooden face and waved his hand. Why do these two children call everyone sister, even the osmanthus tree? She really isn't particularly whining. As soon as Li Qiu turned around and left, the fruit started chatting with the osmanthus tree. The sweet-scented osmanthus tree is a self-contained sweet-scented osmanthus tree. She dared not speak when humans were around. Now that there was no one around, she cleared her throat and her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. I have a lot of aphids on my body. Sorry to bother you too. No trouble, no trouble. When it comes to helping their own kind, the big and small fruits are super responsible and polite. Ahem. Before you came, I thought only I and Lao Lu could talk. Why do you two want to stay with a human? Stay and plant next to me. I will accompany you two to grow up. The sweet-scented osmanthus tree, feeling much lighter, extended an invitation to the fruits. However, the fruits refused without thinking. We like her and want Sister Li Qiu to grow up with us. They are still children, and their way of expressing their feelings is so unreserved. Fortunately, the sweet-scented osmanthus tree was not angry. It seems that you really like this human. Then you remembered to remind her. Remind her not to get close. The osmanthus tree didn't finish its words for a long time, and the curious little fruit almost fainted with curiosity. Don't get close to what, sister? The osmanthus tree smiled and said, I forgot. I am an old osmanthus tree that was dug out from the mountains and planted here. My roots were damaged, and I can't remember many things clearly. Do you want to smell the scent of osmanthus? I bloom for you. As soon as the osmanthus tree finished speaking, it had bloomed a tree full of golden osmanthus in the icy winter. While the fruits smelled the fragrance of flowers other than locust flowers for the first time, and they were immersed in the smell, and forgot to delve into what the osmanthus tree wanted to say just now. The fruits were not here, which made it convenient for Li Qiu. She was like a child who secretly played games at home when her parents went to work. She was also like a parent who secretly ordered takeout and ate junk food when his child went to school. 3 words were written all over her face. Free. Fly freely in your heart. Li Qiu hummed a song and got out of the car and started eating. Buffets scattered all over the street. Following the motorcade into the city, there is always endless food. I don't know who trained the chef. How can he cook so well? Li Qiu ate from East Street to West Street, and then to the crossroads, eating and taking, and moved some to the car to prepare for supper in the evening. It was also at the bus stop at the crossroads that Li Qiu saw a bus from a distance. Why can you tell it's a bus at a glance? It's so big, it changes lanes whenever it wants, and it doesn't slow down when turning. What else can it be but a bus? Li Qiu squatted beside the car and looked in the direction of the car vigilantly. Is there anyone still taking the bus in this county town? Should she praise the bus driver for his professionalism, or the residents for their courage? The bus stopped in front of the empty platform. After a while, it could be vaguely seen that the originally empty bus had become crowded. A big change? Li Qiu complained, and couldn't help rubbing her eyes. She really didn't see anyone getting on the bus. Where did they get on? Underground? Seeing the bus coming, Li Qiu shrugged her nose, but didn't smell any human smell on the bus. What Li Qiu didn't expect was that the bus didn't go in the predetermined direction, but stopped in front of her. The front and rear doors of the bus opened at the same time, as if inviting Li Qiu. And inside the bus, the many figures that Li Qiu had seen just now had disappeared. There was no one even in the driver's seat of this car. Li Qiu grabbed her car door, wanting to get on the bus and run away quickly. But the front and rear doors of the bus opened and closed more frequently, and the bus itself was moving closer to Li Qiu. Anyway, in the world of natural disasters, she had seen everything normal and abnormal. Now a crazy bus came and insisted on asking her to get on the bus. She wanted to see what was going on. Li Qiu made up her mind and jumped in before the bus hit her. Fortunately, she also put her backpack on her back, so she was not so isolated and helpless. After she got on the bus, the crazy door closed honestly. The bus also started to drive along the original route. Not long after jumping on the bus, Li Qiu regretted it. This bus was too cold. Just like turning on the air conditioner at 22 degrees in summer, the chill ran straight up from the soles of the feet to the spine. Li Qiu could only find a seat near the door, thinking that the door would definitely open when the bus arrived at the next stop, and she would get off then. The tall buildings and snowy scenery outside the window passed by quickly, and Li Qiu's eyes gradually fell on the window. The moment she saw the window, Li Qiu saw the figures of people in the car again. Most of the people on the bus were parents with children, and everyone had a slump on their faces, which was definitely not a friendly expression. The moment Li Qiu saw these people, she immediately closed her eyes, and a sentence flashed through her mind. I dare not open my eyes. I hope it is my hallucination. She was familiar with this routine, and she encountered a supernatural event. But after closing her eyes, Li Qiu also saw the supernatural tree growing safely in her mind. Li Qiu remembered that she already had a certain ability to protect herself, and if something really happened, she would be fine as long as she sewed quickly. What's more, she was a zombie, so even if there were ghosts, they couldn't do anything to her. Zombies and ghosts can still be related. After all, in a sense, they are both dead, only a body exists but the soul is gone, or a soul exists but the body is gone. Although she thought about it, Li Qiu didn't dare to look at it anymore. She was afraid of being discovered by these ghost parents and ghost children of unknown origin. She shrank in her seat obediently, muttering in her heart, next stop, next stop. Then Li Qiu watched the car speeding all the way, without stopping at the next bus stop, but driving south all the way. On the way, they encountered some zombies rushing out of the corner, but they pretended not to see them and flew away. Li Qiu was stunned. Li Qiu turned his back to those figures, glanced around, and finally saw the route map posted on the side wall of the car. There were a few huge words written on it. Beige 1 right arrow Good Kids Education and Training Base. This is a direct bus. Why did they have to take her with them? Isn't she a good kid? Li Qiu was puzzled. Just as Li Qiu was thinking about how to get the window breaker from the left window within 3 steps, the bus had already stopped with a bang. Arrived at the station. The door of the bus slowly opened, and a spooky school appeared in front of her. The big words Good Kids Education and Training School on the school gate were indescribably weird in the dim light. What made Li Qiu feel even more horrified was that there was a familiar SUV parked at the school gate. Isn't this the car of Zhou Jincher's team? Did they just enter the ghost-run school so easily? The temporary camp of the team tonight was set up at the People's Government of Baoyuan County. The county government was relocated to a new location in the past 2 years. It is located at the junction of urban and rural areas, and there are relatively few zombies here. Moreover, the county government was built according to the earthquake-resistant standard of 8. The outer walls were reinforced with concrete and steel structures, equipped with large iron doors and emergency equipment. There are still many cars parked here, and a lot of gasoline can be looted. Less than 1 kilometer away from the county government, a new warehouse supermarket was built, which is enough to replenish the supplies everyone needs. The most important thing is that the county government is next to the armed forces. There are still ordinary people who have not awakened their superpowers in the team, and even superpowers cannot rely too much on superpowers. Various weapons, especially hot weapons, are still the first choice for everyone to find supplies. Everyone didn't even have time to drink water. They went to the armed forces first, praying that it would not be emptied out while walking, and at least leave them some. I was lucky. I found a surprise as soon as I arrived at the armed forces. At the gate of the armed forces, there were 2 large trucks with fences and green blackout cloths. When the blackout cloth was pulled open, it was found that the trucks were not loaded with supplies, but zombies that were grinning and trying to squeeze out of the fence to eat people. They should have been locked up when there were signs of early infection. As a result, after the drivers became zombies, no one cared about them, and they were locked up. Wow, you scared me. Yang Mufeng raised his hand and shot the nearest zombie. In order to pull him, the zombie's hand was stretched beyond the normal length. Hu Ziyu looked at the 2 Dongfeng AMT heavy trucks. His eyes lit up. I don't need anything else, but I have to get these 2. Jiang Song hugged Hu Ziyu's shoulders. I'm not saying, this car should be very fuel consuming, and do you have AB2 driver's license? Hu Ziyu covered Jiang Song's mouth. Don't force me to scold you when I'm happy. Fuel consumption, coupled with the problem of overweight body, the proposal to keep the heavy truck was rejected. Hu Ziyu could only touch it again and again reluctantly, and then began to take the oil from the 2 trucks. Everyone went in and gradually became excited. Wow, bulletproof vests. And diesel generators. Those don't work well. Look at this. Isn't it called a riot steel fork? It can't fork a bunch of zombies. Everyone searched everywhere, and finally found the trace of the ammunition depot. Because of the superpowers, although it is laborious and time-consuming to break the heavy locks of the ammunition depot, it is not a difficult task. After much difficulty, they broke into the ammunition depot, but found very little inside. There were only 3 rifles, 5 pistols, and several hundred rounds of ammunition inside. The number of these things was less than Zhou Jinsher expected, but it was understandable. After the natural disaster, as the zombie tide became more and more uncontrollable, the authorities must have organized rescue and isolation, and the military and police armed forces must have been the first to go. Unfortunately, everyone knows what happened later. The first generation of zombie viruses has a long incubation period. After the crazy outbreak from the inside, the speed of infection has been constantly updated and repeated, and it is impossible to prevent it. In the end, the zombie virus broke out in full force. Now they can still find these things, which is very lucky. The supplies found in the armed forces were quickly distributed, basically to people without superpowers. In addition, the few sets of riot gear were also distributed to them. Everyone take a simple rest, and set off in half an hour. Go to the warehouse supermarket before it gets dark. Withdraw immediately after dark. Delay will change. Zhou Jinsher is a leader, who likes to work hard and finish the work before taking a rest. Everyone had followed him for so long and knew Zhou Jinsher's character to some extent. No one complained, but became more energetic. Especially those who had just been assigned weapons. Their faces were full of joy, and they couldn't wait to test their new equipment. The team was divided into 3 groups. One group, led by Jiang Song, stayed at the county government. One group, led by Hu Ziyu, went to the warehouse supermarket. Another group, led by the manager, went to the gate of Good Baby School first, and then went back to the warehouse supermarket. I go too. When the manager and his men were about to leave, Zhou Jinsher also stood up. The manager was a little confused. Captain Zhou, you don't have to go with me, don't worry. We take a look, and then go to the supermarket to meet you to find supplies. Zhou Jinsher shook his head. There's something wrong with that place. It's better to go together. Hearing this, Lu Xiaowu hurried over. If it's really wrong, you can fire a signal gun if you need help. We will leave people guarding the camp and the entrance of the supermarket. If there is any problem, support immediately. Yes. Hao Ming drove this trip, and Zhou Jinsher sat in the co-pilot. The road from the county government to the school is about 6 kilometers. Along the way, we encountered several waves of zombies that came out of nowhere. They were solved by Wang Kai and his team without Zhou Jinsher saying anything. The third brother asked, "Is the sharp corner exposed on the mount in the school?" Wang Kai stuck his head out of the car window and looked for a while. "I don't know. It's just a sharp corner. Only a ghost can recognize it. Why do I feel a little cold?" Hao Ming couldn't help turning on the air conditioner in the car. When the warm wind blew on his body, the chill that penetrated into his bones finally felt better. When the car was only about 2 kilometers away from the school, Zhou Jinsher asked Hao Ming to use his supernatural power to listen to whether there were any abnormal sounds from the school. Hao Ming shook his head. No, it's very quiet over there. Zhou Jinsher said then changed the subject and said to the manager, You must go to this school. Is there someone you know? The lobby manager had been silent, but after Zhou Jinsher said this, everyone in the car began to look at him. The lobby manager looked at them one by one. No. But when Zhou Jinsher looked at people without speaking, his eyes were dark, like a bottomless cliff. The oppressive feeling emanating from it was like a mountain collapsing, and almost no one could resist it. The lobby manager soon couldn't resist it anymore, and said dejectedly, Last summer vacation, my brother's family went to Chelan City for a trip, and stayed at the hotel where I work, Yanhu Hotel, you all know it. My brother and his wife are both small businesses. When my eldest nephew was born, they lost money, and lived a hard life, and they didn't have time to take care of my eldest nephew. When my youngest nephew was born, they suddenly made a lot of money, bought a house and a car, and their lives became better. My youngest nephew can be said to have been spoiled and brought up, and no one dared to scold him. As a result, he didn't even get into high school, and he just played games all day and stole money to spend, which made them angry. It just so happened that the school held a lecture in our hotel at that time, and left a large stack of promotional materials with me. I gave it to my brother, and asked them to send the child there to try. My brother was raised by me, and he is very close to me, and listens to me very much. He quickly got the matter done. I remember that in the first month of sending him there was no effect. He would curse and howl whenever my nephew called me. From the second month on, my brother told me that the child behaved very well in the video, and even called him dad through the video, and was very well behaved. He would definitely be reborn after a year of waiting to pick him up. After listening to this, there was silence in the car. It took a long time for someone to ask, What happened next? Did your nephew come out? The lobby manager smiled bitterly, and shook his head, his face full of self-blame and worry. I was planning to take a leave during the summer vacation this year, and go with my brother to pick up my nephew. When the natural disaster came, all communications were cut off, and I couldn't contact my brother's family at all. Later, he was too busy to take care of himself, and even forgot about my nephew. After that, Chelan City almost became a dead city. We didn't see many living people along the way. I think my nephew was as thin as a little chicken, and must not have survived. So I never told you about this. After all, our team has more or less lost relatives and friends. The lobby manager felt very regretful and guilty that his nephew turned into a zombie here, and couldn't stay with his family in his last moments. Moreover, after listening to Wang Kai's words, the manager might have pushed his nephew into hell with his own hands. Everyone wanted to comfort the manager a few words. Maybe the nephew had returned home before the natural disaster. Maybe this school is not as vicious as the rumors say. But they couldn't say anything, because Hao Ming parked the car at the destination. This place is already desolate and dilapidated, with snow piled up all around, pressing. The withered and yellow weeds fell. Although there were no signs of zombies, the school gate was tightly closed, and the gate was covered with thick layers of blood. Zhou Jinsher's magic moved again, as if urging him to go in quickly. Several people got out of the car, and planned to let the lobby manager take a good look at the gate to solve his worries. But no one expected that there would be a human voice inside the door. The voice belonged to a man in his 30s, who must have worked out, and his voice was rough. Are you human or ghost? The lobby manager, who was originally crying, immediately raised his head, and his eyes began to shine. Chapter 44. Li Qiu turned her head to look at the window, and found that the figures in the car got off one by one. After they got off, Li Qiu's sight was empty again. She only vaguely felt that the cold air around her was much heavier. She knew without thinking that many ghosts must have passed by her. Even though Li Qiu was standing against the outer wall of the bus, she could feel something blowing on her neck. Although she grew up watching movies like Happy Ghost, those were comedy ghost movies. It was simply impossible to substitute them in reality. However, the only thing that can defeat ghosts is zombies. Li Qiu was slightly excited for a second, then closed her eyes and began to ask tremblingly, Do you need my help? Very good, no ghosts bothered her. It seems that these are modern ghosts with a certain anti-fraud awareness. It must be the community that asked them to download the anti-fraud app. Li Qiu's thoughts have flown to the time before the natural disaster, when the community forwarded links in the residents group every day, and even knocked on the door of the community to ask them to download the anti-fraud app. Thinking about these things with human life, Li Qiu gradually felt less scared. Slowly, perhaps because the ghosts had gone far away, she finally felt a little warmer. Li Qiu looked at this ghostly place, thinking about the invisible ghosts, and thought, since you all got off the bus, I will take the bus back first. Bye. Li Qiu got back on the bus quickly and continued to grab a good seat near the door. But the bus did not leave again. It stopped quietly at the bus stop, the lights turned off, as if the work for the day had been done. Li Qiu, stop after one trip? I have never seen such a lazy bus, I condemn it. Li Qiu pointed at the ceiling of the car and wanted to curse. Seeing that the door was about to close, this lazy bus might lock herself in the car, Li Qiu quickly got off the bus again. After she got off the bus, the door of the bus closed completely with a bang bang. Looking through the window again, the originally tidy car was already full of dead branches and leaves, and spider webs, which was very consistent with the image of a ghost bus. Li Qiu, Fortunately, I didn't take the bus back by myself, otherwise I wouldn't know where to take this ghost bus. Li Qiu resigned herself to the school gate. She was closer to the SUV, which was indeed a car of the team. Forget it. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Li Qiu thought, it's not impossible to go into this school to take a look. If the people in the team encounter something again, she, a zombie, can still help secretly. After making the decision to go in, Li Qiu had a little understanding of what it felt like to be a great hero in ancient times. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Perhaps saving people is also addictive. Li Qiu has helped the convoy twice, so she can't just sit back and watch for the third time. Although I really want to go in, isn't it too much to build such a high school gate? The 3-meter-high iron gate was closed tightly, and the snow froze the blood on the gate into a strange red. The whole door looked like there was not even a crack, unless Li Qiu had wings to fly in. What if this door can talk? Li Qiu suddenly had an idea. Do you need help? Li Qiu tried to shout a few times, hoping that the door god would take the bait and let her try her supernatural powers. Are you a human or a ghost? The rough voice actually came from the direction of the door, but it completely avoided Li Qiu's question. Li Qiu looked up and found that there was a big camera in the weeds beside the door. The voice of the person also came from the camera. Of course I am a human. Li Qiu's face did not change, and his heart did not beat. How can half of a human not be a human? How do you prove it? The man did not believe it. How do I know? Forget it. Hand over the supplies in your backpack, and we will let you in. Li Qiu turned her head and looked at the shoulder straps of the backpack. She knew what was in it. Folding shovel, 2 guns, sewing kit, warm baby, these are nothing. The most important thing is the cut meat, bones with meat, and a bag of minced meat. They are all used by Li Qiu to prevent himself from being hungry and having no strength. As we all know, the color of the zombie body is mostly bluish-white, bluish-gray, and bluish-black, which is very easy to recognize. If they really took her supplies, they would definitely recognize that Li Qiu put a bunch of zombie meat in her backpack. Li Qiu turned around and left. You wish, I won't go in then. Anyway, there are people in this school. Since they are people, the superpowers in the team should be able to deal with them, so she doesn't have to worry about it. What should I do, Brother Fong? She's gone. She really didn't come back. We have no food. She's gone. Why are you crying? It's like we're begging her to come in. The person called Brother Fong was very impatient. Didn't you see that the bus has arrived? Before dawn, no one can go out. Isn't she going to come back to beg us? Of course Li Qiu heard the conversation between the two, but Li Qiu still left without looking back. The two's words were soon verified. It was indeed impossible to get out. No matter which direction Li Qiu took 50 steps, it was as if she was blocked by an invisible wall, and could not cross it anymore. It was indeed a place where ghosts came, and it was directly a ghost wall. Li Qiu clapped her hands expressionlessly. But she did not give up, and wanted to change direction and continue walking. Not long after, a thick fog suddenly rose around. Visibility soon became only as far as the arm's length. There was snow under her feet, fog around her, and she could not see the sky when she looked up. In the depths of the thick fog, Li Qiu could even hear the breathing of some creatures. Oh my god! Li Qiu ran to the school wall in one breath. Touching the cold wall, Li Qiu finally felt a little safe. Looking up along the wall, Li Qiu's neck was almost broken. There must be some secrets here to build such a high wall. There are also steel spikes on the top of the wall. Li Qiu's imagination was full of ideas. Could it be that the school leaders knew in advance that the natural disaster was coming and built the wall as a fortress? This is also possible. After all, in the novels I read before, the rebirth and time travel genre was rampant, which was considered a very common cheat. There is also a common one called precognitive dream, which can sense what will happen in the near future in a dream, which is very weird. Why don't I have this ability? Li Qiu licked her lips and took out a piece of meat from her backpack and chewed it. Her ability tree is still very small, with only 3 fruits. She doesn't know what the upper limit is, and she doesn't know when the next one will grow. After eating the meat, Li Qiu wiped her mouth and clenched her fists. Since the people inside didn't let her in, she could find a way to get in by herself. Isn't it just a wall? Maybe it was cut corners, and there's foam inside. Let's try to hit it first. Li Qiu took a few steps back and rushed forward to use his fist to hit it hard. When the fist and the wall were only 0.001 centimeters apart, Li Qiu stopped. In this case, why don't I kick it with my feet? As we all know, the lethality of lower limbs is often greater than that of upper limbs. Li Qiu raised his foot and kicked the wall in front of him. Of course, the wall didn't fall, but it finally cracked. Seeing the crack means seeing hope. Li Qiu immediately took out a folding shovel and wedged it into the gap, hoping to make the wall here completely crack. The noise suddenly became louder, and Li Qiu was having a lot of fun hitting the wall. Perhaps because of the loud noise, gunshots, alarms, and people shouting in a hurry came from the wall. How many people are there in there? Li Qiu was thinking about whether to continue hitting here, and suddenly a fragrance came from the tip of his nose. Soon, the person who didn't know that he smelled too good was already at the same wall with Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk, follow me." Li Qiu didn't talk, and she didn't even dare to breathe. She quickly stuffed 2 pieces of paper into her nostrils, and the feeling that made her drool finally eased a little. Not long after Li Qiu followed Zhou Jinshi, she finally met up with Zhou Jinshi's teammates at another wall. "Wow, Captain Zhou, you really found your benefactor." Several people started to introduce themselves in a flurry. "Uh-huh." Li Qiu laughed dryly twice, and didn't dare to approach them at all. This is too close. She really can't help wanting to eat. "Benefactor, why are you here too?" Hao Ming asked. His tone was indescribably excited despite being in danger. Li Qiu turned around and pointed. "I ran into a bus before, and it forced me here. I couldn't get out, and soon it was foggy, and I couldn't get out anymore. By the way, why are you still here? I saw your car parked at the school gate, and thought you went in." Several people shook their heads almost at the same time. Wang Kai was so angry that his teeth itched. "There are survivors in the school, but they asked for all our supplies before letting us in. Can we agree to this?" Li Qiu instantly agreed and nodded seriously. "I really can't agree to this." She continued to ask, "Are you also unable to get out?" Wang Kai continued, "Yes. It's the same as you, we can't leave at all. We thought it would be dark if we kept wasting time, so we planned to go back home and come back to check the situation tomorrow morning. As a result, when we got in the car, it wouldn't start. We could only go around the perimeter of the school to check the situation, and then we kept going around in circles. The most outrageous thing is that the signal gun couldn't be fired." Zheng Yaoqian said while observing the situation. "Then we heard the sound of the bus, coming from the direction we came from. Then we saw you get off the bus. I was going to call you over, but you reacted the same as us and went to knock on the door first." "That's right." Li Qiu looked at the increasingly thick fog and told everything that happened just now. "There are many ghosts in the car, and they got off the car with me just now. This fog may be related to them. What are you going to do?" "Zhou Jinshi, go in." Li Qiu looked at him speechlessly. "Since you want to go in, why don't you let me continue to bang on the door?" Zhou Jinshi choked and motioned Li Qiu to look at the willow tree not far behind her. "Look there." It was an old willow tree that was a bit old. Although it was not as tall as the locust trees in Zhejiang County, it was already much taller than the wall. The black and rough bark looked a bit weird against the thick fog. Hao Ming had already started to climb up the willow tree. They were all young men. Although they were a bit homebodies, they still had the strength to climb a tree. This willow tree had a lot of knots, and the tree became very easy to climb when they stepped on those knots. After climbing up, everyone found that there was a large flat area between the trunk and the branches, enough for several of them to squeeze together. Li Qiu was the last one to climb up. She was panting from climbing, and finally Zhou Jinshi reached out and pulled her up. Li Qiu didn't dare to touch Zhou Jinshi's hand directly, for fear that her hand would be stained with his smell, and she would chew her hand when she was starving. So when Zhou Jinshi reached out to pull her, Li Qiu pulled her sleeves a little longer, covering her entire palm, and let Zhou Jinshi pull through her clothes. Zhou Jinshi clearly showed a surprised expression. Unfortunately, Li Qiu was panting and didn't pay attention at all. Everyone planned to jump from the tree trunk to the wall. The only hidden danger of this operation is that if you jump off the tree and jump on the iron spikes, you may be pierced directly. Li Qiu's eyes jumped back and forth between the willow tree and the wall. Although the wall of her elementary school was not so high, it was almost like this. A classmate insisted on climbing over it during the holiday, and when he climbed down, his tendons were almost cut, and blood was gurgling. Things can be taught once, and Li Qiu refused to climb over the wall from then on. The lobby manager stood in front of Li Qiu. My benefactor, I am more than 20 years older than you. If you don't mind, I will call you sister. We don't know what's going on inside. There may be danger. Why don't you stay on the tree to keep watch for us? We go in and find out about my nephew and come out. Your nephew? Li Qiu didn't understand. Zhou Jinshe briefly said a few words about the previous situation. Originally, they just accompanied the manager to take a look and pay tribute to his nephew. But now that things have progressed to this point, maybe the nephew may still be alive. Why do we all have to go in? Then I go in too. Let's go in together and come out together, Li Qiu said. Who knows what monsters are hidden in this thick fog? There may be more terrifying things in the school. Since sticking your head out will hurt you, Li Qiu will definitely choose to stay with the people in the team. The first one to go in was Zhou Jinshe. He tied a rope to the iron spikes for everyone to climb to the bottom of the wall on the other side. He jumped and landed directly on the ground. The interior walls were much more dilapidated than the exterior, with large flakes of paint peeling off, revealing mottled cement walls. On these walls, faded slogans were printed, blurry, and only the word prohibition could be vaguely seen at the beginning. This should be the playground of the training school, which is similar to the playground of an ordinary middle school, with a running track, a sand pit, a rostrum, a basketball court, and a toilet. At this time, half of the backboard of the basketball court had fallen off, and the shelves were covered with snow. Not far from the basketball court was the sports equipment room, with the door half open and dark, and it was impossible to see what was inside. And for some reason, there were some truck tires tied with wires scattered all over the playground. Zhou Jinshe narrowed his eyes slightly, and there were a lot of blood on the wires. It was a long time since now. Everyone landed one by one. Wang Kai looked around. It looks like a school. Why is there no one? It should be over there. Zhou Jinshe pointed to the distance, where there stood a tall building with a pointed cone on the top. Every window on the tall building was tightly wrapped with fine wire mesh. Oh my god, that person is going to lock the door. Zheng Yaoqian had sharp eyes, and saw that someone was locking the door of the building at a glance. The third brother didn't care. Lock it, we can even open the lock of the ammunition depot. What you said makes sense, then you go and open it. I go if I want to. The third brother came to the front door first. He was fat and looked a little anxious, and he didn't look like a student. The voice was even more different when he spoke. He said, we are not zombies or ghosts, and just wanted to come in to find someone, but he said, we want to occupy this place, or blow it up. The people inside the door immediately became scared and asked another person, Brother Fong. Brother Fong. Say something. They want to kill us. Third brother, Is that what he said? He must be hard of hearing. Fong Hongwei sneered. Not even ghosts can get in this door, let alone them. Let them go. My brother Fong told you to go. The man conveyed his brother Fong's instructions verbatim. Everyone, The lobby manager waved his hand to signal the third brother to step back, and he approached the door to communicate. Hello, we are here to inquire about someone. We have no ill intentions. After asking, we left. If possible, I can exchange my supplies with you. Whether it's crystal cores or food, it's all fine. Brother Fong, he has food? The people inside the door were so happy that they cried. I'm not deaf. What do you want to ask him? Manager, Do you have to find an intermediary to talk? But now, he needs help, and the manager didn't care much about these details. I want to ask about my nephew Cheng Sheng. Have you seen him here? In order to get the supplies from the lobby manager, the two people inside the door began to rack their brains, but unfortunately failed. There is no such person. Can you tell me what he looks like first? My nephew is thin, with small eyes, wearing glasses, a mole on his left ear, and about 1.7 meters tall. He should be 16 years old when he entered your place. The manager tried his best to describe. My younger brother sent him here. It was his first time here, and I asked my younger brother to bring some cigarettes and alcohol to the principal and teachers. At that time, they thought that if they were polite, the teachers could take better care of the children and teach them with their heart. Until now, the manager still had the naive idea that maybe this was a good school. The people inside the door were silent for a while. Brother Fong, He sounded like Four Eyes. Didn't Four Eyes? Shut up. Fong Hongwei was furious. The manager hurriedly asked, "Do you know him?" "I don't know, get out of here." The people inside the door began to drive people away angrily. "If you don't get out of here, I shoot you." Li Qiu, who had been standing behind a few people and left at some point, had returned. She found a stack of rosters covered with dust and blood in the duty room outside the first floor. "Manager, did you say your nephew's name is Cheng Sheng?" Li Qiu turned the roster to the page with Cheng Sheng written on it. At the top of this page of the roster, the title was Reflection Room Roster. The roster stated that Cheng Sheng had entered the reflection room 35 times in total, and the last time he entered was at 6 a.m. on July 23rd this year, and there was no time to register. At the very end, a triangle symbol was lightly drawn. What does the triangle symbol mean? The manager's hand trembled as he held the roster, but he tried to keep his tone calm. The people inside the door did not expect them to find the roster so quickly, and pretended to be calm. "What does it mean?" "Just mark it casually," Li Qiu said. "Where is your reflection room?" The people inside wanted to change the subject, but Zhou Jinshi had already cut off the door lock with a knife. As soon as the door was opened, everyone realized that there were actually only the two people who had just spoken inside. They were smelly, unkempt, pale and thin, and looked like they had been out of food for a long time. In the corridor at the entrance, there were photos of the faculty and staff here, and they were there. Both of them were instructors. One was Fong Hongwei, and the other was Yi Liang, both in their 30s. Li Qiu glanced at the door, and found two talismans written in cinnabar on it. Li Qiu loved reading metaphysical literature for a while, and then she learned about metaphysics in the real world for a while. Although she was a bit like Yi Gong who loved dragons, she did know the functions of some talismans. For example, the two talismans in front of her were used to drive away ghosts and suppress evil. The two men held their guns and quickly pressed the shaky talisman paper on the door a little tighter, and finally closed the door again. It was as if they were not afraid of Zhou Jinshi and his men coming in, but were afraid of something else entering the building. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Kai and Zheng Yaoqian had already unloaded their guns on the left and right. The manager went straight forward and grabbed their collars. "Where is my nephew Cheng Sheng?" The lobby manager's ability is suffocation. When his hand touches a person, as long as he wants, he can suffocate the person to death in a very short time. This ability is not very effective against zombies, but it is very effective against humans. The two men soon couldn't breathe, and their faces turned blue and purple. The two men quickly pointed upstairs. Everyone took a rope to tie the hands of the two men and dragged them upstairs. Except for the first floor, which is the faculty dormitory, the upper floors of this building are basically student dormitories. There is a staircase on the left and right of each floor. The upper and lower floors are equipped with steel doors made of the same material as the school gate. There are 3 large locks on the doors. No one can go to other floors without the instructor's permission. There is another floor above the student dormitory, where the defense is more stringent and the disguise is more sophisticated. On the surface, it is a room for musical instruments. When the wall is pushed open, disgusting green water vapor hits. The dim light sways on the water surface. This is a water prison with iron bars. On the surface, it is a room for dance practice. When the wall is pushed open, it is a torture room full of broken glass shards, and there is no place to step. On the surface, it is a room for the library, but in fact, there are many ropes and whips, which can be used to hang disobedient children upside down and whip them until they don't want to be whipped anymore. There is also a room called the infirmary, which has 2 beds. In the medicine cabinet, in addition to some external injuries and daily medicines, it is also full of condoms. These rooms are filled with the smell of feces and blood. Anyone who smells these smells can imagine what the miserable situation of the students who came here before the natural disaster was. The so-called reflection room is a small dark room. Compared with other rooms, it is already a relatively light punishment. But the oppression brought by the darkness that is pitch black is enough to destroy a person's spirit. The next scene may be a bit bloody. Several people persuaded Li Qiu, who was following behind, to leave her. Li Qiu looked at the 2 people who had been beaten to the ground and swallowed. "Then you guys go first, I go somewhere else to take a look." She really had to leave, otherwise she would have a big appetite if she stayed here. Then Zhou Jinshi and his zombie-killing performance would have to add another one to her. Zhou Jinshi called Li Qiu, who was walking out. "Hold the intercom." The intercom still had Zhou Jinshi's warmth, which warmed Li Qiu's hands. She nodded and said, "I won't go far. I go to the student dormitory on the 2 floors below to have a look." Li Qiu held the keys that she had taken from the 2 men. The jingling of the keys imprisoned countless children's lives. The third floor was the girls' dormitory, and the second floor was the boys' dormitory. Li Qiu took a deep breath and went to the third floor first. Li Qiu looked at the dormitories in front of him. There were 6 bunk beds in each dormitory, and only a narrow aisle was left, but it could accommodate 12 children. This place did not become so dilapidated and old because no one lived there due to natural disasters. But it was like this before the natural disaster. The moldy and slag-like wall peeled off layer by layer, revealing the uneven wall inside, covered with dense nail marks and dark red bloodstains. It seemed that someone had written a lot of hate and run words on it, but they were erased by deeper marks. When Li Qiu walked in here, the feeling of being blown on the neck appeared again. So are you the ones who got off the bus? Li Qiu was a little dazed, and her voice trembled slightly. She vaguely remembered that the bus was located near the high-speed railway station in Baoyuan County. If parents from other places want to bring their children to this school, taking that bus directly here is the most convenient route. But many children who came here on that bus never went back. The cold wind gently brushed Li Qiu's face, as if answering her question. Li Qiu returned to the corridor and looked at a grooming mirror placed next to the stairs. Through this mirror, Li Qiu saw the people who lingered behind her. I heard that after a person becomes a ghost, they will keep the appearance at the moment of death. Li Qiu looked at the figure in the mirror with a horrible death and a distorted face, and her nails unconsciously dug deep into the flesh of her palm. She heard herself slowly open her mouth and ask, "Do you need help?" Li Qiu said this to give herself courage, and she thought it would be silent like before. But I don't know who spoke first. Need. Then countless needs sounded, not only on this floor, but also on the next floor, in the toilet, in the playground, and in every corner of this school. The voice seemed to pass through the oppressive and dark world, and came to Li Qiu's ears with a heart full of pain and weak hope. Chapter 45. In order to activate the ability of all requests are answered, in addition to asking the other party to answer need, there is another prerequisite. Li Qiu has to help first, and then the other party will listen to her. These ghosts asked Li Qiu to help with everything without exception, all of which was to tear off all the talismans in the school. Starting from the big iron door on the first floor, the talismans were distributed over a wide area, and it was not easy to tear them all off. As he tore, Li Qiu came to the wall near the old willow tree. The old willow tree was still hidden in the thick fog, revealing only the rough and dark trunk that looked like a rotten coffin, and the slender willow branches that swayed and twisted like ghost hands. Li Qiu threw a large stack of talisman paper on the ground, and climbed up the wall along the rope. After returning to the old willow tree, he continued to climb higher. At the top of the willow tree, what was fluttering in the wind was not willow leaves, but 18 pieces of talisman paper filled with talismans. It's easy to fall to death like this. Li Qiu paused. Even if you don't die, you may be disabled. Having said that, Li Qiu still took out the folding shovel to reach the talisman papers, and only pulled them off with her hands after reaching them in front of her. When the 18 talisman papers were crumpled into a ball and thrown far away, Li Qiu clearly felt that the fog around her had dissipated a lot, and the old willow tree seemed to be freed from some kind of muscles and bones, as if it was relieved and exhaling. Li Qiu thought to herself, it turned out that the thing breathing in the thick fog was you. She patted the trunk of the old willow tree. Now I have helped you. Isn't it time for you to listen to me? This was the living being that really answered her question. Li Qiu didn't wait long before she heard the tree say him softly. Since ancient times, willow trees have had a certain spirituality and the ability to exorcise evil spirits, but the premise is that the willow tree has not been stained with blood. A willow tree stained with blood not only cannot exorcise ghosts, but also has the opposite effect. This old willow tree may have been here longer than this school. It has long absorbed the resentment, hatred, and disgust of the entire school, which accumulated over time and completely mutated after the natural disaster. Before the natural disaster, many children had already died tragically in the school. Their bodies were buried under the old willow tree because the school principal was superstitious and knew that willow trees could ward off evil spirits. After the natural disaster, some people turned into zombies, and some gained superpowers. When the zombie tide broke out, the first to be pushed out were also those children. Their bodies were thrown outside the wall without exception. What is your superpower called? Li Qiu chatted with the old willow tree while chewing meat to replenish his strength. The old willow tree thought for a moment, and said in a slow voice, maybe it's called blindness. The bus is one of the media controlled by the old willow tree, and there are 2 buses every day. One goes out in the morning and comes back at noon. One goes out in the afternoon and comes back at night. The ghosts that Li Qiu saw on the bus were parents and children. The parents were indeed false illusions, but the ghosts of the children were real. The children looked forward to their parents and family members coming to pick them up again, and they kept echoing on the way from the school to the bus station. If the old willow tree hadn't controlled the bus to pick them up, these children would probably linger there forever until they were completely dissipated by the sunlight. After returning at night, the old willow tree would use the blindness ability to construct an illusion and block all the ways out of here. They are fostered in my body. Old Willow spoke again. Because I am here, the zombies dare not approach here, so those people regard the school as a blessed place and a fortress. We plan to wait for rescue here. But the talisman is not only attached to me, but also all over the school, so it is difficult for us to get in. Perhaps the school knows that what it has done is a sinful thing, so the talisman is really prepared, sufficient, and enough. Old Willow tried to rush in again, but failed. But that day, someone got drunk at night and accidentally came to the wall. We took possession of him and killed most of the people with his help. The children were kind-hearted. We didn't torture them. We just took action directly. Unfortunately, the last two people were very smart. They hid in the building before being killed. Not only did they put talismans on the door of the building, but they also put them on their bodies. I tried for 3 months, but still couldn't get into the building. Luckily you broke the door. Before the bus found you, I thought I could only wait until they starved to death inside. The old Willow's voice suddenly approached. I know you are different from people. Li Chio's cheeks stopped chewing meat, and she was silent for a while. Then I haven't torn them off yet. And why don't you let me kill them directly? Wouldn't that be more direct and thorough? It's too easy for them. The old Willow's voice was fierce and cruel. When Zhou Jinshi and his team dragged Fang Hongwei and others downstairs, they looked around but couldn't find any trace of Li Chio. They called out a few times, but no one responded. Zhou Jinshi tried to contact Li Chio with the intercom, but there was no response. Only the door on the first floor was opened at some point, and the talisman on the door was gone. Fang Hongwei immediately cried even more miserably, shaking violently. Open the door, ghosts are coming, ghosts are coming. He and Yi Liang were beaten to a bloody mess, and they could only barely be seen as human beings. What happened? Several people began to ask what happened to the school after the natural disaster. At first, Fang Hongwei refused to say anything, and only asked them to close the door quickly and pretend that the talisman was still there. After being beaten again, Fang Hongwei became much more honest. Dead. All dead? 3 months ago, our school sent away another batch of students. Because of the news, we don't have as many students as before. The principal planned to take us to various cities to give lectures. Who knew that one day before departure, a teacher turned into a zombie? We had no choice to protect ourselves. The children ran slowly. After they were bitten, we were afraid that they would turn into those ghosts, so we had to take the initiative. Then, there were only our teachers, instructors, and the principal in the school. The lobby manager became more and more angry as he listened, and kicked Fang Hongwei a few more times. Fang Hongwei shrank back to the wall, looked at him viciously, then turned away, and continued. Everyone was fine at first, but one night, an instructor, who didn't know if he was drunk or hungry, wandered to the wall near the willow tree. Who knew that he would smile at us sinisterly when he came back? We asked him if zombies were coming, but he didn't say anything, but took the knife and cut the principal's neck first. He must have been possessed by a ghost. Yi Liang and I stood far away, and ran away when we saw that something was wrong. In order to show off his achievements in front of them, Yi Liang quickly interrupted and said, yes, from that day on, we didn't dare to step out of this building. We could only rely on surveillance to see if there were any people passing by outside. In the end, not to mention people, there were not even any zombies. If you don't come again, the two of us will have to eat wall dust. Fang Hongwei coughed up blood while talking, and smiled and said, brothers are all talented people, and they will definitely not care about people like me. If there is food, please give me a bite. Wang Kai spat fiercely. You want to eat after what you have done, you are dreaming. Hao Ming found a rope and came over. It's dark now, and you can't get out. Tie her up first. Wait until dawn. We still have to find our benefactor first. Yes, the little girl who followed you doesn't seem to have any self-protection ability. There really is a ghost here, and it must be an indiscriminate attack. I advise you to go find her quickly. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Fang Hongwei also said with a look of sincere, reforming oneself. No one believed him. Fang and he were thrown into the first teacher's dormitory on the left side of the first floor. The rope was tied up like a pig's hoof, and they couldn't get out at all. After closing the door, Zhou Jinshi and the others went to several directions to find Li Qiu. Inside the door, Fang Hongwei had calmed down. He Liang was still struggling to break the nut. Don't struggle, pig's hoof is tied up. Can a stupid pig like you break free? What should we do, brother Fang? That 40-year-old has a grudge against us, and these people will definitely kill us when they come back. It's so noisy. Fang Hongwei told He Liang to shut up. He moved to the bedside with difficulty, and bit open the pillow with his mouth. There was a knife hidden under the pillow. Since the haunting, Fang Hongwei and his men have only been active on the first floor of this building. He placed weapons in many places on the first floor. This knife is just right. He Liang smiled. Brother Fang, you still have a way. Idiot. Fang Hongwei asked He Liang to hold the knife in his mouth to cut the rope that tied his hands behind his back. His eyes were gloomy. While they are dealing with the ghost, we can escape and leave this ghost place. What if the ghost doesn't kill them, but kills us? Can you shut up? Fang Hongwei looked at He Liang coldly. He Liang cried, It was. The ghost must be those students who have no grudges against them. Shut up. Cut it quickly. He Liang could only continue to hold the knife in his mouth. This action requires a lot of strength from the teeth. He Liang spent a lot of time trying, but not only did he fail to cut the rope, he also cut Fang Hongwei's hand. Fang Hongwei was too lazy to even curse. He just wanted to escape from this ghost place quickly. Instead, he changed his tone to a more soothing one, asking He Liang to take his time. He Liang was used to hearing Fang Hongwei scolding him, so he was still a little uncomfortable at this time, muttering in his heart, Is Fang Hongwei possessed by a ghost? It shouldn't be possible. Fang Hongwei pasted 2 talismans on his body, and only gave him one. If someone is going to be possessed, he should be the first one. He Liang was thinking, when he suddenly heard the sound of the dormitory door being pushed open. Ah! The ghost is coming! He Liang immediately spit the knife aside, and tried to roll under the table like a ball. Fang Hongwei was also afraid, as he had killed many more students than He Liang. But at this time, Fang Hongwei was not willing to show his fear. He stared straight at the door of the room, feeling like he was going to die with the ghost. But the person at the door of the room was not a ghost, but Li Qiu, whom they had seen before. Li Qiu found a flashlight from somewhere, and put it against her chin. The light from the flashlight made her face pale. Is it you? It's me. Are you surprised or not? Li Qiu pointed the flashlight at the 2 people on the ground, blinding them. For a girl who looked to be 18 or 19 years old, these 2 people did not take Li Qiu seriously. The girl must have relied on the group of men outside to survive in the world of natural disasters. Fang Hongwei thought about it and frowned. Sister, they seem to call you Li Qiu just now. I also have a cousin named Li. Maybe we are relatives. So, you help your brother and loosen the ropes for us, otherwise we will have to amputate the next day if the blood circulation is not good. Seeing Li Qiu standing there without saying anything, Fang Hongwei quickly signaled He Liang to cry with him. We really know we are wrong. We deserve to die. We are sorry for those children. We are willing to spend our whole lives to find their families, and then repent and atone for our sins. You are a magnanimous person. Good deeds will be rewarded. Give us a chance. Okay. Li Qiu nodded. Fang and he did not expect Li Qiu to be so easy to deceive, and agreed so readily. Their eyes lit up. Li Qiu squatted down, and put his hand into Fang Hongwei's clothes. Fang Hongwei was stunned for a moment, then smiled obscenely. Sister, so you like my type. Then why don't you let me go? Before he finished speaking, Li Qiu had already walked towards He Liang. When Li Qiu stood up, there were already 3 more talismans in his hand. Do you want to wait a while? Then you play first. I come back later. Li Qiu didn't know who she was talking to. She opened the door of the room and walked out again. Li Qiu walked to the end of the corridor on the first floor and looked at the name on the house plate. This seemed to be the dormitory of the Dean of Teaching. The dormitory was turned upside down, and some food packaging bags were scattered on the ground. Li Qiu walked past these and came to the corner. There were several boxes of student admission information that had not been filed on the ground. Each student had a form, with personal information, resume, and ID photo on the front. Turning over to the back, there were handwritten problems that needed to be corrected. Some were just 2 words dislike of studying. Some were playing games in internet cafes after the college entrance examination. Some of them are elementary school students whose parents divorced and remarried, and no one takes care of them, so they are sent here to be raised. Some of them are unwilling to make friends, and like to immerse themselves in the world of novels and write fan fiction. Some of them are homosexuals, especially lesbians. Li Qiu sat on the floor, and for a moment she felt breathless. Except when she was very homesick, she hadn't cried for a long time. But now her tears dripped on these enrollment materials, like rain that would not stop. 10 minutes later, a gust of cold wind blew on Li Qiu's face. Countless overlapping voices echoed in her ears. Now, what do you want us to do? Li Qiu shook her head gently. She didn't want them to do anything. Not long after, Li Qiu walked into the room where Fang and he were imprisoned before. They were completely dead. I don't know what terrible things they experienced before they died. Not only did they bleed from all 7 orifices and their internal organs burst, but they were also completely incontinent due to fear. Zhou Jinshi and his team searched outside for a long time, and of course they inevitably found the old willow tree. Do you think the benefactor has gone out again? Impossible. She will definitely tell us if she goes out. Let's go look over there again. Only Zhou Jinshi stood by the wall, observing the willow tree with a flashlight. For some reason, the magic had sometimes reacted to this tree, and sometimes not. It was as if there was something on it that was sometimes there, and sometimes not. And he felt that this willow tree seemed to have stretched a lot compared to before. It was like a person finally unloaded a heavy burden and straightened his back. But finding Li Qiu was more important at the moment. If he couldn't find him outside, he could only go back to the building to look for him. When Zhou Jinshi opened the door, Li Qiu was sitting on the floor sorting out the admission materials. She put the flashlight and the intercom on the floor. So you are here. Zhou Jinshi breathed a sigh of relief. Shishu was moving frantically, but was held down by Zhou Jinshi. He looked down at Shishu, seemingly condemning the ancient sword. Even if he wanted to challenge him to a duel, now was not the time. Shishu was probably a little speechless, and really didn't move. Li Qiu stuffed the paper ball that had been dropped into his nostrils, and looked back at him. Sorry. I forgot to tell you that I'm here. Zhou Jinshi came over. Is the intercom broken? I don't know. I haven't used it, maybe I broke it by accident. Li Qiu returned the intercom to him. You take it. You just gave it to me like that? Yeah. Li Qiu exclaimed in the dim light. With this intercom, she can hear the people in the team talking while driving. Even if she can't talk to people often, it's nice to hear people talking, and it's also lively. This is really a very good gift. When Zhou Jinshi led Li Qiu out, he noticed the file box in her arms. What are these? These are all student materials. The manager's nephew is also in it. I pulled it out. Li Qiu handed him the top sheet of paper. The problems that Cheng Sheng needed to correct were aversion to school, rebellion, internet addiction, stealing, and disobedience to parents. Good Kids Training School. Writing these few short words determined Cheng Sheng's fate. As soon as the two returned to the corridor, they heard Wang Kai shout. Damn! They ran away. There was no trace in the room except for a rope, a knife, and some blood. I was careless. I didn't expect these two bastards to hide a knife. Forget it. If they are not dead, they will be half disabled. They can't run far. Even if they run out, it's all foggy outside. Don't worry about them. The lobby manager waved his hand tiredly. He read the admission information given to him by Li Qiu several times, and finally folded it and put it in his pocket. The manager sat on the steps outside the first floor gate, not knowing what he was thinking. No one talked to the manager anymore. Everyone knew that he needed to be quiet. There were still a few hours before dawn, and the others decided to take a short rest on the first floor and leave when it got light. Although they did not encounter the ghosts that Fang and he talked about, they all slept in the same room for safety. The bed was given to Li Qiu, and they slept on the floor. Zhou Jinshi did not sleep, but chose to keep watch. Everyone else had already started to sleep, but Li Qiu was still sitting by the bed looking at the file box, as if he was silently reciting something. Zhou Jinshi's voice was very light. What are you doing? I am reciting the rebirth mantra, which my university teacher taught me, but I only remember the first sentence at the beginning. Li Qiu only remembered one sentence, so he recited it hundreds of times. Zhou Jinshi asked Li Qiu to hand him the box. I know. You can do this too? Li Qiu almost couldn't hold back his voice, but fortunately everyone was exhausted and fell asleep. Zhou Jinshi said, my second uncle is a lay disciple of Shaolin, and he taught me. Then thank you for your help. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly handed the box to Zhou Jinshi. Namo Amidba, Dodagata. When Zhou Jinshi chanted the mantra, Li Qiu felt the cold wind around him gradually dissipate and go towards the old willow tree. You continue to chant. I'm going out for a while. Don't worry about me. Li Qiu ran out after saying this. The old willow tree was still standing there. The children's wishes had been fulfilled. Since they wanted to be reborn, they naturally had to return to the old willow tree that took over their resentment. Li Qiu stood under the wall and seemed to hear many goodbyes. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qiu found that the thick fog around him had dissipated. The old willow tree took the initiative to solve the illusion. Old willow tree, you still haven't told me what you want me to do? Hasn't the 10 minutes of supernatural power time passed? How do you still remember? Let's put it this way. The old willow tree is much more trustworthy than humans, and it is also very principled. Li Qiu touched her round belly. She had just eaten a full meal, which was actually a reward. She shook her head again. You can't do what I want. The old willow tree, tell me. I want to go home. The old willow tree laughed. How about this, you stay here, I can protect you, and I will be your family in the future. How about it? No, no, no. Li Qiu quickly stepped back and looked at the old willow tree warily. How come trees are like this these days? It's okay for two fruits to follow her, but the old willow tree directly wants to keep her. The old willow tree was very sorry that Li Qiu didn't agree. He thought about it and broke off a willow branch and put it in Li Qiu's hand. This branch contains my power. You can use the blinding ability once in a place where someone has died to create an illusion. The illusion is effective for 12 hours. When you need it, just break it in two. So powerful. Li Qiu happily took the willow branch, made it into a bracelet and wore it on her hand. Thank you. The sky finally brightened. The sun shone through the clouds, and it was a sunny day today. Li Qiu turned on the intercom. Hello, Zhou Jinshi, I'm leaving first. After being scented by Zhou Jinshi all night, she had to run quickly. Okay. Be careful. The old willow tree drove the bus to start again, but this time, there was only Li Qiu on the bus. When everyone woke up, Zhou Jinshi told them that Li Qiu had left first. Hao Ming was very sorry. Why did the benefactor leave again? We haven't said a few words yet. That's right. And the benefactor has helped us again, this time, looking for the roster and the admission information. After chatting for a while, everyone started to look for useful supplies in the school. Since we are here, we can't leave nothing behind. As everyone was looking for something, the sound of horns honking came from the school gate. Then a group of people got off the car. It was the other members of the team who came. Zhou Jinshi and his team didn't go back all night, which was really unusual. Unfortunately, there was a heavy fog here last night, so they had to go back home and come back this morning. After seeing that no one was missing, everyone was finally relieved. After hearing about what happened in the good AV training school, everyone was so angry that they gritted their teeth. It was a pity that they didn't come yesterday, otherwise they would have given Fang and He Dao one by one. Zhou Jinshi counted the available cold-resistant supplies in the school and asked everyone to pack them up and take them away. I don't know who searched in the first room on the first floor again and found 2 sets of clothes thrown under the bed. Jiang Song, you are born in the year of the rat. You even search under the bed. You know nothing. What if someone just likes to put things under the bed? Okay. But what kind of tattered clothes are you looking for? They are covered in blood. Throw them away quickly. It's really a bit disgusting. Ugh. Zhou Jinshi looked at the 2 sets of clothes. If he remembered correctly, these were what Fang Hongwei and Yi Liang wore yesterday. They didn't run away, but died here, and even their bodies were gone. Chapter 46. The bus took Li Qiu to the place where she got on the bus yesterday. Her SUV was still parked there. Because she left in a hurry yesterday, Li Qiu did not treat the car windows, and now the windows were covered with a thick layer of ice. Li Qiu tried to poke with a shovel, and almost smashed the car window with too much force. She gasped in fear, and sat back in the car obediently. Anyway, there were not many people in this city, and the traffic had been paralyzed for a long time. If you really hit a car, just treat it as a bumper car. Li Qiu gritted her teeth and started driving blindly, and silently pressed the accelerator to 5 yards. Sister! The voices of De Gua and Xiaohua came, still as happy as ever. The 2 of them jumped down from the osmanthus tree and jumped in through the car window skillfully. Sister, do you think we are fragrant and beautiful? The round bodies of the fruits were wearing wreaths made of golden osmanthus. Li Qiu could not smell anything other than blood and meat, but she raised her lips and touched the tops of the fruits, very fragrant, beautiful. After the 2 fruits talked for a while, the fruits asked Li Qiu to wait for them here for a while, and they said goodbye to the osmanthus tree before leaving. The osmanthus tree smiled and said, "You are leaving. Let's go. Sister Osmanthus, after we leave, don't sleep every day. Aphids will come up when you sleep. And you tend to forget things when you sleep." The osmanthus tree agreed. Okay, I know. Xiaohua suddenly remembered the sentence that the osmanthus tree had not finished saying before. Sister Osmanthus, You said before not to get close. Don't get close to what? The voice of the osmanthus tree paused for a while, as if it had finally sorted out its thoughts. Don't get close to the old willow tree. It has a bad temper and hates adults. It's better during the day. It wants to drive the bus to go out and play. It's different at night. It will kill any adults who get close to it. The two fruits took a breath and looked at Li Qiu, who was looking in the mirror in the car. The sister must not be close. The sister is still there. The osmanthus tree laughed again, because your sister is not a human. It had long sensed the breath of the old willow tree on Li Qiu, and she helped the old willow, and that guy was very happy. What do you mean sister is not a person? Is Lao Lu a willow tree? The fruits became more and more confused as they listened. The osmanthus tree fell asleep again. When the fruits came back, Li Qiu was still combing her hair in front of the mirror. After becoming a zombie, how could her hair still be tangled? In order to comb her hair, Li Qiu used violence and pulled a lot of it from her head. Li Qiu was so distressed that her facial features were distorted. She held the hair and thought that her hair had never grown long after she became a zombie. Wouldn't she lose one hair after another and become bald in the end? Several classic bald heads flashed through Li Qiu's mind, including Tang Monk, smart little Budong Saitama. These are all relatively handsome bald heads. I wonder what she will look like after she becomes bald. Forget it, let's find a wig to wear. Li Qiu was full of imagination. Until she saw the fruit swaying to the steering wheel and stepping on the horn. Sister Li Qiu rubbed her ears. I heard it, I heard it. What happened? Aliens invaded the Earth or zombies besieged Guangmingding? Dagua hesitated for a moment, but still said, Sister Guishu said you are not human. Xiaogu nodded. Yes, Sister Guishu also said that the old willow tree has a bad temper and will kill adults who get close to it. Li Qiu said and threw the comb into the storage box. Who said I'm a human? Don't you know I'm a fairy? The fruit said in unison, I don't know. Then you know now. Xiaogua, what a cold joke. Dagua, indeed. Xiaogua, in the past, someone called the blind date fairy under our tree every day. Dagua, that's right. And then they didn't even get together. Li Qiu, 6. It's not about you two, why are you questioning me? Li Qiu stepped on the accelerator while arguing with the fruits and drove towards the supermarket. It's still early at this point, and she has to wait for Zhou Jinshi and the others to leave before following the car. It's a waste not to use it to find supplies when it's so good. After all, when she read apocalyptic novels, hoarding articles were not popular. The heroine is usually a ruthless character who kills her way through the world. After the end of the world comes, she leaves her teammates to kill and kill everywhere to find supplies. Now she is a zombie, and other zombies will not attack her. This is simply an external advantage in finding supplies. Generally speaking, the largest supermarkets in the county are located in the central area, where there are the most zombies. Li Qiu knew that the fruits hated zombies, so he didn't go there. He found a large supermarket nearby that was not very famous. The sound made by Li Qiu driving over still attracted some zombies. But after the fruits activated their mental power, the low-level zombies stopped sluggishly, and dared not continue to follow. But some high-level zombies still followed. Li Qiu observed carefully, and found that zombies of the wisdom species, and above were completely immune to the mental power of the fruits. But there were quite a few intelligent species following them. I counted them casually, and there were about 20 of them. Li Qiu didn't believe it. Didn't she just find a supermarket on the roadside? How could there be so many intelligent species? And the intelligent species were indeed intelligent species. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, as if they were communicating something. There seemed to be a long-tongued species, following from a distance and spying. Li Qiu thought, who cares? I am now a zombie with superpowers, and have evolved into the legendary B-level degenerate. Intelligent species and long-tongued species are nothing to be afraid of. Brake, stop, lock the car, all in one go. Li Qiu put on his backpack and asked the 2 fruits to get out of the car. Why don't you 2 move? Xiaogua didn't say anything. Dagua coughed. Sister said she was scared. Xiaogua immediately shouted, nonsense. Sister, you are afraid too, why don't you say it? Dagua didn't admit, I'm not afraid. Xiaogua said suspiciously, then why don't you move? Dagua, I'm steady. Sister Guishu said that being steady is the virtue of being a tree. Li Qiu, She pretended to close the car door. In that case, then you 2 wait for me in the car? I can't guarantee that after I leave, those zombies will not come around and lie on the car window to watch. Li Qiu's words were of course a lie to the fruits. The zombies don't eat fruits. At most, they will stay here for a while, because of the residual heat and human flesh and blood in the car. They will definitely not lie here all the time. Her words successfully fooled the fruits. 2 fruits jumped into Li Qiu's pockets, one on the left and one on the right. They didn't even dare to look back, and kept urging Li Qiu to leave quickly. Li Qiu laughed. What are you afraid of? She laughed so happily that she forgot that she was half human and half zombie. She still had a faint human breath on her. The several intelligent species that had been observing came over, and soon surrounded Li Qiu. The fruits buried their heads in the pockets of their down jackets, only daring to show their tips. What should we do? What should we do? We don't have locust leaves now. If the spiritual power of the fruits without locust leaves is useless, then their sanctions against zombies will be 0. The fruit shouted, Sister, don't be in a daze, get in the car and run. In the cognition of the fruits, Li Qiu is an ordinary human with fluctuating strength. If you hide when you encounter a fight, you will definitely not be able to beat these zombies. Run, but Li Qiu was not besieged by zombies. The intelligent species stopped. When they were very close to Li Qiu, the smell of Li Qiu's kind had completely covered the smell of humans. Their dark blue faces wrinkled, and they were puzzled, as if they were investigating Li Qiu's identity. Since she regained human consciousness, Li Qiu has been accustomed to such things. So far, except for Li Dong, who was eaten and resurrected by her, she has not been harmed by zombies. It's okay. Let's go. Li Qiu led the fruits into the supermarket gate, leaving the group of intelligent species behind. The fruits poked their heads out again and found that the intelligent species really stopped in place. Sister, you are so amazing. Just SOSO, third in the world. Who are the first and second? Li Qiu choked up. She said something cliché. If it were a human, they would definitely laugh after hearing it, but the fruits were all serious. She thought for a moment and said, maybe it's my dad and mom, after all, they gave birth to me. Wow! Where are your parents? They're waiting for me to come home in Belen City. As soon as Li Qiu finished speaking, he saw the half-open door of the supermarket. The door was actually open. Could there be supplies inside? No matter if there were, he was here anyway. Li Qiu stepped in. The power had been cut off long ago, and even if there was a little light coming in from the vents, it was still pitch black. In order to maximize the experience of shopping in the supermarket, Li Qiu turned on the flashlight. This supermarket is not large, but it has 2 floors. Each floor is about 600 square meters. The first floor is where shopping carts and shopping baskets are placed. But the shopping carts that should have been neatly stacked were scattered in groups of 3 or 2. There were old bloodstains where the flashlight swept. Li Qiu silently turned his eyes away and walked inside. The first floor mainly has fruits and vegetables, meat, eggs, milk, aquatic products, frozen food, rice, flour, grain, oil, condiments, snacks, and beverages. Seeing the empty shelves and the purchase limit labels thrown on the ground, Li Qiu thought that before the natural disaster, everyone should have started to frantically purchase and hoard supplies, so the purchase limit policy was issued. But at that time, no one thought that this natural disaster was not a simple epidemic, but directly divided mankind into heaven and hell. Fortunately, Li Qiu had no interest in these foods, so she didn't have any. She continued to walk in. Great. Quilts and clothes. I love it. Li Qiu dived into the bed used for exhibition. I don't know how much dust this bed has been covered with, but Li Qiu didn't dislike it at all, because her clothes were not very clean anyway. The bed was a Simmons mattress, the quilt was velvet, and the pillow was memory foam, so comfortable. The fruit kids saw her lying on the bed like a muddy beach, and decided to go play by themselves. The 2 of them jumped directly to the toy area next door. Everyone was busy with food, drink, and daily necessities, so who would take a second look at the toys? Maybe someone took a few clothes from the clothing area, but the toy area was basically full. The fruit kids never stopped Wawa after entering the toy area, rubbing this and touching that, and they were reluctant to let go of each one. Little Fruit especially liked plush toys, and she buried her face deeply in the soft fur of a big brown bear. Big Fruit fell in love with the clothes worn by the little man, who was twice their size. This is a cotton doll. Li Qiu had already climbed out of bed. She was very fast, and even changed her outfit. A goose yellow super warm down jacket, a snow white turtleneck sweater inside, and brown double-faced fleece wide-leg pants. She also wore a goose yellow headband on her head. She looked as cute as a little duck. Dogwa's eyes sparkled. Sister, I like it. Li Qiu deeply deciphered Dogwa's words. You like the clothes on the cotton doll? Then this size is a bit big. But I can make it for you. What clothes do I want? Shadwa came over on an electric toy car. The sisters really fell in love with the same cotton doll skirt, but Li Qiu looked through the shelves and found only one of this skirt. Li Qiu tried to let Xiaohua choose another one, but Xiaohua started to whine, and said that she must wear the same one as her sister. Li Qiu now understood why parents, who had twins, or boy-girl twins, had to buy two identical items no matter what they bought. If there was a little difference, the two children would quarrel. But you are fruits. Fruits should not learn to fight like human cubs, okay? Li Qiu pulled apart the two fruits fighting for the clothes. I have a way. The two fruits looked at her eagerly. Li Qiu took out a knife and a sewing kit. You two go play for a while. I call you over later. When the fruits jumped away, Li Qiu used a knife to tear the clothes in the middle. Then she activated perfect clothes. It is much easier to sew such small clothes than to sew your own body. Li Qiu hummed a small cloud, slowly walk over here, and it was done in a short while. The supernatural power took effect, and the clothes in her hand suddenly became two complete pieces. Both fruits put on pink peach blossom skirts, and they became the closest sisters again. Li Qiu shook his head helplessly, and started to do his own thing. Take 3 warm and light silk quilts, and 1 pillow for sleeping comfortably. Take 4 down jackets directly, as well as underwear and thermal clothing. There was a vacuum machine and packaging bags next to it, and Li Qiu compressed them directly into a bag. As for disposable underwear, Li Qiu directly cleared out all the shelves. Toilet paper, yes. Toothpaste and toothbrush, forget about shampoo, I don't have much hair. Give me a few more wigs. Do you think I look better with this curly hair, or this long black straight hair with bangs? Neither look good? You two can go play separately. These skincare products are all for wealthy ladies. I didn't expect this small county to be so powerful. Li Qiu just took a look, and was too lazy to reach out. There are still some benefits of becoming a zombie. For example, she used to have dry skin, and her face was dehydrated and dry. After becoming a zombie, her skin condition was permanently stable. How can this not be considered a kind of eternal youth? This is good. Diesel stove, alcohol block, flamethrower. This is better than using a lighter to light a fire. Li Qiu browsed through one shelf after another. Although she didn't need everything, she gradually had 3 vacuum burlap bags in her hands. Fortunately, the 2 people last night were very hungry, otherwise she probably couldn't carry these 3 bags now. Sure enough, no one wants the books. Li Qiu looked at the bookshelf in the supermarket. There were some official policies, famous works at home and abroad, current best-selling novels, and some homework books, notebooks, and pens. There are even books for civil service exams. Li Qiu picked up the book, flipped through it, and then put it down fiercely. Finally, she reached out and grabbed a few novels she hadn't read, a few maps, 5 or 6 hardcover account books, notebooks, and 2 large boxes of pens into the sack. When Li Qiu walked to the cured meat area, she was almost crying with joy. On the surface, the shelves were empty, but there were some remaining goods in the counter below that had not been taken away. For example, the sausages had salty and sweet flavors from Guangzhou and spicy flavors from Sichuan. It's a pity that there were not many, only 4 packs in total. There were more cured meats, 5 strips, which looked shiny and very tasty. As long as it was meat, she could taste the flavor and fill her stomach slightly. Li Qiu swallowed her saliva, wishing she could eat it raw, but she still held back. In the past, Grandma would make cured meat and sausages every year because she knew Li Qiu loved them. The sausages made by Grandma, cut into thin slices and stewed with rice, and then poured with some clay pot sauce, are simply invincible and fragrant. The bacon is also amazing. No matter what it is fried, it tastes good. Li Qiu can eat 2 big bowls of rice every time. After Grandma passed away, the family bought these New Year's goods from outside during the New Year. I don't know if the bacon and sausages in front of me taste like those made by Grandma. Li Qiu has to pick a good time to taste them slowly. It's still early anyway. I send them to the car first, and then come back to pack a few bags. Li Qiu dragged a few sacks and carried a backpack. In the dark supermarket, she looked like a migrant worker rushing to catch the Spring Festival train. Because there were too many things, Li Qiu was dizzy walking around in the supermarket, and for a moment she didn't know which direction was where she came in. Li Qiu could only shout, "De Gua Xiaogua, where are you two?" De Gua and Xiaogua's voices came from far away. "Sister, we are playing Monkey King." Li Qiu, Okay, you two are also playing with the action figures. It is easy to recognize the road with the sound. Li Qiu was about to walk over when he suddenly heard a dog barking. Li Qiu was instantly numb. The most terrifying thing is that the dog was still coming towards Li Qiu, and the barking was getting closer and closer. Li Qiu dragged the things and ran away, not daring to look back. But the dog just recognized Li Qiu. Li Qiu ran in front, and it chased behind. What's more outrageous is that the dog is very familiar with this supermarket, and it took a detour to block Li Qiu in front. Li Qiu was stopped abruptly, and he also saw the appearance of the dog clearly. It was a hungry and skinny big yellow dog, the most common breed of Chinese pastoral dogs, with some sparse black hair on its body. It looked like an old dog, and I don't know why it was so energetic. The dog's eyes were normal in color, and its teeth were sharp, but it was definitely not a zombie dog. No. How did you get in by avoiding the zombies at the door? You? Don't come over here, I'm not the same as I used to be. Li Qiu opened his mouth to reveal the zombie's fangs, and then dropped the things in his hand, and pulled over a clothesline. But the dog had no interest in biting Li Qiu. It dug the ground with its front paws, then pounced on it, and took away a bag of sausages that Li Qiu had placed on the ground. Li Qiu watched the big yellow dog run away, and turn into a safety exit. No, a good person is bullied by a dog. Give me back my delicious sausages. Li Qiu shouted at the top of his voice. You two wait for me here, and immediately ran in the direction of the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog didn't run far. After passing 2 doors from the safety exit, it was the employee lounge of this supermarket. The big yellow dog gently put the sausages it had brought to the bedside. When it found that Li Qiu had followed it, its hair stood up, its tail stood straight, and its mouth opened in an attacking posture. Li Qiu swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. Forget it, I give you food, okay? I don't know if the dog was too smart to understand Li Qiu's words, or for other reasons, the big yellow dog's hostility was less than before. A hoarse voice of an old man came from the dark bed. I'm sorry. Did my Fuzi steal your things? Fuzi, why don't you listen? He struggled to get up from the bed, but failed. The dog named Fuzi wailed, and lay beside the old man's bed, looking at him anxiously. Even without a flashlight, Li Qiu could see that the old man on the bed was hunched over and looked as thin as only 60 or 70 kilograms. He just lifted the quilt and tried to get out of bed. One of his legs was a homemade prosthesis made of straw and plastic. Not far from the bed, there was a basket that an old man often used to carry vegetables to sell. Whenever Li Qiu was anxious, she would talk incoherently. No, it didn't steal my things. I gave it to it myself. I was afraid that it would accidentally lose it, so I chased it to check. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were very cloudy, and he could hardly open them, but they were full of guilt and helplessness. It's a girl, I'm sorry, it's been hungry for too long. My legs are not convenient, I can't go out to find food, I can only rely on it to bring something back from outside. The old man spoke with difficulty, and he had to pant for a long time every time he said a few words. His voice was weak. Li Qiu wanted to give him something to eat, but she didn't have anything that could be eaten immediately. These sausages were not steamed yet, and they were not suitable for eating raw. Li Qiu opened her mouth. Grandpa, why are you here alone? Where are your family members? As she spoke, she looked around the lounge. The employee lounge only had 6 beds, 2 cabinets, a table, and a few sockets. There was nothing to cook with. The old man said, My family members died a long time ago. My wife has poor eyesight and is thrifty. She thought that no one wanted the leftover rice mixed with rat poison thrown on the ground, so she took it home and made fried rice. That day I went to work for the villagers, and the host gave me a meal, but I didn't eat it. She and my grandson ate it. No one was saved. Later, my daughter-in-law divorced my son, and my son never came back. My leg was smashed like this when I went to work at the construction site. The boss said I broke something on the construction site, and didn't ask me to pay for it. He even gave me 200 yuan. The old man's voice gradually became weaker. But he seemed to have wanted to talk to someone about this for a long time, and he kept talking. That day I took Fuzi to the city to sell vegetables, but no one bought them, so we stayed until the evening. Later everyone seemed to be a different person, jumping on anyone they saw. I couldn't run and was about to die, but Fuzi dragged me in here. After the accident, the supermarket was full of those ghostly things. Fuzi went out once a day and brought me something back. It's hungry too. At this point, the old man's voice choked, and Fuzi seemed to feel the sadness of his master, stretched out his tongue to lick the old man's hand, and made a humming sound in his throat. Li Qiu turned around and ran. Grandpa, wait for me. Wait for me. Running is very physically demanding and easy to get hungry, but Li Qiu couldn't care so much at this time. Li Qiu ran back quickly to get rice, pots, diesel stoves, flamethrowers and other things. Dagua and Xiaogua, who were dressed in pink, also came with her. They hid in their pockets and looked at the people in front of them curiously. Fortunately, when Li Qiu came back, the old man still had his eyes open. He stared at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Fuzi had already jumped onto the bed, sobbing and nestling in his arms. For the first time, Li Qiu felt that time passed so slowly. Why was the porridge not cooked yet? "Grandpa, let me show you a magic trick," Li Qiu suddenly said. The old man turned his eyes to look at Li Qiu and smiled gently. "Okay." Ding ding ding. "Look, I have a needle and a thread in my hand, right?" "Yes." The old man's voice was weak, but very supportive and kind. "Now your leg is also my magic prop. Can you lend it to me?" Li Qiu squatted beside the bed, his eyes fixed on the old man's broken leg. Perhaps because he knew that he had a strong odor, and the wound on his leg was even uglier, the old man subconsciously pulled the quilt to cover his leg. Fuzi also subconsciously made a defensive gesture again. Li Qiu's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth, avoiding Fuzi's eyes, and silently said in his heart, "Don't bite me, don't bite me, don't bite me." But he said patiently, "Grandpa, I really can do magic. Watch me do it once." Finally, the old man nodded and agreed. Li Qiu took off the cloth strips that bound the old man's legs. The cloth strips had already molded, and some of them were embedded in the flesh. The simple prosthesis made of straw and plastic had worn out the old man's stumps. But the old man seemed to have gotten used to this kind of pain. Even though he was sweating profusely, he only coughed a few times. Compared to this kind of pain, the few times Li Qiu pierced the needle and sutured the thread seemed like child's play. "Grandpa, close your eyes. My magic is called perfect." Chapter 47. Li Qiu was afraid that the old man could not hold on, so he had been mending at the fastest speed. On the broken limb, the black lines were messy, entangled, and dense. But after a minute, the lines began to disappear, and new meridians, bones, blood, and flesh were growing. As if sensing the improvement of the master's condition, Fuzi let out a low wool and lay down next to the quilt of the old man's legs, staring at the master's legs without blinking. When the supernatural power took effect, the old man's left leg had grown exactly the same as when it was intact. Dagua and Xiaogua watched the whole process. They looked at each other and finally understood how their skirts became two pieces. "So my sister is so amazing." "Yes, yes." Dagua and Xiaogua jumped from the ground to the bed, wanting to see more clearly, but who knew that they jumped on Fuzi accidentally. Fortunately, Fuzi was concentrating on guarding the master, and didn't pay attention to them at all. The old man subconsciously moved his newly grown legs, and turbid tears had already filled his eyes. Is this real magic? When the TV at home could still receive signals, the old man had seen magic shows on the Spring Festival Gala. His son said that it was all a lie, using props and sleight of hand. But now there is real magic. Xiaogua sat beside the old man's pillow and said to Li Qiu, "Sister, why is this grandpa crying?" Li Qiu was no longer by the bed. She was stirring the porridge in the pot. After hearing Xiaogua's words, she whispered, "Xiaogua, don't tell others when they cry in the future." Although the voices of Xiaogua and Xiaogua should only be heard by her, and the plant-based superpowers, this did not prevent her from teaching the fruits on the spot. Why? Generally speaking, crying alone for a while will be fine, but if someone shows concern, the more you cry, the more sad you will be. Is that so? Then if you keep caring about him and tell him jokes, he won't be sad anymore. You are right. Are you really a genius? Comforting people is simply a hell for people, okay? Xiaogua continued to wonder, what is a person? Li Qiu, people who don't like to talk, like me? Dagua interrupted, sister, don't you like to talk? All along the way, Li Qiu was either telling them stories or arguing with them, and she said almost 10,000 words every day. Thinking of this, Dagua said caringly, sister, remember to drink more water to protect your throat. My sister and I drink dew every morning. Li Qiu, thank you. The whole lounge was dark, with only the fire on the stove, and the flashlight next to it as the only light source. The light shone on Li Qiu, magnifying her shadow and projecting it on the wall. Li Qiu was still concentrating on stirring the porridge. The rice she found was the broken rice that was not taken away because it could not be shoveled up from the bottom of the display stand. There was not much, only 2 small handfuls, and it was quick to cook. The fragrance of rice had already begun to waft out of the room. Li Qiu could not smell the smell, and was not sure whether the porridge was cooked or not, so she could only stir it with a spoon. She was relieved when she saw the porridge became sticky and mushy, and quickly turned off the fire. Li Qiu worked hard, and moved the table directly to the old man's bedside. The steaming porridge was placed on the table. "Grandpa, have some porridge. It may be a little hot." Eating when hungry is not only the instinct of zombies, but also the instinct of humans. A person who has been hungry for many days can't resist the thick aroma of porridge. In the dark, the old man slowly sat up and gradually adapted to the new leg. He reached out and touched Fuzi's head. "Girl, you eat first. Fuzi stole your things. I'm already very sorry for you. You also helped me treat my leg. I don't know how much money I have to give you. I grow vegetables, and I grow them very well. When I have the strength to go home, I will give you the vegetables I grow. I write you an IOU." Li Qiu said, "Ah, I was full before, and now I feel like vomiting. This pot is all yours. If you can't finish it, share it with your dog." After Li Qiu finished speaking, he was afraid that the old man was still embarrassed, so he simply opened the door and walked out. Before the door closed, the fruits also jumped out. "Why did you two come out too?" Li Qiu sat on the steps outside. Although there was no snow on the steps, it was still icy cold and a bit freezing. Shubwa said, "Sister, why did you lie to Grandpa? Didn't your stomach rumble with hunger?" Yes, I heard it too." Li Qiu touched her stomach subconsciously. She was indeed hungry. She had moved and dragged things before, and used the perfect fit ability twice in a row, which caused the feeling of hunger to take advantage of the opportunity. "You two wait for me here. I go eat something." Li Qiu touched the fruits and then went back to the supermarket. Originally, Li Qiu wanted to give all the cured products to Grandpa, but now she was hungry, so she could only eat the cured meat and sausages first. Otherwise, if she continues to be hungry, she will drool at Grandpa and Fuzi. When Li Qiu returned to the supermarket, she found several people squatting in front of her sack. It seems that someone has been here. It's so funny, whoever is looking for supplies also stuffed a few wigs. It's probably a bald man. It's too cold without a wig, ha ha ha. It also packed notebooks and pens, probably a student. Li Qiu squatted in the darkness of the other 2 rows of shelves, quietly listening to these people commenting on her things. Except for disposable underwear, there are still many supplies she collected on the shelves that she didn't take. If they want, they can find them themselves. The only thing that is more worrying is that those wax products are really out of print. Li Qiu drooled and prayed silently in her heart. "Don't see my meat, don't see my meat." "How can you not see it? The meat is in the bag at the edge. There's meat. This trip wasn't in vain. It's all thanks to me. If I hadn't used a telescope to see that there were no zombies here and urged you to come over to find supplies, you wouldn't have seen this little bit of meat. Okay, I give you credit. I cook it when I get back, and you can have an extra piece." Li Qiu cried, "Could you please let me have my meat? I'm really hungry." I don't know if it's because there's a superpower among them. The taste is more fragrant, and Li Qiu's stomach rumbled a few more times. It was these rumblings that caught one of them's attention. "Did you hear any noises? Don't be suspicious. Didn't I look around when I first came in? There are no zombies at all." "I didn't say it was a zombie. What if it was a human? Otherwise, how can we explain these collected supplies? Besides, we saw tire tracks on the way here. The tire tracks were fresh, so they assigned 2 people to look for the car. People who can drive around in the disaster world must have a lot of supplies in the car. We have 4 people here. Today, no matter whether it is a human or a zombie, we will kill one by one." "Shut up. You are the one who always talks the most fiercely and runs the fastest." I am just talking nonsense." "Who makes me timid?" After planting the seeds of suspicion, they began to look for people around the place where the sacks were placed as the midpoint. Li Qiu squatted close to the shelf. She always carried her backpack on her back, and now Li Qiu took out the gun. After seizing the gun on the road, Li Qiu kept it in her pocket and never used it. When the footsteps came towards the shelf where Li Qiu was, the bullet was loaded, and the black muzzle stretched out from the middle layer of the shelf. "Don't move." The muzzle of the gun was accurately against the back of the man's head. This was a man. He probably had no time to cut his hair after the natural disaster. His hair, which grew below his ears, was messy like a chicken coop. When he felt the cold metal against his head, he quickly raised his hands and dared not say a word. He knew that his life was a matter of pulling the trigger. He swallowed and asked tentatively, "Brother? Or sister? No offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately." Li Qiu has read countless novels and TV dramas. She knows that if she wants to create a persona of a master, her tone must be calm and her sentences must be short and powerful. So she said coldly, "Speak, let your teammates leave." The man was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. "Brothers, There is no problem here. Why don't we retreat first? Maybe chicken legs and the others have found something good in the car. The muzzle of the gun was still pointed at him, and the man's voice was trembling and deeply afraid. Even if he has superpowers, so what? If the superpowers of these rookies were really useful, they wouldn't have to avoid zombies to come here. People in other directions heard the man shouting. After living together for several months, they knew that something had happened to the man as soon as they heard it. Someone frowned and said, "What's the situation?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up," the man urged, his voice full of anxiety, and he didn't pretend. Li Qiu looked through the shelves in the other directions, and saw those people hesitantly moving slowly towards the door. Just then, a black shadow flashed over the top of the shelf, at a very fast speed, bringing a gust of wind. Li Qiu's heart tightened, and she subconsciously tilted her head. A stone the size of a chess piece whooshed across her face, leaving a bloody mark. The man sensed an opportunity, crouched and twisted his body to try to break free. Unfortunately, Li Qiu reacted quickly, and pushed the shelf forward with all his strength. The heavy iron shelf pressed down, directly pressing the man to the bottom. After dealing with this one, Li Qiu fired another shot at the person rushing towards her in the dark. She did not shoot at the person, but just brushed past the other person's shoulder, which was considered revenge for the scratch on her face just now. Seeing the man being crushed and another companion being injured, the rest of the people hurriedly dragged the injured one to the exit. The man under the shelf was about to cry, "Hey, you don't care about me." After making sure that those people had run away, Li Qiu had no intention of chasing them. She brought the bacon and sausages, then sat down on the shelf and began to eat slowly. Each piece of bacon weighed 5 jin, and she ate 5. There were 4 packages of sausages in total. 1 package was placed with the old man, and there were 3 packages left. There were 8 sausages in each package, each as thick as sugarcane, and it was very satisfying to eat. Every time she ate a corpse, Li Qiu ate it up like a whirlwind and gobbled it up. But when eating other meats, Li Qiu always ate slowly, perhaps hoping that one day she could taste the flavor and freshness of these meats, and taste the taste that she could feel when she was a human being. Woo woo woo. Big sister. The man under the shelf really cried. "I respect you as a man, but you eat bacon raw, and you eat so much. What kind of teeth do you have?" They were all pressed under the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha, but he was still so talkative. Li Qiu looked at him with a little surprise. But she was not satisfied with the name of man, so she stood up and sat down heavily, letting the shelf hit the man hard again. The man cried and sobbed, "I was wrong, sister, I was really wrong. No, boss, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. We are all good people, and we have never done anything bad." Li Qiu didn't believe it. "You stole my things. Isn't it returned to you?" The man felt that he was more wrong than Do Yi. "I'm talking about my car." Li Qiu patted the oil and dust on his hands and held the gun again. The man suddenly felt that he was not wronged. "Why are all things yours?" "They are so unlucky. The wax products he liked belonged to the man in front of him, and the car he liked belonged to her. And I think you'd better not get close to my car casually." Li Qiu thought about it, and gave a very sincere advice. The man subconsciously replied, "Why? When I came in, there were more than 20 intelligent species surrounding my car, and it seemed that there was also a long-tongued species. I wonder if they are still here now," Li Qiu said honestly. The man almost vomited 3 liters of blood. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Li Qiu felt very strange. "Why should I say it earlier? Your teammates don't want you anyway. If you follow the direction of the novel, you should have turned against each other just now, and if I didn't kill you, you would have turned evil, and then 30 years later, you would counterattack and become a big boss in the end times, and kill them back to teach them a lesson." Man, He was convinced. He was really convinced. At first, I thought Li Qiu was a cold master, but now I think Li Qiu is like someone who ran away from a mental hospital. The most important thing for you now is to uninstall the novels of Rotten Eggplant. No! Even Rotten Eggplant and Green River don't write novels like this anymore. How many years ago did you write this? Li Qiu thought about it. Maybe 10 years ago, when I was in junior high school. What was popular when you were in junior high school? The man pounded the ground. "I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going to save my teammates." He seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly burst out with great strength. His muscles suddenly swelled to twice their size, and then he lifted up the iron shelf that was pressing him. Li Qiu pointed a gun at him. "Power type superpower, what level are you?" The man didn't dare not answer Li Qiu's question. "Level 2. He kept looking in the direction of the exit, and seemed to really want to save his teammates. Li Qiu shifted the direction of the gun. How can a level 2 beat a wise species? But the man had already taken advantage of this gap to run away. A voice came from the entrance of the supermarket. Even if I can't beat them, I will collect their bodies. Li Qiu cleaned up the sacks that were messed up by the group of people, thinking, it's strange to be so timid. After cleaning up, Li Qiu slowly dragged 4 sacks towards her car. The first to look for the car were Jitue and his wife Ruru. Jitue held a big hammer, and Ruru held a big black umbrella. Jitue worked in a car repair shop before the natural disaster, and he knew how to open and lock the car door. He skillfully took out a thin wire, his eyes focused and calm, and leaned over to the spare keyhole next to the car. His fingers flexibly moved the wire gently, and after a moment, there was a light click sound, and the car door was successfully opened by him. But before Jitue could get excited, Ruru nervously reached out and patted him. Brother Tue, is that something running over there? Jitue said ah and turned back to that direction. The white light reflected in the snow was too dazzling, and he could not see clearly. What is that? Are you dazzled, wife? We haven't been out for several days, and we must find something to eat today. This is the closest place to our home. Ruru rubbed his eyes, and was about to say that it seemed that there was nothing, but the next second, he saw a zombie walking out of the shadow of the rolling shutter. Dark blue face, wrinkled skin like paper, but eyes with inquiry and cunning light. This is a wise species. The most outrageous thing is that there seems to be more than one wise species coming out from the direction of the roller shutter. They come out one after another, like an assembly line. Aren't the wise species all in the city's central square? Why are they here? Quick! Quick, quick, quick! Run! Get in the car! Ruru opened the car door and rushed into the car with chicken legs, and then quickly locked the car door from the inside. Fortunately, there was a blackout curtain in the car. After they pulled it up, they began to pray silently, saying that they couldn't see us or see us. As they prayed, they began to cry silently. It didn't matter if they died, the key was the child. Their child was only half a year old and still needed to be breastfed. If they died, the child would be gone in a matter of minutes. Brother Legs. Ah? Chicken Legs said with grief. How about I go out and lead them away? Woohoo, you must raise Cheese well. Woohoo. Honey, I go. Cheese is so young, he can't live without his mother. The two were still quietly deciding who would die in the car, when they suddenly heard shouts from a distance. Brother Legs, Sister Ruru. Where are you? I'm telling you something's wrong. I met a man with a gun in the supermarket, and a Fae is trapped there. The three of them ran and shouted, planning to take Chicken Legs and Ruru to rescue a Fae. Chicken Legs hurriedly opened the car curtain, gestured, and mouthed, telling them to run. Unfortunately, the three of them were immersed in the sadness of not being able to drag a Fae away, and none of them understood. Ruru was the most direct. He pressed the car window and shouted, Intelligent species. Behind. The three of them were sweating all over at the same time, and they didn't even dare to look back. A moment later, 5 people sat neatly in Li Qiu's SUV. What should we do? Jean Liufu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, hurriedly picked up a down jacket and blocked the car window. This blocked the sight of the intelligent species. It's a pity that they just saw from the gap that the car had been surrounded by more than 20 intelligent species. According to an alien-human prediction report widely circulated on the internet in the first few days of the natural disaster, the intelligent species is a D-level zombie with the IQ of a 5-year-old human. The reason why they didn't take action now may not be because they don't know how to start, but they are discussing how to divide the spoils. There are only 5 of them, but there are more than 20 zombies, which is not only a small number, but also an uneven distribution. Someone spoke weakly, now we can't save Ah Fei. Is it possible that Ah Fei kicks the woman away, takes control of the situation, and then comes to save us? When did you expect so much from your brother Ah Fei? He was so scared this morning that he didn't dare to go out. He said it was too dangerous outside. At this point, the 5 of them sighed together. Oh, if we had listened to him and stayed out this morning. Who would have thought that this place looked calm, but it was more dangerous than the central area. Why don't we drive our car to drive them away and run away? Jean Liufu had an idea. It's useless. They punctured the tires. All 4 tires? All. The wise are indeed wise. I will hate them forever. When Ran covered his face. There was no way to save himself. This was a disaster in his fate. If they could still escape this time, it might be because of the Bodhisattva. Forget it, let's follow the plan just now. I lead these zombies away. Jitue had made up his mind. If he sacrificed himself, his wife, and these friends would survive. Then these friends would treat Ruru and her daughter well because of his sacrifice today. Just as Jitue was about to open the car door and rush out, Ruru grabbed his arm desperately. No. Wait a little longer, maybe they will disperse after a while. Others also came to their senses. That's right. Anyway, these zombies haven't started attacking yet. However, the next second, the intelligent species outside the car seemed to have made a decision. They all let out a low roar, forming a creepy symphony. Then they rushed to the car door in groups of 3 or 5, banging on the door hard, attacking the vehicle desperately. The car made a loud bang-bang sound, and the body of the car began to twist and deform under the continuous impact, as if it would fall apart at any time. At this critical moment, a quick shout suddenly came from a distance. Jitue and the others suddenly pulled open the car curtain, and not far away, Ah Fei had already rushed over desperately. He even had a horn in his hand. "I lead them away, you guys run." This shout penetrated the empty street, and reached the ears of everyone in the car. All the intelligent species, without exception, rushed towards Ah Fei. Chapter 48. The intelligent species are not only smart, but also can jump on the ground like reptiles. In a way, they have the violence of kangaroos and the flexibility of rabbits. For low-level psychics, they are already very difficult to kill. What's more, there is a higher-level long-tongued species staring at them. When Li Qiu dragged the sack out, Ah Fei was still walking around the pillars of King Qin, surrounding several thick load-bearing pillars, playing the game of eagle catches chicken with the intelligent species. When an intelligent species wanted to catch up with him, he immediately punched with his teeth and claws. It is said that a master can be defeated by a random punch. He used brute force like this and really beat back 2 intelligent species at the beginning. But soon, the intelligent species blocked Ah Fei's turning in several directions, and gradually narrowed the encirclement to the corner of the wall. Ah Fei was trapped to death. Those intelligent species that he had punched a few times before rushed to the front and opened their bloody mouths. Li Qiu stood expressionlessly at the supermarket exit, watching all this. She saw her SUV at a glance just now. Dad said that a car is a person's second home. Li Qiu has been driving this car, and she piled it with her favorite things, such as the little strawberry bear in front of the car window. Li Qiu also picked up rags everywhere to decorate the interior of the car beautifully. She cut the curtains herself and hung them up. But now the 4 tires are punctured, the front hood is completely twisted and deformed, the body is full of dents of various sizes, the headlights on both sides are smashed, and the worst is the door, which has been completely deformed like a can that has been stepped on. After a short time, I didn't expect that it would be a farewell forever. Too much. Li Qiu rushed straight into the encirclement of the intelligent species and slapped Ah Fei. Ah Fei was in a life-or-death situation. His heart was about to stop, but he was stunned by the slap. He couldn't help but cover his face and whispered, "What are you doing?" "Woo, my mother has never hit me." Li Qiu said nothing, turned sideways, and slapped all the intelligent species present one by one. The slaps came one after another, like a taut cow whip suddenly lashed down, and each slap was done with great force. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell how angry the person who hit someone was. Ah Fei covered his swollen half of his face, and dared not speak. This big guy only slapped him once, and he slapped each of these intelligent species 10 times. The big guy already treated him as a human being. The intelligent species were also stunned. When they saw Li Qiu coming, they thought he was also a human being, and they began to get restless one by one. But when Li Qiu's slap came over and her hand touched their faces, these intelligent species felt as if their originally chaotic brains were pulled apart. Begging for mercy, following, and surrendering were the thoughts that popped up in the minds of these zombies one after another. Without exception, they all stopped attacking, their eyes became as clear as those of zombies, and they stared at Li Qiu blankly. The long-tongued species, which had been watching from a distance and waiting for the last to come on stage, found something wrong. As it flew over here, it opened its mouth and stretched out a tongue that was 3 or 4 meters long. The tongue was covered with dense barbs, and whoever was hit by it would die. Li Qiu was so angry that her eyes turned red. Now she would hit anyone she saw, and raised her hand to slap the long tongue back fiercely. The long-tongued species, which was originally aggressive, was knocked to the ground, and its tongue fell on the ground like a long water pipe, and it even forgot to retract it. The long-tongued species' eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, and then it looked at Li Qiu, and the same thoughts as those of the intelligent species popped up in its mind. Just looking at her, it was like a person who had been wandering for many years finally found his backbone, and his whole body trembled. After Li Qiu punished the group of people who damaged her car, she saw blood on her hands. The black and red blood was her own. When fighting in the supermarket before, Ah Fei's teammates threw a stone and scratched her face. The wound was not deep, but it bled a little, so she wiped it casually. The blood remained on her palm and back of her hand. Li Qiu looked at the zombies in front of her, who were looking at her in unison. They had completely forgotten the existence of Ah Fei and the group of people in the car, and were just waiting for Li Qiu to give orders. Li Qiu thought to herself that she had experimented before, and the zombies had to drink her blood before they would listen to her. Now just touching her blood has this effect. If she eats again and activates the first power of the power tree, Zombie King Body, I wonder what kind of terrifying control she can achieve. The description of that power is to resist all human weapons and mental power attacks. For most humans, she is invincible. She also has absolute mental suppression and crushing ability against zombies below S level. Then Li Qiu is also invincible against zombies. Will it reach the level of 1 call and 100 responses? No, the term 1 call and 100 responses is not appropriate. Probably crazier than the group of zombies that Li Dong summoned last time. Ah Fei squatted in the corner, not daring to move or speak, just looking around with a pair of small eyes. What's going on? Is this still a wise species and a long-tongued species? Why did he become stupid after being slapped a few times? He even looks completely non-aggressive. If I had known, he would have slapped him just now. Thinking of this, Ah Fei silently slapped himself. That was a slap from the big guy. Can he be the same as him? The boss is good at using guns, has great strength, and may even have the ability to control zombies, but this group of people seems to have offended the boss. They want to take the meat and steal the car. The crayfish's stone also scratched the boss's face. When the boss came to his senses, he had to kill them all. If you want to get the boss's forgiveness, you have to be sincere and hold the boss's thigh tightly. Ah Fei immediately took the initiative, clasped his hands, and said to Li Qiu in front of him, "Boss, we are wrong, please don't kill us. My brother Tui and sister Ruri just got married last year, and had a baby this year. They can't die. Jean Liufu just graduated from graduate school this year. Do you know how difficult it is to be a medical graduate student? He cried every day when he recited his books. And our crayfish, although he doesn't like to study, he is also the only child in the family, and has no bad intentions at all. When Ran is the kindest one. He will stop to buy something when he sees a cat on the roadside. Hey. And me. Although I am timid and like to sleep late, I also volunteered at the welfare home when I was in college. I am definitely not a bad person. Except for brother Tui and sister Ruru, who have known each other since childhood, the rest of us met through playing games. We have played Jiansan together for 7 or 8 years, and finally decided to go to brother Tui's house in August this year. As a result, the natural disaster came too quickly, and we were trapped in brother Tui's community for 2 or 3 months. We really couldn't find a way out. Li Qiu, how can someone talk so much? It's like sending a telegram. I really should let Xiaoguo and Xiaoguo see what real talk is like. Li Qiu didn't want to pay attention to Ah Fei, holding the gun, and walked towards her poor SUV. As soon as Li Qiu left, Ah Fei felt that the intelligent species seemed to be having dinner again, so he quickly followed them stealthily. Boss, wait for me, don't forget your little brother. The 5 people who had already sneaked out of the car looked at each other. No, what was going on? They were all planning to start crying for Ah Fei, and then quickly escape. How did he miraculously get out of trouble again? They watched Li Qiu approach step by step. They all knew that Li Qiu was the person in the supermarket. Hair that reached her shoulders, almond eyes, and a snow-white face. She was wearing a very bright yellow down jacket in the snow. Li Qiu's appearance showed everywhere that she was a person who lived alone in the disaster world but lived well. There was also a scratch on Xiao Longxia's arm, which was a mark of a bullet. And the wound on Li Qiu's face was caused by him. He thought for a moment and said, "She saved Ah Fei and us. I go and apologize to her. She can beat me or scold me as she pleases." After saying that, Xiao Longxia came around from the front of the car and said, "Boss." Li Qiu, who was looking at the damage to the car, had a gloomy face and was full of ghostly resentment. She looked up at the 1.8-meter tall Xiao Longxia and moved her hand that was originally on the headlight. Ah Fei already had experience and waved to Xiao Longxia to remind him, "Put your face closer." Xiao Longxia looked at Ah Fei, whose face was swollen on one side, and was a little confused. "Ah." Li Qiu glanced at the others and spoke word by word. "You broke my car." Chicken Legs came over quickly. "I'm really sorry. I broke your car. We just wanted to find something to eat, not to break your car." This supermarket was almost completely emptied at the beginning of the natural disaster, so you may not find anything to eat. We followed your car to try our luck, so we have a double guarantee. Ro blushed and felt embarrassed. We compensate you with one car. Our family runs a car repair shop and sells used cars, and we have several cars. SUV, off-road, RV, we have everything. You can pick whatever you want. We were wrong today. I didn't expect you to save us regardless of the past. People who like to play martial arts online games are immersed in the atmosphere of swordsmanship, chivalry, and revenge. They all have the basic qualities of trusting each other with life and death, and valuing friendship and loyalty. They also practice the saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Li Chio's kindness is no longer a drop of water, but a flood. They believe that if they were Li Chio, they would probably not come out to save someone who has a grudge against them. They are considered to have good manners if they did not add insult to injury. After hearing Rura say that she could return a car to her, Li Chio's irritability dissipated a little. She slowly said, "Do you have gasoline?" "Yes. Will you do maintenance?" Yes. Li Chio nodded. "Compensate me with a new one, and I forgive you." She opened the twisted car door, took out the diary in the storage box next to the driver's seat, and the strawberry bear that fell under the car seat, and stuffed them into her backpack first. "I want a large white SUV with a large trunk and a luggage rack. The performance should be good, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour should be around 3 to 4 seconds. The interior should not be too old, and the gas tank should be full." Li Chio stated his requirements as if he was going to a 4S store to buy a car. Chicken Legs and Rura nodded immediately. "Okay." Afei widened his eyes and approached Li Chio and said, "No, why do you treat them differently? You only beat me and not them. Is that right?" Jean Liufu had already actively dragged Afei away. "Boss, see you later. We will go to prepare the car for you now, and park it on the roadside for you after maintenance." In theory, they should drive the car to the entrance of the supermarket for Li Chio's convenience. But the level of zombies here is too high, and it is scary to look at. They dare not come. Li Chio also thought of this and nodded in agreement, and then she asked a question. "If you all leave, where can I find you if you don't keep your promise?" "One person must stay as a hostage. The chicken leg couple has to go to get the car, so they can't stay. The crayfish is injured, and the bloody smell will attract zombies, so they can't stay." Afei was pressed so hard that his back and waist ached, and he also hit his head, so he had to go back to deal with it, and he couldn't stay. Jean Liufu is a doctor, and he has to help them treat their injuries, so he can't stay. The final choice fell on Wenran. Wenran looked thin arms and legs, and his neck was thin, and he looked the least lethal among the group. Wenran waved his hand. "You go, be careful on the road." Before they left, Li Chio raised the black muzzle of the gun and pointed it at Wenran. "If you don't come back before noon, I will kill her." Wenran's body trembled, sobbed, and added to his teammates, "Go early and come back early." The few of them quickly disappeared at the corner of the street along the way they came. They lived in the Sunshine community 4 blocks away, and the auto repair shop and second-hand car shop were opened at the entrance of the community. It should take about 2 hours to go back and forth, including the time to get the car. Li Chio slowly moved the things out of the broken car. When she changed the car later, these things would be moved to the new car. Now is a good time to count which ones to keep and which ones to throw away. Are you so confident that they won't abandon you? Li Chio looked up at Wenran. After getting closer, she could confirm that Wenran smelled very good, and she was not as harmless as she showed. On the contrary, Wenran might be the one with the highest level of superpowers among the 6 people. That's why she was so proactive to stay and prevent other companions from staying and getting into trouble. Li Chio took a deep breath. Although she had developed considerable resistance after smelling Zhou Jinshi, she was still a little hungry at this moment. Can't let down your guard. Li Chio silently crumpled the paper ball in her pocket and stuffed it into her nose again. Wenran was very considerate and helpful, answering Li Chio's question with a smile. "You don't know, 1 year I had a quarrel with my family and ran away from home with nowhere to go. I told them that I didn't want to live anymore, and then I found a small hotel and fell asleep. When I woke up, I found that my phone had more than 100 missed calls, and they called the police and asked them to look for me everywhere. At that time, Sister Rura was unemployed, and it was the most annoying time. She could hardly take care of herself, and she was still worried about me. She didn't buy a ticket to my house, and she planned to drive directly to the highway overnight. Afei and the others did the same. Some of the things that were moved down were bedding and clothes, which were not easy to put directly on the ground. When Ran first put the empty sacks on the ground, and then started to put things. She continued, I don't know if you understand this feeling. People who are related to you by blood trample on your dignity, insult your personality, never treat you as an equal to them, hold on to that little bit of power, and treat me as a puppet that they can control at will. However, friends who are so far away understand your heart and feel sorry for your pain. They even took out real money to support me to finish college after I completely broke off relations with my family. After listening to this, Li Qiu's expression was a little complicated. She shook her head with true feelings. I don't have this feeling, but I can probably understand the feeling you are talking about. For some people, home is a place of healing, and for some people, they will only drown at home. When Ran wanted to laugh, and she really laughed, then you are very lucky. Li Qiu said while moving things. To some extent, I don't deny it. Although her parents are children from rural families, neither her grandmother nor her parents have the concept of favoring boys over girls, and they always firmly love her with tolerance and equality. My best friend, who I have known since middle school, treats her like a real sister. So Li Qiu has always loved this world. Even after becoming a zombie, she occasionally feels sad, but more often, Li Qiu greets the sun every day with a smile. The things in the car were quickly moved. Even the car curtains were taken down and neatly stacked. I have something to do in the supermarket. Are you waiting for me outside or going in with me? Li Qiu asked her hostage. The hostage looked at the zombies next to the load-bearing column and made a choice without hesitation. I think the supermarket is good. It can also keep you out of the cold. Then you go in first. Li Qiu gestured to Wen Ran to go first. Although Wen Ran didn't understand why, he still did it. After Wen Ran left, Li Qiu walked to the middle of the intelligent species and began to give orders. You go in this direction, go a little further, don't get close to the supermarket. She paused. Don't get close to the Sunshine community. She was not familiar with the roads in this county town. What if she could go around to that community in this direction and bite those people to death? Then what about her new car? And what about the half-year-old child? The intelligent species were like ordinary people praying for rain. When Li Qiu ordered, they were waiting for a good rain, and they immediately went to execute it. The long-tongued species followed closely behind, but it had one more action than the intelligent species. It bowed slightly to Li Qiu, as if to show its loyalty, and then jumped behind the intelligent species. In order to show its ability in front of Li Qiu, this long-tongued species also jumped to the front of the zombie group. Li Qiu stared at him with wide eyes. This gossipy brother, are you too worldly wise? When he was alive, he must have been an office director or an assistant to the boss. When Ran was waiting for Li Qiu near the cashier counter of the supermarket with a flashlight. She also took the initiative to push 2 shopping carts. Do you want to move supplies? One for you, and one for us, okay. It's cold. Even if there's nothing to eat in the supermarket, it's worth it to bring more warm things back. Li Qiu had no objection, and she put several more sacks in the shopping cart. When Ran looked at the thick stack, why do you have so many sacks? Li Qiu, I found it at the service area before. Look, it's being used now. The supermarket was dark, with only 2 beams of light in Li Qiu and Wen Ran's hands. Wen Ran always kept herself within Li Qiu's sight to prove that she was not looking for an opportunity to escape. Li Qiu didn't pay much attention to her, and turned around to get a few more silk quilts and warm-down jackets. Wen Ran noticed that Li Qiu was taking the thick, black, dirt-resistant men's down jackets. She wanted to ask, but didn't say anything. Maybe Li Qiu also had teammates nearby. There are still too few people who dare to act alone in the world of natural disasters. This supermarket has 2 floors. Because of the power outage, the elevator has been out of service for a long time. The shopping cart has a non-slip design, so it still takes some effort to push it up. Li Qiu simply put the shopping cart aside and walked up with the sack. Wen Ran also chose to follow closely with the bag. Boss, do you have the ability to control zombies? Li Qiu's flashlight swung back and forth. Yes. Some things cannot be explained too clearly. When there is ambiguity, the other party will make up their own mind. Li Qiu secretly praised himself in his heart, and almost laughed out loud. Wen Ran nodded and said nothing more, concentrating on finding supplies on the 2nd floor. There was a bakery near the elevator on the 2nd floor, which was of course empty. Wen Ran carefully searched in the cake room and found a box of milk that had not been used yet. The milk was 1.2L whole milk with a red cap, with a total shelf life of 6 months. It has not expired yet, so it can still be drunk. You can take it back for Xiao Qi's to drink. Wen Ran licked her lips happily. Before putting the milk into the bag, she separated out another half box, and pushed it in front of Li Qiu. Li Qiu glanced at it and didn't take it. Each of us can find our own, you don't need to give me yours. Drinking blood can quench thirst. Milk is useless to Li Qiu. Take it. Wenran still put it in Li Qiu's bag. Getting the car was a reward from Brother Tui and Ruri to Li Qiu, and Wenran also wanted to repay Li Qiu for saving her life. Li Qiu thought about it, and this milk can also be given to Grandpa, so she didn't say anything else. The two of them were very lucky. There was an imported food area ahead. Before the disaster, because the price was too expensive and the taste was not particularly good, there were still a lot of them here. After the disaster, perhaps because no one found this place, you can still find a large number of biscuits, chocolates, shrimp chips, potato chips, etc. There are even some dried meat. In order not to arouse Wenran's suspicion, Li Qiu also packed a sack of these snacks. She packed more dried meat. Shaha, a roar came from the darkness. There are zombies hiding on the second floor. There are more than one. Wenran raised her hand and used her superpowers to attack the zombie. Li Qiu saw clearly that Wenran was a gold-type superpower user. Her superpowers could be fired out like needles, all of which were nailed into the zombie's brain. Li Qiu also heard the sound of the gold needles piercing the crystal core of the zombie's brain. 3 E-level reptiles fell down in front of Wenran. Huh? Wenran breathed a sigh of relief and skillfully went forward to cut open the brain to take out the crystal core. She noticed Li Qiu's observation. No. It's okay. Although I can't beat the wisdom species, I can still beat the reptile species. Li Qiu asked, why didn't you use this trick on the first floor before? Wenran said sullenly, my needles can only hit the head. The attack is a killing move, which is a natural anti-zombie ability. So Wenran will not use it on others easily. Wenran looked at Li Qiu and said oh simply, and continued to look for supplies. She was secretly glad that she did not use this ability on Li Qiu easily. At least Li Qiu should not be a bad person. On the second floor, the two of them harvested a lot, and it took 4 or 5 trips to move the things to the first floor. Wenran found that Li Qiu did not go to the supermarket exit, but entered a safety passage. She asked, should I go with you? Li Qiu, okay. The fruits were almost asleep waiting at the door, leaning against each other like 2 pink stones. The sound of Li Qiu opening the door of the safety passage woke them up. Sister is back. Why did you go for so long? Hey, why is there an extra sister? The big and small fruits jumped onto Li Qiu's shoulders and looked at Wenran curiously. From Wenran's perspective, she couldn't hear Guizi talking, but she could see something pink jumping onto Li Qiu's shoulder. She subconsciously took a step back. Li Qiu didn't explain what was on his shoulder, and dragged the supplies into the room. Grandpa, I'm back. Before Li Qiu entered the door, Fuzi came over with his tail wagging. The shadow of fear of dogs was still lingering, and Li Qiu was so scared that he hid behind Wenran. Wenran stood there like an old monk in meditation, looking calmly at the room in front of him. This should be the employee lounge of the supermarket, with simple furniture, an old man and an old dog, and porridge was cooked just now. It smelled very good. Li Qiu asked, are you afraid of dogs? Yes. Then why are you so calm? I'm pretending. Wenran pushed Li Qiu against the door, and they both shivered. Isn't this a zombie dog? Li Qiu, that's not the case. Wenran, Suddenly I'm not afraid anymore. The old man's spirit is much better than before. He has adapted to his new legs and had a full meal. Even Fuzi is full. He folded the bed neatly, cleaned the room, and looked at Li Qiu with a smile. Don't be afraid, girl. Fuzi doesn't bite. Fuzi, come here. Hearing the voice, Fuzi wagged his tail and returned to the old man obediently. Wenran thought the old man was Li Qiu's grandfather. After observing him, he was shocked to find that the two were not familiar with each other at all. The old man didn't even know Li Qiu's name. Li Qiu brought the supplies for the old man and carefully instructed him, as he did with his grandmother. Grandpa, I brought you some clothes and food. This room is better. If you want to go out, you have to wear 2 more cotton clothes. There is no pharmacy nearby. She herself will not get sick, but if an old person of this age catches a cold or has a fever, he will probably die directly. The old man waved his hand and refused with a firm attitude. I can't accept it. Girl, come home with me, and I will give you the vegetables at home. I still have 600 yuan at home. He didn't know that the money was useless, but 600 yuan was all his family's savings. Li Qiu continued, Grandpa, these supplies were taken from the supermarket, and I didn't spend any money. Just think of them as being sent to you by the state. We return them when we have money. I may have to leave later. I have a car later. Do you know the way? Point it out to me, and I take you home first. If you can't live there, pack up your things. I know there's a convoy. They're going to go to the base built by the state in the south. I asked them if they can take you with them. When Ran figured out the whole story, she looked at Li Qiu with a complicated expression. Li Qiu looked at her warily. What do you want to do? Let me take Grandpa back with you. Li Qiu looked at her suspiciously. Ah. When Ran said embarrassedly, after the delivery, can you let us go with you? Uh-huh. Li Qiu laughed. When Ran thought Li Qiu agreed, and just as she was about to be happy, she heard Li Qiu continue. There is absolutely no such possibility. Chapter 49. Li Qiu has returned to the door, and put his hand on the door handle. I have something to go out for. It's impossible for you to go with me. If you really want to leave, I can also help you contact the team. When Ran's eyes lit up, okay. Thank you. I'm not from that team. I can't guarantee that they will be willing to accept you. It depends on how you negotiate. And from what you said just now, 2 of your friends live in Baoyuan, and they may not be willing to go to the south base. You should wait until you meet them, and discuss it with them. When Ran wanted to continue following Li Qiu, but was stopped by Li Qiu. If you have time, help me cook the sausage on the ground. Li Qiu paused. Leave some for me after cooking, and you and Grandpa can share the rest. She had heard when Ran's stomach rumbling a long time ago. Gurgle. Li Qiu knows the feeling of hunger better than anyone else. But when Ran only ate a pack of biscuits to fill his stomach, and did not touch the other supplies, intending to take them back to share with his companions. Although the contact time was not long, Li Qiu could see that when Ran's feelings for those people, to some extent, had surpassed her own. Well? Okay. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? When Ran is now a very active hostage. Li Qiu said to the old grandfather, Grandpa, this sister owes me something, please help me keep an eye on her. She can't leave before I come back. The old grandfather was stunned, and immediately nodded in agreement. After Li Qiu finished speaking, he glanced at Wen Ran again, without saying anything, and his eyes clearly said, Is it okay now? Wen Ran felt relieved now, and happily began to process the sausages. After leaving the lounge, the fruits asked Li Qiu what he was going to do. They also asked Li Qiu to take them with him wherever he went, because it was too boring to leave them here. Li Qiu rolled her eyes. Nothing. Didn't you two say you were bored and asked me to play with you? Now I'm free. Shabwa said, Great. What do you want to play with us? De Guo was also full of expectations, and looked very calm, but in fact her little pink skirt was shaking. Li Qiu pointed to the supermarket on the first floor. Let's play here again. Have you ever played hide and seek? You hide, and I close my eyes, and count to 100 before looking for you. If I don't find you within 15 minutes, I lose, and I will tell you the episode where the Monkey King made trouble in heaven. Okay, then sister, close your eyes. The fruits loved playing games and listening to stories, and they couldn't resist the temptation at all, so they agreed immediately. After Li Qiu covered his eyes, the fruits immediately jumped off his shoulders and rushed to the dim, first floor. The two sisters discussed that they should hide separately while jumping, and did not forget to remind Li Qiu to wait until they ran a little further before starting to count. Li Qiu smiled and agreed. After making sure that their voices were far away, Li Qiu walked towards the second floor quietly. Li Qiu's goal was clear. Nip, nibble, nibble. Nip, nibble, nibble. Soon, the 3 reptile corpses on the second floor were eaten by Li Qiu. After coming to his senses after eating, Li Qiu picked up the remaining clothes on the ground and stuffed them into the closet, and then began to clean the blood on his hands and mouth. When Li Qiu saw Wen Ran killing the 3 reptiles, she wanted to rush over and take a few bites. She even wanted to take a few bites of Wen Ran, but she resisted. Now that no one was watching, Li Qiu finally didn't waste the food. Xiao Gui hid in the freezer, and covered herself with some empty seafood packaging bags. If you don't look carefully, who would have thought that she was hiding in an empty bag? I'm really a little genius, my sister must have been looking for a long time. After waiting for 10 minutes, Xiao Gui didn't hear Li Qiu's footsteps, and the surroundings were so quiet that there was no sound at all. Xiao Gui couldn't help it. She flicked the packaging bag open, and jumped out of the freezer from time to time to see, why hasn't my sister found me yet? De Gui hid herself on the pine cone decorative ball hanging in the exhibition hall. At first glance, she almost merged with the pine cones. She was a little more patient than Xiao Gui, but not much, causing the decorative ball to sway back and forth, which was extremely obvious. Li Qiu returned to the first floor and noticed the dangling pine cone at a glance. He also heard the thumping sound in the freezer. This is how playing hide and seek works. You are afraid of being found first, and you are also afraid of not being found at all. Where are you hiding? I can't find it. Li Qiu deliberately looked here and there, even in the discarded cardboard boxes. Finally, he came to the bottom of the pine cone. De Gua held his breath and did not move. Li Qiu looked around and slowly glanced up. It can't be on the ceiling, right? It really is. De Gua, don't hide. I can see your skirt. When De Gua saw Li Qiu found her, she jumped off the pine cone like diving and threw herself into Li Qiu's arms. Sister. Li Qiu straightened De Gua's skirt and put her on his shoulders. Let's go find Xiaogua together. Xiaogua finally heard the long-awaited footsteps, and the fruit core in her body was beating nervously. De Gua, where do you think my sister will hide? De Gua cooperated very well. I don't know. Will she be in the shopping cart at the entrance? Maybe, let's go and see. Seeing that Li Qiu and De Gua were about to pass the refrigerated area, Xiaogua rushed out anxiously. You are so stupid. I'm here. There were still some water marks from the freezer on her fruit peel, and the whole fruit looked wet and puffy. So it's here. Then I lose, my saliva must have dried up from telling stories. Li Qiu sighed with regret. Xiaogua finally laughed, shook off the water marks on her body, and jumped onto Li Qiu's other shoulder. How about I find a crossbody bag, and you two can stay in the bag in the future, otherwise it's too cold on your shoulders, and too crowded in your pockets. Li Qiu's proposal was unanimously approved by the fruits. I just saw that there seems to be a luggage area next to the clothing area. The luggage area has bags of various materials, and the big and small fruits fell in love with the cute ones at first sight. The big fruit wants a plush panda bag in black and white, and the small fruit wants a pink lop-eared rabbit bag. Li Qiu stared at a strawberry bear bag. Don't you think this is the cutest? There is also a place to hang badges and dolls here. Who knows its value? One person and two fruits each have their own preferences, and they argued for a long time, but couldn't decide which one to choose. When Li Qiu returned to the lounge, the old man and Wenran's eyes fell on her at the same time. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Qiu asked, smelling the aroma of sausage meat. Wenran said calmly while slicing the sausage. It's the first time I've seen someone carry 3 crossbody bags at the same time. A new trend after the natural disaster? Li Qiu looked down. She had a panda bag from De Guizhu on her left, a droopy-eared rabbit bag from Xiao Guizhu on her right, and her favorite strawberry bear bag hanging around her neck. She looked like a bag rack. Li Qiu also nodded calmly. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Wenran, Several people shared the sausage, and Fuzi also got a few pieces. Li Qiu took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It's almost 12 o'clock. Cheese is a very good child. She sleeps most of the time, and rarely cries when she's not sleeping. Because when she's not sleeping, Cheese plays hide and seek with her parents. Chicken Legs and Ro came back alive, and asked Fei and the others to go to the auto repair shop first, and they went home to see Cheese first. Then, they pushed the door open, and found that their daughter on the bed was gone again. The two looked at each other with a look of resignation. Chicken Legs, wife, I bet 100 yuan that our daughter must be in the closet. Ro glanced at him. Then I bet 200 yuan that she is on top of the refrigerator. Ro stepped into the kitchen, and pointed at her daughter, lying on top of the refrigerator. Mama, Ba Cheese saw her parents coming back, and tried to climb down along the edge of the refrigerator skillfully. Chicken Legs hurried forward and hugged her. I don't know if it was the influence of the natural disaster. Their daughter is not the same as normal children. Mingming is only half a year old. Not only can she shout simple words such as mama, ba, cuckoo jie, shoo, but also has a strong climbing ability. As long as they are not careful, Cheese will climb away quickly and climb high. Since they found this, their windows are completely locked. Except for Cheese's occasional ventilation when sleeping, they will never open them at other times to prevent the child from climbing up the windows. Maybe their daughter also has supernatural powers, but because her ability to express herself is still too poor, the couple is not sure yet. Mom, I'm hungry. Cheese arched into Rura's arms, and rubbed her round head against her mother's arms. Listening to her daughter's soft voice, like a little lamb, Rura felt bad. Her eyes swept across the house, that had been turned over and over again. Because she was too hungry, she even turned out and ate expired instant noodles, but there was really nothing to eat at home. The 3 months after the natural disaster were extremely terrifying. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a hell on earth. At the beginning, the internet was not disconnected, and basic order was maintained. Some people started community group buying, and brought back a batch of supplies from the cooperative supermarket every day. There were still people bartering in the community group, which was quite harmonious. Later, the situation outside could not be controlled. Zombies were wandering in the streets and alleys, biting people at will. Food and daily necessities could no longer be bought, and the community was cut off from water and electricity. Everything changed. A group of people first broke the bottom line. They knocked on the doors of every house, and after confirming that someone was there, they broke the door and asked for food. If they were not given, they would rob them. If it were not for the online meeting, Afe and his friends happened to be guests at home, and there was strength in numbers, they would have been robbed and brutally killed by neighbors and property management. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer people in the community, and even screams could not be heard. The whole community fell into a terrifying silence. Then slowly, the streets outside and other communities seemed to be empty of people. In order to find food and survive, the 6 of them first searched all the 6 buildings and 12 units in the Sunshine community and got some supplies. But these were not enough for the 6 people's daily consumption. Their abilities upgraded very slowly, but the zombies outside evolved by leaps and bounds, which were not at the same level at all. If they went to a farther place to find supplies, they might encounter more advanced zombies, and they were not sure whether they could come back alive. G2A cut open the empty milk powder cans, shook out a circle from 20 empty milk powder cans, and barely got some powder. There was no electricity at home, and the gas had been cut off for a long time. Fortunately, they still had some honeycomb coal and charcoal that they had prepared for camping before, which was more than enough to boil hot water. Fortunately, we can still have cheese for a meal. G2A mixed the milk powder and smiled at his wife and children. Cheese didn't understand the worries of his parents' pale faces and thin bodies. His big black grape-like eyes blinked, and he also laughed. Rura made a decision. Brother Tue, I have an idea. The two have been classmates since elementary school, started dating after graduating from high school, and got married 3 years after graduating from college. The tacit understanding between the two can be understood with just one look. G2A handed over the soaked milk powder. You feed her first, I go get the car, and then ask them for their opinions. G2A knocked on the door of the repair shop. Jean Liufu had already simply treated Xiaolanxia's gunshot wound, face scratches and bruises. G2A walked to the SUV that was going to be compensated to Li Qiu, hesitated for a long time and said, Your sister Ruru and I have an idea. Fei and his friend said in unison, Wait, we all have the same idea, don't we? Yes, they all have the same idea. The tacit understanding of playing games together for 7 or 8 years made them make the same decision. Follow Li Qiu to leave Baoyuan County and find another way out. Then we need Wenran's opinion. Brother Tui said while waxing the car. Jean Liufu smiled. Based on my understanding of little Wenran, she definitely thinks so too. The agreed delivery time came soon. There were 2 cars parked on the street, both of which were large SUVs with 7 seats and very spacious space. The white one was obviously more equipped, and the black one was much more low-key. The black car was already full of luggage, and Cheese, dressed like a big dumpling, sat in the baby carriage in the car, looking out the window curiously. Ji-Tui and his friends rubbed their hands, waiting anxiously and on guard, in case zombies suddenly surrounded this street. Fortunately, the street was quiet, and even the most common zombie roars could not be heard. The first to come over were Wenran and a big yellow dog. The big yellow dog ran proudly in front, and its aggressive appearance scared several people. Wenran quickly explained, Don't be afraid, it won't bite. The boss asked it to come with me. Several people understood. As expected of a boss, he even has a dog. Wenran held his forehead, and did not explain that the dog was not raised by Li Qiu. He quickly conveyed Li Qiu's instructions. The boss asked you to drive the car directly to the entrance of the supermarket. The zombies over there have dispersed. Hey, why did you get 2 cars? Ah Fei touched the back of his head. We planned to. Before he finished speaking, Wenran breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I don't need to tell you. I was still thinking about how to persuade you. I heard from the boss that the country has built a southern base in Belan City. If we go there, our lives will be much better than now. The 6 people hit it off. It's not far to drive there, just a few steps on the accelerator. Wenran sat in the car and handed the milk he brought to Xiao Cheese, his eyebrows curved. You don't know that the boss is really good. He took me to the supermarket to find supplies. We are very lucky. There are still a lot of food left on the 2nd floor. I put it at the door of the supermarket. When I move it up later, everyone won't have to go hungry. Hearing this, Xiao Longxiao became more nervous. If I had known, I wouldn't have used stones to shoot her. His profession in the online game is to use a crossbow, and in reality, he also loves to go to the shooting gallery to play. After the natural disaster, he awakened the ability of projection. No matter what he gets, the lethality and aiming are several times that of ordinary people. Xiao Longxia poked Wen Ran with the elbow of his uninjured hand. You have been with the boss for so long. Can you help me think about how to apologize to the boss? Wen Ran recalled the details of her time with Li Qiu. She seems to like eating meat very much. If we see any mutant animals on the way to Belan City, we can kill some for the boss. Wen Ran still remembers the way Li Qiu ate sausages. It's rare to see someone eating sausages with tears in their eyes. The boss looked very healthy, not like someone who was often hungry. That means he really loves meat. He really loves meat, and is willing to share it with her and the old man, which is amazing. Wen Ran is a person who will be very grateful for others' little kindness, and then magnify it infinitely. So in Wen Ran's mind, Li Qiu's status was getting higher and higher. Little Crayfish nodded seriously. It's time to show my ability as a sharpshooter. Shoot 2 wild boars back. Little Cheese drank sweet milk, danced with his little hands, and raised his feet happily. Pigs! Li Qiu watched this group of people coming with their families. They stood uncomfortably beside the car, handed over the car keys of a car, and opened their mouths several times without knowing how to start. Little Crayfish plucked up the courage. Boss, take us with you. I can hunt for you. If you can't catch wild boars, pheasants and rabbits will do. A Fei nodded. Boss, I can carry things for you. With my body, my waist and legs are not sore, and I can even carry things from the 18th floor without breathing. Ro raised his hand. Boss, I can cook and make desserts. This sounded more reliable, and Li Qiu licked his lips. Chicken Leg patted the hood of the car. I can repair the car, even if it is rotten into a piece of scrap metal. Of course, that is unrepairable. But I can repair most of them. Li Qiu narrowed his eyes. In the winter, the car is indeed easy to break down. It is very convenient to have a repairman. Jean Liufu scratched the sparse hair of the medical student. I am a doctor, boss. Do you know about family doctors? I will definitely help you live longer, and live to 200 years old. Li Qiu thought, it's a pity that I am a virus insulator, incorruptible and immortal. This group of people is inexplicably cute. A few people also noticed the old man next to Li Qiu and greeted him enthusiastically. This is the grandfather of the boss. Hello, hello, your granddaughter is our great benefactor. Grandpa touched Fuzi's dog head and smiled on his wrinkled face. It would be great if she were my granddaughter. She is also a great benefactor to Fuzi and me. People's premonition of death is actually very accurate. Grandpa could feel that before Li Qiu came, he was about to meet his wife and grandson in the underworld. But Li Qiu broke the door, chased Fuzi in, and also chased his life back. Li Qiu coughed lightly. Quiet. The surroundings were silent in an instant, and Li Qiu's words were 100% executed. The old grandfather and Fuzi next to him were stunned. Wait, I will contact the captain of the team. If he is willing to take you to the southern base, my car will follow the team, and you will be with me. But you have to agree to one condition of mine, and Grandpa will also take your car to the southern base. The maximum communication distance of the walkie-talkie Zhou Jinshi left for Li Qiu is 3 kilometers. In order to contact Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu had to drive to find their location. No one had any objection to Li Qiu's condition. They looked at each other for a few times. They wanted to cheer, but they were afraid of attracting zombies, so they hugged each other and said happily, "Thank you, boss." They quickly helped to move Li Qiu's things to the new car. Ah Fei worked very hard until he saw a pile of stone things, stopped and touched them. What are these? When Ran explained beside him, be careful, these are all stone products made by the boss by hand. Look at this stone pot, look at this stone axe, look at this stone spoon. Don't you have a simple and natural style? This is art. Ah Fei was in awe. It turns out that the boss is also a handicraft expert. When I get to know the boss, why not ask her to make one for me? I use it to make bibimbap. Li Qiu turned her face away silently. She had a disease that would kill her if she was praised. Can you two speak in a low voice? It's shameful, too shameful. The fruits came out of the messenger bag and stared at Cheese in the black car. Sister, can we play with her? Cheese was also looking at them curiously. It was difficult for adults to notice these two fruits. They thought they were some figurines that Li Qiu liked, but Cheese noticed them at a glance. She can't hear what you say, Li Qiu thought, and she is talking in baby language. Can you understand it? The next second, the fruits had jumped onto the stroller, and they surrounded Cheese on the left and right and started chatting. Cheese, ####. Big Fruit, yes, she is our elder sister. Little Fruit, Is our elder sister beautiful? Cheese. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Little fruit. Your mother is also beautiful, but my elder sister is the most beautiful. Li Qiu's eyes widened. No, you two can really communicate. Could it be that cheese is a plant-based superpower at such a young age? Superpowers are the ability of everyone to protect themselves, and Li Qiu didn't ask. She told everyone to follow the car after a few words. But she didn't realize that when cheese and the fruits were chatting just now, the old man kept looking at them, and seemed very confused. When they set off, the old man and the dog got on the black car. The fruit said goodbye to cheese, and reluctantly returned to Li Qiu's passenger seat. Ro discovered Cheese's abnormality. Baby, what's wrong with you? Cheese kept looking at Li Qiu's car in front of her and stretched out her hand. Gua gua. For the first time, the mother didn't understand what her daughter meant. That's not a brother, that's a sister. You want to play with your sister? Not now. Go to sleep. Ro shook the stroller, and Cheese resisted twice, so she had to close her eyes. The child wanted to sleep, and the car gradually became quiet. Ro also wanted to sleep. After taking a last look at her daughter before going to bed, she found that a green and tender grass had grown on her daughter's head. Legs, brother, legs. Ro poked Chicken Legs back. Chicken Legs was driving attentively, and didn't turn around immediately. He just glanced at it through the rearview mirror and asked, "What's wrong, wife?" Ro's voice was obviously trembling, and she pointed at Cheese's head. Why did our daughter become a slow sheep? Everyone heard what Ro said, and hurriedly turned to look at little Cheese. Oh my god, you are so slow. I didn't bring my phone. Can someone take a picture? I will post it on WeChat moments after the disaster is over. Our little Cheese is so artistic. When Ran guessed, could little Cheese be a plant-based supernatural being? Everyone seemed to have a sudden inspiration, as if, is it possible? The old man who sat in the last row and had been silent all the time couldn't help but say, I used to have grass growing on my head, but I pinched it off. The old man originally thought that he had been growing vegetables for so many years, and that he might have something wrong with his body that caused the grass to grow on his head. So, every time a grass sprout appeared on his head, he would pinch it off immediately. He pinched it off at least 4 or 5 times, and it was not until recently that it stopped growing. It was also recently that the strength that originally supported him in his body seemed to be slowly gone, and he almost starved to death. After leaving school, Zhou Jinshi took the team to the supermarket first. The supermarket next to the county government had sufficient supplies, and food, drinks, and daily necessities, as well as some daily medicines filled the trunk of each car. At the Emergency Management Bureau, they found a lot of antifreeze and coal-proof clothes, bedding, industrial salt, and the most important coal, honeycomb coal. The surprise was that there were also drones, assault boats, generators, emergency lighting, water pumps. If the assault boats were not too big and not very useful now, they would have taken them away. Huziyu took the map. From here to the highway, if we drive 6 hours a day, we should be able to reach Belan City in a week. The weather was extremely cold, and the road was frozen all the time. They couldn't drive too fast even on the highway. 6 hours a day is the safest way. After nightfall, they still have to live in the service area or the city to replenish supplies. Yes. Pack up and leave in half an hour. When the convoy was about to set off, Zhou Jinshi heard a call from the intercom. It was Li Qiu's voice. Everyone in the car looked at the intercom, wanting to say hello to their benefactor, but afraid to disturb her. Before contacting Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu had taken the old man back to the village. The old man lived at the edge of the village. His house had collapsed under the snow because he had not been back for a long time. It was impossible to live there. There was no living person in the village. The old man had to go to the southern base to have a chance of survival. Li Qiu briefly explained the matter and said that Jitue and his team had a car, supplies, and superpowers. The only problem was that there was an old man, a baby, and a dog in the car. This gathered the most dangerous elements of the natural disaster world. Everyone knew that the old man and the child had to be protected at this time, and there was no advantage. It could even be said to be a burden. Perhaps only the country will accept them and protect them without any conditions. Zhou Jinshi did not reply immediately, but first asked for the opinions of each car. The people in the team now not only believed in Zhou Jinshi, but also respected Li Qiu, who was a non-staff member of the team and a great benefactor. They not only agreed, but also agreed with both hands, and asked eagerly, what about the benefactor? Can the benefactor also join us? Zhou Jinshi replied to Li Qiu, there is no problem on our side, let them come. The old grandfather and the child have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Jinsher's team does not only accommodate people with special abilities, but has always had ordinary people. It's just that when facing the zombie tide, once the special abilities in the team can't resist, ordinary people will easily lose protection. Li Qiu said the last sentence before turning off the intercom. Don't worry, these are not ordinary old grandfathers and children. Chapter 50. The team expanded again. From the original 31 people, 7 adults and 1 child were added, and it became 39 people. Oh yes, there was also a dog. Fuzi was still on alert at first, with his eyes saying, I will stare at everyone who approaches my master. After the old man shouted a few times that they were all family members, and the team members gave him some food, Fuzi's fierce eyes began to become particularly clear. He lay on the roof of the car, wagging his tail obediently. Little Cheese adapted faster, and started shouting giggle to Zhou Jinsher. Ah Fei corrected her depressedly. Little Cheese, this is uncle, why don't you call me brother? Jean Liufu and Xiao Longxia echoed in unison. That's right. Who doesn't want to look younger? Little Cheese shook his legs, and the grass on his head also shook, and shouted to them, Uncle. 3 people, Chicken Legs kicked them a few times. What do you want to do? Messing up the generations. Several people thought about the scene of calling Brother Legs Uncle Legs and Ruru Auntie, and they were instantly messy in the cold wind. Suddenly, they felt that it was so glorious and correct for Little Cheese to call them uncle. Before accepting several people into the team, Zhou Jinsher asked Jiang Song to check their wounds. It was a routine and responsible for the original members of the team. When Jiang Song checked Ah Fei, the two looked at each other for a moment, and suddenly they had a sense of finding someone of the same kind. The eyes were full of sparks and lightning, and they bloomed so brightly. Brother. Jiang Song held Ah Fei's hand. I feel friendly towards you as soon as I see you. Ah Fei grabbed it back with his backhand. Good buddy, where did you get this hairstyle? It's so handsome. Jiang Song proudly touched the curled hair and said enthusiastically, It's a long story. My teacher Tony Song, although she is a latecomer, she is good at perming hair. Don't worry, I have a good relationship with her. I asked her to give you a 50% discount. The two began to have an in-depth discussion on which hairstyle looks more handsome and younger. Jiang Song still had to check the wounds of others, so he could only reluctantly tell Ah Fei, Come to me when you're done, and we talk alone. Ah Fei nodded sadly. Good buddy, I wait for you. Song Wan, who passed by, Is there anyone who cares about Jiang Song being a psychopath? And psychopaths can split, and now there's Ah Fei. Luckily, everyone who has just joined is in good health, and has no signs of being infected by zombies. Zhou Jinsher began to tell them about the relevant regulations of the team. Ji2A and the others nodded like crazy, and shook Zhou Jinsher's hand in a very social way. Captain, we have troubled you. If you need us in the future, just let us know. Zhou Jinsher silently pulled his hand back. Soon, the rest of the team gathered around and formally met, and got to know the new members. After meeting face to face, everyone stared at the top of Little Cheese, and the old man's head curiously. This is the legendary plant-based superpower. There is no plant-based superpower user in the team. The last person they saw with this kind of superpower was Lu Zhiyong. The appearance of Lu Zhiyong controlling the vines is still vivid in their minds. Although he is a bad person, his superpower is really good. He can actually resist Captain Zhou's attack. Now, there are 2 more plant-based psychics in the team. Not only can it fully satisfy everyone's curiosity, but it also further optimizes the psychic category system, and there will definitely be more help in fighting zombies in the future. The grass on Xiao Cheese's head is tender. Someone recognized that it is a plant called mistletoe, which is a semi-parasitic plant, and has strong medicinal value. Unfortunately, Xiao Cheese has fallen asleep in Ruru's arms, and everyone is embarrassed to disturb her, so they all look at the old man. The grass on the old man's head grew on the way here. The color is much darker green than mistletoe, a bit like leeks, and it feels inexplicably easy to grow. It feels like it will grow again after cutting it. The old man hasn't seen so many people for a long time, and he hasn't been surrounded by so many people for a long time. He sat on the stool that everyone brought him, embarrassed and a little uneasy. But everyone's questions were very well-intentioned. Grandpa, is that leek on your head? Grandpa, you really look like slow sheep. Let's cosplay together in the future. I be pleasant sheep. Grandpa, can I touch your grass? Grandpa, have you ever tried to water it? I just mean, no one wants to eat fried eggs with leek. Grandpa's wrinkles gradually filled with smiles. He didn't mind the children touching it at all, and told them without hiding anything, I just found out what this grass is called. It seems to be similar to magic. Xiao Qiu said that if I close my eyes and look carefully in my mind, I can know what my superpower is. When he went back to the village before, both the house and the vegetable field were buried by heavy snow. The old man searched for a long time, and finally found only a hoe, a sickle, and a dustpan. These were all the luggage he brought back from the village. The old man touched his farm tools, and said with a smile, "My ability is related to growing vegetables. As long as the vegetables I plant can grow fast and well. When I find the vegetable seeds, I will plant them for you to eat." A cheer rang out at the gate of the county government. In order to welcome the new members, the convoy that was originally ready to set off immediately went to the nearby warehouse supermarket again. The fastest way to integrate into a team is to fight side by side with them. There are still many zombies gathered over there. Some people lead the zombies away, some people attack, and some people go in first to get supplies. Division of labor and cooperation is so happy. For those people like chicken legs, with this team as a strong and reliable backing, and someone to help them watch the cheese, they also have the courage to let go and do their best. When the car was filled with supplies, Ruru, who was full of food, was a little confused. "I can't believe it. We were so hungry this morning that we rolled our eyes. How could it be so easy? Even 100 cans of milk powder that cheese needed to drink were found. Because there was not enough space, he asked other cars to help load some. After the natural disaster, they had never lived such a prosperous life." Several people sat in the car and discussed again, while Li Qiu was unwilling to join the team. In the end, only one reason could be found. The boss is too strong. She dared to slap a woman with a long tongue. Being invincible is the most lonely. How does that song go? Being invincible is so lonely. Take it, I want to be as strong as the boss in the future. Something jumped on the car window. A Fei immediately sang, "Who is knocking on my window?" Jean Liufu covered his head. "How many bad jokes do you have that I don't know? You don't understand me at all. I'm going to find my brother Jiang Song." A Fei pouted, turned around and opened the car door to get out. Then A Fei saw 2 fruits sticking to the car window. He turned his head back silently. "Am I hallucinating because I'm too full? I saw 2 fruits knocking on the window. Others in the car, eh? Are these 2 fruits wearing clothes not the boss's figurines? Why are they electric?" Xiaogua on the car window was very depressed. "Sister, why didn't you let us in after knocking on the door?" Degua thought seriously for a while. "Maybe we didn't knock loud enough. Knock again." The knocking on the window became more intense. It instantly felt even more frightening. Okay, the old grandfather acted as a translator at this time. They both want to come in and play with little cheese. "Ah? Ah?" A Fei opened the window with trembling hands. The fruits bowed side by side very politely. Grandpa translated again. They said thank you, and their sister agreed to let them come to play with their friends, so they came. Sure enough, Cheese, who was still sleeping, started waving her fists excitedly, wanting to get close to her fruit friends. The fruits jumped onto the stroller, and did not forget to thank Grandpa. "Grandpa, thank you." Grandpa stretched out his chilblained hand, and touched the heads of the fruits. It was also at this moment that the fruits were stunned, feeling a warm and intimate power transmitted from the top of their heads to their bodies. This is a kind of power, like their mother locust tree, covering and enveloping them. "Sister, I'm a little sleepy." Xiugua's voice gradually became smaller. Dogwa also began to stagger. "Me too, I really want to sleep." They had already fallen neatly, and fell on the quilt in the stroller. The old man looked at his hands helplessly, and then looked at the shocked eyes of the crowd, as if he had made a mistake. What happened? At this time, Li Qiu was working hard to eat, and pick up on the battlefield that had just ended. The fruits took the initiative to run away to find Cheese to play, and could not see the scene here at all. Li Qiu was like a parent whose children went out to play with friends, and specifically told them to come back before dark, and not to be too anxious. "This piece of meat is mine, and that piece of meat is also mine." Li Qiu cleaned the battlefield diligently. Zhou Jinsher was still good, and he always chopped it into pieces and strips. It's so convenient to pack it up as reserve food. As long as you are not hungry, you will not be without strength, and as long as you have strength, you will not lose your mind. As long as you keep your mind, you can always follow the team and return to Belan City earlier. After cleaning up, Li Qiu burped and went into the supermarket to look around again. The team did not move all the supplies away, whether it was food, drink, or daily necessities. They considered the latecomers and left a considerable amount inside. Li Qiu went directly to the outdoor equipment area and moved a tent, a down sleeping bag, a camping mat, a gas tank, a pot, and a lighting headlamp. He also took away several pairs of hiking shoes of different colors, 2 huge hiking bags, cold-proof gloves and goggles. While looking for these things, Li Qiu turned to the small room next to the clothing area, which was specially used to change the size of customers' clothes. There was a sewing machine that looked very useful there. Li Qiu stood in front of the sewing machine and suddenly had an idea. If I opened a trauma hospital, used the sewing machine to activate the seamless supernatural power, and sewed one by one, and each person handed it a zombie, would I become rich immediately? Li Qiu fell into endless reverie. What a simple life of using meat to pay for medicine. After the fantasy, she swept away the needles and thread in the room, and reluctantly said goodbye to the sewing machine. The tent took up too much space, so Li Qiu tied it to the luggage rack on the roof of the car. She originally planned to get a large parasol commonly used in small shops, and put it on the roof of the car, so that it could block rain or snow. Later, Li Qiu looked at the whistling cold wind and silently gave up this idea. Don't look back. I stepped on the accelerator, and then the wind was too strong, blowing the parasol, the car, and even her off the highway. That scene was too beautiful. She dared not think about it. After the convoy set off, Li Qiu also followed within a 2-kilometer range. At first, she was not used to the new car, and she missed her previous car 50%. After driving it smoothly, the missing was reduced to 0. New cars are so cool, even the air conditioning effect is better than that one. I really like new things and hate old things. Is this right? Of course it's right. Why are there so many mountains here? They are all snow-capped mountains in the distance. The north is still better, with flat land, especially in Zhongyuan province. I doubt they don't have any mountains. Why haven't they come back yet? Li Qiu muttered to herself for a long time, and couldn't help but tilt her head to look at the nest on the co-pilot. Forget it, we finally have a friend of the same age, let them go. At this time, there was a strange silence in the black SUV. The fruits were still fainted on the quilt of little Cheese. And if they hadn't been watching, Cheese would have almost picked up the fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. This child is just daring to stuff anything into his mouth. What should I do? Is the Big Brother's figure out of power? I think so. But I haven't found the USB for a long time. I don't see a place to put the battery either. When Rand took the initiative to say, when we rest, I will return it to the Big Brother, maybe she knows what to do. While the few people were discussing, the old man had fallen asleep leaning on the seat without knowing when. His breathing was long, but the grass above his head was emitting a faint white light. These white lights turned into countless small dots and dissipated into the bodies of the fruits. Without friends to play with, Cheese fell asleep quickly. The car drove smoothly for 4 hours. During this journey, the team members got off the car to clear the zombies 5 times and move the vehicles 8 times. One time, they had some troubles because they encountered a logistics truck that fell on the downhill road. The driver was no longer in the driver's seat, and the snow was full of buried express boxes. Everyone stepped on one here and one there, and felt the joy of opening a blind box. During these 4 hours, no matter whether everyone drove or stopped, or did something else, the old man and the fruits never woke up. The people in the car finally felt something was wrong. Ah Fei shouted Grandpa, and then tremblingly tried to feel the old man's breath. The breath was hot. But Ah Fei was worried, so he asked Jin Liufu to watch first, and then quickly found his good brother Jiang Song. Jiang Song listened for a long time with a serious expression while holding a stethoscope. Except for some malnutrition, this heart sounds stronger than mine. It must live to 200. Jin Liufu held his forehead. That's what I said too. Grandpa was probably too hungry and tired from the journey before, so he fell asleep. He insisted that I was not good enough in learning. Ah Fei quickly patted his chest. Fortunately, nothing happened. I was scared to death. Jin Liufu was still asking, by the way, buddy, what major did you study in medicine? Jiang Song smiled mysteriously. I can't say. Jin Liufu, tell me, which school? Maybe our tutor knows it. Jiang Song scratched his head. Veterinary medicine. Jin Liufu, Xiaolong pointed to the baby carriage. Okay, stop making fun of me. Grandpa is fine. Do you want to see the Big Brother's handmade figures? The 2 fruits in the baby carriage actually changed color under their eyes. The original brown gradually turned into turquoise, and even their bodies looked bigger, and the pink skirts they wore became half the size. Others in the team also heard about this strange thing, and gathered around to observe the fruits changing color. The fruits cried ouch and woke up together. They subconsciously looked at each other and noticed each other's changes. Little fruit, who are you, fruit? Where is my sister? Big fruit, eh? From a human perspective, the two fruits stood up straight as if they were suddenly fully charged, touching each other with their fruit stems. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them jumped out of the stroller and into the arms of the old grandfather. Grandpa. Grandpa, Grandpa. The old man woke up to the anxious shouts of the fruits. He first looked down to see if Fuzzy was around, and then looked at the people around him. What happened? The old man touched his head. I was a little dizzy just now, and fell asleep. Did I scare you? The fruits jumped around the old man. Grandpa, Grandpa, look at us, we have grown up. Sister said whoever can raise us will be our grandfather. We are the Calabash brothers, we have a grandfather, woo woo woo. The old man was even more confused. Near dusk, the convoy honked in front to remind Li Qiu, and then one after another got off the highway. It got dark quickly, and everyone quickly turned on the lights. But the snow here is deeper than they expected, and the best way is not to go into the city, but just stay in the nearest town for one night. Zhujia Town, the name of this town is quite casual. Hu Ziyu muttered as he looked at the road sign of the town name. Jiang Song immediately replied, Indeed, children with the surname Zhu definitely had a childhood of being nicknamed. The convoy drove towards the town entrance, but unexpectedly found that the town was decorated with lights, and almost every household had lights on in front of their doors, just like before the end of the world. I encountered too many things along the way, and the events in Zhejiang County are still vivid in my mind. The moment they saw the lights, everyone's first reaction was not to be happy that there were still survivors here, but to be alert to whether there was any danger hidden here. But there was no. At least when their car drove over, there was nothing unusual on the street. On the contrary, because there were people living here, the snow on the streets here was cleared. There is also a parking lot here. Someone saw a public parking lot on the side of the road, where at least 20 or 30 cars were parked. Some of them were luxury cars. Some seemed to have been parked recently, while others seemed to have been parked for a long time. They were all covered with a thick layer of dust, and covered with dead branches and leaves. Jiang Song got out of the car. I go ask if there are any vacant rooms here. The town's doors are distributed in a very regular pattern, with a road in the middle and large flats built by themselves on both sides. It is obvious that this is a wealthy town. Since this town is full of people, they don't seem to find a place to live randomly like in those uninhabited areas. Wait a minute, I go with you. Zhou Jinsher also got out of the car with his magic. The person who opened the door was a junior high school boy wearing glasses and a half-old down jacket. He didn't come to open the door alone. There was a man and a woman following behind him, probably his parents. Jiang Song smiled and explained his purpose. The couple said awkwardly, This is a small town, newly built after the village was relocated, and only 24 families moved here. Why don't you go to the mayor's house and ask? His house is the biggest. If he can't accommodate you, he will take you here. Zhou Jinsher and his friends were also very polite, and immediately asked the location of the mayor's house. The wife pushed the man, and the man immediately said, Forget it, be a good person to the end, I will take you there. The mayor's house is not far from here, and it only takes 5 minutes to drive there. However, Zhou Jinsher and his friends smelled the smell of pig manure in the air as soon as they got off the car. From the half-open door, the mayor's drunken curse came. A bunch of stupid pigs who only know how to eat and poop, but don't know how to grow meat. The man went forward and knocked on the door. Mayor, Mayor, a group of guests have come to our town. They asked if we could find a place to stay tonight, and give us some supplies and crystal cores in exchange. The cursing stopped abruptly, and heavy footsteps came from the direction of the pigpen towards the gate. The mayor was actually taller than everyone in the convoy, and looked to be 2 meters tall. His muscles were particularly solid, and even his down jacket could not cover them. Everyone thought, with such obvious signs, he must be a power-type mutant. The mayor looked at the cars and people in the convoy, and said impatiently, My house can accommodate 4 people at most. Lao Lu, go and call other people in the town. Please invite these guests to stay at their homes, and take a few back with you. A Fei whispered to Zhou Liufu, Lao Lu, I thought I was calling you. Shut up. Zhou Liufu rolled his eyes silently. Be careful not to let others hear it. Lao Lu nodded happily, and immediately went door to knock on the door, and call people. Seeing that Lao Lu had left, the mayor shouted towards the yard, Brother, come out. Guests are coming. The sound of footsteps came from the yard again, and a man who was a head shorter than the mayor came out. The mayor's brother yawned and looked at Zhou Jinsher. Who of you wants to stay at our house? The 4 people's compensation must be paid first. The last thing Zhou Jinsher lacked now was supplies, so he immediately gave some food and clothes. All cars must be parked in the parking lot. After receiving the supplies, the mayor's brother pointed at the cars at the door unhappily. It's blocking the road. You're not the only ones coming to town. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Everyone parked their cars in the parking lot at the entrance of the town as required, and only moved out some of the most important supplies. The people who stayed at the mayor's house were Zhou Jinshi, Jiang Song, Huziyu, and Fei. According to Zhou Jinshi's request, no one could live alone in other townspeople's houses. At least 2 people or more were required. So Rura's family of 3 followed Zhu Laolu back home. Xia Langxia and Zhou Liufu went to the mayor's house next door. Zhao Linyun and her mother lived in the house diagonally opposite the mayor. Everyone tried to choose a place close to the mayor's house. But in this way, no one lived in the houses near the town entrance except Zhu Laoyu's. When Zhu Laolu took Rura's family home, Rura found that the people next to him looked at Zhu Laolu with envy and jealousy. Probably because they had a lot of supplies for accommodation. If these people stayed here all the time, the supplies would be almost consumed after 3 months. It must be very scarce, Rura thought. Zhou Jinshi followed the mayor's brother through the yard. His eyes fell on the pigsty in the yard. A big pigsty was empty, and there were 2 piglets in a small pigsty. The piglets huddled in the corner, their faces terrified. Jiang Song could chat with anyone. Do you have a pigsty in your new house? Ah Fei also said, too much life. My mother always told me that when she was young, she went to pick grass for pigs, but I never saw it. Do you pick grass for pigs? Jiang Song immediately raised his hand. Brother, I can do that. I take you to pick grass next time. Don't you know that I was born a poor child? Good brother. If you are wronged, I will never let you be bullied in the future. Ah Fei's eyes were filled with tears. After turning a corner, the mayor's brother interrupted them impatiently. The 4 of you will live in these 2 rooms. He handed over the key. Jiang Song and Fei cheered and chose the one on the left. Zhou Jinshi and Huziyu lived on the right. The mayor's younger brother sniffed. If you hear any noise at night, don't pay attention to it and don't come out. My brother has a bad temper, and we always quarrel. If you see it, he might scold you, so I won't care. After the mayor's younger brother left, Zhou Jinshi closed the door of the room. Huziyu had professional habits and had already started checking the doors and windows, wardrobes, and under the bed. He even lifted up the mattress to take a look. It seems that there is nothing wrong, let alone the mechanism. There is not even a cockroach or a mouse. Huziyu lay down with peace of mind. Zhou Jinshi asked him to rest first, and he pretended to fetch water with a basin. In the blink of an eye, he came to the yard. Li Qiu had a very long and complicated dream. The town was filled with the smell of meat. Li Qiu could not sleep in the same house with the residents, so she simply parked her car in the parking lot at the entrance of the town and set up a tent. When she slept restlessly, her dreams were also restless. Often a dream was like a scene, constantly cutting scenes and characters, just like clips from several TV dramas cut and kneaded together, magically changed into Lin Daiyu in the Snowy Mountain Temple, Zhang Yida's 3 visits to the Grandview Garden, and Sun Wukong shedding tears at the Xiuxiang Pavilion. At first, Li Qiu dreamed of her best friend. Her best friend's career luck was much better than Li Qiu's. As soon as she graduated, she was introduced to Baihe University in Belan City as a counselor. In the dream, her best friend received a salary and a talent introduction subsidy, and asked her to go to the newly opened internet celebrity restaurant in Belan City to eat steak. I treat you, order whatever you want. The bestie pointed at the menu, looking as domineering as if she had won 100 million in the lottery. Li Qiu drooled while holding the menu. M8 Wagyu filet, bone and ribeye steak, truffle Wellington steak. The bestie was drinking coffee, and after listening to Li Qiu's long list of steaks on the menu, she said, "Don't read the menu, which one should you choose?" All. The bestie looked like she was struck by lightning, and she quickly clicked on the bank card balance with pain. I said 8,000 yuan, not 80,000 yuan. Li Qiu said nothing, just watching her bestie drooling, her eyes full of extreme hunger, as if she hadn't eaten for 3 days. The bestie choked for a while, silently waved to the waiter. Bring all the steaks you have. Hee hee. Li Qiu smiled at her bestie, fork in left hand, knife in right hand, and sat obediently waiting for the steak. The bestie handed over the coffee, and adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses. Drink this first to fill your stomach. Why do you look like you just got out of jail? You won't go without food for 3 days to lose weight without telling me, right? Li Qiu didn't say anything, just looking forward to her beef. When the first plate of steak was served, Li Qiu began to cut the meat elegantly, and used a fork to pick up the first piece she cut, and wanted to feed it to her bestie. But the originally fragrant steak turned into zombie meat the moment it was handed over. As the Western restaurant collapsed, the bestie also turned into powder and floated away. Li Qiu sat there in a daze, with her mouth open, but no sound came out. Continuing this dream, Li Qiu bought a few balls of wool online and planned to knit a scarf for each of her parents. The wool was wrapped around her hands again, and in the end, what Li Qiu knitted could barely be used as a coaster. Coasters are coasters. Li Qiu knocked on her parents' room happily with a woolen coaster. The door kept ringing, but no one opened the door for her. After knocking for an unknown period of time, the door turned into a fat-headed and big-eared Zhu Beiji, and the coaster in Li Qiu's hand turned into Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and rushed over to chase Zhu Beiji and beat him. Zhu Beiji was beaten so hard that a piece of meat fell off here and there. But the strange thing was that the fallen pieces of meat did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air, and slowly turned into a new Zhu Beiji. The mouths of this group of Zhu Beiji opened wider and wider, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Oh my god! Li Qiu screamed in her dream, and her body in reality twitched violently. Li Qiu opened her eyes, and found that she was still in the tent. There was neither a Western restaurant nor Zhu Beiji. Instead, it was the big and small fruits who had grown up a lot, sleeping soundly, nestled in her arms. As soon as they came back, they went to Li Qiu and told her about finding their grandfather. Just when Li Qiu thought that they would always follow the grandfather, the fruits just asked if they could go to play with the grandfather and cheese during the day and come back to her at night. After all, with the grandfather, they don't even need to live on the tree to absorb nutrients. As long as they are touched by the grandfather, they can thrive. Of course, Li Qiu had no reason to refuse. Li Qiu carefully covered the quilt for them and walked out. The charcoal in the tent was almost burned out, and there were still a few small pieces of charcoal burning. It was still dark outside, and when I turned on my phone, it was still 3 o'clock in the morning. Li Qiu got up and added a few more large pieces of charcoal to the fire. I don't know if it was her illusion. She heard the shrill screams of the pig, and soon the smell of meat drifted into Li Qiu's nose along the cold wind. Is the custom of this town so strange? Killing pigs in the middle of the night, not afraid of disturbing others' sleep. Li Qiu sniffed the meaty aroma in the air, and his mind couldn't help but imagine the image of roasted suckling pig, and he was so greedy that he drooled. Chapter 51. In order not to leave new footprints on the snow, Zhou Jinsher kept walking on the existing footprints on the ground, slowly approaching the pigsty. The piglets in the pigsty saw a shadow coming, and were so scared that they jumped around in the pigsty, screaming like a wrong-tuned arrow. This scream seemed to be contagious, causing all the pigs raised by other people in the town to scream. In the whole town, there should be 4 or 5 pigs. After the natural disaster, it was difficult for people to survive, and the families who could afford to raise livestock could be said to be quite powerful. When the pigs screamed, the mayor's roar of curses came from the room, but fortunately, neither he nor his brother came out to watch for the time being, as if they were used to this kind of noise. Zhou Jinsher stood to the side, not letting his shadow show again. The piglets finally settled down a little, panting and huddled in the corner again. Tears fell from their big, black eyes. Zhou Jinsher's eyes fell on the trough at the entrance of the pen. There were some leftovers in the trough. There were rice, vegetables, and some meat dishes that were hard to tell what kind of meat they were, mixed together. It was a combination of meat and vegetables, with balanced nutrition. Humans couldn't even eat such good food, but the mayor fed it to the pigs. Heavy footsteps came, clattering, sounding like the mayor's younger brother. Zhou Jinsher quickly hid behind the pigpen, where there was a gap between the wall of the yard for people to pass through, and some firewood that had been soaked in snow was placed there. The mayor's younger brother brought a large bowl of pig food, full of it. He knocked the basin with a spoon. "Stupid pig, come here." Then he filled the trough with all the food in the basin. "Come over here and eat." The piglets were still crowded in the corner, refusing to come over no matter what, so the mayor's brother picked up a wooden stick next to him. This was a special wooden stick with many nails wedged on it. Every time the mayor's brother would hit the piglets with the stick, the nails would also be nailed into the meat after hitting them. The piglets screamed and ran away, but they couldn't escape no matter what, and finally they could only cry and come to the trough to eat. Every time they ate a few more bites, their bodies would grow a little bigger. The mayor's younger brother smiled with satisfaction. Good pigs, eat more and grow taller, and live in the big pigsty sooner. He carried the empty rice bowl and touched the back of his head. "I'm done feeding, I'm going to cook. My brother asked me to ask those people what dishes they like to eat. But I'm too lazy to ask. If I don't ask, my brother will be angry, and I can't beat him, so I'd better ask. I will beat him sooner or later, and I will be his brother and command him every day. The mayor's younger brother talked to himself, and walked towards the room where Zhou Jinshi and the others were. The mayor's house was built in a grand and luxurious style. To get to the two rooms, you have to walk a section of gravel road next to the courtyard at the entrance, and then turn a corner to get there. Zhou Jinshi, he was not in the room, and it was too late to go back now. The mayor's younger brother knocked on the left room first. Jiang Song opened the door. Before the mayor's brother could even open his mouth to speak, Jiang Song enthusiastically put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Brother, you came at the right time. We are short of one player for the landlord game. Do you want to play?" The mayor's brother blinked and said, "What is landlord?" Jiang Song and Fei looked at him like an antique. How can someone not know how to play landlord? You are a good kid who never plays cards. We must corrupt you. A deck of cards suddenly appeared in their hands. Jiang Song's hands were so fast that he shuffled the cards like a gambling god, which made the mayor's brother stunned. What is this? It seems interesting. If it's just a little play, it won't delay cooking, and the brother won't be angry. The mayor's brother watched them take his basin and spoon, put them aside, and then pulled him in. He said, "No cheating, no teaching. Natural disasters should also have some entertainment life, my friend." The door slammed shut. Huziyu heard the sound of the door opening and closing next to him, and he got up and put his ear against the door to pay attention to the movement. He only heard Jiang Song's loud voice from next door. "Let's not gamble on things in the first hand." What the hell? Huziyu breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to lie back down, he heard the sound of the key turning. Zhou Jinshi came back. "How is it?" Knowing that the soundproofing effect was not very good, Huziyu lowered his voice. Zhou Jinshi said, "Have you seen Spirited Away?" "Huziyu, what is it?" "It's an animation, and there is a plot in it that the heroine's parents ate a roadside stall and turned into pigs." Zhou Jinshi briefly explained. Huziyu immediately understood, and his mouth opened wide enough to put an egg. "You are not saying that the pigs in the pigsty are transformed from humans, right?" Zhou Jinshi did not say it for sure, 80%. After the natural disaster, humans, animals, and plants mutated, and supernatural phenomena appeared. That doesn't rule out the possibility that pigs can turn people into pigs, and turn themselves into people. There was no wind in the room, but Huziyu felt a chill. Zhou Jinshi continued, "The extra pig pens are probably prepared for us. But as long as we don't eat the food they give us, it's fine. It's still early now, only 7 o'clock in the evening. I go out and inform them. If the mayor and his men come, you can say that I went to the car to get something." Huziyu nodded. "Okay, I know how to deal with it. You should be careful about everything." Zhou Jinshi gently opened the door, and Jiang Song's cheerful voice came from the next door. "I'm the landlord now. Fei, I don't want to be a farmer with Zhu Er, the mayor's younger brother. I still want to be a landlord. Jiang Song, you just learned how to play anyway, so I give you my landlord." Zhu Er shook his head violently. "I'm not a fool. There's no free lunch in the world." Fei slapped the table. "That makes sense. In this case, you provide more supplies, we will suffer a little loss, and let you be the landlord every time. How about we fight you?" Happily agreed, "Okay." Zhou Jinshi, He suddenly sympathized with Zhu Er for a second. When Rand is a girl, living with Wu Renfan and Song Wan. Originally, the landlord Zhu Shursan wanted to arrange a room for each of them, but was uniformly rejected by the three of them. "Sister Zhu, this bed is big enough, it will be warmer if the three of us squeeze together," Song Wan said to Zhu Shursan. Zhu Shursan is a woman in her 40s, with a red mole between her two thin eyebrows, which makes her look a little inconsistent with the beauty of this small town. She brought 2 quilts and said with a smile, "Then I get you some more quilts, so you don't get cold at night. It's still early, you haven't eaten yet, my husband and I haven't eaten yet either, I call you when it's ready. It's not good to offend the host's kindness to stay here." So Song Wan and the other two had to agree. "How is it?" Song Wan looked at Wu Renfan and handed her a cup of water heated by supernatural power, so that she could make coffee. She discovered Wu Renfan's psychic supernatural power by accident. After all, it's hard not to discover each other's cards when they eat, and live together, and kill zombies together. Wu Renfan didn't intend to hide it from Song Wan, who often provided her with hot water, and even helped her find coffee. Wu Renfan poured the coffee powder and skillfully took a piece of chocolate and stirred it. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Good news." When Rand made the bed and joined the topic, "What?" This is the first time when Ran left Ruru and the others after the natural disaster. She was still a little uncomfortable and urgently needed to find someone to talk to. Wu Renfan, the good news is that she really wants to cook for us. What about the bad news? The bad news is that there is something wrong with the food. Songwon nodded. It is indeed bad news. But I brought biscuits and instant noodles, so we don't have to eat her food. When Ran said, I feel that we have to find a reason not to eat, otherwise what if they force it? And everyone in their town has the surname Zhu, but their names are arranged in numerical order. If one person has a problem, it means that everyone has a problem. We have to tell others quickly. Wu Renfan waved his hand. No need. With Captain Zhou here, I bet he will come to remind us in less than half an hour. As soon as she finished speaking, something hit the door. Songwon opened the door and saw a note tied with a stone on the ground. Don't eat any food given by the people of Zhujia town. When Ran held the note with a shocked face, could it be that your ability is to predict the future? Wu Renfan drank a whole cup of coffee silently. Predicting the future is Luo Daxian's ability to eat. I won't choke. The main thing is that our good captain is like this. And he seems to have guessed what problems food will cause. Let's think about how to deal with the matter of not eating. Songwon pulled out a few strands of hair, but still couldn't figure it out. She rubbed her hands and rubbed out a fireball. Just hit it directly. What do you think? When Ran, Wu Renfan, not so good. There are 24 households in Zhujia town, and each household has at least 2 or 3 aborigines. The ability is unknown, the situation is unclear, and they are divided. They are not very dominant as outsiders. Because of Zhou Jinsher's reminder, the 39 people in the team have their own excuses. They either said they had eaten before coming, or they were cooking instant noodles. The most outrageous one is that they said they were losing weight at night and controlling calories. Tang Xianghe's saliva was about to drip into ice before he could barely finish the sentence. I'm not hungry. I want to lose weight at night. The owner Zhu Shiba held the rice bowl, his face full of frustration and regret. Really not eating? This big bowl of preserved vegetable braised pork took me 2 hours to cook. I thought you would definitely give me this face. Even if you don't eat it for dinner, you can have a taste. Tang Xianghe's heart was almost in tears. Big sister, this big pot of braised pork is so fat and thin. It's too tempting, okay, but my life is more important. Countless practices have proved that only by listening to Captain Zhou can you live a long life. Tang Xianghe slapped himself and tears flowed. I want to lose weight, not eat braised pork. He went back to his room while hitting himself, covered with a quilt and crying, drooling and crying. Zhu Shiba looked at his back, his eyes gradually gloomy. He lived with Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu tried to move his eyes away from the braised pork. He was not a person who loved food, but this meat looked better than all the meat he had eaten in his life. It smells good. If he hadn't secretly taken a needle to prick his finger, he would have lost control. Lu Xiaowu took a deep breath. Thank you, sister. I'm his good brother. I help him lose weight. Zhu Shiba, It's okay that Tang Xianghe is fat, but you're as thin as a telegraph pole. You're also losing weight? Zhu Shiba moved the basin to the pigpen depressed. There was also a pig in her pigpen. It was no longer a small pig, but a medium pig. As long as she finished eating this pot of braised pork, she should become a big pig. Under the dim light next to the pigpen, Zhu Shiba touched the pig's head lovingly, but her nails pierced deeply into the skin on the pig's head, making the pig scream. She stood up, swallowed her saliva, and licked the blood and flesh on her nails. This method calmed Zhu Shiba's anger at being rejected by Tang and Lu. Zhu Shiba comforted himself. Since they don't like braised pork, I cook other dishes for them. As long as it's delicious, they will definitely like it. No one can resist it. After that, Zhu Shiba walked towards the kitchen again. The mayor stood at the door of Jiang Song's room with a gloomy face. His younger brother Zhu Er was having a lot of fun, but suddenly realized that he had been playing landlord here for 2 or 3 hours. He had completely forgotten the business he should do. Damn humans, they are so cunning. Zhu Er gnashed his teeth in hatred. Brother, I was wrong. In front of the mayor, Zhu Er lowered his head. The mayor resisted losing his temper, and asked Zhu Er to go out first. He asked, my brother is ignorant and delayed your meal. What do you want to eat for supper? I let my brother make it. Jiang Song and Ah Fei have been playing cards with Zhu Er, and Zhou Jinsher can't give any hints. Zhou Jinsher and Huzi wanted to end the conversation at this time, and then they heard them say happily, Mayor, don't bother. Your brother lost your house to us. Mayor, Zhou Hu, After a while, the mayor closed the door elegantly, holding his brother's ear with his left hand, and the rice bowl and spoon with his right hand, and walked away. After another moment, a violent quarrel was heard in the yard. Jiang Song was stunned. No, why are they fighting again? Ah, Fei, that's right. Why did you break the bowl when everything was fine? It's disturbing the people in the middle of the night. Hu Ziyu silently patted Zhou Jinshi. This is the first time I know what the consequences of gambling are. We don't have to worry about it. Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. Even so, Zhou Jinshi still briefly explained the matter. Jiang Song came up with a plan. This is easy. Watch me make a wish. He made a wishing gesture. Zhu De and Zhu Er fight all night. After the 100th time, the supernatural power was activated successfully. The cursing and fighting in the yard became more and more intense. The pigs in the pigpen were so scared that they dared not make a sound, fearing that the brothers' attention would be diverted to them. Jiang Song happily took credit. How is it? I'm good, right? Let's go, buddy, let's go to bed. After dinner and supper, the owners of each household were still cooking with all their might. The town was filled with smoke, and the aroma of various delicacies wafted from time to time. If someone passed by the street, they would think they had mistakenly entered a night market street before the natural disaster. Unfortunately, everyone was too determined tonight, and no one accepted the temptation. At midnight, each household finally quieted down. Many people in the convoy were tired and sleepy, so they locked their doors and went to sleep. Zhou Jinshi had not slept all the time, and every nerve was tense. He took advantage of the mayor and his brother fighting, and had no time to take care of other things, so he quietly climbed up to the mayor's room on the second floor through the window behind the house. As soon as he stepped into the room, a chill hit him in the face. It was a gloomy cold that seemed to penetrate into the bone marrow. The furnishings in the mayor's room were very simple, but very strange. A layer of hay was spread on the soft quilt. The hay was stained with some dark red meat scraps and dried blood, which made people think of what kind of creature it was. There was a roster on the desk. The first page was the name of the town chief, Zhu De. He was the head of the household, and his family member was his younger brother Zhu Er. Going down in order, there were 24 households densely recorded, and the name was Zhu Wushizhen. Behind some household numbers, there were some symbols. For example, the town chief's family had 2 solid small circles, and Zhu Shiba's family had a medium circle. These circles were all painted black. But behind Zhu Laoqi's family was a large circle painted red, so red that it was dazzling. Behind the large circle were 2 ugly words, slaughter. Turning to the last page of the roster, there was a newly written top 10 pigs ranking. Zhou Jinshi looked over from the balcony, and saw a small slaughterhouse at the easternmost part of the town. There was no light there, and it was as dark as a dead place. The pigs raised by the townspeople would be dragged there to be slaughtered. If Zhou Jinshi guessed correctly, another pig would be slaughtered there tonight. How come pork smells so good too? Li Qiu sniffed it again, and was simply fascinated and overjoyed. If she wasn't very hungry, and had some self-control, she would have stepped out of the tent and ran to the slaughterhouse at the easternmost end of the town. Even if she didn't step out, she would have opened the tent, and the wind blew in from the open tent. Not only did the temperature drop at night, but there was also a cold wind with ice, just like nature turned on the strongest electric fan at 3 gears. Li Qiu wore 2 down jackets, a scarf and earmuffs to sleep, but this bloody wind blew her from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, and also saved Li Qiu from that strong appetite. This smell is wrong. Li Qiu's zombie physique makes her sense of smell only effective for humans. Among them, the smell of superpowers is stronger than that of ordinary people and zombies, and the taste and satiety are also ranked according to this point. Animal meat has neither fragrance nor taste for Li Qiu, and the satiety value can only increase a little bit. When I was hungry, I rummaged through the boxes and found a bag of damp melon seeds, and I ate it with my head held high. It didn't taste good, but who could eat a few melon seeds to be full? The smell that continued to come now, if it wasn't pig, then what was it? Of course, it was human. What a hell joke. Li Qiu thought while zipping up his zipper. Could it be that someone wanted to kill a pig in the middle of the night, but was killed by a pig? The pigs here have mutated, so cruel. Li Qiu lay back in the middle of the big and small fruits, and activated his little brain that had been reading horror novels for many years. Could it be that someone killed a pig in the middle of the night, but caught the wrong person and killed a person? Killed a person as a pig. His sister, what's wrong with you? Dogwa rubbed against Li Qiu's arms in a daze. Nothing, you continue to sleep. Li Qiu touched her green peel. Guzi fell asleep again, but Li Qiu heard voices. The voice came from the house closest to the parking lot, about 800 meters away from Li Qiu. Because she had to turn a corner, she couldn't hear it very clearly. Why didn't the mayor come to call us when the pigs were slaughtered? I don't know. The mayor is too partial to Zhu Lachi. Doesn't he want us to share the meat? It's against the rules. Keep your voice down. What can we do? We can't beat the mayor. We live far away from the mayor. There are few pigs coming every time, so we can't get any pigs to raise. I have to think of ways to please the mayor next time. The mayor likes to eat watermelon. Where can we find it? Forget it. Let's go quickly, so as not to miss it. Every time Zhu Beiji grabs a lot. Li Qiu put the sleeping fruit into her messenger bag and followed. After getting closer, she was more certain that these two people looked completely human, but they had nothing to do with humans in terms of smell. Have animals evolved to this point after the natural disaster? They can actually turn into humans and be indistinguishable from real people. Li Qiu was nervous and excited, and felt like she had discovered a new world. It was already late at night, and there were only a few street lights left in the town, and the light was very dim. Li Qiu's footsteps were very light, and sounded very obvious. The two people in front turned their heads. They were both tall and fat, but their eyesight was not very good. Who's coming? Li Qiu didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Li Qiu's face was blocked by a mask, and she was wearing a hat on her head. She opened her mouth and said, Zhu Laoba. You don't recognize me because I have a cold? Before the two of them could doubt, Li Qiu immediately said, Did you two say bad things about me just now? The brothers number 52 and number 53 looked at each other and immediately laughed. Sister 8, why do we miss you so much? Why did you go out at this time today? I was just saying that the mayor didn't come to inform me to slaughter the pig today. It's really annoying. I was so angry that my cold got worse. When they heard this, they immediately agreed. That's right, I thought. I didn't expect that they didn't even inform you. You are one of the top 10 big pigs. Li Qiu was so upset. What the hell is a top 10 big pig? So you are pigs? No wonder she dreamed of Zhu Beiji with fangs in his mouth. It turned out to be true. That being said, neither of them dared to get too close to Li Qiu. It didn't seem like they were afraid of Li Qiu, but more afraid of Li Qiu's cold. Li Qiu sneezed tentatively, and they both trembled immediately. Very good, pigs are afraid of swine flu. Eighth sister, your cold is not serious, right? Zhu Wu asked tentatively. Li Qiu remembered her status as one of the top 10 pigs. What do you think? The two immediately said, It's definitely not serious. You can eat more later, and you be fine soon. Okay, I take your share. Don't, eighth sister, leave some for us. We want to improve, eighth sister, we want to be among the top 10 pigs sooner. Li Qiu nodded pretentiously. Okay, you two go ahead and block the wind for me. I won't eat your share then. The two smiled and immediately followed Li Qiu's order to go ahead. With these two pigs leading the way, no one from other doors doubted Li Qiu's identity, but greeted her enthusiastically. Eighth sister shouted all the way. Li Qiu, the fake eighth sister, was also surrounded by a group of pigs in the middle and rushed to the slaughterhouse. At this time, the real Zhu Laoba was cursing in the slaughterhouse. Chapter 52. Zhu Er ran away with his head in his hands. Brother, don't hit me. Otherwise I will fight back. Who told you to lose my house? I cheated them. Why don't I just deny the debt? Zhu Er said hurriedly. Zhu De thought about this logic seriously, and showed what it means to suddenly realize something. He said, Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhu Da's anger faded a little, and Zhu Er was almost overjoyed. He had run far away, but now he ran back to his brother. The result of going back was that Zhu Er was beaten even harder, and screamed one after another. Zhu Er's face was red and swollen, and the flesh on his face was shaking vigorously. He really couldn't understand. Brother, why are you still hitting me? Zhu De was also stunned, as if he just realized that something was wrong. I don't know, I can't stop at all, I just want to hit you very much. What should I do? Why don't you run away quickly? Before Zhu Er could react, Zhu De immediately picked up the big iron spoon on the ground and smashed it hard. Zhu Da's strength was too great, and blood flowed down from the top of Zhu Er's head, flowing into his eyes and mouth. Zhu Er subconsciously licked his own blood, and his eyes turned red in an instant. He pinched Zhu Da's neck with both hands and tightened it little by little. I told you to hit me. I told you to hit me. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Zhu De didn't expect his brother to dare to resist him. After a shout, he burst out with the strongest strength in his body, and directly hit Zhu Er out. just flying into the pig pen. The piglets in the pen were so scared that their eyes rolled back, and they simply lay on the ground pretending to be dead. The two brothers were more brutal than each other, and they were afraid that Ju-air would be beaten and fly in and use them as punching bags. But Ju-air lay motionless on the ground, his head buried in the feces of the piglets, and he didn't respond for a long time. After fighting with his brother until the middle of the night, Judah, who was exhausted, stood in the yard blankly, not realizing what he had just done. When he reacted, he didn't go to the pigpen immediately. Judah knew that his brother was dead. So he went into the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. In front of the piglets, Judah cut Ju-air into pieces. This neat technique can't be practiced without 10 years of slaughtering pigs in a slaughterhouse. But isn't this his brother? At this time, the few people hiding in the room on guard were numb. Even if Zhou Jinshi told them that the people in this town were all transformed from pigs, their current appearance is indeed human. People killing people, people dissecting people, watching TV dramas must be mosaiced. But now it is an extremely restored live broadcast. Jiang Song turned his back and didn't want to watch. "Brother, I feel like vomiting." Fei said affectionately, "Brother, if you vomit on me, we will be sworn enemies from now on." Jiang Song swallowed it back again. "I have paid too much for you." Fei had been holding back his vomiting, but now seeing Jiang Song swallowing it back again, he said with trembling lips, "No. I can't do it anymore." Ugh, who's you next door vomited while looking at Zhou Jinshi. How can Jiang Song be so disgusting? Zhou Jinshi turned his eyes away and continued to look at the movement in the direction of the pigpen. Don't be distracted, just pay attention. In the pigpen, Judah not only didn't look sad at all, but also cut his own brother into 1, 2, 3 or 4 pieces, and then slowly chopped it into meat paste. After a while, Judah picked between the 2 piglets and finally chose the smaller one. You be my brother." He reached out and grabbed the piglet, and forcibly opened its mouth. Before the piglet could scream, Judah had already grabbed a handful of meat paste and stuffed it into the piglet's throat, and then directly into the stomach from the throat. The piglet was almost fainted by this operation, but Judah kept opening its mouth and stuffing it in like a duck. The vomited meat was stuffed in again, and all the meat paste on the ground was stuffed in. In order to prevent the stuffed meat from being vomited out, Judah closed the piglet's mouth and sat on the piglet's head again, acting as a human weight. It is not known whether the piglet was too full or fainted from fear, or of course, it is possible that Judah sat on it to death. Anyway, the piglet gradually stopped struggling. "Brother, why are you so slow?" Judah sighed deeply. The process of waiting is always boring. Judah looked down at his hands, which were covered with scarlet flesh and blood. Judah licked them affectionately in accordance with the principle of not wasting. After Judah licked his hands clean, a human voice came from the ground. The piglet on the ground had turned into a human. "Brother." Judah stood up and shouted at the newcomer, and helped him up in a friendly manner. The newcomer was called Ju-air, but he didn't look like Ju-air at all. Ju-air was a fat and strong adult male, but the new Ju-air was only a teenager of medium height, and had little flesh on his body. His appearance was completely different from the original. "Brother." The new Ju-air's voice was a little unclear. He looked at Judah with resentment, and called out reluctantly. Judah slapped him. "You can't blame me for this. It's because you can't stand being beaten. If you can't eat the pig when you die, you can only let the pig eat you. This pig hasn't grown up yet, and it ate you. You must have fallen out of the top 10 pigs now." What he said seemed like a tongue twister, but Ju-air understood. The resentful Ju-air lowered his head with a whimper, and the memory of the original Ju-air in his mind had returned to this new body. Judah looked at his brother's appearance, and his tone was a little better. "Forget it. Who made me your brother? I will definitely protect you with me. Zhu killed a pig while we were fighting, but he certainly didn't dare to eat it all by himself. I won't notify others tonight. I take you there. You can eat more to replenish yourself. At least the whole pig head, 2 pig trotters and pig tail are for you to eat." "Thank you, brother." Ju-air's voice became cheerful. He followed Judah out of the pig pen, and Zhou Jinshi and others saw the complete appearance of the new Ju-air. The upper body of the new Ju-air is indeed a person, but his lower body is a pig's belly that bulges like a hemisphere, and the pig's short lower limbs. For some unknown reason, the new Ju-air cannot completely transform into a human form. He can only transform into a pigman walking upright. The people in the room held their breath. What happened since entering this town has repeatedly refreshed their 3 views. Before leaving, Judah made a surprise attack. "No, I have to go and see if our guests are really asleep. They are all cunning, not as simple and kind as us." Zhu Er now really wants to do something, so that his brother can find more meat for him. He immediately said, "Brother, I will definitely not mess it up this time. You go to the door and wait for me." Zhu disagreed. "Can you do it? Your legs will be discovered by them." Zhu Er skillfully put the pants next to him into his pig legs, and put on the shoes that didn't fit him well. "Watch me. Can't I do this little thing? I'm not going in, I just stand at the door." "Well, I wait for you at the door." Zhu Er walked towards the door. He had to observe whether anyone else noticed Zhu Qi's killing of pigs. Very good, the street was calm, and there was no one in sight. It seemed that everyone was sleeping soundly, and didn't notice that there were pigs being killed at the slaughterhouse today. As the mayor, he shouldn't do such selfish things, but who made him the mayor? He is selfish. Otherwise, why would he call himself the mayor? Zhu thought proudly. It seemed that there was a tail on his buttocks. "Are you asleep?" Zhu Er's method of confirming whether the guests were asleep was so simple and unpretentious. If someone answered that they were asleep, then they must not be asleep. He would immediately open the door with the key and go in to kill them. If no one answered, he would also want to go in and kill two of them. It was those two who took him to gamble, causing him to be beaten to death by his brother, and now he could only use this immature body. Jiang Song didn't answer at all. He opened the door directly, and almost kissed Zhu Er on the cheek. Zhu Er was stunned for a moment, and immediately changed his expression to a cold one. "You didn't sleep, so today is your death." Jiang Song was calm and composed. "Do you know what a liar's tavern is?" Zhu Er didn't want to answer at all. "Hack you." Ah Fei threw a deck of cards in his hand. The rules of the liar's tavern are very simple. 6 Burmese chots, 6 QS, 6A, and 2 joker cards. Zhu Er turned his eyes away. "I don't play cards. I've given up." He sniffed. Ah Fei said nothing, but just kept introducing the rules. In each round, 1 card will be randomly drawn from K, Q, A as a designated card, and the clown can be used as any designated card. Each time, 1 to 3 cards can be played, and the next player can question. If the question is successful, the player shoots, and if the question fails, the questioner shoots. They have a revolver in their hands. Jiang Song smiled. "There is only 1 bullet in this gun. Do you want to play?" Zhu Er understood the rules of the game. If he successfully questioned others, or others failed to question him, they had to shoot. The feeling of being blasted by the bullets he fired must be more fun than him hacking them to death. The door closed again. Zhu Er said cautiously, "I draw." Okay. Zhu was already waiting impatiently at the door. He was about to go to the guest room to take a look, and suddenly saw his brother coming out. It's just that the younger brother seemed to be a little taller than before, but his head was down, and I didn't know what he was doing. "Are they asleep?" Zhu asked patiently. The younger brother cursed in a hoarse voice. "Are they asleep? I wanted to go in and kill them without sleeping." Zhu said unhappily, "You are a waste. We don't have many pigs. If we kill them, we won't have new piglets to raise. How can we evolve?" In order to prevent his younger brother from having any more thoughts, Zhu emphasized, "Don't kill them unless it's absolutely necessary." "Got it. Let's go quickly, brother. If it's too late, we won't be able to eat them." "Aren't you afraid that Zhu Qi will eat them all?" Zhu sneered. If he had the guts, he wouldn't be called Zhu Qi. Zhu found his brother's shadow strange under the street light. "Why is your belly bulging?" Brother touched the magic, then said, "Oh, the clothes are not worn properly, just pull them off. You should behave like a human being, look at you." Alas. Zhu looked disappointed, and finally he was too lazy to talk, and quickened his pace to the slaughterhouse. The top 10 pigs in Zhujia town are Zhu, Zhu Er, Zhu Qi, Zhu Ba, Zhu Jiu, Zhu Shi, Zhu Shi, Zhu Shisan, Zhu Shiba, and Zhu Ershai. Everyone in Zhujia town knows that this order determines their strength. Generally speaking, pigs ranked lower will not provoke those ranked higher. But Zhu Lao Ba is an exception. Sometimes she can tie with Zhu Qi, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the reserve third. Because of his strong strength, Zhu Laoba was kind to Zhu De and Zhu Er, who he could not beat. He would beat or scold anyone he did not like, and he was known as the bully of Zhujia town. What's more, when Zhu Laoba came tonight, Zhu Laoqi had already started eating. A pig has 4 trotters, and Zhu Laoqi had eaten 2 of them, and the other 2 were gone. Zhu Laoqi was eating the delicious pig liver. Pork liver is Zhu Laoba's favorite. Every time a pig is slaughtered, Zhu Laoba will be the first to grab the liver. Many people dared not to speak out against her, and later they simply kept the liver for her to avoid being hated by Zhu Laoba. Zhu Laoqi refused. Zhu Laobao could scold him as he pleased, but he would not let go, and he would eat as he wanted. After choking a little after eating the pig liver, he scooped 2 spoonfuls of pig blood to drink. He really doesn't take himself seriously. Zhu Laobao went up and kicked over the half-solidified pig blood. A large basin of jelly-like pig blood was scattered by the force, turning the snow in the slaughterhouse into a bloody field. You ate pig liver, you dare to eat pig liver. I want you to pay with your life. Zhu Laobao's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body suddenly exploded, turning into a pig head and a human body. The pig head on his head was as big as a water tank, and 2 long fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, with a disgusting yellow color. Zhu Laobao's pig nose twitched, staring straight at Zhu Laoqi in the middle of the slaughterhouse. Zhu Laoqi smiled, and took out another piece of pig liver, and ate it in front of Zhu Laobao. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Zhu Laoqi had long thought that there was always someone eyeing his position. He had been waiting for this day. Zhu Laobao died. After her death, her body did not turn back into a human, and she still looked like a pig with a human body. Zhu Laoqi squatted beside and looked at the body of the sister, then stood up, crushed her ribs and internal organs with 1 foot, and stepped into the dirty snow. No one had come to the slaughterhouse for a long time recently, and a lot of snow had piled up. In order to prevent others from finding out that he had killed Zhu Laobao and reporting it to the mayor, Zhu Laoqi shoveled a lot of snow and buried Zhu Laobao's body. Zhu Laobao's body was huge, and the snow pile that buried her was particularly obvious. Zhu Laoqi looked at the snow pile in silence, thinking that he should not have buried it if he had known earlier. Why not drag a few trees over? Zhu Laoqi is a real action man. He casually wiped the snow off the axe, then turned around to look for a big tree in the forest next to the slaughterhouse. As soon as Zhu Laoqi left, a group of people came over with Li Qiu, the Zhu Laobao. Li Qiu came here with a brave face, for she was afraid that there was a real Zhu Beiji in the slaughterhouse. If her identity was exposed, these pig people would attack her, which would not be good. Unexpectedly, God helped her, and there were only 0 people in the slaughterhouse. An uneaten piglet lay on the board. Its various parts had been disassembled and neatly placed aside. Li Qiu smelled it. This was not a piglet, but a human. And it was a human superpower. Otherwise, the fragrance would not have drifted to her tent. Chef, you are too good at choosing a place. Why did you find such a deadly town? I slept for 1 night, and you were slaughtered like pigs. The scene was too cruel for Li Qiu to imagine. However, the convoy even carried the huge zombie tide brought by Li Dong, so it shouldn't capsize in this small ditch. Li Qiu's little brain was working rapidly, and he began to think about how to make these pigs kill each other. These pigs didn't expect that Zhu Laoqi was not there. They drooled and looked at each other, and came to invite Li Qiu. 8th sister, 7th brother is not here, and the mayor and 2nd brother are not here either. You should go. You divide the meat for us. Li Qiu nodded and pointed to someone casually. Tell me, how did we divide it before? The pig she pointed was about to cry. It was estimated that he had been scolded by Zhu Laobao before. He answered tremblingly. Usually, the mayor would call us together before dividing it. Pig farmers can choose first, usually taking the pig head. Then the top 10 big pigs will choose the delicious parts such as pig tails, pig ears, pig tongues, and pig trotters. Of course, your favorite is pig liver. Finally, we eat the offal and other scraps. Li Qiu thought to herself that she had met a pervert today. She was obviously a human transformed from a pig, but she had to turn a human into a pig to eat. Don't you feel disgusted? Don't you think it's outrageous? Of course, eating corpses by oneself is also the origin of perversion. Li Qiu coughed and maintained the swine flu persona for a while. She asked, I'm in a good mood today. Do you need my help? I help you choose what you want. Li Qiu has learned her lesson now. For the ability of responding to every request, she first set the content of the help. If the other party answered yes, he would fall into the trap she set. The other party was ecstatic and tentatively said, Really? Li Qiu pretended to be impatient and kicked a few snows. You just need to answer yes. I need it. I need it. Can I have the pig's tongue? Zhu Sanchizi said cautiously. When Li Qiu found the pig's tongue and gave it to him, the ability took effect. Rank behind Li Qiu was Zhu Jiu. He didn't expect that Zhu Laobao had changed his nature today, and was so generous that it was unbelievable, but this violated the interests of him and the other top 10 pigs. But Zhu Jiu didn't dare to refute him in person. He had to find someone to take the lead. Zhu Jiu was thinking hard about who to find, and suddenly saw Zhu Qi coming from a distance dragging a few trees. Zhu Jiu quietly left the crowd and ran to Zhu Qi, seventh brother. Zhu Jiu's enthusiastic greeting only got a faint response from Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi is a person who likes to be alone. Zhu Qi is a pigman who lives in the town, but has no friends, so he even kills pigs by himself. The advantage of this is that when the mayor forgets to notify others like today, he can eat most of the pigs by himself. When he saw Zhu Jiu coming, Zhu Qi realized that everyone was coming, and he could no longer eat alone. What made him even more nervous was that he hadn't hidden the big snow pile yet. However, the next second, Zhu Jiu's words made Zhu Qi's brain crash. He said, "Seventh brother, you go and take care of Zhu Ba. She is crazy today and giving meat to people everywhere." With a few clicks, the tree in Zhu Qi's hand fell on the snow. "Who are you saying is giving meat?" "Not Zhu Lao Ba." "Impossible," Zhu Qi roared. His voice was so loud that the pigs who were queuing in the center of the slaughterhouse to get meat from Li Qiu turned back. They looked at Zhu Qi, who was suddenly angry, inexplicably. Zhu Qi looked at Li Qiu, who was called eighth sister by everyone, with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 53. Who is she? Zhu Qi turned around and grabbed Zhu Jiu's arm. Zhu Jiu felt that everyone was acting strange today. It was okay for Zhu Ba to be crazy, but why was Zhu Qi so stupid? Maybe he was so happy that he could finally kill a pig today. After all, it takes more than just time to raise a piglet to maturity. Zhu Jiu patiently answered Zhu Qi's question. Of course it's Zhu Lao Ba. It's understandable that you can't tell. I rarely see her wrap herself up like this. I heard that she had the flu and was afraid of the wind and cold. You also know that if we get it, it's easy to spread and our lives will be in danger. Zhu Jiu's tone was so certain that Zhu Qi couldn't help but start to doubt whether he had just killed a pig for meat and killed Zhu Ba to bury the body. Could it be that he was hallucinating because he kept thinking about how to kill Zhu Ba at home every night? Of course, it wasn't a hallucination. The snow pile was still there. Can you see that snow pile? Zhu Qi's eyes fell on the raised snow pile and asked. Zhu Jiu said, "Huh? When did the snow pile appear?" Zhu Qi said, "I don't know who made it." He opened his mouth and wanted to tell Zhu Jiu that the one who was dividing the meat was a fake Zhu Ba, but after hesitating for a few seconds, Zhu Qi still didn't say it. He could use this fake as the real one. This way, no one would ever know that he killed Zhu Ba. What's more, it's just a fake. How much can it do? If it's a fake, it will never shake his position. Oh! It turned out to be Lao Ba. I missed her after not seeing her for a long time. Let's go. Haven't you got your share of meat yet? Go quickly. Zhu Qi's attitude changed 180 degrees, and his tone could even be described as pleasant when he mentioned Zhu Lao Ba. Zhu Jiu felt confused. Is this still Zhu Qi? Could it be that this is a fake Zhu Qi? Among the group of new piglets, could someone have the ability to change their face? After this thought flashed through his mind, Zhu Jiu couldn't help but start observing Zhu Qi in front of him. When a person starts to doubt others, he will feel that the other person is not right in every way. Normal things are not normal anymore. For example, why didn't Zhu Qi stay here after killing the pigs, but went to chop trees instead? It can't be that he has seen too much Baldi Chong. They don't like to see Baldi Chong, only humans like to see him. To sum up, this must be a fake Zhu Qi. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Qi was unhappy. Zhu Jiu not only looked at him, but also stood 2 meters away from Zhu Qi. Within 2 meters, you can attack or defend. He, Zhu Jiu, must expose Zhu Qi's true face today. Ah! Zhu Qi slapped him. Zhu Jiu honestly covered his swollen half-face and said timidly, "Brother Qi, please be gentle, you are almost beating me out of my true form." Zhu Qi was too lazy to pay attention to him, and he didn't want the tree anymore. He hurried back to the center of the slaughterhouse with an axe. Seeing Zhu Qi coming back, the pigs who were originally queuing happily calmed down and consciously made room for him, allowing the 2 strongest pigs in the entire slaughterhouse to stand together. At the outermost edge of the crowd, Zhu Wu and Wu Shizhen were swallowing the 2 pieces of tenderloin they had just received from Li Qiu. "Wusan, I think the atmosphere is a bit tense." Zhu Wu Shizhen savored the meat carefully and selectively turned a deaf ear. "What did you say?" Zhu Wuxier shouted at the top of his voice. "I wonder if they will fight." Everyone looked at Zhu Wuxier in unison, thinking in their hearts that Wuxier was really a warrior, daring to speak their minds in public. Just now, Li Qiu had sent out 25 pieces of meat, and more than half of the pigmen present had been affected by her supernatural power. The advantage is mine with more people defeating fewer. Alas, with these 25 obedient pigmen, Li Qiu had the confidence and was not afraid of Zhu Qi at all. She performed her arrogance to the extreme. "You hid the pig's head, 2 pig's trotters, pig's heart and pig's tail." Yes, what do you want? Zhu Qi sneered. He just wanted to test how powerful this fake Zhu Ba was. If the fake was weak, Zhu Qi could spare his life and threaten him with knowing his fake identity. If the fake is strong, Zhu Qi will expose his identity and put the blame for Zhu Ba's death on him. Kill two birds with one stone. Li Qiu stared at Zhu Qi's eyes. It is said that eyes are windows to the soul. Zhu Qi's windows simply reflected all his bad intentions. Li Qiu couldn't bear to look directly. I don't know how these pigs with "I am a bad guy" written all over their faces deceived the townspeople at the beginning. I don't want to do anything, Zhu San Zhu Si. Beat him until he can't talk. Li Qiu read out the names of the 25 pigs. Zhu Qi laughed. Will they listen to you? Even if the one in front of them was the real one, it would be impossible for others to listen to Zhu Lao Ba's orders to beat him up. However, the next second, the pigs who were still happily eating meat and watching the show found themselves out of control. They transformed into human bodies with pig heads and surrounded Zhu Qi. There were sounds of fighting and screaming. The other pigs who had not yet accepted Li Qiu's help and were not affected by the all requests are answered ability were completely dumbfounded. Isn't today the day of slaughtering pigs? It's not the ranking day. Why did they fight? And this is not an ordinary fight. There are 25 of them fighting Zhu Qi alone. Even if Zhu Qi is the mayor, he can't stand being beaten like this. Li Qiu didn't care about these. She went deep into the slaughterhouse. There was a house covered with iron sheets in the depths of the slaughterhouse, where some simple tools for slaughtering pigs were placed. For example, pig-killing knives, skinning knives, boning knives, ropes, and hooks for hanging pig carcasses. Li Qiu lived in the countryside when she was a child, and saw how adults slaughtered pigs. These things can be said to be familiar and unfamiliar. There are also several scalding pools here. Li Qiu remembered that after slaughtering the pig, the hair would be easier to remove after being put into the scalding pool filled with boiling water. The same principle applies to plucking the chicken. There was only one house in the slaughterhouse, so if you wanted to hide the pig head, you could only hide it here. Moreover, Li Qiu could smell that the fragrance here was very strong. The pig head must be here. The pig farmers were qualified to get the pig head, which meant that the pig head was the most important part for these pig farmers. Perhaps if we find the pig head, we can know the secret of Zhujia town. Li Qiu searched here and there, but finally found a ledger covered with dust in the bathhouse under the scalding pool. The house in Zhujia town was indeed newly built, but the slaughterhouse was not. This account book records the number of pigs slaughtered in the slaughterhouse in the past 3 years. The weight and price of each pig are all clearly visible. But starting half a year ago, the number of pigs slaughtered has dropped sharply. Other things began to be written on the account book that originally only recorded the number. The pig stood up and could actually walk. We kept this pig and planned to sell it to a circus or zoo. When they came, the 500 gene pig bit someone to death. We planned to shut down the slaughterhouse for a while and invite the Taoist priest to come and see. Li Qiu turned to the next page, and the handwriting on it was even more sloppy. After the Taoist priest came once, we started slaughtering pigs again. The Taoist priest asked each of us who slaughtered pigs to wear a talisman. I hope it works. Then, there were some intermittent records of slaughtering pigs, until the next page. Another incident. Someone forgot to bring the talisman. The human head is missing, and the pig's head is missing. The police found nothing. The words that followed were so sloppy that they looked like a primary school student who had just learned to write. Li Qiu had a hard time recognizing them, and most of the time he had to guess. The talisman is no longer effective. The Taoist priest is dead. The pigs that stand up will rush into the house and eat anyone they see. Dead, all dead. I hid in the woodshed and saw the pigs eating my wife. It turned into my wife's appearance and said it was looking for me. I didn't dare to speak and hid in the slaughterhouse. So hungry. Each of these words was very quick and brief, without a specific time, only some fragmentary matters. Li Qiu guessed that the man who wrote these was no longer in his right mind at the time. Li Qiu eagerly turned the pages to see the sequel. But there was nothing to read. On the last page, there was dried black blood and a pig's hoof print. Li Qiu dusted off the booklet and put it in her bag. She recalled Zhu Qi's height and suddenly looked up. On the ceiling of the slaughterhouse, a pig's head wrapped in a black cloth was hung. Because the color of the black cloth almost blended with the ceiling, Li Qiu didn't notice it just now. Li Qiu picked up the fire stick on the ground and poked the pig's head down. She lifted the black cloth and saw a pig's head, but she knew what it was. Li Qiu wiped her saliva and sighed. She climbed out of the window of the room and walked farther and farther with the head. The outside had not been cleaned up by humans, and there was blood everywhere. The fruits were awakened by the continuous and powerful sound of shoveling. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xiaobu was the first to jump out of the bag. Then she let out a continuous and extremely piercing scream. Dogwa came out a step later, and was a little sleepy, but was awakened by Xiaobu. Xiaobu wanted to be 10,000 meters away from the pig head. "What is this?" Li Qiu forgot that this was a little inappropriate for children, and put them back in the bag. "Don't look at it." But these two children in the plant world were extremely curious and insisted on sticking their heads out. The pig head that Li Qiu put in the pit slowly turned into a human head under the dim moonlight. This was a middle-aged man with a flat head, and the expression on his face still retained the most horrified scene before his death. Li Qiu put his hands on the shovel and panted. After walking so far and digging this pit, she was tired. If she didn't take a break, she would be hungry again. Fortunately, her guess was right. Why did Zhu Qi hang the pig's head on the hook on the ceiling? Because the pig's head is not like other parts. After the pig's head is cut off, it cannot touch the ground for too long, otherwise it will return to its original appearance. Eating it this way will not have the effect of evolution. The pigs in Zhujia town will become the person they eat at the beginning. But it is useless for them to eat humans later. Humans must be raised as piglets and kept in the form of pigs, so that they can continue to evolve after eating them. On the way to the slaughterhouse, Judo was still educating his younger brother. Maybe his younger brother was convinced by his beating, and he honestly agreed to whatever he said. "If you had been so obedient earlier, would you have been beaten to death by me again?" Not so. This younger brother would not let any of Juda's words fall to the ground. Judah was satisfied. As they were about to reach the gate of the slaughterhouse, Judah, whose eyesight was not very good, finally got better. The snow here had not been clean for a long time, and now it was full of footprints. His younger brother added, "Brother, didn't you have no one to come?" Judah, The slaughterhouse was so quiet at this moment that it seemed as if there was no one there. Zhu Qi was dead. He was beaten to death by the pigmen present. Originally, only 25 pigs listened to Li Qiu, but the other pigmen were idle, and also went up to help. After all, if everyone beats, it is equivalent to no one beating. Zhu Qi is the fourth largest pig, so what? Can he still retaliate against them one by one? But if everyone beats, everyone will think that others will be less strong, and they will be stronger. Zhu Qi, who had a pig's head and a human body, had a shattered brain, broken bones, and was limp. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Xu Jiu noticed that the mayor's brother had come, and he was like he had found Bao Qintian. Xu Jiu ran to Zhu in tears. "Mayor, something happened. Zhu Qi is dead." Zhu Da's face was very ugly. It was okay that a group of people didn't listen to his notice to share the meat, but his confidant Zhu Qi was beaten to death. Who did it? Of course no one would stand up. Someone in the crowd said, "It was Zhu Ba." More and more voices echoed. Although they didn't know why they suddenly listened to Zhu Ba's words and beat Zhu Qi, it was definitely right to say that Zhu Ba was the murderer. Where did Zhu Ba go? Zhu Da believed this possibility and scanned the crowd angrily. Everyone pointed in all directions, and no one remembered where Zhu Ba went. Zhu Da suppressed his anger and waved his hands. "Forget it. Zhu Qi's family doesn't have extra pigs, so which family can contribute a pig? As long as the piglets eat Zhu Qi in time, his confidant can be resurrected." Originally, there were only 5 piglets raised in the town. Judah has 2 pigs, and 1 has been used for pig air. Zhu Qi killed 1 tonight. The remaining ones are Zhu Jiu and Zhu Shiba, each with 1. Zhu Shiba became alert. "Mayor, I'm about to evolve. How can I give him my pig?" Judah looked at Zhu Jiu. "What about you? You just evolved last month." Zhu Jiu didn't expect to bring trouble to himself. He rolled his eyes and said immediately, "My pig is not good either. I found out today that it is a lame pig. If Chigu really uses it, Chigu will be useless. As for whether it was lame or not, couldn't he just go back and beat the piglet to a cripple?" Judah was completely unhappy. He looked around. 39 people came to the town today, and none of you succeeded in turning into a piglet. At this point, everyone began to complain. "Mayor, these people are too smart. They don't eat at all. I suspect they have no sense of smell and can't smell the fragrance. It's too difficult, really too difficult, Mayor." Someone asked, "Mayor, did the 4 people in your family turn into piglets?" This sentence silenced the mayor. "Get out!" The mayor roared, scaring the other pigmen to tremble. One pigman accidentally retreated into the snow pile. The snow in the snow pile was knocked away, revealing the bloody body of Zhu Laba inside. Li Qiu buried her head. and she returned to the slaughterhouse to see how Zhu Qi was. When she came back, she saw a group of pig-headed people looking at her strangely. Li Qiu coughed twice. Sorry. Did I go the wrong way? See you tomorrow. Li Qiu turned around and ran. The mighty pigmen were chasing behind. Zhu De saw that his brother didn't chase him, so he nodded. You are right not to chase him. Let's go, I go find the pig head. It must be hung by Zhu Qi somewhere. When you eat it, you can change your lower body. He didn't even finish the word change. The magic sword slashed Zhu Da's head. Zhu Da's head split into two halves, and the eyes on the left and right halves stared at his brother. He finally saw clearly that this was not his brother, but Zhou Jinshi. My brother is such a stupid thing. Zhou Jinshi added another sword. After making sure Zhu Da was dead, Zhou Jinshi chased after the group of pigmen. He was so fast that when a pigman was about to rush towards Li Qiu, his water ability had already separated a water wall, blocking the pigman's vision. Jiang Song had already notified the people in the convoy to release the poor little ones in the pigpen, and everyone gathered at the mayor's house. Zhu Er's half-human, half-pig body was still lying in Jiang Song's room, with a clear bullet hole on his head, which had blown half of his brain apart. Ah Fei looked at Zhu Er sympathetically. Poor child, don't you know not to play cards with two people you know? Isn't this a direct loss? Jiang Song seriously corrected him. This is the end of gambling. Hu Ziyu silently raised a thumbs up. I'm really convinced. Li Qiu and the fruits were running in the front, followed by the pigmen, and then by Zhou Jinshi. Tonight's Yujia town is a marathon game of you chasing me, and I chasing you. Chicken Legs and Ruras stood on the balcony, looking at the terrifying group of pigmen behind Li Qiu, and couldn't help but sigh, our benefactor is so energetic. Then the couple turned around neatly, floated down lightly, and threw themselves into the fierce battle against the pigmen without hesitation. The superpowers and guns made Yujia town's voices deafening. Damn it, why are you only chasing me? Li Qiu was about to run and vomit. She ran and ran, feeling tired and dizzy, her stomach was churning, and the hunger surged like a tide, almost drowning her. She played too much tonight. She used the superpower of every request 25 times, and it was not easy to endure until now because she ran around and buried her head. The fruits were no longer afraid. They jumped out of their pockets, emitting a light green light. Winter should be the time when everything withers, but there are always some evergreen trees with green leaves. They were summoned from the forest by the big and small fruits. Countless pine needles covered the sky and blocked the pig people's pursuit for Li Qiu. Li Qiu didn't even bother to look back. She had only one thought in her mind, run quickly. Run to the car to eat. If she couldn't eat, she would be extremely hungry and lose her human consciousness. At that time, both the people in the team and the fruits would find that she was a zombie. Li Qiu fell to the ground. She was a little speechless. How could God be so outrageous? She was only 100 meters away from the trunk of the SUV. Couldn't she fall later? Let her fall next to the trunk, and she could reach the reserved food with her hand. What made Li Qiu even more upset was that the fruit seemed to come to find her, and kept calling her sister. Some people in the team seemed to come to find her. Jiang Song shouting, the peerless Yi, and a Fei seemed to be a duet of benefactors. There was also the old man Xiao Qiu, Fuzi's Wang, and Hao Ming's where are you, my benefactor? There were so many people. Where should I hide? But there was a familiar aura that enveloped her before them. He said, Sister, please beg me. Chapter 54. Li Dong's gray eyes were filled with the image of Li Qiu curled up on the ground. Compared to the last time they met, Li Dong had grown up a little this time, almost becoming the same as when Li Qiu first met him. He was tall and big, a zombie in a suit. But his eyes were no longer cloudy, and he became as calculating and shrewd as a human. Seeing that Li Qiu didn't speak, he added, If you beg me, I will help you leave here. If you beg me, I can promise you anything. His tone reminded Li Qiu of when he was in school. There were always some very poor classmates in the class. Even if you asked him to pass you a book or close a window, he would say call me daddy or please beg me. He had to take advantage of this. But Li Dong's tone was different from theirs. His please beg me was more like saying, please beg me. Li Dong didn't wait long. After all, Li Qiu was a very strong-willed person, so she immediately said, please. Li Dong lowered his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he immediately reached out to pick up Li Qiu from the dirty snow. At this time, the intercom on Li Qiu rang. Zhou Jinshi's voice came. Li Qiu, run back. I let Lu Xiaowu and others come to pick you up. The only answer he got was a crackling sound. Li Dong crushed the intercom with one foot. Li Qiu, she said calmly. Next time you break my things, I kill you. Li Dong didn't take Li Qiu's threat seriously. It had been a long time since he had been so close to Li Qiu, so close that he could smell a lot of her scent. Ordinary humans, superpowers, they all smell like someone else. His hands gradually tightened. Li Qiu was so nervous that she had no time to care about Li Dong's thoughts and emotions. She was afraid that if Li Dong walked a step slower, she would be discovered. Let's take a step back. If Li Dong lied to her and exposed her in front of everyone at this time, Li Qiu would have no way to deal with it. But Li Dong did what he said this time. Li Qiu smelled the smell of humans getting farther and farther away from her. Li Dong had taken her away from the original place. At least 2 or 3 kilometers away from there. The crisis of being discovered was temporarily resolved. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and signaled Li Dong to put her down. But although Li Dong stopped, he still didn't let go. Li Qiu turned over and tried to struggle out of Li Dong's arms, but was held down by a hand. Li Dong touched Li Qiu's face. It was the wound that was scratched by the stone thrown by the crayfish. The wound had scabbed over long ago, with only a very small mark. If Li Dong had come a day or 2 later, the wound would have healed without a trace. Li Dong's hands were as cold as snow, without any human body temperature. Li Qiu felt as if her face, which he had touched, was covered with a piece of ice, and she was not used to being touched, so she turned her head away subconsciously. Li Dong leaned down and whispered in Li Qiu's ear, "Sister, hold me for a while longer." His voice was very light, almost like a whisper. Although he knew that Li Qiu would not pay attention to him, he still wanted to ask and get closer. "Why is everyone more important than me? You and I are obviously the same kind. They are the 2 most similar people in the world." She gave him his name, his consciousness, and his flesh and blood. Li Qiu created him, but she doesn't want him. Thinking of this, Li Dong's eyes were filled with confusion, grievance, and deep pain. Li Qiu's face was speechless. "Dong, haven't you evolved your superpowers recently? You just read romance novels. This is not okay. It's the critical period of senior high school. You be called by your parents easily." Li Dong emo his, Li Qiu talked nonsense about hers. The 2 of them talked nonsense for a long time without saying anything. Li Qiu didn't expect Li Dong to be so determined and still didn't let go. She could only continue to struggle. While struggling, she thought, it really wouldn't work if she was hungry. If she was full, she would definitely be able to turn over and fly to the ground, and then punch Li Dong away. No, if she wasn't hungry, she would have driven away long ago. No matter how powerful Li Dong is, can he outrun 4 wheels? Li Dong looked at Li Qiu quietly, and suddenly let go and put Li Qiu on the ground. He looked in the direction of Zhujia town and said, "Sister, why don't you eat if you are hungry?" As long as Li Qiu said that she wanted to, he could catch them immediately. But Li Qiu didn't want to. Even if he acted on his own, he would never be able to stay with Li Qiu. Li Dong had to endure too many things, and endured not to do things that Li Qiu hated. The most important thing to endure was to eat Li Qiu. His eyes cut Li Qiu inch by inch, from head to toe. Li Qiu felt a chill of being coveted, and couldn't help but say to him, "Why don't you say I eat you?" Because of this irony, Li Dong's originally gloomy expression was visibly dispersed. Could he understand Li Qiu's words as that he was the same as those people that Li Qiu cared about? Seeing Li Dong in a daze, Li Qiu quickly took this opportunity to get up from the ground and staggered to find a place to hide. It would be best if no one came to find her at this time, not even Li Dong. If necessary, it would be best to find a locked room so that she couldn't get out and no one else could get in. Li Qiu suddenly had an idea. If all the zombies were put into containers, locked, and then sunk into the sea, would the world be peaceful? But how many containers would that take? If we don't use a ship to pull the zombies into the sea and dump them in, it wouldn't work either. The zombies would pollute the seawater, and the world would be ruined. I don't know when the world of natural disasters will end. Will the days of playing with mobile phones, reading novels, ordering takeout, and traveling with my parents come back? The voice Li Dong made pulled Li Qiu back from recalling the past and looking forward to the future. He stepped on the snow and followed Li Qiu slowly. It is not appropriate to turn hostile and chase him away immediately after he has just helped her. As a Chinese, we are always very tactful. But Li Qiu turned hostile like turning a page. "Don't follow me." Li Dong did not listen. Li Qiu said, "You just said that as long as I ask you, you will agree to anything, right? Now I say." Li Dong interrupted her. "I know what you are going to say, it's impossible." Li Qiu, From the beginning, Li Qiu realized that she would eat even her own kind when she was hungry, so she parted ways with Li Dong in the banyan forest. Later, Li Qiu thought that she could resist this instinctive appetite, and became a companion with Li Dong again. But Li Dong would parasitize in her body, and eat her flesh and blood. It was also from then on that Li Qiu gave up the idea of becoming a companion with anyone to avoid the possibility of mutual harm. Of course, the fruits are not human at all, so they can be excluded. The only thing to avoid is being seen by the fruits eating. Thinking of the big and small fruits, Li Qiu felt a lot more relaxed. But even if she kept controlling herself to think about all kinds of messy things to divert her attention, she couldn't stop the invasion of hunger. In the end, all the thoughts in her mind were replaced by the word hungry, like the Pacific Ocean turning upside down, swallowing everything. When Li Qiu regained consciousness again, she found herself lying on a bed, and even covered with several layers of white quilts with damp and moldy spots. Who is this person? He is so nice that he knows to cover her with a quilt. After looking around, Li Qiu found that this was a health service center a distance away from the town, close to the city. This is a health center. After the natural disaster, there are always a nest of zombies, not to mention the huge crowds of people. But now it was very quiet all around, without any movement of zombies. Her sight fell back to the nearby area, where Li Dong was sitting on the other side of the bed, quietly watching her. Who could tolerate having something monitoring them every minute while sleeping? Li Qiu couldn't tolerate it anyway. Li Qiu could resist punching Li Dong, purely because he was still a little confused after waking up. Except for Li Qiu, zombies had no concept of being trapped, and they didn't need to use sleep to restore their body functions. Li Qiu suspected that if she slept here for 100 years, Li Dong could watch her for 100 years. If the bed wasn't narrow, Li Dong might have gotten into bed. It turns out that education is very important after giving birth to a child, otherwise the child will grow up to be a crooked tree. Li Qiu lifted the quilt, and suddenly found that she was not as hungry as before, and also found that Li Dong's left arm was gone. The sleeve was empty, and she could immediately play Yangguo with a change of makeup. There were still traces of food left in her mouth. You don't have to think about where the arm will end up. It should have been absorbed by her invincible digestive system without a trace. Are you sick? I eat you and you don't hide? You don't want me to give birth to you again? Li Qiu asked 3 questions in a row, and suddenly felt that her last sentence was ambiguous, so she immediately changed her words. I eat you, and I have to give birth to you again. Li Dong answered her questions one by one. Nothing wrong. I hid. I really want to. The main feature is that there are responses to all questions, which is better than some smart AI on mobile phones before the disaster. Sister, you are afraid that I will eat you, so it is the same if you eat me. Li Dong naturally has his own logic. He knows what Li Qiu's weakness is. He is strong when facing a strong person, and weak when facing a weak person. It is obviously a zombie, and the heart should have been a pile of rotten meat in the body. But Li Qiu's heart beats vigorously and vividly, and she is particularly soft-hearted. When he stuffed his arm into Li Qiu's mouth, she subconsciously wanted to push it away. So feel guilty, sister. Because of guilt, you will always keep me. The corners of Li Dong's mouth showed a barely noticeable arc. Li Qiu's voice came. I'm sorry. I ate your arm. Do you need help? I can change your arm back. Li Dong was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, yes. How could he miss the opportunity when his sister took the initiative to approach him, but he didn't understand what it meant to change back. Did I help you? Li Qiu reached out, and took out a pack of needles and thread from his pocket. Then he began to sew the broken part of Li Dong's left arm. Almost at the same time, the seamless and responsive abilities took effect at the same time. Li Dong watched in surprise as the black line disappeared, and his arm actually reappeared. Is this Li Qiu? His mother, sister, the king who can lead all zombies to replace humans. Li Qiu resisted the dizziness caused by the consumption of physical strength by the ability, and said, Li Dong, go back to Qilin City, don't follow me anymore. She found Li Dong in Qilin City. Probably that was Li Dong's home. Anyway, it was also a dead city, and zombies of Li Dong's level would not have any impact on humans if they wandered there. Li Dong smiled, and was about to shake his head, but the next second, he had already turned around and walked away from Li Qiu. Why is this happening? No one answered him. Li Dong turned his back to Li Qiu, and disappeared in the white snow at an amazing speed. After seeing Li Dong leave, Li Qiu was really relieved and said to himself, Superpower tree, although you are very useful, you are too consuming. What should I do if I'm hungry again? The superpower tree in his mind shook the 3 heavy fruits, as if responding to Li Qiu's words. Li Qiu, with the idea of not letting go of anything since he was here, started searching in the health center. After the natural disaster, Both hospitals and health centers were severely affected by zombies. Not all survivor teams can fight in and out like Zhou Jinshi and his group. So this place has not been searched by humans yet. Li Qiu found several large boxes of masks, family planning supplies, disposable syringes, and a lot of medicines. The medicines include antibiotics such as amoxicillin, anesthetics such as lidocaine, first aid medicines such as adrenaline, and some stomach medicines, cold medicines, anti-heat stroke medicines, vitamins, etc. These medicines are useless to Li Qiu, but they should be very precious resources for humans. Li Qiu pushed them to the most conspicuous position at the entrance of the health center. If any survivors pass by, they should see them. Then Li Qiu went back to continue looking, and finally found something in the doctor's lounge. A large box of freshly roasted beef jerky mailed from Ming province. It's heavy. Judging from the quality, it must have sold for at least 200 yuan per caddy before the natural disaster. There are 10 caddies in it. There were some small packages of boneless chicken feet and pork jerky in the drawer. Li Qiu grabbed the beef jerky and stuffed it into her mouth. Her teeth bit off the beef jerky as fast as the sharpest guillotine, and she swallowed it with her tongue. Although it had no taste, it was meat. Since it was meat, Li Qiu would not vomit it out of her stomach, and she could digest it into energy to replenish her poor sense of fullness. After eating, Li Qiu silently put her hands together and bowed. Thank you to every good kid who loves to buy snacks online. She wanted to say I wish you peace, but suddenly realized that the owner of the courier might have become a member of the zombie army, so she changed the words to I wish you happiness. Be a happy little zombie. It doesn't matter if you can't bite anyone. Anyway, whether there is a KPI or not, the boss won't deduct your salary. Zombies are another way to live without worries. It's dawn. Li Qiu stood at the wind outlet and smelled carefully before she could tell which way was back to Zhujia town. When she walked back to the town entrance, she saw zombie corpses all over the ground before she reached the parking lot. There were pig-headed corpses in front. The town was quiet, and no one knew where everyone had gone. Li Qiu was stunned. She now knew where the zombies in the health center were driven away by Li Dong. All of them were here. There were about 500 or 600 zombies, who attacked Zhujia town at night after she was unconscious from hunger yesterday. There were fewer cars in the parking lot, and the cars in the fleet were gone. Li Qiu saw at a glance that her white SUV was still parked there, and the tent was not put away. It was just that the fire last night had gone out because it hadn't been filled with charcoal for too long. The car keys were on her, the car door was closed, and Dagwa and Xiaogua were not nearby. Li Qiu's throat moved, but she didn't shout anything in the end. The car drove away, which meant that no one was in trouble. It was just that they had set off on the road. Dagwa and Xiaogua should have gone with their grandfather. They have been particularly fond of their grandfather and cheese recently. After all, plants are naturally close to plant-based superpowers. The people in the team experienced such an outrageous and bloody thing in Zhujia town, and they must have left this place without stopping. Li Qiu realized that she was a little sad. Although she had been unwilling to join the team, she had already regarded them as companions and friends in her heart. Li Qiu was slightly sad for a full minute, and then she began to eat tirelessly. Eat the high-level zombies first, and the ugly pig-headed people last. Keep some as reserve food. Li Qiu classified the food skillfully. Lighted another fire, and threw the clothes of the zombies and pig-headed people into the fire. Then roasted some reserve food for easy compression and storage. After eating, the reserve food was roasted. Li Qiu opened the largest storage box in the trunk and neatly stacked 5 layers of dried meat in it. After putting them in, Li Qiu felt that it was not enough. In order to prevent this from happening again, she put dried meat wrapped in plastic bags in her mountaineering backpack, clothes pockets, and strawberry bear messenger bag. If it wasn't too disgusting, Li Qiu would even want to wrap it around her waist. Others are rich, so what's wrong with her wrapping dried meat around her waist? And it's not impossible to make dried meat into insoles. Li Qiu was successfully disgusted by her own imagination. Now she has seen countless scenes, and the only one who can disgust her is herself. With a good sense of safety and fire prevention, Li Qiu put out the fire before getting in the car. She had been driving with Zhou Jinshi's convoy and hadn't looked at the map for a long time. After looking at it for a while, Li Qiu chose to give up. She thought that as long as she drove the car up from the exit of the highway, and then stared at the roadside and paid attention to the fork in the road, she should be able to get all the way to Belan. Li Qiu stepped on the accelerator, and the wheels left deep marks on the ground. Not long after Li Qiu left, the convoy's cars drove over from all directions. How are you guys? I didn't find her. I didn't see her. What a ghost. Where did the benefactor go? The team members met on the main street of the town and exchanged information with each other. When we fought the pig-headed man last night, we didn't see Li Qiu and thought she was safe. Later, even Xiao Gua and Xiao Gua kept seeing Li Qiu appear. When they went to look for her, they found the trampled walkie-talkie and realized that something had happened. Then, there was another sudden wave of zombies. We waited until the zombies were dealt with, and then went back to look for her. We searched for 4 or 5 hours in a row, but there is still no trace of her. If it's farther, we don't know where to look. Xiao Gua and Xiao Gua didn't say a word today, and were in a very low mood. The trees nearby were destroyed by some bad guy, and their idea of using the trees to find Sister Li Qiu was shattered. After searching for so long, we still don't know where Sister Li Qiu was taken. Grandpa touched the heads of the fruits and kindly comforted them. Xiao Qiu is a good person, God will bless her. Everyone wanted to find Li Qiu very much, but Zhou Jinsher looked at the dark clouds and realized that he couldn't continue to waste time here. You go first and wait for me at the exit of the next section of the highway. We must avoid the hail here, Zhou Jinsher said. The team's current combat system is very mature, everyone cooperates well, and the level of supernatural powers has also improved a lot. If he is not there for a while, nothing will happen. Many people wanted to stay, but they were all rejected by Zhou Jinsher. No matter what happens, it is easy for him to get away. If a few more people stay, what is the difference between that and everyone staying? Okay. Then be careful. Everyone got on the car after being urged. The 3 unlucky pigs, who didn't know whether they could turn back into human form, were also pulled into the car by them, and huddled in the trunk in fear. When the car drove them away from Jujia town, the 3 pigs cried at the same time. They didn't expect that there would be a day when they could leave alive. In the future, even if they were beaten to death, they would not eat food given by strangers. After everyone left Jujia town, Zhou Jinsher went to the parking lot. He remembered that there were several relatively new cars here yesterday. One of them was not only drivable but also had oil, which could support him to look for Li Qiu in this area again, and also support him to catch up with Hu Ziyu and others. As soon as he walked to the parking lot, Zhou Jinsher felt something was wrong. The zombie corpses and pig-headed corpses that should have been densely packed on the ground were all gone. He killed almost half of them, so Zhou Jinsher was very sure what kind of bloody scene this should be. In order to avoid this road, he also asked everyone to go in another direction. But now there is nothing here. At the same time, Li Qiu's car also disappeared. Zhou Jinsher frowned and quickly got in the car and chased in the direction of the wheel. He felt something was wrong when he didn't receive a reply on the walkie-talkie last night, but at that time, he was entangled by several pig-headed people and immediately put away the walkie-talkie. If he could go there in time, Li Qiu would not be missing. If Li Qiu came back and drove away by himself, it would be fine, but I'm afraid it was something else. Li Qiu got lost. Although she didn't want to admit it. Li Qiu realized that she was lost because, damn, she had been driving for almost an hour, and didn't see the highway toll station. Instead, she gradually saw high-rise buildings. Li Qiu was still thinking at first that this place was prosperous enough, and the suburbs were so luxurious. Later, when she saw the extremely spacious 8-lane road, she finally realized, what the hell? I entered the city? What's even more weird is that the lane is getting steeper and steeper. Is it a lane or a suspension bridge? Li Qiu's driving skills were not very good to begin with, and now her tires slipped directly. Just when she thought that the car was destroyed, but she was not killed, Li Qiu felt a black and red color covering her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was stuck on a soft pink wall with her car. Li Qiu thought, fortunately, I am a law-abiding citizen who obeys traffic rules and wears a seat belt. Otherwise, I would be thrown out. She unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car. The first thing she did was to see if the car could get out of trouble. Although the wall feels soft, it stuck the car tightly. Li Qiu used almost a ton of force, but couldn't pull the car out. During the towing process, the more Li Qiu looked at the wall, the more it looked like meat, and she couldn't help but lick it. It doesn't taste good. It shouldn't be meat. I lick it again, or I can use a knife to dig out a piece and try. A human voice sounded in the distance. Are you perverted? Chapter 55. Li Qiu didn't say anything, staring at the person opposite him. She was a girl with a ponytail, long eyes, and thin lips like a sharp knife. In the cold winter, she only wore a blue top and white bottom sports suit, and she didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. On the other hand, I was wearing a hat, scarf, mask, warm clothes, sweater, down jacket, long trousers, woolen pants, thick socks, plush sneakers, and I was as cold as an iceberg in Antarctica. Is this the difference between humans and zombies? Or do I exercise too little and my ability to resist cold and freezing is too weak? Li Qiu was thinking deeply. The girl saw Li Qiu in a daze, and her two mountain-like eyebrows raised up. Is she a mute? Or a fool? Li Qiu looked at her vigilantly. No. The girl had a strong fragrance on her body, and she was definitely a high-level psychic. Li Qiu didn't want to talk to her much. I hope the other party can see my cold attitude, so I leave. So you can talk. The girl sneered. My name is Zhang Xuezhen. What's your name? Li Qiu. Out of politeness, Li Qiu still told the other party her name honestly. Zhang Xuezhen looked at Li Qiu. Real name? Of course it's my real name. Are you talking fake? Li Qiu suddenly realized. Zhang Xuezhen couldn't help laughing. Of course I'm talking fake. You're not a fool. Who would tell a stranger their real name? Don't you know there are so many scammers now? Li Qiu, The sentence in Grave Robbers chronicles what's scarier than ghosts and gods is the human heart is still gaining value. Li Qiu tried to make up for it, and laughed dryly. Actually, my name is not Li Qiu either. My name is the same as a famous person, so I didn't say it just now, because I was afraid you wouldn't believe it. Do you believe me if I say my name is Li Yu? The last emperor of the Southern Tang dynasty, the emperor of poetry throughout the ages. Too sad, this name doesn't suit you. Zhang Xuezhen shook her head, very disapproving of the name Li Qiu casually said. Li Qiu curled his lips. You are a very nice person. While chatting, Li Qiu was still pulling the car out with a grunt. Her poor SUV, why is it like it grows on the wall? It must be too rebellious. So Li Qiu not only pulled it out, but also kicked the car silently a few times. Because she couldn't control her strength, the car was kicked out with a small dent, which made Li Qiu feel distressed. The movements began to be lighter again. Zhang Xuezhen glanced at her, and felt that Li Qiu was a mentally retarded person. Don't waste your energy. The more you pull the wall, the deeper the things will sink. If you really want your car, you have to go there. Where? Li Qiu could only see a large area of pink walls. But when she looked in the direction of Zhang Xuezhen's finger, she saw a large villa. There were pink walls all around. The only difference was the sky above and the villa. The distance from where Li Qiu was to the villa was about 800 meters. Wow, it's such an obvious villa. Don't you think it's a problem at first glance, and you can get out after entering? And my mother has always told me not to go to other people's homes casually. As a mama's girl, Li Qiu complained crazily. Zhang Xuezhen laughed. I didn't say it was okay. What do you think? Do you want to go? I'm not going. Li Qiu leaned against the car door, guarding against Zhang Xuezhen suddenly pulling her away. I have plenty of strength. I can definitely pull the car out. Zhang Xuezhen pointed to the top of her head. If you haven't gone in by dark, I can't guarantee what will happen outside. Be careful. Seeing Li Qiu swearing to death, Zhang Xuezhen paused and looked at the villa. Whatever you want, I go in first. Zhang Xuezhen turned and walked towards the villa, knocking gently on the door. The door opened not long after. Li Qiu looked over there quietly, but couldn't see who opened the door for a long time. It wasn't until she looked down that she realized that it was a dwarf. The last time Li Qiu saw such a dwarf was the little devil in the TV series Game of Thrones. The little devil was a born dwarf with short and deformed legs. His father and sister regarded him as a family shame. But the little devil was extremely smart. The dwarf who opened the door looked nothing like the little devil. He had very white skin and a bit of mixed blood, and he was actually a bit good-looking. But there were a lot of good-looking bad guys. Li Qiu was very clear-headed. The dwarf who opened the door noticed Li Qiu's sight. He bypassed Zhang Xuezhen and looked towards Li Qiu. She was caught spying on others. Li Qiu quickly turned around and used her head to hold the car door, shrinking her body. When she looked over again, the door of the villa was closed. Of course, Li Qiu would not be stupid enough to continue pulling the car here. This place is too close to the villa. If a group of people rushed out of the villa to deal with her, she would be in trouble. Li Qiu put on the backpack full of dried meat and planned to walk along the flower wall. Maybe she could find an exit. After finding the exit, she would find another car to drive over, hook the tow rope to her car, and use the momentum to tow the car out. I am such a genius. Li Qiu secretly gave herself a thumbs up and walked forward slowly. She walked along the pink wall, but the pink wall was winding and had no end at all. Who built this wall? Is it the Great Wall? Li Qiu sat down at the foot of the pink wall to rest. According to the meal plan, she ate 3 pieces of dried meat. After eating, Li Qiu continued to walk. She felt that the light was a little dim. Li Qiu couldn't help looking up at the sky. Is it going to get dark so soon? What kind of place is this? Time is flowing so fast. Li Qiu quickened her pace. She even jogged. The mountaineering bag was too big and pressed on Li Qiu's back, making her run like a snail carrying a heavy shell. After running for more than 10 minutes, Li Qiu suddenly realized. Why should I walk along the wall? Can't I just change direction and go the opposite way? Li Qiu immediately walked away from the pink wall. She hadn't walked for a minute when she saw another pink wall, which was completely symmetrical with the previous one. Li Qiu walked back and forth between the two walls from beginning to end. And this wall can only be described as a dangerous building 100 feet high, and you can pick the stars with your hands. Moreover, it is flat and soft, and it is a big problem to climb up. I will never drive blindly next time. Woo woo. Li Qiu howled a few times and vowed to memorize the map before driving, so as not to accidentally enter a place where there is no ghost like this time. These are things to consider in the future, and the most urgent thing is to find a way. Li Qiu returned to the wall and planned to use a folding shovel to try to shovel through the wall. After all, violence can solve all problems. But she suddenly heard the sound of a car. If there is a car, there are people, and if there are people, there is a road. Then I can get out. Li Qiu ran towards the source of the sound happily. Li Qiu slowed down her running speed, and the expression on her face changed from joy to speechlessness, and then to sympathy. She finally knew how her car got stuck in the wall just now. The off-road vehicle in the distance rushed straight out of a pink wall, and then got stuck in the other side smoothly, and it really couldn't be pulled out. Li Qiu didn't have time to care who this unlucky guy was. A light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she felt that she had found a new way out. She put all her strength into it, and even took a run up, and ran straight towards the wall where the car rushed out. Like an oversized badminton hit by a racket. At the critical moment, a wall of water suddenly appeared, firmly separating Li Qiu and the pink wall. At the same time, a hand quickly stretched out from behind, tightly grabbed Li Qiu's arm, and dragged her to the opposite side of the pink wall. This familiar fragrance spread, and even wearing a mask couldn't block it. Li Qiu knew who was holding her without looking. Her saliva began to secrete uncontrollably. Fortunately, Li Qiu wore a mask, so she didn't look like a pervert. Zhou Jinshi stopped and calmed down his disordered breath after jumping out of the car and running, then slowly loosened his hand, holding Li Qiu's arm. He explained in a low voice, "There is something wrong with this wall." Li Qiu stood firm, and she saw that the water wall had been completely absorbed by the pink wall. There was only a wet mark on the pink wall, which proved that the water wall existed. If you hit it, the consequences should be similar to the water wall. Zhou Jinshi continued. Li Qiu was also a little scared, and her voice was still a little trembling. "I thought I could rush out. Didn't you and my car rush in from this wall?" Logically speaking, it was completely correct, but realistically speaking, if she really hit it, she would be finished. "Let's go. Let's stay away from the wall." Li Qiu moved to the side, and motioned Zhou Jinshi to go there as well. Zhou Jinshi followed Li Qiu away from the pink wall. He turned his head, and looked at Li Qiu, who was wrapped in full armor, and asked her, "Last night, were you okay?" Li Qiu was wearing too thick clothes, so he couldn't tell whether she was injured or not. If she was injured, he had medicine in his bag. Li Qiu thought back to last night and thought, "That's okay, that was quite something. You almost found out that I was a zombie. It was a horror story. What's more terrifying is that Li Dong is becoming more and more abstract." Fortunately, she used her supernatural power to send him away. He is probably still on the journey to obtain scriptures. No, on the way home. Although she thought about it, she certainly couldn't say it out loud. Li Qiu shook her head. "Of course I'm fine. You see, I'm alive and kicking now. The only problem is that I was chased by a pig-headed man yesterday. I lost the walkie-talkie you gave me while running. I'm sorry." Li Qiu likes the walkie-talkie very much and cherishes it. After all, with the walkie-talkie, she can hear everyone talking from time to time, and she can also say a few words. It's like having many friends with her. But now there is no more. Zhou Jinshi probably won't have extra walkie-talkies to give her. However, the next second Zhou Jinshi took out a walkie-talkie. "I got it from the armed forces last time. It's better than the previous one." The brand new walkie-talkie was placed in Li Qiu's hand. It was smaller and lighter than the previous one, and it could be charged by solar energy. Li Qiu's eyes widened. "Why don't you scold me?" "Why should I scold you?" Zhou Jinshi didn't quite understand. Li Qiu began to explain her logic. "The walkie-talkie is very precious, but I lost it. You should at least be angry, right?" Zhou Jinshi, In order to cooperate with Li Qiu, Zhou Jinshi frowned on his calm face. Like this? Li Qiu silently stepped back a few steps. This expression was indeed angry enough. Zhou Jinshi usually had this expression when he chopped zombies. The tighter the frown, the faster the knife swung, like playing a fruit-cutting game. Swish. Thinking of this, Li Qiu first touched her neck, and then touched the back of her head. Fortunately, her neck and head were fine. Sometimes Zhou Jinshi didn't quite understand some of Li Qiu's actions. She seemed to be afraid that he would suddenly rush up and chop her. Is it because the magic is too murderous? Thinking of this, Zhou Jinshi looked down at the magic in his hand. It's strange to say that the magic had a very obvious reaction when it saw Li Qiu before, but in recent times, the reaction of the magic has become much weaker, and it has no bloodiness to challenge the strong. That it's not the magic's fault, it's my fault? Zhou Jinshi began to reflect. The two people had their own thoughts in their minds, and they didn't speak for a while. Li Qiu also took the opportunity to take out 2 balls of medical cotton and stuff them into his nose. Zhou Jinshi was still too fragrant. I must not expose it. Otherwise, it only takes 0.0001 seconds for him to chop me. Zhou Jinshi saw her action. What's wrong with you? There are 2 possibilities for people to have a stuffy nose. One is nosebleed. Zhou Jinshi did not see Li Qiu's nosebleed. Then there is only one possibility, that there is an unpleasant smell around him. Zhou Jinshi pursed his lips. He had been fighting bloody battles yesterday, and the bloody smell on his body should be very strong after fermenting overnight. Then he led the team to look for Li Qiu, and had no time to clean up and change clothes. It was inevitable that it smelled bad. Zhou Jinshi silently moved away from Li Qiu. Originally, the two were 1 meter apart, but now they were 2 meters apart. Although Li Qiu was surprised why Zhou Jinshi did this, she immediately felt that the fragrance that made her dizzy had faded a little, and finally felt that reason had overcome appetite. If she knew that Zhou Jinshi thought he smelled bad, her tears would definitely flow from her mouth to explain. No, chef, how can you smell bad? You smell so good, okay. Zhou Jinshi thought of the bodies that disappeared in the parking lot. By the way, when you drove back to the parking lot, did you see the bodies on the ground? There were pig-headed people and zombies. We didn't see you yesterday, and everyone thought you had an accident. Li Qiu, yes, there were a lot of them. I was scared. I saw that you were not in town, so I drove around the bodies. Did you go to find me? Thinking of this, Li Qiu felt that the minute she was sad before was gone in an instant. Li Qiu is a real acting school, and his words are half true and half false, and Zhou Jinshi believes it immediately. He first explained the reason why everyone was evacuated first, and then said solemnly, we have to be careful recently. I suspect something has been following our convoy, and took these bodies away. I don't know if the other party is an enemy or a friend. Li Qiu agreed on the surface. Oh my god, how could this happen? It's so scary. In her heart, she repeatedly analyzed Zhou Jinshi's facial expression. Could it be that Zhou Jinshi discovered something about her? Forget it. Let's think about how to get out first. This is like an independent space. You must be careful. We should not go separately unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhou Jinshi first took care of the matter in front of him. Li Qiu liked his attitude of not breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it, and immediately said, okay. She told him about what happened when she met Zhang Xuezhen when she came in. It was almost dark, and Li Qiu didn't dare to bet whether Zhang Xuezhen's words were true or false. Zhou Jinshi had made a decision. I pack up, and we go in. With magic in hand and supernatural powers, Zhou Jinshi seemed to be not afraid of anything. Li Qiu hurriedly said, then I will go pack it too. She ran to the trunk, blocked her view with her body, and quickly added some meat to her backpack. After meeting Zhou Jinshi, her appetite was really whetted, and she was hungry very quickly. Pack more, pack more. Zhou Jinshi traveled light, with only some necessary medicines, fresh water and biscuits in his backpack, and also prepared a portion for Li Qiu. Even so, his bag still looked very light. But Li Qiu's bag was completely different. Her backpack was almost as tall as her whole body, and it was so heavy that it almost fell to the ground. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhou Jinshi suspected that Li Qiu had carried all the belongings in the car on her back, otherwise how could it be so heavy? Zhou Jinshi subconsciously wanted to go up to help, but Li Qiu shook him off, as if he had been electrocuted, and then stepped back several steps. I can do it myself. Sorry. Zhou Jinshi apologized for crossing the line. I knock on the door first. When the door of the villa opened, the dwarf poked his head out. Zhou Jinshi said politely, hello, can we stay here? There are 2 of us. The dwarf grinned, Of course, welcome. But does your friend really not need help? Li Qiu, who was carrying a backpack of food reserves, let out a final roar. I really don't need help. Yes, she doesn't need it. Zhou Jinshi turned back calmly. Chapter 56. The dwarf stepped aside to let them in. The moment the door closed, Li Qiu saw that the outside world was like a mobile phone screen adjusting its brightness, and it instantly became completely dark. I don't know if it was her illusion, but those pink walls actually began to wriggle, like two huge earthworms shaking constantly. Li Qiu pulled Zhou Jinshi and signaled him to look outside with her eyes. Zhou Jinshi closed his eyes, meaning to wait and see what happened. Unfortunately, the two of them had no tacit understanding now. From Li Qiu's perspective, she thought Zhou Jinshi asked her to ask directly. Li Qiu thought that he must have his reasons for doing so. Li Qiu's execution ability was first class. She immediately squatted down and looked at the dwarf. Hello, I want to ask what the two walls outside are. At this time, she was only an arm's length away from the dwarf. Zhou Jinshi's eyes fell on Li Qiu. He didn't expect Li Qiu to ask suddenly. He stood behind the dwarf calmly. If there was something wrong with the dwarf, even if he suddenly went crazy and attacked Li Qiu, he would be able to take action in time, whether using a knife or supernatural powers. Fortunately, the dwarf just said oh. He said to Li Qiu, those are just two ordinary walls, but at night, some very hungry creatures will come out of the walls and eat homeless people. You are lucky, we just happen to have two empty rooms. The dwarf said this while looking into Li Qiu's eyes. His eyes were big and round, like a doll's eyes, bright and transparent, and he didn't seem to be lying. Li Qiu took the opportunity to chat with him. What does it mean that there are only two empty rooms? Are there already many people living here? There must be more than two empty rooms in such a big villa. The dwarf, didn't you see that? A girl came in before you. Before that girl, there were two men and one woman. There are 6 of you in the villa now. The dwarf said, as he led them through the front hall. They came earlier than you, and have already rested in the room. But you will meet each other sooner or later. Remember to live in harmony. My family doesn't like noise. The villa has a large interior space, much larger than the domineering mansions that Li Qiu has seen on TV shows. It is not an exaggeration to call it a castle. The French chandelier in the living room on the first floor alone is 5 meters high. The crystal completely refracts the light, projecting it onto the ground so brightly that it is dazzling. That's the dining table. I ring the bell to call you down when we have dinner. There are 3 rules in my villa. The first is that you must go downstairs and gather when I ring the bell. The second is that you can't turn on the lights after I go to bed. The third is that I will turn off the lights on time at 12 o'clock in the evening, and the game will start after the lights are turned off. If you violate it, I will be a little angry. The dwarf's tone was very gentle, even a little like a joke. But Li Qiu felt that if he really violated it, the dwarf would not be so friendly now. What game? Zhou Jinshi asked. I will tell you all when we have dinner, don't ask now. The dwarf walked in front with a clatter. A red-headed parrot flew from somewhere in the villa and landed on his shoulder. It seemed very close to the dwarf. Let me introduce you. This is my pet. I named it Hong Hong. As for me, my name is Ruby. The dwarf has a name that sounds like a foreigner. Li Qiu was more interested in Hong Hong and waved at it. Can your parrot talk? Ruby replied, yes. Ruby had no intention of taking them to visit the villa. He rummaged through a drawer and then handed Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi 2 room cards. This is your room, the 2 consecutive rooms on the 2nd floor, turn left. I take you there. Li Qiu was about to say no need to bother, but Ruby had already stepped onto the spiral staircase skillfully. Li Qiu followed with a backpack on his back. Zhou Jinshi walked at the back. He wanted to help Li Qiu hold her bag, but he took his hand back when he thought that she didn't like others touching her things. He began to look at the structure of the villa from the corner of his eye. A 3-story villa with a basement and a small attic, using an old-fashioned spiral wooden staircase, and no elevator. The first floor is mainly the dining room, kitchen, garden, and parking lot. The 2nd floor is the guest room, reception room, and study. The 3rd floor should be where the villa owner and his family live. As for the attic and basement, they are probably used to store sundries. Zhou Jinshi asked, Ruby, there seems to be some noise in your basement? Ruby stopped and looked at the dark basement. There is an abandoned boiler room. This is an old villa, and the heating facilities were relatively old. Recently, a nest of mice may have moved in and have been running around there. When I have time, I will put up a few mouse traps. Don't worry about it. Rats. Li Qiu thought rats are good. If they have to be trapped in this villa for many days, and her food reserves are unfortunately eaten up, she can still catch a few rats. Who said rats are harmful? They are still a little useful to her. While they were talking, Hong Hong had already flown away from Ruby's shoulder and was hovering over the stairs. Ruby reminded Li Qiu, "You have to be careful, Hong Hong likes to poop everywhere recently." While he was talking, a pile of bird shit had fallen from the sky, only 1 centimeter away from landing on Li Qiu's head. Ruby looked very happy. "Hong Hong will poop on the head of whoever she likes. You are very lucky." Li Qiu, She has only heard of dog shit luck, not bird shit luck. Hong Hong perched on the chandelier and began to take care of her colorful feathers without looking at this side. This is the second floor. Each room has a private bathroom and hot water. Ruby was as attentive as a B&B owner, but he didn't charge anyone for his service. Perhaps because of the footsteps, the doors of several rooms on the second floor were opened. A figure appeared at the door, and then quickly closed the door. It was so fast that Li Qiu could not recognize the man or woman, and could only smell the fragrance of these people. Good guy, they are all superpowered. If you have such a good sense of security, you should not open the door at all. Li Qiu complained wildly in his heart. Of course, there is still one person who did not close the door. Zhang Xuezhen lived in the room opposite Li Qiu. She stood at the door with her arms folded and said, "Why did you come in again?" After that, she closed the door again without waiting for Li Qiu to answer. Li Qiu, I go in. After leading Li Qiu and the other person to the door, Ruby went back downstairs. Soon, only Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi were left in the corridor on the second floor. Li Qiu carefully protected her huge mountaineering bag and swiped her card to enter the room. Before entering the room, Zhou Jinshi pointed to the bulging pocket of Li Qiu's down jacket, where Li Qiu's new intercom was placed. Li Qiu made an okay gesture seriously. "Understood, call the intercom if you have anything." Zhou Jinshi turned around and opened the door, revealing a faint smile. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to laugh. Maybe he saw some of Li Qiu's actions, and then he wanted to laugh inexplicably. The room layout of the villa is similar to that of the hotel. There is a dressing mirror, a wardrobe, a large bed, a desk, a bay window, and a separate bathroom. Li Qiu looked at the furnishings and felt as if the natural disaster had passed, and she was on vacation. This feeling only confused her for a moment. Li Qiu immediately opened the curtains and began to observe the outside. Ruby said that there was nothing wrong with the wall outside, but the problem was the thing inside the wall. She had to figure out what it was. Nothing. Li Qiu made a circle with her hands and pressed them against her eyes as a telescope. Her eyes were dry, but she still saw nothing. It was completely dark outside, but the wall was still a wall, and the car was still stuck in the wall. Other than that, there were no signs of any biological activity outside. Maybe it's not time for them to come out yet. After all, for us zombies, we like to come out at night. Of course, except for me, I still like to sleep at night. Li Qiu muttered to himself, and went to take a shower happily. Even if this is a villa owned by a ghost, she still has to take a shower first. That being said, Li Qiu didn't dare to take a shower for too long, and planned to wash her hair and take a shower for 10 minutes. After all, it's winter now, and the bathroom is filled with steam as soon as hot water is put in. The two most vulnerable times for people are going to the toilet and taking a shower. It would be a hell if a ghost appeared at this time. Fortunately, there were no accidents during the shower. Neither the hot water suddenly turned into blood, nor did a pile of hair suddenly appear in the drain, nor did a hand stretch out of the toilet. After taking a shower, Li Qiu felt comfortable all over and felt like a person again. She first took a notebook and wrote a few pages of diary, and then became bored. Li Qiu held the intercom and gently knocked on the wall connected to the next door. Dong dong dong. Soon Zhou Jinshi's response came from next door. Li Qiu asked, "Zhou Jinshi, can you hear me?" "Yes, people with special powers have stronger five senses." Zhou Jinshi's voice came. Although it was deliberately lowered, making it a little blurry, Li Qiu could indeed hear it. "Great. Then let's not use the intercom for now, to save some power." Zhou Jinshi, "Okay. What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Qiu described the situation outside. "It's very dark outside, only inside this villa and in the courtyard is light. I guess the game that Ruby asked us to play is probably related to hide and seek. He said that the game starts when the lights are turned off." Zhou Jinshi agreed with Li Qiu's statement. "It makes sense." "How do you know?" "Of course, it's because I love to read horror novels." "Why do you love to read horror novels?" "Maybe I live too plainly. Although I am happy, I lack something. You know, Reading horror novels gives you a roller coaster feeling. I rarely watch horror movies. I think horror movies are not as scary as the ones I imagine from novels. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi shared her hobbies and happiness. But many comedy movies about catching ghosts in our country are very good. Those ghosts are very kind and rarely do bad things. Many of them are even killed by people. They have resentment and obsession. At the end, they can usually resolve their obsession and be reborn as human beings. Have you seen it? Although he knew that Li Qiu couldn't see, Zhou Jinshi still shook his head slightly. No, in the past, I only read books and practiced martial arts. Later, I developed the hobby of traveling. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. It's just that no matter which city you go to, you have to bring magic with you. Zhou Jinshi often chooses to drive himself. There are many attractions that require security checks, so he can only leave the magic in the hotel. The topic of the two people unconsciously turned to travel. Li Qiu said to Zhou Jinshi, "This villa doesn't look big from the outside, but I was surprised after entering. I didn't expect it. Have you been to the White House in your province? I feel that this place is about the same size as that one." Zhou Jinshi said to him, "I have been there, 3 years ago. That time he was invited to your province to attend an ancient martial arts forum, and after the forum ended, he simply played there for a few days." 3 years ago? Really? I think I went there 3 years ago. I went there in May. The sour soup beef hot pot there is delicious, and there is also glutinous rice. I eat it like crazy every day. Speaking of food, Li Qiu couldn't help but touch her stomach. She took a piece of dried meat from her bag and continued to chat with Zhou Jinshi while eating. Zhou Jinshi said, "Yes. I tried it too. Not bad." "What do you mean by not bad?" "It's really delicious. Add chili peppers, shredded potatoes, diced radish, sausage, crispy whistles, and a spoonful of chopped Hautuinia cordata. It's so delicious when packed together. It's a pity that you can't eat it now." Zhou Jinshi's eyebrows moved. Not bad was already a high evaluation for him. However, Hautuinia cordata chopped. Li Qiu described it as so delicious. Is it really the same thing he ate? The day he ate Hautuinia cordata, he thought he was poisoned. Li Qiu continued to talk about the past. Then I went to Fanzhan. I thought I could take the cable car to the top, but there was still a long way to go after getting off the cable car. Mimi saw that I couldn't climb up to the top of Hongyanjinding, so she said she would go up first and I would move up slowly. You don't know who Mimi is, right? Her name is Song Mei, which is the homonym of sending bad luck. She is my best friend. But we are a little bit different. She doesn't know why she is so energetic. Later, I couldn't climb anymore and collapsed on the steps. The steps were so narrow and steep that I could only go up but not down. Guess how I got up in the end? Zhou Jinshi drew a topographic map of the villa based on his memory and asked, "How did you get up?" Li Qiu laughed. "I met a kind person. He might have gone to climb the mountain alone. He was climbing very fast. Then he saw me lying there and asked me if I needed help. I thought he was going to help me up, but how could he do that? I said forget it. As a result, he started to teach me how to exhale and breathe, saying that this is an entry-level breathing technique that can help me stabilize my breath and reduce resistance, so that I can climb up faster. Do you think he sounds like a liar? I also thought that there were liars trying to chat up people halfway up the mountain. I didn't expect that it would really work after trying it." Zhou Jinshi, the liar who was devoted to teaching ancient martial arts breathing method, Li Qiu felt a little regretful. I wanted to thank him, but he climbed too fast and disappeared in a short while. When I climbed to the top of the mountain, he had already gone down from the other side. It's a pity that I only remember the name of that breathing technique, but I don't remember how to practice it. Otherwise I would definitely teach you. She noticed that Zhou Jinshi hadn't spoken for a while, so she knocked on the wall again. "Why don't you speak? Did a ghost pinch your neck?" "No. I choked on the water. I've been saying it all the time. Why are you thirsty?" Li Qiu stood up. "Forget it. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm hungry again." Zhou Jinshi then remembered that he forgot to give her the supplies he brought to Li Qiu. "I have food here." Zhou Jinshi put the food at Li Qiu's door and knocked. When Li Qiu opened the door, Zhou Jinshi had already returned to his room. Instead, the door of the room across the street opened. They stared at a bulging bag of supplies on the ground with hungry eyes. Someone said, "Hey, that woman, do you want to sell your food?" Li Qiu immediately took the bag to the door. "No." The man was still unwilling. "I can exchange it with you for a crystal core." Crystal core. Thinking of the superpower tree in her mind, maybe it could be upgraded with a crystal core. Li Qiu agreed to the other party again. Usually, because the team would clean up the battlefield, she almost never touched the edge of the crystal core. What do you want to eat? Li Qiu opened the bag and took a look. The man was called Zhao Qian, and he said directly, I want biscuits and water both. Are 3 crystal cores enough? They are all creepers. Li Qiu never bargained when buying things, because when she asked if she could get a discount of 5 yuan, she would buy it immediately if the other party said no. But now Li Qiu has learned her lesson, and directly stretched out her finger. 10. I want wisdom seeds. Why don't you go and grab them? You're crazy. Zhang Qian slammed the door shut. Li Qiu, Is it too much for her to ask for wisdom seeds crystal cores? The team often killed wisdom seeds. It's just that they always dissected the crystal cores, so she could only pick up the corpses to eat, but not the crystal cores. Another door opened, and they seemed to be a couple, actually in the same room. After opening the door, they took the initiative to greet Li Qiu. The boy's name was Nie Yuan, and the girl's name was Su Fuya. This name is also very ancient, Li Qiu thought, and then she also reported her name. My name is Li Yu. Laughter came from a room that was not open. Li Qiu glared at the door, and then looked away. If the other party is friendly, then her attitude is also good. Do you want to change food? Li Qiu got straight to the point. It's not that she has no patience, but mainly because these people are fragrant, and it's uncomfortable for her to have a blocked nose. It's better to change back to the room early. Su Fuyao came over. The wisdom species is too difficult to kill. It may not be possible to kill one in 10 days, or half a month. Your price is a bit high. How about this? We give you 20 crystal cores of the creeping species, and you give us 2 boxes of biscuits and 2 bottles of water. Li Qiu likes to do business with girls. The other party speaks very gently. Li Qiu didn't bargain much and agreed directly. Su Fui breathed a sigh of relief, handed over the crystal core in one hand, and took the goods in the other, then hurried back to the room and closed the door. Both parties were very satisfied with the deal. Li Qiu hurriedly took the crystal core back to the room to do experiments. The last time she grew a superpower tree, it seemed that it was because she ate Yao Mingjia's crystal core while sleeping. So would it be useful to eat the zombie crystal core now? Li Qiu opened her mouth and tentatively bit a crystal core of the reptile species that was about the size of a pearl. The hardness was very low, and it broke into pieces in one bite. There was no sign of vomiting after eating one. Li Qiu was relieved and grabbed a handful, and threw it into his mouth like eating broad beans. The crystal core had no taste, and it was not difficult to swallow it after chewing it. After eating it, Li Qiu closed his eyes, and observed the superpower tree in his mind. Many white light spots sprinkled on the superpower tree from all directions, like a sweet rain. The 3 superpower fruits trembled. Did the tree get bigger or did the fruit get bigger? It's not like neither of them got bigger. Li Qiu closed his eyes, and opened them again, repeating the process several times, but he didn't find any obvious changes in the supernatural tree. Li Qiu summarized the reason. Is it because there are too few, so it doesn't work? Or I can go and exchange some crystal cores with them. Zhou Jinshi gave her too much food. She kept the canned meat for herself, and the rest can be replaced. It's best to replace 100 or 80 at a time, because the experiment needs a control group. Before Li Qiu took action, the bell rang. Li Qiu felt his scalp tingling when he heard the sound. Whose bell sounded exactly like the school bell? No one said that you have to go to class even if there is a natural disaster. Li Qiu opened the door, and Zhou Jinshi was already waiting for her at the door. Zhang Xuezhen also came out. She walked behind Li Qiu. There are 6 of us, and we have to divide into 3 groups to play games. Are you sure you choose him instead of me? Li Qiu silently leaned towards Zhou Jinshi. Sure. Zhang Xuezhen then looked at Zhou Jinshi, as if she regretted that Li Qiu made the wrong choice. She walked in front of the 2, and went downstairs first. When Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi arrived on the first floor, there were only 2 of them left on the long dining table. The sound of the bell had gradually weakened. Li Qiu remembered the rules that Ruby had said before, and hurriedly quickened his pace. The sound of the bell stopped abruptly when they sat down. Ruby sat at the head of the dining table. Let's start eating now. The dining table was empty, with nothing on it. The smile on Ruby's face became strange. If you don't have food to eat, you can buy it from me. Buy hands with hands, buy heads with heads, buy whatever you want to eat. If you don't eat anything and don't buy anything, I will throw you out. Li Qiu looked at the horrified eyes of the 3 people opposite, and suddenly realized what eating here meant. Zhou Jinshi saw Li Qiu in a daze, thinking that she had just sold all the food. It's okay, I brought enough. He took out 2 packs of instant noodles, and said to Ruby, Hello, Can I borrow some hot water and bowls and chopsticks? Ruby's black eyes turned and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. On the dining table, Zhang Xuezhen took out chocolate, the young couple took out biscuits, and only Zhao Qian had nothing in his hand except a handful of crystal cores. The originally gentle Ruby suddenly approached Zhao Qian's face. Do you want to change? His thin dwarf figure was infinitely magnified under the illumination of the lamp. Zhao Qian was not afraid at all. He sneered. I'm just staying here, what's the matter? Li Qiu was stunned. Brother, are you so stubborn? Don't you see that Ruby is not a normal person? Ruby laughed like a real child. Goodbye then. Zhao Qian disappeared. No one knew how Ruby did it. But he was hung on the clothesline in the courtyard, the blood on his body was wet, like a doll that had not dried, and there was no possibility of survival. After seeing this scene, Su Fuyao and Ye Yun's faces turned pale. They buried their heads in eating biscuits, and did not dare to look up. Zhang Xuezhen was still calm, and took small bites of chocolate. Li Qiu turned her head, and found Ruby looking at her. Just when she didn't know how to respond, Zhou Jinshi came back with 2 bowls of instant noodles. Heat. The instant noodles were steaming hot, and emitting water vapor. Li Qiu, under the gaze of Ruby, resisted the nausea of vomiting and ate the instant noodles. When everyone finished dinner, Ruby's face regained a friendly smile. Dinner time is over, my dear guests. Li Qiu could no longer hold on, and rushed into the toilet to vomit crazily. Food other than meat made her almost vomit her liver. Fortunately, no one else in the living room suspected it. After all, Zhao Qian was killed right under their noses. Li Qiu looked weak, and it was reasonable for her to vomit like this. Ruby looked at Zhou Jinshi. Your partner doesn't look well. Zhou Jinshi stood at the door of the toilet waiting for Li Qiu to come out. She's fine. Really? That's a pity. When Li Qiu came out, his face was pale and his hands were still covering his stomach. Are you okay? Zhou Jinshi asked in a low voice, and handed over a tissue. Li Qiu shook his head, and quickly pulled Zhou Jinshi back to his seat. She was afraid that if she was a step late, she and Zhou Jinshi would become the second Zhao Qian. Ruby cleaned the table. The guests who stayed are all good and obedient children. Now, I will tell you the rules of the game. We are going to play only one game, after the lights are turned off at 12 o'clock tonight. Chapter 57. Let's play a game of finding dolls. I have 2 dolls I like. Someone took them away, and hid them in this villa. I miss them very much. So this game is, you help me find them. Find my dolls. When the sun rises, I will send you away from here. Isn't it a simple game? You will definitely play with me, right? Ruby's voice was as aggrieved and pitiful as a child, and it sounded like a pleading tone. No one spoke. He paused and said, You don't have to play. People who don't play games. Ye Yun held a glimmer of hope. Can you not play? Ruby nodded, pointed to the dark night outside, and his tone was still as cute as ever. People who don't play games, I can send you away now. Do you want to go? Zhao Qian's body was still hanging outside, and Ye Yun instantly became honest. Li Qiu suddenly interrupted. Ruby, you've been talking for so long, are you thirsty? Do you need help? I get you a glass of water. Ruby glanced at her. No. Li Qiu didn't give up. What about other favors? There must be someone I can help with, right? Ruby thought for a moment. Help me find my 2 dolls. Li Qiu applauded with confidence. Okay. Then I do that. Any request will be granted, no matter if you are a human or a ghost. Since this is a game that cannot be escaped, Zhou Jinshi asked directly, What does your doll look like? Although it was a simple question, Ruby was suddenly stunned. He held his head with both hands and kept muttering, What does it look like? What does it look like? After a moment, he raised his head and said blankly, I don't remember it either. But if you see it, you will know it is my doll. Rabbi took out 5 pieces of white paper. After 12 o'clock, something will wander around the villa. Turn off the lights, it will not be easy for it to find you. If you are discovered, throw the boat made of paper to it. The boat can make it invisible for 3 seconds, and you can run away. Is it very useful? Everyone has a square piece of paper in front of them. It seems that paper boats can be folded in advance. Origami games have basically been played in childhood. Even if you forget it, you can remember it by just trying it casually. First fold the paper in half to form a large triangle, and then unfold it. Everyone followed suit. Although some of the shapes were a bit ugly, they could indeed be called a boat. There was silence at the dining table, with only the rustling sound of origami. Rabbi stood quietly by, touched the bright red feathers, and did not make a sound to disturb everything. After everyone folded the boat and held it in their hands, Rabbi announced another game rule about team formation. I have 2 dolls, and you have 5 people. The group that found the doll, I will send you away safely tomorrow. The group that didn't find the doll will stay here forever. Also, when you hold the doll in your hands, it will no longer attack you. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Those who had originally planned to work together to find the doll, and even encourage each other, suddenly became competitors. There is no doubt that Su Fuya and Ye Yun are in the same group. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi are in the same group. Only Zhang Xuezhen came alone. From this point of view, the person who is most likely to find the doll in the end becomes Zhang Xuezhen. Ye Yun's face was very ugly. If he had to choose, he would rather be in the same group with Zhou Jinshi. Zhou Jinshi's strength was obviously the strongest among them. The two of them would definitely be the first place if they joined forces. Unfortunately, he had Su Fuya as a burden, and Zhou Jinshi had Li Qiu as a burden. Fortunately, Zhang Xuezhen was there. Even if he was not in the same group with Zhou Jinshi, he would definitely not be the most unlucky one. Su Fuya had no idea what Ye Yun was thinking. She thought Ye Yun was worried, so she held his arm and comforted him. "We will be fine." Ye Yun said him absent-mindedly and echoed her words. "It will be fine. We will definitely be the first." Zhang Xuezhen looked indifferent, and even the paper boat she had just folded was the most abstract. It didn't look like a boat, but more like a paper airplane. Li Qiu didn't say anything. She glanced at Zhang Xuezhen. She was more curious about why Zhang Xuezhen knew about the grouping before Ruby announced the rules. Zhang Xuezhen noticed Li Qiu's gaze and looked back at her with a half-smile. "You still have time to join my group now." Li Qiu took her own boat and rephrased Zhang Xuezhen's words. "You still have time to join my group now." She remembered that Ruby did not mention the number of people required for each group, and Zhang Xuezhen could join her and Zhou Jinshi. Zhang Xuezhen was stunned for a while, and then said after a while, "I don't want to join the same group with you. I'm not very smart." Ruby yawned. "I'm going to take a shower and get ready for bed. You can find me anywhere, but don't come into my room. I'm very bad when I wake up." He walked upstairs slowly, leaving only a round back to everyone. Half an hour later, the clock on the wall reached 12 o'clock, and the lights of the whole villa went out on time. The large villa, which was originally decorated warmly, suddenly became eerie. There was a gust of cold wind in the winter cold, which made people's scalps numb. Everyone couldn't help but wrap their clothes tightly. Even Zhang Xuezhen was no exception. She didn't know when she put on a thick down jacket. Li Qiu said to Zhou Jinshi, "Don't be afraid. It was Ruby who secretly turned on the central air conditioner and turned it on the cold air mode, which was amazing." This was not difficult for her with super night vision. Zhou Jinshi looked at the air outlet of the central air conditioner, and he nodded. "Let's go, let's look on the first floor first." The other two teams had already set off before them. Su and Ye went to the kitchen, and Zhang Xuezhen went to the garden in front of the courtyard. There were still storage rooms, nanny rooms, and laundry rooms on the first floor. "Follow me, I can see it." Li Qiu patted Zhou Jinshi's arm. "Have you heard of night vision?" "Okay." "But?" The sound of a match streaked through the air, and Zhou Jinshi lit a candle. Li Qiu looked at the orange flame in front of him. "Where did it come from?" "I borrowed the kitchen to cook instant noodles before, and took it by the way." With this little light, Zhou Jinshi's vision became wider. He took Li Qiu into the storage room. Generally speaking, people like to hide things in relatively hidden places, such as corners, behind cabinets, and under them. "Let's focus on these places." "Okay." Li Qiu responded and looked back before entering the storage room. It was this look that scared Li Qiu's scalp numb. She poked Zhou Jinshi. "Zhao. Zhao Zhao Zhao. Zhao Qian is alive." Zhao Qian, who was already dead, was clinging to a glass window of the villa, his pupils staring at this side. It would be difficult for others to notice. Li Qiu's night vision was so good. Zhou Jinshi stood in front of Li Qiu, raised a candle, and looked in the direction of the glass window. "He is not alive." "Look carefully." Someone grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Who would do such a prank? Of course, only Zhang Xuezhen, who entered the courtyard. She was like the worst child, holding Zhao Qian's body as a trick toy to scare Li Qiu. Seeing that she was exposed, Zhang Xuezhen threw Zhao Qian away and made a face at Li Qiu. "Li Qiu, how can these sisters be so childish?" Li Qiu took a deep breath, and when she thought that her and Zhou Jinshi's lives were tied to a doll, she immediately went into the storage room. No one was in sight, and Zhang Xuezhen felt bored again. She did not look for the doll, but dragged Zhao Qian's body to the two swings in the courtyard. Zhao Qian was put on one of the swings and then swung high. The body had no self-control ability, but miraculously did not fly out due to inertia. Instead, it seemed to be stuck on the swing and kept swinging. Zhang Xuezhen sat on the other swing and swung along. Not far from where they were swinging, there was a short, dry pine tree. Hong Hong flew out of the hall and landed on the pine tree. Zhang Xuezhen's eyes fell on Hong Hong and began to hum softly. My mother cut off my head, my father ate my flesh, and my sister buried me under the tree. The storage room was already a mess, and there were many storage racks and baskets. It felt like things had been piled up here for more than 10 years. The candlelight flickered because of their rummaging, and the shadows of the two filled the entire storage room. It smelled so good. Li Qiu was searching and accidentally turned behind Zhou Jinshi. It was like waking up at 12 o'clock after sleeping, and when he was the hungriest, there was a steaming barbecue, a silky 3-point sugar milk tea, and a slightly bitter chocolate millefeuille in front of him. Li Qiu pressed his teeth against his lips, and his nails dug into his flesh to resist the erosion of this aroma. What's wrong with you? Zhou Jinshi heard the sound of grinding teeth. Li Qiu had already squatted in the corner. It's okay. I have a toothache. I brought painkillers and left them in the room. I take you to get them later. Li Qiu quickly shook his head. No, let's hurry up and find them. We can't get out if we become the last one. Hey, here's a key. Li Qiu found a mouse hole in the corner, and the key was hidden in the hole. Maybe it was taken in by a mouse. Take it, in case a room needs to open the door. Zhou Jinshi said, there's no key in the storage room. Let's go to the nanny's room. Li Qiu just nodded, and a crazy dog barking sounded. Li Qiu was numb all over. Ravi didn't say that it would be dogs chasing them. Dogs are much scarier than ghosts. Okay, after hearing the noise, Zhou Jinshi quickly closed the door and pulled Li Qiu to hide behind the storage rack beside the door. In the corner, the two people got closer. Li Qiu swallowed his saliva more and more frequently, partly because he was afraid of dogs and partly because of the appetite stimulated by Zhou Jinshi. And Zhou Jinshi didn't let go of her hand. Li Qiu looked down at the hand Zhou Jinshi was holding. Her hand was as cold as ice that had been frozen in the refrigerator for 10 years, but Zhou Jinshi's hand was hot, as warm as the sun. The barking sound was getting closer and closer. Zhou Jinshi frowned and subconsciously held Li Qiu's hand tighter. The black and red heart in Li Qiu's body beat for the first time in a long time. Li Qiu didn't quite understand what this feeling was. Oh my god, do I want to eat him so much? The locked door was twisted open from the outside. A red ghost with both feet off the ground floated in. Although it made a dog barking sound, it turned out to be a human figure. Li Qiu was madly complaining in his heart. Isn't it a dog barking sound? How can it really be a ghost? No wonder Ruby said at that time that the rag doll was taken away by someone. The red ghost looked around the storage room and finally locked his eyes on the storage shelf. She floated towards the direction where the two were hiding, mumbling in human language. I know where you are. You are all hiding behind the shelf. Zhou Jinshi was about to use his magic to draw his sword to see if he could kill the ghost, but Li Qiu, who had been quietly staying beside him, had already jumped up quickly and pushed down the storage shelf. While the red-clothed ghost was stunned in the dust, Li Qiu grabbed Zhou Jinshi's hand and said, Run! Run! The more miserable he screamed, the faster he ran. Li Qiu's screams resounded throughout the villa and reached Su Fuya and the others' ears. Those who didn't know would have thought that Li Qiu was dead. Nie Yun frowned, and while hiding with Su Fuyao, he said, How did such a waste like her survive until now? She's still screaming at this time. She should be the first to die. Su Fuyao's expression froze for a moment, and whispered, Maybe she just wanted to kindly remind us. Don't say that. Nie Yun's tone softened. You just think too highly of people. This kind of people are just there to hurt others and hold them back. We get through this and escape. You should avoid them in the future. They might kill you one day. For the first time, Su Fuyao didn't want to listen to her boyfriend. She tried to interrupt him several times, but finally held back. The scream soon subsided. Li Qiu had taken Zhou Jinshi to hide in the stairwell on the first floor. There were many cardboard boxes piled here, and the nanny's room was behind the boxes. The furious red ghost floated out of the storage room and began to search frantically on the first floor. Li Qiu took the opportunity to pull Zhou Jinshi back to the storage room. This is the safest place now. She had searched for the time being, so she wouldn't look for it again. Li Qiu ran out of breath, while being alert to the movement outside. The red ghost has already run to the kitchen, and I don't know how Nie Yun and the others will deal with it. Perhaps they have found the doll, and it is not certain that they can avoid the pursuit of the red ghost. As for Zhang Xuezhen, Li Qiu thought, she should be a smart person, and she will not stay in the yard and wait for the ghost to kill her. What are you looking at me for? Looking for a doll. Is there a doll on my face? Li Qiu turned her head and found that Zhou Jinsher's eyes were on her. Zhou Jinsher came back to his senses. Okay. On the other side, Su Fuyo looked at Nie Yun blankly. When the red ghost came over just now, Nie Yun pushed her out of the cupboard where she was hiding. If she hadn't used up the paper boat in time, she would have ended up like Xiao Qian. Su Fuyo looked at her silently, which put more pressure on Nie Yun than the accusation in words. All of Nie Yun's excuses seemed pale. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Baby, believe me, I really didn't mean it. It was that ghost controlled me. Yes, she can possess people. Su Fuyo still didn't want to talk, and tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Nie Yun hugged her forcefully. I still have a paper boat here, don't worry, I will protect you. We will definitely be able to leave safely, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Li Qiu observed for a while, and concluded, this seems to be a stupid ghost. She is now wandering upstairs. She will probably come down again after wandering. We should hurry up and search the first floor first. There are 2 spiral staircases in this villa, one on the left and one on the right. When she comes down from the left, we go up from the right. Vice versa. Okay. Is this also what you learned from horror novels? Li Qiu said, almost the same. And I think this doll may not be so easy to find. Riri won't be so kind to let us leave. Really? Is it not easy to find? Zhang Xuezhen's voice sounded faintly. She walked silently, and I don't know when she came over. Zhang Xuezhen was holding a doll about 20 centimeters high in her hand. Li Qiu knew at a glance why Riri said that as long as you see it, you will know that it is my doll. Because this doll looks exactly like the rabbit, but it is scaled down in the same proportion. The doll's eyes are as big as black glass beads, staring at Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsher without blinking. What's more terrifying is that this doll only has a head, no body. Nie Yun, who had already searched the kitchen and the clothes drying room, came out and saw the doll in Zhang Xuezhen's hand. He was stunned. A relieved smile suddenly appeared on his face. The first doll has been found, but no one said that you can't snatch it. Li Qiu kindly reminded Zhang Xuezhen, I think you should hold the doll tightly. Nie Yun's eyes seemed to want to kill Zhang Xuezhen. Even in a peaceful society, people can do anything for a little money or a quarrel. Especially now. Zhang Xuezhen didn't even look back, she yawned, boring. Then Zhang Xuezhen threw the doll into Li Qiu's arms, and went back to the yard. She seemed to like the swing very much, and sat on it again. Li Qiu, It's bad, Nie Yun is going to kill her now. Chapter 58. The red-cloaked ghost didn't find anyone upstairs, and will come down soon. Su Fuya pulled her boyfriend, Nie Yun, let's go upstairs to look for it. Nie Yun didn't move, he stared at Li Qiu. Why go upstairs, doesn't she have it in her hand? And even if you can't grab the doll, your paper boat is not gone, she still has it. Everyone present knew which one was more cost-effective, snatching an existing one or risking being killed by the ghost and searching around the house. Nie Yun looked down at his girlfriend. I know you were kind-hearted, but at this time, why are you still considering others? If you don't want to do it, I will do it. Nie Yun Su Fuya whispered her boyfriend's name. It's not good to do this. It's not good, not bad. This is like when you ask someone to do something, and they say that it can't be done in principle, but it can be done. It can be done in principle, which means it can't be done. In this game, Su Fuya and Nie Yun have the closest relationship. Others were strangers and competitors to her. If she didn't fight, her fate might be worse than Zhao Qian's. But Su Fuya didn't want to admit it. No one was willing to reveal the weaknesses in their character, and no one was willing to face the unbearable selfishness. So Su Fuya let go of Nie Yun's hand. She hoped that Li Qiu and the others would not get into trouble, at least not because of her and Nie Yun, and she also hoped that Nie Yun could bring the doll back. Nie Yun had already run in the direction of Li Qiu. Zhou Jinsher immediately used his magic in front of him and Li Qiu. The ghost might not be blocked, but no one could get past his knife. Li Qiu stood behind Zhou Jinsher, clenched her fists and asked. He seemed to have made up his mind and rushed over without thinking. Why, do I look easy to kill? If Nie Yun really rushed over, whether she used her fists or her legs, she would make the other party unforgettable for life. In fact, Li Qiu was talking to herself, but Zhou Jinsher answered her, No. What do you mean? Zhou Jinsher said, You don't look easy to kill. You are strong, healthy, brave and smart. Li Qiu was stunned. Do you know that only kindergarten teachers will write comments to children like this? I don't know. I haven't been to kindergarten, and no one has written comments for me," Zhou Jinshi said frankly. Because he was identified as the successor of the divine art since he was a child, Zhou Jinshi only enrolled in the school under the name of the Zhou family during elementary and junior high school, and all the teaching was completed in the family's old house. From high school, he was allowed to go to school to study, truly facing the crowd and entering society. Li Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "Then I write it for you next time. You gave me such a good review, I have to think of a good one for you." While the two were chatting, Nie Yun had already run over. He ran past the long corridor full of decorative paintings and sculptures, and was only 2 meters away from Li Qiu. Li Qiu blew out the candle in Zhou Jinshi's hand, and turned the door of the laundry room on the left. There was another door in the laundry room connected to the courtyard. The only light source in the villa disappeared, and the originally tense atmosphere disappeared, becoming creepy. In the extreme darkness, vision is weakened, and people's auditory senses are infinitely magnified. Any small sound, if associated with it, would make people's pupils dilate with fear and cold sweat run down their spines. Nie Yun remembered the position where Li Qiu stood just now. Even if he was in darkness, he could feel the position of the door from the wall by feeling. In the darkness, he felt a cold hand, wet and slippery, which should be a woman's hand. Li Qiu. Hand over the doll and the boat. Nie Yun's hand went up and pinched the woman's neck, which was as thin as a goose neck, while his other hand groped to grab the doll. But the woman didn't have a doll in her hand. Nie Yun almost immediately realized what he was holding. Hee hee. The laughter of the red ghost sounded close to Nie Yun's ears. An inexplicable feeling of suffocation enveloped him, and the blue veins on Nie Yun's neck bulged. His eyeballs almost bulged out of his eye sockets due to extreme lack of oxygen. At the critical moment, he took out the paper boat from his pocket, and slammed the paper boat hard on the red ghost with all his strength. In an instant, the suffocation disappeared from Nie Yun. In the dead silence, he could hear his heartbeat as rapid as a drum. The paper boat had taken effect, and the red-clothed ghost could not see him for 3 seconds. Nie Yun opened his eyes, and when his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, he saw the red-clothed ghost turning around in a daze. Nie Yun ran away without looking back, completely forgetting that he had a girlfriend. Su Fuyo stood not far away, and saw it all. She saw Li Qiu, and Zhou Jin had already gone up to the second floor from one side of the courtyard, and she also saw how Nie Yun escaped from death and fled. Su Fuyu sighed very lightly. She is a dual-system superpower user, one of which is night vision. Su Fuyo believed that her ability had an absolute advantage in this game. That's why she comforted her boyfriend "it's okay" when Ruby announced the rules. But now it seems that this is not the case. Zhang Xuezhen looks weak, but she is actually the strongest one. Otherwise, she would not be the first to find the doll and give it to Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi's strength is unfathomable, and the way he holds the knife is not an amateur. Li Qiu is not as weak as he looks on the surface. But they obviously already got a doll. Why do they have to go upstairs to find the second one? They don't leave any way for others to survive. Unconsciously, Su Fuyo thought a lot. She thought about how she survived the natural disaster, and she thought that she didn't want to die here anyway. Another ability of Su Fuyo is to steal the stars and change the sun. The dog barking of the red ghost went to the courtyard after a few sounds on the first floor, and then came in from the courtyard and turned upstairs. Humans look for dolls, she looks for humans. This is the rule of the game. With a doll in hand, Li Qiu was not afraid of the red ghost at all. She lit the candle again. Let's find it quickly. After going up the stairs on the second floor, there is a long corridor like the one outside the hotel guest room, and it is also covered with red carpet. In addition to the 6 guest rooms, there is also a storage room, a public toilet, a reception room and a study room. Everyone has stayed in the guest room, and if there is a doll, it would have been discovered long ago. So the two did not consider the guest room at all, and went to the reception room first. The reception room and the study room are both on the far right, and it is a suite. The door on the wall of the reception room opens to the study room. It is also from here that more information about the owner of this villa begins. Here is a group photo. Li Qiu picked up the photo frame on the desk. A young couple, a pair of young children. The son looks 2 or 3 years older than the daughter. This photo looks quite old. No matter the shooting technique or the texture, it feels like it is more than 10 years old. Ruby? Zhou Jinshi also came over and looked at the group photo in Li Qiu's hand. It is indeed him. I didn't expect that he is cuter in the photo than in person. Look, there are stars in his eyes. Li Qiu pointed at the person in the photo. Little Ruby held his sister's hand, with the most innocent and natural smile on his face that only a child can show. Compared to the Ruby they saw in the villa, he looked more like a real child. And Ruby looked cuter than his sister, with slightly curly hair, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. He had a sunny mixed-race feeling since he was a child, instead of the moody dwarf now. Li Qiu's eyes moved to the couple. The mother looks a bit strong, too controlling, and not easy to talk to. The father is more peaceful, even a little cowardly. A typical family with a strong woman and a weak man. Can you read faces? Zhou Jin sure couldn't help but think of Luo Daxian in the team, who was also a good fortune teller. Li Qiu shook his head. I'm not very good at it. I just have a sixth sense. I can tell at first glance whether someone is easy to get along with or not. I avoid those who are not easy to talk to, otherwise I will be too psychologically stressed. Anyway, it's basically accurate. Zhou Jinsher understood. This is why you don't want to go with the team. Because Li Qiu felt that he was not a good person to talk to. Li Qiu responded without thinking, and after reacting, she explained vaguely, That's not. I can't explain it to you clearly. I don't go with you. It's for your own good. She said the last sentence very quietly, but Zhou Jinsher still heard it. Heard it but didn't understand it. Li Qiu was about to put the photo back, and suddenly paused. Why do you say that there are obviously 4 people in the family, but now only Ruby is left? Zhou Jinsher said, Maybe you want to ask, who is the red ghost? Did the red ghost kill Ruby's family? Li Qiu wanted to applaud Zhou Jinsher. You understand it too well. Horror novels are written like this. Everything that appears in the horror scene is inevitably related to the truth behind it. The study was searched by the 2 people. There was no trace of the doll anywhere. Li Qiu handed the doll to Zhou Jinsher. You take it first. I have to go to the toilet. Li Qiu was probably the only one who went to the toilet in the horror game. Zhou Jinsher held the doll in one hand and the knife in the other, waiting for Li Qiu outside the public toilet. Now the red-clothed ghost has also learned to be smart, and she tries not to make any sound when approaching people. Darkness is her best cover. The only way to sense her coming is the cold air in the air that is different from the central air conditioning. Cold, wet, heavy, like a chain hitting people. Zhou Jinsher did not dare to relax even with the doll in his hand, standing at the door of the toilet, his eyes staring at the stairs like a scanner. In the toilet, Li Qiu stood by the sink and began to take out her bag in a hurry. Hungry, she was hungry. If she doesn't eat it, she will drool at Zhou Jinsher again. Where's the meat jerky? Where's my precious meat jerky? Li Qiu looked at the heavy stones in her bag, and her pupils trembled. Who can tell her whether she is hallucinating because of hunger or her meat jerky really turned into stone? 3 minutes ago. Su Fuyo used the ability to steal stars and replace the sun. This ability is not so easy to use. There are many restrictions when it is only at level 1. When Su Fuya uses it, she can only make a wish to exchange the stone with the most precious thing on the target. Who in this world would not cherish his life? Su Fuyo is very confident that the most precious thing on Li Qiu must be the doll. However, when the ability took effect and the things were exchanged, Su Fuyo was almost killed by a pile of meat jerky wrapped in plastic bags. She searched frantically in the pile of meat jerky, but did not see any trace of the doll. Li Qiu searched frantically in the stones, but did not see any trace of meat jerky. The 2 people upstairs and downstairs started to go crazy at the same time. Zhou Jinsher heard Li Qiu's wailing in the toilet. What's wrong with you? A ghost came in? He had been guarding outside. Logically, even if the red-clothed ghost came, he would find him first. After all, this red-clothed ghost can't go through walls. Before entering the storage room, the door must be opened first. Li Qiu had already fastened the backpack chain and walked out with a blank expression on her back. I'm fine, just a little hungry. Zhou Jinsher glanced behind her. You just went into the toilet. Li Qiu, I know. She walked in the opposite direction of Zhou Jinsher. From now on, stay away from me. You take the doll first, and I will meet you when I find another doll. Then give me this doll. Of course, Zhou Jinsher couldn't take the doll alone at this time, and put Li Qiu in danger. But Li Qiu had already gone upstairs. The meat was gone, and Li Qiu was more anxious than anyone else. If there is nothing on the 2nd floor, then there are only the 3rd floor and the attic. The 3rd floor is where Ruby sleeps, and he won't let anyone in, saying he's grumpy when he wakes up. Let's go to the attic first. In general horror novels, the attic hides the biggest secrets. Chapter 59. Under normal circumstances, Li Qiu is as timid as a cat. As soon as she hears any movement, she will find a safe place to hide and wait and see. But now she is hungry, and has no food reserves, so that is another matter. A cat can be a big orange cat or a northeast golden shaded layer. Li Qiu silently recited rich, strong, democratic, civilized and harmonious and walked up the stairs aggressively. This is the first time Li Qiu has been to the third floor. The overall decoration of the third floor is different from that of the lower floors. Its floor is an old wooden floor, and there is an insecure feeling of sinking when stepping on it. To go to the attic, according to the layout of this villa, you have to walk from the corridor on the third floor to the innermost part, and then walk up a slope. Walking through the corridor, all the room doors are closed. Only a slight sound of snoring came from the door of one room. Li Qiu tried to slow down his steps as much as possible to avoid waking up Ruby. The door of the attic was half closed, and Li Qiu pushed it open and walked in. Unlike what she imagined, the attic here is not narrow and cramped, but rather very spacious. There is a round carpet on the floor with some toys on it. Some are car and airplane models, some are clay, puzzles, and house-playing toys. There is also a box of marbles in the corner. Further in is a small bed, and beside the bed are mahogany tables and chairs, which are only suitable for children. Li Qiu thought that this attic is either Ruby's or his sister's. It is most likely his sister's. After all, Ruby did not sleep here. Sister, give me some clues. Where is the second doll? Li Qiu muttered to himself while searching. There was nothing in the pile of toys, under the carpet, or on the bed or under the bed. The desk was empty except for some simple exercise books. Li Qiu was tired of looking, so he picked it up and flipped through it. They were all simple math problems, the kind that could be solved by memorizing the multiplication table. Every page of the exercise book was marked with a check mark and a 100. But there was a name written on the cover. Children's handwriting is always rigorous, and every stroke is written with all their strength. Zhang Muyang. Who is Zhang Muyang, Ruby's sister? Zhang Xuezhen's name is very symmetrical with Zhang Muyang, just like a family. Li Qiu put the exercise book back to its original place and pushed open the attic window. From here, you can see the courtyard at a glance. On the left is the parking lot, and on the right is the garden. There is a pine tree in the garden. Next to the pine tree are two swings. Someone had moved Zhao Qian's body to one of the swings. It was swinging back and forth even though no one was shaking it. That was the body of a superpower. It smelled good, and zombies couldn't compare to it. Li Qiu couldn't help licking her lips. She lowered her eyes and gave up the idea. Zhao Qian had died miserably, so it was better to leave him with a complete body. As long as she could find the last doll, she could get out earlier, and there would be a lot of food reserves in the car. Li Qiu put everything back in place and only took the exercise book away. Since there was no attic, she had to start from the third floor. In addition to the room where Ruby lived, there were two other rooms on the third floor. One should be Ruby's parents, and the other his sister's. Li Qiu saw a figure flashing by on the third floor. It was not Zhou Jinshi, nor was it the red-clothed ghost. Li Qiu. Su Fuyu stood at the stairs and called Li Qiu's name. Li Qiu had a good impression of Su Fuyu. After all, she spoke very gently and exchanged many crystal cores with her. Keep your voice down. Ruby is sleeping in that room. Li Qiu said softly, raised her hand, and pointed to the room at the stairs. Su Fuyu said oh and slowly walked towards Li Qiu. I don't know where Neyun went. I'm scared to be alone. Can I stay with you? No. Li Qiu immediately made a clear refusal. Anyone who is human in this villa should not come near. Su Fuyu was stunned. Why? Li Qiu grabbed the scarf in distress and wrapped it around his mouth and nose to resist the stimulation of the fragrance on his appetite. No. I have looked in the attic, and there is no doll. You don't have to go. Anyway, be careful and don't follow me. Before Su Fuyu came over, Li Qiu had already turned a door and went in. There was no one around, no ghosts. Su Fuyu's face sank into the darkness, her facial features wrinkled, and there was an unspeakable sense of distortion. Li Qiu is really not a good person. She begged so much, but Li Qiu still threw her in the corridor regardless. Li Qiu got the doll, but she didn't treat it as the most precious thing at all, which caused her to use all her strength to exchange for a pile of meat of unknown animals. There is a time interval between stealing stars and changing days, and it will take an hour to use it again. In this hour, she has no doll and no paper boat. How can she survive the pursuit of the red ghost? Fortunately, Neyun also found the third floor at this time. Baby? Neyun found a flashlight from somewhere, and when the light was focused, he saw a familiar figure. Neyun breathed a sigh of relief. So you are here. I looked for you for a long time and thought you were in trouble. Su Fuyu shook her head with an unpleasant expression. I was looking for you too. I'm glad you're okay. The two of them came together again, and they all tacitly did not mention the past, as if those unpleasant things no longer existed. Su Fuyo touched Nie Yun's hand. Their hands were equally cold, equally cold. Nie Yun held a kitchen knife in his hand, which was the one that Ruby had placed in the kitchen, and it was sharp. He said, "If you don't do it, you do it." I know she came up, and the one holding the knife is not here. I will definitely not miss this time. After killing all the opponents, they will naturally be the final winners. Su Fuyo didn't say anything else. She gently pointed to the room that Li Qiu entered. There. Nie Yun hugged Su Fuyo. "Baby, you keep watch outside for me. We will be safe after we get the doll." The place where Li Qiu entered was obviously a girl's room. The light pink walls, the original wood-colored bookcase, the dressing table, the large wardrobe, a few dolls on the bed, and celebrity posters on the wall. It's a pity that Li Qiu doesn't chase stars, but only watches dramas, and doesn't recognize who the handsome guy on the wall is. The room is too tidy, and there is no doll that Li Qiu wants to find anywhere he looks. Li Qiu sighed deeply, and opened the wardrobe without giving up. Maybe it's hidden in the wardrobe. The wardrobe is full of clothes, some of which have deep pockets, so Li Qiu reached in one by one. "Hey, there's still money?" Li Qiu took out 200 yuan from a coat. Before the natural disaster, people rarely used paper money, and Li Qiu was a little uncomfortable when she touched real money. When do you usually use paper money? For herself, she would bring some when traveling. After all, when you are away from home, especially to some small places, electronic payment can be inconvenient. So in the other pocket, will there be? Li Qiu dug around and found the ID card in the other pocket. The face on the ID card was familiar, and the name was also familiar. Although Li Qiu had guessed it, he was still stunned when he really saw the evidence. Li Qiu put the ID card in his pocket, and then lay on the floor. There was a large gap under the bed, and the doll might be in it. But the bed was empty, with only a talisman hanging near the head of the bed. This talisman was too familiar to Li Qiu. She didn't know how many times she had seen it, and peeled it off at the good baby training school. Why is this talisman hung here? Before Li Qiu crawled out from under the bed, he heard the door being opened. The sound of hurried footsteps, and panting while running. There were only a few people in the villa, 2 men, and Li Qiu knew who the other party was at once. Nie Yun swept the room back and forth with a flashlight, but did not see any trace of Li Qiu. "I know you are here. Hidden, right? Where do you think you can hide? Hand over the doll and paper boat, and I won't kill you." Nie Yun approached the room step by step. This bedroom has a balcony, and he thought Li Qiu should be hiding there. At this time, the balcony window was also whistling in the wind. Nie Yun sneered twice, and walked towards the balcony. Li Qiu hid under the bed, trying not to make a sound in her stomach. As a superpower, Nie Yun was damn fragrant. Li Qiu secretly looked over from the crack of the bed, and found that Nie Yun also brought a knife. She sighed softly and thought, how can you have food and bring your own knife and fork? How embarrassing. Joking aside, the huge strength in Li Qiu's body was also decreasing with hunger. Before Nie Yun found her and attacked her, she should be able to hit her with all her strength. It would be no problem to knock her out, and maybe even give her a concussion. Li Qiu was thinking about whether to crawl out and take the initiative, when she suddenly heard a he. A woman's voice came from the balcony. "Found you." Then, there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Although it was far away, Li Qiu seemed to be able to see how Nie Yun died. He should have fallen head first, like a watermelon falling to the ground, breaking into pieces. So the scent of flesh and blood could spread at the fastest speed. The voice of the red-clothed ghost gradually approached the direction of the bed from the balcony. "There is another one here." Li Qiu got out from under the bed without hesitation, threw the paper boat on the red-clothed ghost, and then rushed out. Li Qiu ran too fast and too hard, and the door was directly crushed by her on the ground, making a loud noise. Su Fuyao, who was waiting at the door, kept sticking to the door and listening to the movement inside. She didn't expect things to develop like this, nor did she expect Li Qiu to come out alive. Li Qiu ran away without looking back, and didn't forget to pull Su Fuyao along. After 3 seconds, the red-clothed ghost first looked under the bed, and then floated out in disappointment. The red-clothed ghost wandered around, muttering, "Where is it?" The red-clothed ghost bumped into Zhou Jinshi, who was running up the stairs quickly. Zhou Jinshi was holding a doll in his hand. The originally furious red-clothed ghost seemed to be comforted. "This one can't be killed, this one can't be killed." Then she ignored Zhou Jinshi and floated away. Zhou Jinshi was hanging but didn't let go. He saw Nie Yun's death from the balcony on the 2nd floor, and came to find Li Qiu immediately after knowing that something happened on the 3rd floor, but he didn't see Li Qiu. It was too far away, and Li Qiu couldn't enjoy the immunity effect of the doll. The red-clothed ghost was now killing more freely, and Zhou Jinshi was anxious and began to look for Li Qiu everywhere. Li Qiu heard Zhou Jinshi calling her, but she didn't answer. After Zhou Jinshi's voice passed, Li Qiu showed up. "I'm so hungry." "When you are hungry, your sense of smell is always so sensitive." Su Fuyo looked at Li Qiu in horror. When Li Qiu took her to run just now, he tilted his head to look at her with a scary look. That was not the look of looking at people, but the look of looking at food. Li Qiu was already dizzy, and she let go of Su Fuyo and asked her to go quickly. Su Fuyo's tears flowed down, and she didn't know whether she was crying for Nie Yun or for her own survival. In the room of Ruby's parents, Li Qiu also found nothing. There was such a loud noise outside, but Ruby didn't wake up. "Why don't I go in and take a look?" Li Qiu locked his eyes on Ruby's room, and the door of this room opened with a slight twist. The room was empty, without any furniture, only an iron box. A light snoring sound came from the box. Li Qiu couldn't imagine how Ruby could sleep in an airtight box if he was alive. He would die of lack of oxygen. Li Qiu stretched out her hand. After a few seconds, Li Qiu quietly stepped out and took a deep breath. She was really not good at finding things. She had played hide-and-seek since she was a child. When it was Li Qiu's turn to find someone, she always couldn't find this or that. How could she find the doll when she couldn't even find the person? Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi's panting sounded not far behind him. At the same time, Li Qiu was enveloped by his fragrance. Being blocked in the corridor by Zhou Jinshi, Li Qiu had no place to hide. She could only put on several more masks on her face. The red ghost is on the first floor. It's safe here for the time being. If you must find the second doll, you can stay with me to find it, Zhou Jinshi said. He thought Li Qiu wanted to find the second doll for Zhang Xuezhen. After all, the first doll was given by Zhang Xuezhen. Although I don't know why Zhang Xuezhen did this, Li Qiu will definitely want to find the second one and take Zhang Xuezhen out with him. Li Qiu covered his stomach with his hands, trying to stop his hunger. You don't know that the red-clothed ghost is Zhang Xuezhen. Didn't you notice that Zhang Xuezhen and the red-clothed ghost never appeared at the same time? There were only two groups from the beginning. I want to find all the dolls because of my special ability. After I help Ruby find two dolls, I can make him obey me. Then I can take everyone out together. Li Qiu tried to say a lot of words to divert attention. In the end, Ruby didn't exist at all. He was imagined by Zhang Xuezhen, and Zhang Xuezhen's brother died a long time ago. My special ability is useless. Rabbi is fake, and part of the rules are also fake. The doll still needs to be found. Can't be put together, we have to destroy it. Li Qiu's voice sounded so weak and frustrated. What she said was very confusing, but Zhou Jinshi understood it. The problem he was most concerned about now was not how to get out, but that Li Qiu seemed to have a problem with his body. Zhou Jinshi asked, "What's wrong with you?" Li Qiu shook his head, "Nothing. I'm going to the first floor, don't follow me. I'll be fine in a while." In the courtyard on the first floor, there were Zhao Qian and Nie Yun. The parrot named Hong Hong had been perching in the courtyard. When it saw Li Qiu coming, it arrogantly hovered and pooped a bunch of bird shit. Li Qiu didn't even have the energy to look at it. She had already come to Nie Yun's body. The body was broken into pieces, and she ate it one bite at a time. In 8 seconds, Li Qiu finished the fight. The normal speed is 10 seconds, but Li Qiu was afraid of being seen, so she sped up. Then she came to the swing and reached out to pull Zhao Qian off. Zhao Qian had been hanging on the swing, and his blood was about to drain out. Li Qiu then discovered that there was a big hole in Zhao Qian's body, and the lower half of a doll was stuck in the hole. The second doll found. Zhang Shui really didn't know when she appeared on the swing. She shook her head and smiled at Li Qiu. "Oh, it turns out that only you can find it." After eating, Li Qiu, who had enough energy, didn't turn around and run. "You knew I would come. You smell like a dead person. I can smell it. I like you very much, but you don't believe me." Zhang Xuezhen said casually, "In fact, I really want you to stay. But I found that you are trying very hard to live. If you live so hard, why are you still alive?" Li Qiu didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say, and everything she said seemed too light. Zhang Xuezhen was not a good person, but Zhang Xuezhen was good to her. Zhang Xuezhen sighed faintly. "You know what to do, why don't you go quickly? Do you want me to become a red ghost again? Then I go," Li Qiu said. "Go." Zhang Xuezhen paused, and then said, "My name is really Zhang Xuezhen, I didn't lie to you. My name is really Li Qiu, I didn't lie to you." Li Qiu said as she ran towards the villa. She shouted unscrupulously, Zhou Jinshi, Su Fuyao, come down. Come to the boiler room. Chapter 60. After Li Qiu went downstairs, Zhou Jinshi kept making various noises upstairs, trying to attract the attention of the red-cloaked ghost. In this way, no matter what Li Qiu did or where she went, she would be safe. After hearing Li Qiu shouting in the courtyard, Zhou Jinshi wanted to find her to reunite, but was stopped by someone rushing out of the stairwell. Su Fuyao was trembling all over, her eyes were terrified, and she said, don't go. She is in the same group with the red-cloaked ghost. As soon as she finished speaking, the blade of the magic was less than a centimeter away from her neck. Su Fuyao's face turned pale, and she let go of Zhou Jinshi's hand. At the moment she let go, Zhou Jinshi also retracted the knife and stepped back 2 steps to distance himself from Su Fuyao. Zhou Jinshi looked downstairs and said, she called your name. His meaning was obvious, but he was urging Su Fuyao to go downstairs. But Su Fuyao obviously didn't understand. She just wanted to show her long-planned plan. Listen to me. I have night vision. I saw the red-clothed ghost following her downstairs before. The doll was clearly with you, but the red-clothed ghost didn't hurt her after so long. And until now, I haven't seen the red-clothed ghost go upstairs. Li Qiu must want to lead us downstairs. Zhou Jinshi didn't speak. He lowered his head slightly. Su Fuyao couldn't see his expression, but she vaguely felt that the person in front of her had a kind of coldness that kept people away from him. That's right. Li Qiu came in with him. Although the two didn't live in the same room and were not in a relationship, they knew each other much better than she did. If you want Zhou Jinshi to stand on your side, you have to produce more powerful evidence. The situation is now very clear. Whoever can win Zhou Jinshi will be able to get out alive. Su Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief. She had to work harder. As long as she was willing to stop and listen to her, she would have a chance of success. Wait a minute. Su Fuyao pulled out a dozen heavy plastic bags from the cabinet in the stairwell. Li Qiu is a very strange person. She has a lot of dried meat in her bag. You don't know? These dried meats are blue-black. Do I need to say more about what kind of meat is blue-black? Everything in this bag is evidence. I didn't figure out what these dried meats were used for at first. I don't know if you have seen the murder and dismemberment case? Your friend may be more terrifying than the red-cloaked ghost. So the red-cloaked ghost is afraid of her and dare not harm her. I don't know how you met, but now I am the only teammate who is most suitable for you. It may not be too late for you to change teams now. Su Fuyao's tone gradually changed from nervousness and panic at the beginning to calmness, and returned to the gentle tone before. It's okay. I know it takes time for you to digest these things. Don't worry. She said these words, but her eyes couldn't help but fall on the doll in Zhou Jinshi's hand. However, the expected thing did not happen. Zhou Jinshi only said one sentence, forget it if you don't want to go. Because Li Qiu called him, and Su Fuyao's name at the same time. That's why Zhou Jinshi stopped here to wait, but it was obvious that Su Fuyao had no intention of going down. In the half-minute of delay, it was still unknown what had happened downstairs. Su Fuyao watched Zhou Jinshi step onto the escalator, and slide directly down the escalator to the lobby on the first floor. When Zhou Jinshi stood firm on the ground, he saw Li Qiu running in. She looked much more energetic than before. At least she didn't shrink into her clothes anymore. It seems that the problem that bothered her has been solved. Zhou Jinshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, why are you alone? Li Qiu looked behind Zhou Jinshi several times. Zhou Jinshi said him without any explanation. Li Qiu waved his hand. Forget it, ignore her for now. As long as I burn fast enough, we will be fine. The entrance to the basement is the entrance to the boiler room. Li Qiu took out the key that he had picked up in the rat hole before, and twisted it into the door of the boiler room. She had an unspeakable expression on her face. The key is indeed this one. Guess what? The lock is rusty. Zhou Jinshi, I do it. He raised his magic, and the knife fell, and the lock was split open without even a spark. The moment the lock was broken, the barking of dogs in the courtyard began. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhang Xuezhen would become a red-cloaked ghost again. Su Fuyao had obviously heard it, and she was still hesitating whether to follow Zhou Jinshi downstairs, but she ran to the 3rd floor out of fear. The boiler room was full of thick pipes, and the most eye-catching thing was the huge boiler that occupied most of the space. It should have been a long time since anyone came here, and there were spider webs everywhere. Zhou Jinshi covered his mouth and nose as soon as he entered the door, feeling that he was having difficulty breathing. Li Qiu looked around, and together with Zhou Jinsher, he threw the coal blocks in the corner into the furnace. When the fire started, the red-clothed ghost began to knock on the door. When the 2 dolls were thrown into the furnace, the red-clothed ghost had knocked a big hole in the door. The head and body struggled around in the flames as if alive. They tried to crawl towards each other, but the fierce fire soon burned them out. The firelight reflected on the faces of Li Qiu and Zhou Jinsher. It also illuminated the appearance of the red ghost. She wore a red down jacket on the outside and a long sports suit on the inside. Under the scattered hair, her face was as pale as paper, but that face was exactly the same as Zhang Xuezhen. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Go away, go away. 2 voices came out of the red ghost's throat one after another. This voice also handcuffed the red ghost like shackles, making her struggle with her other form in the same place. Li Qiu knew that one was the red ghost, and the other was Zhang Xuezhen. Don't go over. Zhou Jinsher stood in front, ready to resist the attack of the red ghost at any time. Li Qiu took out the exercise book from her backpack. I just want to give this to her. The math exercise book she took down from the attic had a production date printed on it, and it was already 15 years old. Ruby, also known as Zhang Muyang, has been dead for 15 years. In this villa, there was nothing else belonging to Zhang Muyang except the photo and the exercise book. Li Qiu walked up to the red ghost and handed over the exercise book. The red ghost was still grimacing and furious, but when she saw the name on the exercise book, she became mournful. Hong Hong flew in from the courtyard and landed on the red ghost's shoulder. It gently rubbed the red ghost's face with its head, as if to comfort her. The day my brother died was actually a very ordinary day. Zhang Xuezhen woke up and went to the door to greet her brother, who was leaving school as usual, but found that her brother was already sitting quietly at the dining table. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was doing. He was wearing a bright red scarf around his neck. Zhang Xuezhen rushed over excitedly to hug her brother, but saw her brother's head rolling to the ground. The head bounced on the ground like a marble for a few times, and finally stopped at Zhang Xuezhen's feet. The brother's eyes looked blankly in a certain direction, which was the direction of his mother. The mother, wearing a red apron, came out of the kitchen. She held a knife for cutting vegetables expressionlessly, and said lightly that it was Zhang Xuezhen who killed her brother. 4-year-old Zhang Xuezhen could only cry, shake her head, and say it was not me. In order to conceal this matter, her mother buried part of the bones, and made part into broth, which was served on the dining table that night. Even the puppy raised by her mother ate with relish under the dining table. Only Zhang Xuezhen kept crying and couldn't speak, and finally fainted. During that period, human trafficking was rampant, and Zhang Muyang's disappearance was classified as trafficking. The cowardly father and the strong mother quarreled, and Zhang Xuezhen had a high fever from that day on, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and she was dying. I don't know where her family got a talisman for her, and hung it under the bed. With the effect of metaphysics and medicine, Zhang Xuezhen recovered from her illness, but she forgot everything before the age of 4. She vaguely knew that she had a brother who accidentally got lost, so her parents quarreled so much. As her parents quarreled more and more frequently, this family was destined to no longer be harmonious. When my father and mother were preparing to divorce, my father knew that my mother had intermittent mental illness. My mother was happy, and she had completely forgotten that she had killed her son with her own hands. After staying in the mental hospital for a long time, she also forgot that she had an ex-husband and a daughter. She was afraid that others would harm her, so sometimes she hid under the bed. Sometimes she sat in the garden and said that she was a little grass. Zhang Xuezhen should have been happy. She was only 4 years old and had amnesia. How much could she remember? What's more, my father had cleared the traces of my mother and brother at home, as if there were only the 2 of them in the family. Zhang Xuezhen grew up to be a lively and active adult. She liked sports, loved life, and could smile at everything in the world. Originally, this kind of life would continue. Until one day my father died in a car accident. Under the great pain, Zhang Xuezhen remembered what happened when she was 4 years old. She remembered the rolling head, the steaming broth, and the bones of her brother buried under the tree in their suburban villa. This time, Zhang Xuezhen had a fever for a whole week. She didn't know that this was a sign of awakening superpowers before the natural disaster. She only knew that she dreamed that her brother said it hurt so much, and many earthworms were biting his flesh in the soil. She dreamed that her brother said he missed her very much. Her brother said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made my mother angry. I shouldn't have touched the iron box. The box closed, and my head broke. It hurt so much that I died." Until one day, Zhang Xuezhen came to this villa she had been away from for a long time in her dream. The furnishings here were still the same as when she was a child. She saw her brother again, but he was just her brother when she was a child. He was very small, and Zhang Xuezhen had to squat down to talk to him at eye level. He said his name was Ruby. Zhang Xuezhen remembered that it was the English name given to her brother by his teacher when he was in the first grade of elementary school. He liked it very much and introduced his new name to everyone who came to the house. Life was like before, but it was still different from reality. She was the grown-up Zhang Xuezhen, and her brother was the Ruby who would never grow up again. Although every night, her brother always had to sleep in the iron box with his head and body cut off. The iron box was full of dark red blood, which flowed half of the box. The head was on one side, and the body was on the other side, just like the two separated dolls. But it was also good this way. This is my brother, Zhang Xuezhen thought. She lived with her brother in this world, played games with her brother, and kept tricking people into playing games with her brother. It seemed to make up for her brother's pain over the past 10 years, and also seemed to make up for her own regrets over the past 10 years. But Zhang Xuezhen had long wanted to end it all. The skin of the red ghost faded away, and Zhang Xuezhen said, "The doll is burned, and my brother will wake up soon. The red ghost, me, and my brother are all me. I can barely control the red ghost, but it's not dawn yet. I can't control him. He will kill you all. Let Hong Hong take you out." Zhang Xuezhen gently took Hong Hong off her shoulder, and put her on Li Qiu's shoulder. Li Qiu grabbed Zhang Xuezhen with his backhand. "You come with us." Zhang Xuezhen shook her head. She walked around Li Qiu and Zhou Jin, and approached the burning furnace. The original fire had gradually died out, and the shadows of the two dolls could still be seen in the ashes. My brother should have felt the same pain at that time. Li Qiu didn't hesitate anymore. She pulled Zhou Jin's and ran out. Hong Hong had already flown up and led the way. As Li Qiu was running, she suddenly remembered. No! Where is Su Fuyao? Zhou Jin's face also tightened. Upstairs. The two of them remembered what Zhang Xuezhen had said just now, that once the doll was burned, Ruby would wake up and kill people immediately. Almost at the same time, Su Fuyao's screams came from the third floor. She was dragged to the iron box by the awakened Ruby, and the box was opened and closed heavily. Su Fuyao only had time to scream before she died. It was only a little time before she could use stealing the stars and changing the days again. Ruby patted her head and said manically, "My family doesn't like noise. Disturbing my sleep makes me angry." Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi downstairs were silent at the same time, but they didn't hesitate anymore. Before Ruby came to chase them, they followed Hong Hong out of the villa gate. It was not yet dawn, and there was chaotic darkness outside the villa. Getting closer, Li Qiu finally saw clearly that the two pink walls were made up of countless earthworms. Earthworms have a strong regenerative ability. After being cut in the middle, the earthworms at both ends will grow back the missing heads and tails. The earthworms on the pink walls are endless. They tightly surrounded here, and stuck to the cars of several people who broke into the villa before. But when Hong Hong came over, these earthworms dispersed as if they saw their natural enemies. Their car was spit out, and the pink wall that was originally tightly closed also revealed a big hole. The door of the villa opened, and little Ruby had already rushed out. He was holding his head in his hand, and chasing him relentlessly. "Zhou Jinshi, get in my car." Li Qiu's car was the closest to them, and Li Qiu got in, and started the car in one go. The car quickly crashed into the big hole. Ruby stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase, but he saw those earthworms, and was scared. The memories that had been sleeping underground were like maggots attached to the bones, and that was what Ruby feared most in his subconscious. Hong Hong flew back, hovered beside Ruby, and comforted him gently. Zhang Xuezhen also chased out. "Brother, let's go back." She took Ruby's hand, not caring about the blood on his hands. Then Zhang Xuezhen looked up at Hong Hong and said, "Dad, let's go back too." Back in the villa, it was already slightly bright, and today was just an ordinary day. At dawn, because the doll was burned, everything was scattered like powder. The pine tree is gone, Hong Hong is gone, my brother is gone, the red-clothed ghost is gone, the villa is gone. In a villa in the suburbs of Beijing, Zhang Xuezhen returned to the long-lost real world. She chose to die today. She just thought that it would be a good thing to meet a strange friend before dying. She chose a good place for herself. It was her room. A second before she decided to die, Zhang Xuezhen suddenly saw a poem written on the back of the exercise book. The waves are intended to be thousands of miles of snow, and the peach blossoms are silent about a team of spring. A pot of wine, a fishing rod, how many people are as happy as you? Looking at this poem with handwriting like ghost paintings, I don't know how difficult it was written. But this is the only free and unrestrained poem of Li Yu, the emperor of poetry and history. Li Qiu is persuading her to live. When she saw the snow on the ground and the mountains in the distance again, Li Qiu finally felt that she had escaped from that hellhole. She also suddenly realized that Zhou Jinshi was still in her passenger seat. If Zhou Jinshi moved the furnishings in her car, he would find meat in the box in front of the driver's seat, and meat on the footrest in the back seat. Li Qiu thought, I have to find a way to trick him down. She usually stayed alone and talked to herself. She didn't realize that she said what was in her heart. Zhou Jinshi, He heard it clearly. He couldn't tell what it felt like, so he pretended not to hear it. Zhou Jinshi leaned on the passenger seat and began to sleep. Li Qiu tilted her head and glanced at it, and 1,000 collapses flashed through her heart. How did he fall asleep? I made up several excuses, and I haven't started to use them yet. Is it not good for me to wake him up now? He didn't sleep all night. No, I didn't sleep all night either. Forget it, he's sleeping anyway. I secretly eat a few bites first. Li Qiu held the steering wheel with one hand, and took a piece of meat from the box with the other hand. Zhou Jinshi, who was pretending to sleep, thought, did he want to trick him down just to secretly eat a piece of pork jerky? Next time he passes by the supermarket, he can go find more pork jerky. I don't know if Li Qiu likes the honey flavor or the spicy flavor. Thinking of this, Zhou Jinshi really fell asleep. He was too tired. Chapter 61. The happiest thing in the world is to have something to eat when you are hungry. An even happier thing is to have someone who looks good and is very appetizing to eat with beside you while you are eating. This reminds Li Qiu of the time when she ordered takeout and had to find a drama to watch before she started eating. In this way, even the most ordinary meal will become very delicious. She eats slowly, chews, and laughs along with the plot, which is very leisurely. Li Qiu stuffed the last bite of meat into her mouth and moved her eyes away from Zhou Jinshi. Stop the car and turn off the engine. When she was eating just now, Li Qiu's mind was not completely empty. She had already thought about it. After finishing the meal, she would go to look for a car. When Zhou Jinshi woke up, she would directly give him the car keys. A smart person like Zhou Jinshi would definitely understand what she meant. The car keys are simply a silent order to leave. I am such a genius, Li Qiu praised himself while parking the car. There is a theme park not far away. This park covers a large area, but it is located in a remote area. All along the way, there are only roads and bare green belts. There is no residential area nearby. It looks like a newly developed park. Before the natural disaster, not many people came here, and now there are naturally few zombies. Even if Li Qiu was not in the car, Zhou Jinshi, who was sleeping, would be safe. After getting off the car, Li Qiu first chose a car on the road. There were a few cars parked on the road, which were buried in the snow, and only a big mouse-like outline was left. It is estimated that they were frozen. What if they broke down halfway while driving? There would be no place to repair them. Li Qiu peeled off the snow on the car window and looked at them. He was not very satisfied with these cars, so he wandered into the parking lot of the park to choose a car. The car that Zhou Jinshi drives can't be much worse than his own. Stepping into the park without tickets from the half-open ramp, Li Qiu took off his mask and took a deep breath of air. Although there was no smell, only snow foam and cold wind filled his mouth, but Li Qiu still felt a long-lost sense of freshness. Li Qiu used to stay at home. When her father asked her to go for a walk in the park, she was always too lazy to go out. Now looking at the snow scene in the park, icicles hang on the trees, and the red walls and yellow tiles in the distance are illuminated by the golden sunlight. In the distance are snow-covered mountains and a little greenery. It is indeed a scenery that you can never see if you stay at home. Li Qiu decisively took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the scenery, and then switched to the selfie mode to take a classic tourist photo of V. This is Qiu's check-in for today's trip. When the natural disaster is over in the future, Li Qiu will print out all the photos in his mobile phone and make a travel album. Then sit with his parents, point to each photo, and tell them the story behind the photo. Even when I get old, I can write a memoir based on my diary. Putting away his phone, Li Qiu walked towards the sign of the parking lot. At the entrance of the parking lot hangs a huge topographic map of the park, and at the bottom it says that it was invested and built by the Du Group. The park covers a large area of about 500 acres. It includes escort agencies, restaurants, casinos, battlefields, docks, haunted houses, and theaters. There is also a Taoist temple in the deepest part of the park. In this park, There are ancient scenes everywhere. You can watch the repertoire of the 4 famous classics, as well as horseback riding, archery, running an inn, wedding customs experience, handmade pottery, and calligraphy and painting mounting. According to the introduction next to it, you can wear hanfu to visit and play here. Li Qiu thought. No wonder even the small stalls on the roadside that were crushed by the wind and snow all showed a red wine flag. This ancient theme park should be the key tourism project created by Beijing in the past 2 years. It's a pity that it seems to be only half built. If it is officially opened, there should be a lot of people coming here to play. The ticket price must be no less than 100. Li Qiu saw the large hanfu experience hall a few hundred meters away and rushed over with a cheer. Anyway, Zhou Jin sure hasn't woken up yet. I go and play for a while. The first floor is the makeup place, which looks like it can accommodate 30 people to put on makeup at the same time. The second floor is spring and autumn hanfu, and the upper floors are summer and winter. Li Qiu likes the heavily embroidered Ming Dynasty hanfu, so he chose a snow-white woolen material, embroidered with lotus patterns and bunnies, a square-collared coat, with red stand-up collar, and pipa sleeves embroidered with red cloud patterns, and a woven gold horseface skirt of the same color. Although Li Qiu knew nothing about styling, there was no one here anyway, so she could do whatever she wanted. She found an ancient-style wig bag in the dressing room, stuck it on her hair, and then braided 2 braids to hang behind her. She also inserted 2 jade rabbit hairpins in the bun. Looking in the mirror, it looked like a real person. Tourist Li Qiu, wearing a bright red hanfu and holding a prop lantern, plunged into the snow. A minute later, Li Qiu, who took a few photos in the snow, returned to the experience hall in dejection. It was too cold. The hanfu on her body could not resist the cold outside at all, even with a cloak. It has to be a down jacket. But after fiddling with it for a long time, Li Qiu still couldn't bear to change her makeup, so she could only wear the down jacket over her coat. Standing in front of the mirror again, she was really a bulging ball. Li Qiu imagined that she turned into a balloon, and she was blown away by a gust of wind, and ended up hanging on the tree, with her legs kicking under the ball. What the hell? Shaking off the messy thoughts in her head, Li Qiu decided to get down to business. Although this place is not open for business yet, there are dozens of cars parked in the parking lot, many of which are engineering vehicles, such as semi-trailers, cranes and the like. There are also many SUVs and off-road vehicles. Some should be driven by people from the project department, and there are official vehicle signs on them. Occasionally, a few zombie corpses appear in the car, dead for a long time, and the corpses are covered with a thick layer of dust. On the passenger seat of one car, there was a rotten birthday cake. Probably she was going to take it home to eat with her family after work in the evening. Li Qiu was not hungry now, and she had no intention of eating these brothers and sisters who had died long ago. She also thoughtfully opened the car door and straightened the crooked bodies of the people. Some of them had not closed their eyes until they died, and she also reached out to close them. This natural disaster was like a cleansing of mankind. All power, status, and wealth were useless. In the face of natural disasters, everyone had only a 50% chance of survival. As for herself, she was probably one of the few outliers in this natural disaster. She was alive, and she was not alive. To this day, Li Qiu still didn't understand why she could regain human consciousness. Why is her blood so useful that it attracts other zombies? Why is she the king in the mouths of high-intelligence zombies, such as Li Dong and Fang Qi? No one has the answer to these questions. Perhaps God has the answer. Instead of tangling with these things that he can't figure out, Li Qiu still wants to do the things in front of him. Tank 300? This is it. This model is big enough and spacious. Li Qiu touched the key of the tank and got in the car for a test drive. The tough off-road vehicle has a metallic and tough temperament. It is a car that always attracts people's attention. After all, humans are born with a desire to conquer everything, exploring grasslands, jungles, deep seas, interstellar. The Tank 300 can adapt to most terrains, and is very suitable for use during natural disasters. This car is mine. A sinister voice exploded in front of the car like thunder. Li Qiu was almost scared to death by stepping on the accelerator. Standing in front of the car was a man in his 20s. He had short silver-gray hair, wore a new Chinese-style jacket modified from a Taoist robe, and wore a jade guanyin on his neck. His outfit could only be described as trendy, and he was definitely one of those people who walked in the forefront of fashion. If there was a flaw, it was that his face was skinny and his eyes were dark blue, as if he had never had a full meal in his life. But this did not affect his old-fashioned Confucian temperament. What Li Qiu cared about was that this man did not have the scent of a human survivor, he was a zombie. This is my car. The silver-haired zombie brother repeated, and walked to the car window and patted it. He can speak complete sentences, and express his thoughts other than eating. His appearance is no different from that of a human. His level is estimated to have reached the level of a fallen species. Maybe even higher than that. Apart from Li Dong, this is the first fallen species that Li Qiu has seen. So this is also the first time that Li Qiu has been caught stealing a car. She rolled down the window very embarrassedly. Sorry. I'm going to steal another car. No, I'm going to drive another car. She unbuckled her seat belt and got out of the car, handing the key back to the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man took the key expressionlessly and said him. After getting out of the car and facing each other, Li Qiu found that the silver-haired man was injured in the center of his eyebrows. There was a cut there by a sharp weapon, and there was a black blood scab. It should be because of this wound that he became a zombie. Most of this blood scab was covered by the silver-haired man's bangs, and it was not so conspicuous. If the silver-haired man's skin was not bluish-black, people would believe him when he said he was a human. When Li Qiu looked at the silver-haired brother, the silver-haired brother was also looking at her. You have quite a lot of superpowers. 1, 2, 3. There are actually 3. Li Qiu was shocked as if someone had seen her Alipay balance. How did you know? The silver-haired brother ignored her, frowned, and pinched his fingers. Corpse King superpowers. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder I want to kneel down to you. Stay away from me. The silver-haired brother said dissatisfiedly. Li Qiu, But Li Qiu didn't leave. When she was socially anxious before, she was very sensitive. As long as she noticed that others were a little arrogant, disgusted, or difficult to get along with, she would walk away immediately. But now Li Qiu felt that the silver-haired brother knew a lot of things, and she had to ask him clearly. Besides, we are all zombies. Who dislikes who? Before the silver-haired brother wanted to get in the car and slip away, Li Qiu pressed the car door. Quite a domineering CEO temperament. The car door was pressed by Li Qiu with great force, and the silver-haired brother grinned and tried for a long time, but couldn't open it. What Li Yuanba reincarnated. The silver-haired brother muttered and tried again. After the two zombies fought for a long time, the silver-haired brother was still defeated. Sister Corpse King, what do you want to do? My name is not Corpse King, my name is Li Chuanxia. Li Qiu has learned her lesson now, and she doesn't give her real name to strangers. The silver-haired man nodded. Oh. Li Chuanxia, my name is Du Qiudong. Li Qiu obviously didn't believe it. Why did you give a fake name? Silver-haired man, you didn't give the real one either. Li Qiu laughed dryly. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, how do you know I have 3 superpowers? My superpower is to know what other people's superpowers are. What's more, even if I don't have this superpower, I can figure it out. Silver-haired man is very confident in his ability. So amazing. Li Qiu was a little disappointed. She originally thought that Du Qiudong was an omniscient person. Du Qiudong said dissatisfiedly, you are praising perfunctorily. Li Qiu waved her hand. Don't care about these details. How did you become a zombie? How can you have human consciousness? This is also very important to Li Qiu. In fact, she has thought about what to do if her parents and best friends also become zombies without human consciousness. But now the appearance of Du Qiudong has given her hope. Du Qiudong raised his finger and pointed at his forehead. Can't you see? My master turned into a zombie, and the brothers fought fiercely over whether to kill the master first, and I, as a junior brother, was accidentally injured. The brother's knife was stained with zombie blood and then cut me. Li Qiu's mouth moved slightly. Your fight is called a fierce fight? Why not? My eldest brother's crane fist hit my third brother's nose bridge, and my fourth brother's wind palm hit the second brother's shoulder blade. How can it not be fierce? Of course, the most amazing one is my fifth brother, who froze several brothers with a talisman. That was indeed very fierce. Li Qiu said sincerely. Later, several brothers followed the last instructions of the master before he turned into a zombie, and sent the master to the back mountain. As for me, I immediately reversed the meridians after I found the injury, and released the blood from the wound. It was a pity that it was useless, and I followed the footsteps of the master. But I was better than the master. After turning into a zombie, I found that I still had human consciousness. I didn't want to be locked up by the brothers, so I came down the mountain and came here. Why do you have so many masters and brothers? Which sect are you from? Shaolin Temple or Wudong Mountain? You can't be a cult. Li Qiu felt that what Du Qiudong said was like a martial arts novel. Du Qiudong shook his head. Not really. We are a branch of Maoshan, that is, Taoist priests, and we all live in Shanqing Temple. It's too remote there. You can't drive up the mountain, and there is no cable car, so the incense is not very strong. But fortunately, I am here. I am the backbone of our sect. Since I became my master's disciple at the age of 16. You built the road and the cable car? Du Qiudong nodded with an approving look. Sister Corpse King is smart. Not only did I build roads and cable cars, I also renovated the entire Taoist temple, and the statues of the ancestors are all golden. Although I am the youngest, I personally participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I personally polished the news reports. As he spoke, he became proud. In order to make our Shangqing temple more popular, I also became a live broadcaster. You didn't watch my live broadcast account before the natural disaster? Oh, you are the marketing Taoist Du Xiuyuan, who was very popular on the internet before the natural disaster? At the age of 16, he inherited $1 billion fortune, but he ended up going into the mountains to become a Taoist priest. At the age of 24, he appeared in the public eye and live broadcast his Taoist life. Yes, Li Qiu said honestly, I haven't seen it. During that period, there was a Taoist live broadcast on the internet that was so popular that it was on the hot search, but unfortunately, it happened that Li Qiu was preparing for the civil service exam. She saw the hot search pop up several times in a row, but she never clicked on it. I didn't expect it to be the person in front of me. Du Xiuyuan's face showed an expression of I knew you had no vision. He tried hard to control his knees from bending down. Okay, is there anything else? If not, just leave. This is not your car. If you want to leave, go first. Li Qiu wanted to continue looking for a car. Who knew that Du Xiuyuan sneered and said, Who said this is not my car? The Du of Du group is me. All the cars in the parking lot are surnamed. Do you don't want to steal one? Li Qiu, She reasonably suspected that Du Xiuyuan's ability was not only to see other people's abilities, but also to read minds. After a while, Li Qiu said with a pious face, We are both dead in the world, so give me a car. Du Xiuyuan disagreed. No, I have to drive every one of them. Can you drive here? 30 days a month, 365 days a year. Of course, I can drive here. And I plan to finish building this park myself. Du Xiuyuan said confidently, How can I transport materials if I don't drive? Li Qiu was stunned. You build it yourself? You go moving the mountain. Anyway, we zombies have nowhere to go. It's so dangerous outside. You might as well stay. Work 8 hours a day. I have a meat processing plant nearby. I will take care of your 3 meals a day. What do you think? Have you never seen such a good boss like me? Du Xiuyuan suppressed his instinct to kneel down to the zombie king and promised with a smile. He came here after he came down the mountain. He didn't want to stay with humans or zombies. He had nothing to do, so he built a house here. Now, there is a zombie king's sister who can really be regarded as his kind. Li Qiu thought about it seriously. It's good. But not now. Why? I still have to go home. Li Qiu pointed to the distance. There is a southern survivor base in Belan City. Have you heard of it? Du Xiuyuan thought about it and nodded slowly. The country has built 4 bases in the east, west, south, and north. The southern base is the largest. It seems that many survivors have gone there. If your parents live in Belan City, it should be fine. Li Qiu could hear that Du Xiuyuan was comforting her, and she also accepted his kindness. Do you need anything here? If I have it, I will leave it to you. Anyway, I will continue on the road and can replenish it. Du Xiuyuan looked rich enough to rival a country. Except for cement workers, there is nothing missing. If you want to find a job in the future, come to me. Long-term recruitment, introduce other zombie brothers and sisters to me. Okay. If you stay here all the time, can you get enough by eating animal meat? Do you want to eat people? Li Qiu has wanted to ask other zombies this question for a long time. In her opinion, zombies can't resist the temptation of living people. Du Xiuyuan pretended to be a hermit. Don't you know that we Taoists all practice fasting? Master asked us to eat only 1 meal a day, so that we can be as light as a swallow. There is no dust in our hearts. Li Qiu thought that Du Xiuyuan's master was sick. It's not easy for you brothers to grow up so big. Du Xiuyuan said lightly, Of course. So after becoming a zombie, I will only be hungry at noon. When it's almost time, I will seal my acupuncture points. If I can't bear it, I will lock myself in the sleeping cabin and set it to open the door for 3 hours. I will be fine after being hungry for 3 hours. Li Qiu was in awe of Du Xiuyuan, but at the same time he felt that he was being too much. I didn't expect that you would rather suffer than eat people. Then I ate too much. Du Xiuyuan said, I don't have the ability of the Corpse King, and I have practiced hard for 8 years before I can barely stay awake. You don't have to blame yourself. What's wrong with living? Besides, it's not like I haven't eaten people before. On the way down the mountain, he met a couple who went camping in the mountains. Later, they were also turned into zombies by him and wandered around in the mountains. Even if Du Xiaoyuan helped them bleed, he couldn't make them regain human consciousness. Of course, Du Xiaoyuan would not tell Li Qiu these details. Since all the cars here are owned, Li Qiu plans to leave and find a car somewhere else. But Du Xiaoyuan stopped her. Forget it, I give you this car. Just consider it as paying you in advance. Li Qiu was stunned for a moment and said thank you. In the car, she asked Du Xiaoyuan the last question. Do you think there will be zombies like you and me? Du Xiaoyuan nodded without comment. There used to be more than 1 billion people in our country, maybe. After Li Qiu drove the car out, Du Xiaoyuan's legs finally knelt on the ground, and she couldn't lift her head at all. Du Xiaoyuan gave the car to Li Qiu, thinking that she could leave here earlier if she drove the car. Because the higher the level of zombies, the less they can resist Li Qiu's Zombie King body ability. If those low-level zombies hadn't seen Li Qiu's blood, they would not have realized that the Zombie King standing in front of them could lead them to change the world and complete the species iteration. Du Xiaoyuan had no intention of intervening. Master said not to interfere with other people's karma, otherwise you have to bear this karma yourself. He just built his theme park here, and when he was tired, he would go to the Taoist temple to do his homework, recite scriptures, and practice martial arts just like before. Zhou Jincher's sleep time was very short. He opened his eyes half an hour after Li Qiu got off the car. He was surprised that he actually fell asleep while pretending to sleep. The magic was still firmly in his hand, but Li Qiu, who was in the driver's seat, was gone. What happened in the villa was still vivid in his mind. Zhou Jincher's first reaction was that Li Qiu had an accident. He hurriedly got out of the car to find someone, but saw the only set of footprints in the snow heading towards the park. Some of the footprints overlapped, and it seemed that the owner of the footprints was running happily. Nothing should have happened, they just went to the park to play. Following the footprints and stepping into the park entrance, Zhou Jincher found that the originally quiet magic was agitated again. Every time the magic was agitated, it either reminded him that he was in danger or that a strong opponent appeared here. It was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Zhou Jincher ran towards the parking lot. Not long after, he heard the sound of a vehicle rumbling over the ground of the parking lot. Li Qiu didn't expect Zhou Jincher to be standing at the door. The first thing she did was to put on her mask and scarf, and then press the window. Are you awake? Yeah. Zhou Jincher responded to her words, but his eyes looked at the dark entrance of the parking lot. Li Qiu jumped out of the car and gave the main driver's seat to Zhou Jincher. Come and drive. This car is for you. Zhou Jincher did not move. Is there anyone else inside? Li Qiu did not expect Zhou Jincher to be so perceptive. She pushed Zhou Jincher into the car while enduring the smell. No. There are some bodies and cars in the parking lot. This car is the best. Let's go. She was eager to take Zhou Jincher away from here. Okay. Let's go. Zhou Jincher got in the car. He did not go deeper. The things hidden in the parking lot can make the magic tremble all the time, and its strength should not be underestimated. But since it did not attack Li Qiu, he would not take the initiative to attack. Even Zhou Jincher did not realize that after staying with Li Qiu for a long time, the influence of the magic on his mind was gradually decreasing, and the crazy and uncontrollable killing intent in his body gradually dissipated. Protecting Li Qiu is the most important thing. Du Xiaoyuan had already left from another exit of the parking lot. He stood on the dragon altar high up in the park and looked down, his eyes narrowed. Why would Sister Corpse King be with such a powerful human being? The knife in this human's hand had experienced at least 10 wars, and had been stained with the blood of tens of thousands of people. Even if it was placed in an ancient weapon museum, it would still be a super god. Sister Corpse King staying with this man, and this knife was like washing her neck clean and sending herself to be chopped off. But what does this have to do with him? A zombie who is going to apply cement? Du Xiaoyuan skillfully put on his work clothes and continued to repair the garden. Is this the car you gave me? Zhou Jincher asked after driving the car to a distance parallel to Li Qiu's car. Li Qiu was very happy that Zhou Jincher was so aware. Yes. Do you like it? Yes. That's good. Li Qiu returned to his car and urged, let's go, you lead the way. Zhou Jincher did not insist on asking Li Qiu why he had to go separately. He respected Li Qiu's wishes. The vehicles were separated by a distance, one in front and one behind. It was 4 hours later that they caught up with the convoy. During these 4 hours, the two cars always kept a distance of about 1 kilometer on the highway. Although the two people drove a car each, they kept thinking about what happened recently. Sister. Big and small fruit flew over, jumped on Li Qiu's shoulders, and rubbed her face. Just like two kittens. Wow, you have grown up a little bit. Li Qiu touched the leaves growing on their heads. The tender green leaves. The fruit didn't know when they would grow into two big locust trees. The fruit said happily that Grandpa would water them every day, touch their heads, and join in their chats with cheese. They were in a good mood and grew up quickly. It was just that Fuzi was a little jealous, and always made trouble when they were playing with Grandpa. The two of them simply lay on Fuzi's head, making Fuzi shake her head constantly, and took them running. Then the fruits asked about Li Qiu's experience in the past few days. Li Qiu omitted those bloody things, only saying that he went to a big house, played a few games, and came back, and met new friends, but there would be no chance to meet in the future. The fruits couldn't help but feel sorry for Li Qiu, and at the same time said righteously that they would grow up faster in the future and protect Li Qiu. Li Qiu nodded with a smile. On the other side, after Zhou Jinshi returned to the team, Hu Ziyu and others immediately reported the new situation. Someone in the team awakened a new superpower, Eagle Eye. The one who awakened the Eagle Eye superpower is called Gasang, a fellow ethnic minority. Although he didn't have superpowers before, he was very skilled and killed many zombies. Now that he has awakened this superpower, his vision has been greatly improved, and he can share the sight of birds in the sky. Gasang said, "The southern base is almost here, about 100 kilometers ahead." This news excited everyone. They set out from Qilin City, and they didn't know how many companions died along the way. They didn't know how worried they were, just to be able to reach the southern base and live an orderly, relatively safe and stable life with other compatriots. Only 100 kilometers, victory is in sight. Because Zhou Jinshi and Li Qiu had not come back, everyone originally planned to return to Beijing to find them. Now that they are back, everyone means to set off immediately, without delay. Chapter 62. 100 kilometers doesn't seem to be far, but the team and Li Qiu drove day and night, resting only at the service area every day, and it took 3 full days. A lot of things happened in 3 days. First, the 3 pigs they rescued from Zhujia town suddenly turned back into human form. The 3 of them were all superpowered, and there were no sequelae after turning back into humans. But the more delicious the food, the more they wanted to vomit, and they only dared to eat some biscuits and water to fill their stomachs every day. Then, there were consecutive highways blocked by serial car accidents, landslides, and various situations where they couldn't pass the road. Wu Rifan could sense everyone's excitement and expectations without using superpowers. But she felt vaguely that something was not going well. Many things have signs. If the rice can't be cooked, if you look in the mirror before going out and find that the mirror is covered with a thin layer of fog that can't be wiped clean, and if your shoelaces are inexplicably loosened repeatedly after going out, it means it's best not to go out today. You can avoid some disasters by staying at home. The frequent accidents in the past few days are like a mysterious force blocking them from approaching the southern base. What's wrong with you? Songwon sat next to Wu Renfan. She found that Wu Renfan was always worried these 2 days. Did you run out of coffee? Most of the time, the troubles of the coffee fairy are caused by the lack of coffee. Wu Renfan showed off his storage to Songwon. No, my backpack is full of coffee. The backpack was filled with bar coffee powder and coffee liquid, including Americano, latte, and mocha. With these coffees, Wu Renfan's ability has made great progress. It is only a matter of time before he continues to be promoted. Then why are you worried? You usually feel like you've taken stimulants after drinking coffee, but now your eyebrows are twisted into propellers. Wu Renfan shook her head. I'm a little panicked, but I don't know what I'm panicking about. Don't think about it. Everything will be fine once we get into the base. Songwon comforted her. No. I still have to say something. Wu Renfan got out of the car and found Zhou Jinshi. She herself didn't realize that this time, she was willing to share the news with her companions without anyone giving her any benefits. Even if the news was not so accurate, it was just a vague feeling. If the news was not accurate, she would have lied about the military intelligence. Zhou Jinshi was refueling the car. They were now resting at the last service area before arriving at the base. Unexpectedly, the gas station here still had stock. Seeing Wu Renfan coming, Zhou Jinshi hung up the gas pump. What's the matter? After listening to Wu Renfan's description, Zhou Jinshi waved and asked Luo Daxian to come over. What do you think? Luo Daxian tried his best to calculate for a long time, and finally concluded, it's a minor disaster. According to the interpretation of the hexagram, those who get this hexagram are in multiple changes and are easily uneasy. They should observe carefully and wait for opportunities to act, and never act rashly. Wu Refan didn't like this half vernacular and half classical Chinese, and asked directly, "Just tell me if there is a problem." Luo Daxian touched his sparse eyebrows. "Yes, be careful." Zhou Jinshi nodded, and everyone came to the meeting 5 minutes later. He turned on the intercom. Although Li Qiu was 2 kilometers away from here, she could also listen to the content of the meeting. The final result of the meeting was that the team sent an advance team into the city. If the advance team came out of the city to pick them up 1 day later, it meant that it was safe and could enter. Zhou Jinshi will definitely go. As for how many people will go, and who will go, it becomes a problem. Everyone discussed passionately for a long time, but no result was reached. Zhou Jinshi walked around the crowd, and went to a secluded place to turn on the intercom. "Are you going?" Of course Li Qiu went. There is no doubt about that. She ate a lot along the way, wasn't it just to see her parents and bestie? Now the gate of the south base is less than 20 kilometers away from them. Just a few steps on the accelerator. You have to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. There is no reason to give in here. It is one thing for Li Qiu to go, but she still can't go with Zhou Jinshi and the others. The south base is a place controlled by the military, and the defense is definitely tighter than the base built spontaneously by the people. In order to ensure the safety of the survivors in the base to the greatest extent, people entering and leaving the base every day will be strictly checked to prevent the possibility of being infected by zombies. Although Li Qiu only has a set of fangs that show the characteristics of a zombie, she will have to check her teeth when she enters the base. How will she explain it then? Could it be that she is a tooth-powered person? Li Qiu imagined the possibility of this explanation and felt that it seemed to be a little convincing. She will show everyone how to break a big stone with her fangs. Thinking of that scene, Li Qiu rolled her eyes at herself. Do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? Or do you believe that I am not a zombie? Moreover, it is not ruled out that the scientists and medical experts in the base have already developed other means to detect whether someone is infected with the zombie virus. For example, a simple and quick virus test paper can detect whether someone is carrying the virus in 10 minutes at most. So Li Qiu said to Zhou Jinshi, you go in first. She paused and said, find an opportunity to meet up after you go in. Li Qiu had to observe from behind first and act accordingly. If there really were any virus test strips or any prisons holding infected people, she would not be able to go through the main gate. Zhou Jinshi nodded, okay. Take your walkie-talkie, and keep in touch at any time. When he returned to the crowd, everyone had already decided on the initial number of people and personnel. The team originally had 39 people, plus the people who were transformed from the 3 little pigs. There are now 42 people. 1/3 of the first batch went in, that is, 14 people. The people who were selected were jubilant, and those who were not selected were worried, and they all told the people they knew to be careful. The southern base was not far from the highway exit. The further the car drove forward, the less snow on the road, as if it had been specially cleaned by the people in the base. Soon, everyone saw the appearance of the southern base. There are 5-meter-high walls all around here, with electric fences and iron spikes all over the walls. There are not only sentry towers, but also machine gun ports in some places. You are not allowed to drive from about 500 meters away from the base. You must park your car in the parking lot with a shed outside the base, and then get off and line up for inspection. It looks very formal and safe. It has only been a few months since the natural disaster, and it can be said that the country has done its best to develop to this point. More than a dozen people breathed a sigh of relief and chatted while queuing. The inspection is divided into men and women, and is carried out in a small temporary house. The inspection method is simple and rough, that is, take off your clothes to check if there are any wounds on your body, and those who pass can get a bracelet. Zhou Jinshi was at the end of the line. When it was his turn to go in, he casually asked, is Mr. Zhou Taikuan also in the base? The man sitting in the small house was in his 30s, with a short haircut like a soldier, a gun on his waist, and no expression on his face. There are too many people in the base. I don't know who you are talking about. Zhou Jinshi was a little surprised. At the beginning of the natural disaster, he managed to get in touch with his family. Grandpa said that they were helping to build the southern base, investing a lot of manpower and money, and even several uncles and aunts who had been managing other industries outside for many years rushed back. The family must be here. How could they not have heard of Grandpa's name? Maybe the old man is low-key, and the people below don't know. He glanced at the pile of bracelets on the staff's desk and found that there were different colors. The staff noticed his gaze. Red is safe, black is dangerous, and will be pulled to isolation. The one he gave Zhou Jinshi was red. Here is the registration form for superpowers. After filling it out, go straight ahead to the end and turn right. There is a superpower detection center. If you meet the requirements and are willing to join us, you can get priority in housing, supplies, and crystal cores. The staff member's lips were covered with dead skin, and his voice sounded mechanical. I don't know how long he has been working here. Thank you. Joe Jeansure walked out with the filled form. Everyone had gathered in front of him waiting for him. Everyone had a red bracelet on their hands. Let's go to the Superpower Detection Center first. The first 14 people who came in were all superpowers, and they were all targets that would be wooed by the authorities. When you think about sneaking into the base, you can't wear something too eye-catching. Li Qiu took off his beautiful hanfu and goose-yellowed down jacket and changed into a long gray down jacket. There is no pattern, but the length reaches the calf, which is very warm. After changing clothes, Li Qiu put on the crossbody bag containing fruits. De Gua and Xiaodua popped their heads out of their crossbody bags and looked at Li Qiu. Sister, why are you sneaking around? Li Qiu looked like she was going to steal, and she looked so guilty. Li Qiu flicked the peels of their fruits. Nonsense, I'm scouting the enemy, be careful. Where is the enemy? The fruits were serious instantly. Li Qiu thought, I am the enemy. A zombie wants to enter the human base camp. Isn't that the enemy? She coughed twice and said to the fruits, think of a way for me. Is it possible for me to enter the base without going through the gate? The fruits thought it was a big deal, and they stretched out their newly grown leaves. It's too easy. The fruits asked Li Qiu to walk around the outside of the base and find out if there are any trees nearby. Li Qiu was almost blinded by searching in the snow. No, she said. Is the base afraid that the plants will mutate like you, so they cleaned it up? Not to mention trees, there is not even a blade of grass around here. The fruit said huh, and came up with a new idea. The little fruit shook its leaves proudly. We trees can go up to the sky and into the ground. You wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the big fruit drilled into the ground together. Li Qiu watched the soil underground being dug up continuously, and after a while, a tunnel was dug out. Li Qiu rubbed his eyes and said with emotion, sometimes I suspect that you two are not only mutant fruits, but also moles. Look at how evenly this tunnel is dug. After digging for a month, it can become a mausoleum. The fruits didn't hear Li Qiu's complaints. They had exhausted their strength to dig out this tunnel, and they were so tired that they went back to their messenger bags to rest. Li Qiu kissed them through the bag intimately. Sleep well. When you wake up, I may find my parents. The location chosen by the fruits for her was very good. From the outside of the wall to the inside of the wall, after crawling out, there was a dirt slope in the base. Except for dumping garbage in the morning and evening, few people passed by here at other times. Naturally, no one saw Li Qiu crawling out from here. Li Qiu walked forward along the road, and the first person she saw was a man wearing a thick military coat. He was counting the number of people from house to house. He muttered, 15 units in F-shed area, 148 households, and 298 people. Li Qiu thought there were many people here, but she didn't expect there were so many people here. There were 15 units in F area, and more than 100 people in each unit. The whole base must have at least hundreds of thousands of people. It's great that so many people survived. Hey, which area and unit are you from? Military coat suddenly called out to Li Qiu, who was about to run away. Li Qiu blinked, feeling embarrassed as if she was caught late for class and had to think of an excuse. She said, Unit 16 in F-shed area. She didn't change her expression, but her heart was pounding. She saw a big 16 written in red paint on the wall next door. Military coat said oh, and looked a little disappointed. 16 is not my responsibility. Li Qiu thought that it was just right, that it was not your responsibility. Seeing that military coat did not doubt his identity, Li Qiu asked, you are in charge of F-shed area. Are there any families with the surnames Li and Song? Jun Dai wrote and drew on the roster, and glanced at Li Qiu. Why are you looking for these two families? Li Qiu knew that gossip is human nature. She clapped her hands immediately. These two families owe me things. There are more than a dozen buckets of instant noodles, and rice, millet, 2 chickens, and so on. You are chasing them for a little instant noodles. Do you have the nerve to do that? Jun Dai seemed to have some status, and didn't take this little food seriously. You're welcome. Li Qiu sniffed. I have a 55-year-old father, and a 3 to 4-year-old sister. Instant noodles alone are enough to feed them. Then you can still borrow. Jun Dai flipped through the roster unhappily. What are the specific names of the two families you are looking for? There are several families, with the surname Li, and the surname Song. The man of the Li family is Li Deming, and the woman is Jiang Runfang. The Song family is called Song Mimi. They may live together. If you can help me find where they live, I will give you half of the things when I get them back. Jun Dai frowned and looked at it several times. No. Li Qiu's face was full of disappointment. Do you know the administrators of other districts and other units? Can you help me find them? I've been looking for them for a long time. Jun Dai said sternly. Get lost, I don't have time to care about you, go find them yourself. Li Qiu was scolded and stopped pestering, thinking that since one unit had been ruled out, he could look for it himself. The base is here, and she won't run away, so she will always find it. However, the next second, Li Qiu was stopped by Jun Dai. It's getting dark, don't run around. Go home quickly. Li Qiu asked curiously, what's wrong with it getting dark? Jun Dai looked unhappy. Don't worry about it. Anyway, don't go out after dark, and don't open the door when you hear knocking. I can see that you don't pay attention to it normally. This is a discipline that has been emphasized many times. Come on, I just take you home. Jun Dai, who is in his early 40s, looked stern, but is actually warm and kind. Li Qiu was going crazy. She sneaked in here, and she has no home here. If Jun Dai really takes her there, won't everything be exposed? When the time comes, her zombie identity will be revealed. At the critical moment, Li Qiu saw an acquaintance from a distance. The man strolled leisurely and jogged all the way, and it seemed that he was exercising in the base. Li Qiu was in tears and chased after him like a whirlwind. Chapter 63. Zhang Xuezhen. Li Qiu called out her name. Zhang Xuezhen looked up, and was not surprised to see Li Qiu here. She stopped and helped the breathless Li Qiu to steady himself. How did you get into this mess? Li Qiu was wearing a long gray down jacket, her hair sticking out of her hat in a messy way, and some parts of her body were stained with wet mud. Who knows what she has been through? Anyway, she is even more embarrassed than when she was in the villa. Li Qiu didn't have time to explain so much. Don't care about these details. I didn't get a house to live in, so you can just say that we live together, okay? Zhang Xuezhen looked at her sideways. No. You were not in the same group with me at the beginning. Li Qiu's eyes widened. Let's deal with it separately. When the military coach saw Li Qiu suddenly running, he thought something had happened and followed him immediately. Then, Li Qiu pointed at Zhang Xuezhen and said, no need to trouble you to send me off. My family is here to look for me. Although Zhang Xuezhen said no, when she saw Jun Dai coming over, she still followed Li Qiu's words and said, this is my sister. She got lost. I take her back. Jun Dai looked like he was doing a census. You two sisters don't look alike. Which district and unit are you from? Zhang Xuezhen tilted her head and looked at Li Qiu, whose eyes were twitching. Unit 16, District F. Uncle, we are cousins. It's normal that we don't look alike. My sister fell over and her mind is sometimes unclear. She can't even remember where her home is. They matched. Jun Dai was relieved and waved his hand to let them go. Okay, then you take your sister back. At the same time, he reminded again, remember, never go out after dark. The two gradually walked out of Jun Dai's sight, and met administrators from other districts and other units on the way. They were all counting the number of survivors from the roster. This repetitive work had to be done every day. On the way, the two checked their information. Li Qiu asked, when did you come? You actually ran ahead of me? I took another road and arrived yesterday. You don't even have a bracelet. How come you sneaked in? Zhang Xuezhen said it in one sentence. Li Qiu looked at the red bracelet on Zhang Xuezhen's hand. Wow, it turns out that this thing is given to those who come in properly. Fortunately, Jun Dai didn't find it just now. She said, I said I accidentally lost it. Do you believe it? Zhang Xuezhen, She led Li Qiu to room 20, Unit 16, District F. It's called a room here, but it's actually a temporary residence built with a few wooden boards and iron sheets. It looks as simple as survival in the wilderness. The few advantages are that it can shelter from the wind and rain. There is a bed, a thermos, and a brazier in the room. But fortunately, there is a simple socket in the corner. The official base is good. Every household's temporary residence is connected to electricity. Li Qiu quickly took out the charger and charged his mobile phone. There is not even a stool. Li Qiu sat on the edge of the bed and shivered. Isn't it cold for you to live here? Zhang Xuezhen shook the thermos. Drink more hot water. She paused and said, but it's useless for you to drink water. Li Qiu didn't know what to say, thinking that drinking hot blood might be useful. Zhang Xuezhen should have seen her eating in the courtyard of the villa. Hong Hong, Ruby, and Red Ghost are all personalities created by Zhang Xuezhen. As the main personality, I don't know if Zhang Xuezhen has retained the memories of the three of them. But Zhang Xuezhen didn't mention it deliberately, and Li Qiu was not sure whether she knew her identity. Seeing that Li Qiu didn't speak, Zhang Xuezhen waved her hand, and a basket of charcoal suddenly appeared in front of her. You burn it. With another wave of her hand, a foldable sofa bed appeared and was placed in the corner. Even more Doraemon than Doraemon. Li Qiu was really shocked this time. It was the first time she saw the legendary space power person. You still have this power? Make something else. Zhang Xuezhen didn't find it troublesome, and made a few more furniture, including night lights, pots and bowls, and some instant food. She said lightly, you should know that except for you few people in that villa, all are my imagination. But they are not completely fake. Hong Hong's ability is to control emotions, Ruby's ability is space, Red Ghost's ability is suffocation, and my own ability is to build dreams. I can use all the abilities of our family. Zhang Xuezhen's words stunned Li Qiu. For types of abilities, could it be that you are the legendary heroine of the novel? Li Qiu sighed, while throwing charcoal into the basin. No wonder she felt that Zhang Xuezhen was particularly fragrant when she first met her, and her fragrance was comparable to Zhou Jincher's. For types of abilities, one more than her ability tree. Zhang Xuezhen looked at her, read less novels, do more outdoor sports, and exercise. The body is the capital of revolution. Li Qiu rubbed his ears. I know. Good guy, if you don't know, you would think it's her mother talking to her. After the charcoal fire started, the room became warm. Looking out from the only window, it was completely dark outside. The wind blew on the thin wall, like an evil ghost hitting it desperately. The sound insulation effect of the room was not very good. From time to time, you could hear the sound of moving things and walking in the next few rooms. Some people cooked directly on the charcoal basin. The room was not ventilated, and they could only cough constantly because of the smoke. Li Qiu lowered his voice. You came early. Do you know why you are not allowed to go out at night? Zhang Xuezhen immediately understood Li Qiu's intention to ask this question. You want to go out at night? Li Qiu nodded and shook his head. My friends felt that there was something wrong with this base before. But after I came in, I felt it was okay. But it was a bit strange that I was not allowed to go out at night. I really felt it was okay. There are many people, the rules of human society, and administrators who make people feel at ease. The administrator also smells like meat, and is a real human being. Zhang Xuezhen, your friend is the man with the knife. Why don't you come in with him? Before answering Li Qiu's questions, Zhang Xuezhen always throws out more questions. Li Qiu was vague, saying that she had other things to do, and couldn't be with him for the time being. Zhang Xuezhen exposed her. You have to make up so many excuses for me. It's just that you are a zombie, and you are afraid that you can't get in, so you can only separate from them and sneak in. Li Qiu, Sister, you are still too straightforward. Walls have ears. Li Qiu shushed desperately. Zhang Xuezhen was shushed and laughed, shaking her head, and tearing open the packaging bag of self-heating rice. She knew that Li Qiu couldn't finish it, but she still put a box in front of Li Qiu. You know what I am, and you promised me to live with you. Li Qiu was actually excited and touched. Zhang Xuezhen knew that she was a zombie, and even knew that she ate corpses, but Zhang Xuezhen didn't show disgust. Zhang Xuezhen just said calmly, I want to sleep at night. In order to avoid being eaten by you in the middle of the night, do you want me to knock you out or tie you up? What's the difference between the two? One has a bump on his head, and the other doesn't. One may have a concussion, and the other won't. Li Qiu explained silently, in fact, I can still resist greed when I'm full. I also brought dried meat. I don't eat live things either. She had 3 bags, 2 of which were crossbody bags filled with fruits, and 1 bag was filled with reserve food. Because it was inconvenient to come in from the tunnel, she didn't bring too much dried meat. Li Qiu planned to go outside through the tunnel after eating. Like eating a buffet, take it frequently. Zhang Xuezhen was a little speechless when she heard Li Qiu's endless thoughts on food reserves. But Li Qiu really wanted to say that she had no one to say these things to. Du Xiuyuan and she were truly the same kind, but they only met once, and were not very familiar with each other. Zhou Jincher, the people in the team were very friendly to her, but they didn't know her true identity. As for the fruits were even more forbidden to know. They always hated zombies. From Qilin City all the way to the southern base, there were only 2 people to whom Li Qiu could open her heart. One was Li Dong at the beginning, and the other was Zhang Xuezhen now. The fire burned more vigorously. Zhang Xuezhen ate self-heating rice, and Li Qiu ate barbecued meat jerky. Zhang Xuezhen went to bed, and covered herself with a thick winter quilt. Li Qiu slept on the sofa bed. She was wrapped in a sleeping bag with a rope around her, and then covered with a thick winter quilt. Go to sleep. After tonight, you will know why you should not go out at night. Li Qiu wore a mask when she slept. She was still thinking about something in her head the previous second, and fell asleep in a daze the next second. She had a very strange dream. In the dream, she was very hungry and wanted to fly far away to eat, but there was a corpse-driving person from Xiangxi who kept driving her away. She walked for a long time and was so tired, but she couldn't stop. It was not until she felt someone pushing her that Li Qiu saw the broken ceiling and remembered, oh, I'm in the base. She slept for 8 hours, and it was already dawn. Zhang Xuezhen yawned and combed her hair casually. You slept and talked in your sleep for 38 sentences. Li Qiu, what did I say? How come she doesn't know that she has the habit of talking in her sleep? Zhang Xuezhen took out the recorder. Listen. It was indeed Li Qiu's voice. 25 of the 38 sentences were chef, I'm so hungry, and 13 were I want to fly higher. Li Qiu showed what it means to be stubborn. As we all know, recordings can be synthesized by AI. I didn't expect you to be a technical person. Zhang Xuezhen untied Li Qiu. It's not over yet, keep listening. In Li Qiu's intermittent sleep talk, there was a knock on the door from the recorder. A cough came along with the knock on the door. Is anyone there? I fell into the water, and I'm so cold. Can I stay in for a night? Li Qiu fell asleep, and Zhang Xuezhen responded, no. The person outside the door said oh, and then changed his words, and even changed his tone. I'm so hungry, can you give me something to eat? Good man, God will bless you with a long life. No. Zhang Shui is really like a ruthless human machine, even if the person talking outside imitates her father's voice. Li Qiu's dream talk also sounded, Chef, I'm so hungry, when will the meal be served? The voice outside the door seemed to pause silently, and then there was a sad cry, crying for half an hour before slowly leaving. Li Qiu's pupils trembled. You can bear crying for half an hour? Guzi, and I didn't wake up after crying for half an hour. She looked down, and Guzi didn't make any sound now, and was still in a deep sleep. Li Qiu couldn't tell whether the two of them were too tired or in an upgraded state. Zhang Xuezhen said, oh, I wear earplugs. As for you, you sleep soundly. The more sad the other person cries, the more soundly you sleep. Since it was already daybreak, Li Qiu opened the door and found 3 sets of footprints at the door. She suddenly realized that it was not one person who knocked on the door and talked to her last night, but 3 people. One person was afraid of cold, one person was afraid of hunger, and one person loved to cry. If you open the door or go out at night and face these 3 people, what will happen? Li Qiu soon found out. A few military coats came over with stretchers. Unit 16, District F, 7 people died last night. In other districts and other units, the number of deaths will not be small, but only more. No wonder the military coats count the number of people every day. The death rate is frighteningly high. Because everything was kept simple, the stretchers were not covered with white cloth. Li Qiu saw their death at a glance. Some people were so shrunken that they only weighed 30 or 40 kilograms, and their bodies were emaciated. Some people were dripping with water, and their bodies had been soaked into giants. Others had no idea where their eyeballs had gone, and their eyes were empty with only 2 huge bleeding holes. The cries of the family members broke the tranquility of the early morning. The military coats were also helpless. We told you not to go out at night, so please mourn. After that, they could only carry the bodies onto the truck and head to the next place. Li Qiu watched them walk away, and a chill ran through his body. Everyone in the base knew that something would happen at night, but why didn't they do anything? They couldn't gather together at night and catch all the harmful things in one fell swoop, unless they had tried it before. After trying, I found that more people would die. Li Qiu turned to look at Zhang Xuezhen, who was stretching in the room. What are you going to do today? Zhang Xuezhen thought for a while. Nothing. If staying alive is a big deal, I will stay alive. She still looked dead, but there was no strong death in her eyes as in the villa. Li Qiu was relieved. Then I will go out first, and I will come back to you before dark. I want to ask for information. Wait a minute. Zhang Xuezhen called Li Qiu and handed him the bracelet on her wrist. Don't get caught and shot in the head as soon as you go out. Li Qiu was stunned and his eyes curved. Last night, Li Qiu heard some basic information about the base from Zhang Xuezhen. After the natural disaster, the southern base of Belan City was divided into several large areas. Area A and Area B are military areas and used by the government, while Area C and Area D are places for scientific researchers. Area E is in the center of the entire base, and is a public area including hospitals, trading areas, superpower detection centers, energy centers, and canteens. Areas F to J are all residential areas for superpowers. Areas K to Y are residential areas for ordinary people. The last area is Area Z. The buildings there are all pure black, and the defense is 100 times stricter than other places. It is the isolation area of the base. In other words, it is a prison and execution ground under the current system. People infected with the zombie virus are sent there for isolation, and when they completely lose human consciousness, they are shot. Li Qiu's father is a government official. Although he is not a high-ranking official, he may be appointed after the natural disaster. Li Qiu believes that even if her father is not in Area A, she can find out relevant information in Area A. Walking along the muddy road, Li Qiu smelled more and more blood. It turned out that the truck carrying the bodies was parked not far ahead, and the bodies were piled up from the bottom of the truck. Li Qiu was afraid that the bodies would fall from the truck when it started. Seeing Li Qiu approaching, a soldier came over and pointed in another direction. Go around. Li Qiu's voice was as small as a mosquito, pretending to be very scared. Chief, I just came to the base yesterday. How could so many people die here? Where will these people be transported? The soldier looked at her expressionlessly. This is not your business, go around. If it were in the past, Li Qiu would have run away long ago after being told such a harsh word. But now she looked straight at the soldier's face, and realized that something was wrong. The soldiers of the country are the soldiers of the people. Since they are still in this team, no soldier will have such an attitude towards the poor survivors. She said, I'm leaving now. Turning his back, Li Qiu recalled the eyes he had just seen. The white part of the soldier's eyes was red and bloodshot, and the bloodshot almost covered the entire eyeball. Did he not rest well, or did he have conjunctivitis? Li Qiu continued to move forward. She found that there were really a lot of people in this base, especially the closer to Area E, the more people there were. The morning is the beginning of the day. At this point, everyone went out early, wanting to go to the trading area to buy and sell things. Want to go to the canteen to eat. Want to go to the hospital to get some cold medicine. Li Qiu. Zhou Jincher's voice sounded behind him. At the same time, there were several Sister Qiu sounds. After Li Qiu was numb to the word benefactor, the people in the team changed the name. Except for her grandfather, who called her Xiaoqiu, and Zhou Jincher, who called her Li Qiu. Everyone else, whether younger than Li Qiu or not, started to call her Sister Qiu. When these Sister Qiu were called, Li Qiu, who was originally ordinary on the street, suddenly became eye-catching. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a hidden boss. Have you eaten? When did you come in? Why didn't you come to find us? We live in Unit 21, District F, Sister Qiu, come live with me. Everyone talked at once. Li Qiu was wrapped in the middle, and the smell of this group of superpowers made her drool. What's the difference between this and a bear falling into a honey jar? Zhou Jincher fished her out of a group of honey jars, and pulled her next to his biggest honey jar. The two of them walked at the end of the crowd. The others knew they had something to discuss, so they all scattered to the trading area. After spending another day today, if everything is safe, they will go out of town to pick up others tomorrow morning. Li Qiu and Zhou Jincher exchanged information. Someone knocked on our door last night. 9 people died in Unit 21 where we live. I asked the administrator here. They don't know what happened either. It was fine at first, but 2 months ago, people died every night. From 1 or 2 deaths to several, and now every unit has a death. Zhou Jincher added. Gusang used his eagle eye ability to look outside the door. There were 3 people knocking on the door in a line. They were all wearing black clothes, and their eyes were very red. Li Qiu nodded. I just saw the soldier who collected the corpse, and his eyes were also very red. I mean, if the person with red eyes during the day is the one who knocks on the door and kills people at night. The two looked at each other and felt the danger hidden behind it. The number of ordinary people in the base is far greater than that of superpowers. Now most of the people who die every day are superpowers. When all the superpowers die, the ordinary people will be lambs to be slaughtered. Zhou Jincher. At 9 o'clock, they and I will go to Area A to attend today's superpower conference. I will find a chance to bring up this matter then. Will you go? Area A, I want to go too. But I am a superpower of a ghost, so of course they didn't invite me. Li Qiu pointed to the superpower testing center. I haven't gone for the test yet, so I won't go. After you enter Area A, can you help me find out if there is a person named Li Deming? He is my father. I live in Unit 16, F District, And you live in Unit 21. If there is any news, we will meet at the door of Unit 18. Okay. I happen to have someone to inquire about, so we can ask together. After agreeing to this, Zhou Jinchu's eyes fell on Li Qiu, and he carefully told her, "Be careful outside." "No problem." Li Qiu nodded, and her woolen hat swayed with her. "She is so cute." Zhou Jinchu smiled faintly, completely relieving his worry and vigilance last night. On the other side, gossipy Jiang Song's eyes lit up. "I bet that Lao Zhou is interested in Sister Qiu." Hu Zi rolled his eyes. "How did you see that? You are the kind of person who throws seductive eyes to blind people." Lao Zhou's eyes softened when he saw Sister Qiu, and he had a layer of soft light filter. No matter what Sister Qiu did, Lao Zhou's mouth never went down. And when she disappeared, wasn't Lao Zhou so anxious that his face was darker than the ash at the bottom of the pot? "You didn't see this?" Jiang Song analyzed one by one with great pain. "I doubt you have never been in love." Hu Zi was really speechless. "Really? I think he looks at everyone like this." Jiang Song decided to share with the girls. "What do you think?" Song Wan, Wen Ran, Wu Renfan. I seconded. Jiang Song clapped his hands and smiled proudly. "You see. How about I start a game, and everyone bets on when Lao Zhou will confess?" Hu Zi touched his head. "How did you see it?" Others have already started betting. The longest said half a year, the shortest said 3 days, and the bets were all crystal cores. Jiang Song wrote them down one by one. He was the banker, and could not place bets. But as long as no one guessed correctly, the bets were all his. Jiang Song began to mutter, and make wishes behind his back. Zhou Jinchu confessed to Li Qiu today. Zhou Jinchu confessed to Li Qiu today. Damn, his father cheated. Hu Zi hugged Jiang Song's neck. Jiang Song ran away like a fly. "I didn't." Half an hour later, Zhou Jinchu and the others went to Area A. Li Qiu began to wander around the trading area. In order to upgrade the power tree, she wanted to get some crystal cores. There are 2 types of hard currency in the trading area. One is gold, which is suitable for ordinary people without superpowers. The other is crystal cores, which are suitable for superpowers. There is also a place, which is the exchange center set up by the official here. The official will post the corresponding prices of the purchased items every day, and all will be settled in crystal cores. Only 20 creeping sea crystal cores for 1 gun, so stingy. Li Qiu was not satisfied. It was not as much as Su Fuyao gave her at that time. "This is good. Fever medicine is given in a box of 5. Other medicines are also." Li Qiu always kept some medicines in her bag, which she did not need, but were actually prepared for the people in the team. Now that they have arrived at the base, these medicines can be exchanged naturally. In the end, Li Qiu got what she wanted and exchanged for 100 creeping sea crystal cores. She actually wanted to exchange for some wisdom seeds, but the people at the exchange center said that wisdom seed crystal cores are only recycled and not sold, and are not circulated on the market, so Li Qiu had to give up. With 100 crystal cores, Li Qiu did not return to Unit 16. She wandered around and asked the residents of each unit building about the whereabouts of her family and Song Mimi. On the long road of searching for relatives, she had asked more than 100 people, and everyone shook their heads indifferently. In the meantime, Li Qiu found that some people's eyes were not right. Some people were slightly red, while others were already sickly red. After walking and asking all the time, Li Qiu was tired and retreated to a corner where no one was, eating dried meat. She had already eaten all the dried meat she brought in, and now the dried meat in her bag was given to her by Zhang Xuezhen. Zhang Xuezhen didn't say what kind of dried meat she gave her, and Li Qiu didn't ask. It's better to pretend to be confused about some things. Anyway, it's enough to eat. While eating, Li Qiu felt that she had bitten something. She ate a crystal core hidden in the meat. It belonged to humans. Chapter 64. When the broken crystal core fragment slid down the esophagus, Li Qiu's head instantly became dizzy. The energy of human crystal cores is several times that of zombie crystal cores of the same level. With the infusion of a large amount of energy, the supernatural tree in the brain couldn't help but tremble, as if it was going to pull out the nerves of Li Qiu's brain. After stabilizing, it began to pull out branches, and the end of the branch vaguely had the outline of the 4th fruit, but it had not yet produced a complete fruit. Is it because of insufficient energy? Li Qiu was not afraid of dizziness again. Without saying a word, he took out the 100 crystal cores wrapped in a plastic bag and poured them into his mouth like broad beans. Someone passed by from a distance and noticed that Li Qiu was different. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, and he was an old man with good spirits. It is estimated that he has children and grandchildren to support him at home, and he lives well in the base, so he has time to take a walk here. But his face was full of sorrow, and he looked like he was worried about something. Li Qiu covered her mouth with a scarf and swallowed without chewing. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm eating rock candy. It felt like someone was trying to cover up something. She was squatting in such a shabby corner, with a stinky ditch next to her. Why would anyone come here to talk to her? Human nature is really too gossipy. The old man nodded in a friendly manner. It's good to eat rock candy. It's not a bad thing for a little girl to like sweets, just don't be greedy. After saying that, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, turned his back and quickly poured the remaining rock candy, no, crystal core into his mouth. After swallowing 100 new zombie crystal cores, Li Qiu closed his eyes and began to observe the changes in the supernatural tree. The originally vague outline of the supernatural fruit gradually solidified into a solid entity. Li Qiu felt a sense of satisfaction, as if she was watching the harvest of crops. Before she could be happy, she suddenly smelled a fragrance that quickly enveloped the surroundings, and at the same time, there was the sound of bullets being loaded. The old man came back and pointed at Li Qiu, who was swallowing her saliva and behaving strangely, and said, "Catch her." The soldier shouted yes in unison, and then two people came up, one on the left and one on the right, to catch Li Qiu. Li Qiu's first reaction was, "It's over, I'm a zombie after all. Who is so discerning?" Without saying a word, she knocked a soldier away and ran along the alley. The soldier and the old man were shocked. With such great strength, could she be a power-type supernatural person? Li Qiu was extremely anxious at this time, and she absolutely could not be caught. Whether she was locked up for dissection experiments or shot in the head, that was an outcome that Li Qiu could not accept. She had traveled a long way to Balan City, and she hadn't even seen her parents yet. She absolutely couldn't be caught. Of course, even if she did, she didn't want to be caught. When she was a single person, Li Qiu thought being locked up at home was a good thing. Now she only felt that freedom was precious. Long live freedom. However, the soldiers were obviously more familiar with the environment of the base than Li Qiu. When Li Qiu ran out of the corner panting, a gun was already pointed at her forehead. 5 minutes later, Li Qiu was tied up and taken away. The reason was that she took drugs. The awareness of drug control is engraved in the DNA of everyone in the country. Even if there is a natural disaster, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Li Qiu, who was originally desperate, heard this reason and his eyes widened instantly. What the hell? God knows. Who took drugs? I really ate rock sugar. No, I ate crystal cores. Li Qiu's voice suddenly became louder. Whoever is right will speak louder. A doctor in a white coat took off her hat, cut a bunch of her hair along the root, and took it for hair testing. The person in charge of guarding her was very serious. Be honest. The results will be out in 5 minutes. Li Qiu was honest. It's not that she wanted to be honest, but anyone would be honest if a gun was pointed at their head. This is much more powerful than the 2 broken guns she put in the car. She looked at the soldier next to her, who was almost 2 meters tall, and said weakly, 2 liters, can I squat? It's a bit tiring to stand. Maybe people saw that she really didn't have any reaction after taking drugs, and she was a thin girl, so they moved the gun down and signaled Li Qiu to squat against the wall. After squatting, Li Qiu quickly lowered her head. During this time of confusion, the 4th fruit of the supernatural tree completely grew out. This process consumed a lot of Li Qiu's energy. She felt a little weak and wanted to vomit. This situation improved after squatting down. Li Qiu blinked and closed her eyes again and began to check the supernatural tree in her mind. She remembered that the level of the supernatural tree and the level of the fruit were determined by the number of supernatural fruits. In addition to the Corpse King body, which was the initial supernatural power that could not be upgraded, the original 2 supernatural powers, and the newly added supernatural powers also became level 4. The upgraded supernatural powers became more useful. For example, the Seamless, on the original basis, the effect takes effect immediately after the sewing is completed without waiting. Meaning, as long as she sews fast enough, she is theoretically immortal. It seems that I have to study hard and practice hard to improve my sewing speed. And the effective time of whatever you ask for has been changed from 10 minutes to 1 hour. It is equivalent to having a loyal follower for 1 hour. What Li Qiu is most curious about is the supernatural fruit that has just grown. Stealing the stars and replacing the sun, human supernatural power, has been upgraded to level 4. You can take a certain creature you have touched as a target, check all the items on the target, and replace any one of them with a stone. The interval between uses is 40 minutes. Li Qiu carefully read the description of the supernatural power several times. What replacement? It sounds so good. Isn't it just stealing one thing from the other party at will? The most amazing thing is that you can know what the other party has. What's the difference between this and stealing the other party's account and password and directly washing the account? Such a shameless supernatural power. I really like it, Li Qiu thought happily. What's even more amazing is that according to the description of this ability, Li Qiu can choose to replace the opponent's heart with stone, replace the brain with stone, and kill the opponent silently. All the items on the body, how can it not include organs? This is not a simple stealing ability, this is a very useful attack ability. Li Qiu cried with joy. She was also getting better, and she actually had the ability to attack actively. God knows every time she used the every request is granted, she was so scared that she wanted to die. For fear that the other party would not agree. At the same time, she had to rack her brains to help the other party. When I go back tonight, share this precious ability with Xiaoxue. Experiment again to see if I can steal things in Xiaoxue's space. After a long time of admiration, Li Qiu realized that it turned out that this was how she lost her meat jerky in the villa. 3 people died in the villa. Zhao Qian was the first to die, and Ye Yun was the second. Zhao Qian and Ye Yun were both power-type mutants. Li Qiu had great strength, so when she ate them, their crystal cores only supplied energy to the mutant tree, and no new fruit was formed on the tree. Su Fuyo had the ability of night vision and stealing stars for the sun. But because Li Qiu was a zombie, he had the ability of night vision. So the fruit that grew in the end could only be the ability of stealing stars for the sun. The soldiers saw Li Qiu lowering her head in a daze, and thought she was scared. Just at this time, the inspection form was delivered. It was all a misunderstanding. The old man who had been sitting in the chair next to him, and thinking, was a little embarrassed. Little girl, I made a wrong judgment this time. I'm sorry. Although the old man was dressed simply, these soldiers respected him very much. The other party's status in the base was definitely very high. Li Qiu didn't expect the old man to apologize to her. She waved her hand. It's okay, Grandpa. It's about drug control, I can understand. It just took so much time. I don't know if Zhou Jinshi and the others have come out. She has to go and see. I hope Zhou Jinshi can bring her good news. But the old man didn't realize that Li Qiu was eager to leave, and started chatting again. Little girl, you just said that you ate the crystal core, is that true? Li Qiu didn't know how human superpowers absorb crystal cores, but she had read novels. And she had done so many logical reasoning questions in the civil service exam, she knew that crystal cores were so hard, and no one would eat them raw like she did. Li Qiu laughed. My nonsense, Grandpa. How can you eat crystal cores? If there is nothing else, I'm going to find my friend. To leave here, you have to go through the main gate. Li Qiu walked between the 2 rows of soldiers, and quickly put on her mask to avoid being fainted by the fragrance of these superpowers. Sent so many high-level guards to protect an old man, and I don't know what his identity is. Military chief? Not really. Because he doesn't have that kind of military aura. He looks like a doctor. He feels like saving the dying and the wounded, and healing the world. But his eyes seem to be a little red. Is it an illusion? Li Qiu looked back again. It's not an illusion. Grandpa, what's wrong with your eyes? Li Qiu stayed here for too long and talked too much nonsense. The soldier next to her seemed to want to send her out. But the old man waved his hand. It's okay, maybe I didn't sleep well. You know that we old people don't sleep much. Is it hard to sleep if there is a little noise? Someone interrupted. Academician Hua, you haven't slept for 3 days. It's not just that I don't sleep enough, I don't rest at all. I just took a walk around the base this morning to catch my breath. And then I caught a kid who was suspected of taking drugs. Isn't this the same as not resting at all? Academician Hua? Li Qiu was stunned. There are many academicians in the country. She had memorized a lot of great people when she wrote essays before. Among them, there is only one with the surname Hua, Academician Hua Chuansheng. A legend in the contemporary medical world, the world's #1 in virology, a true medical master. No wonder the base can allocate so many people to protect him. It is estimated that the southern base has also been developing ways to fight the zombie virus. I don't know how far it has progressed. Academician Hua, your eyes. Li Qiu reminded. Hua Chuansheng was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at the window. In the reflection on the window, he saw his slightly red eyes, and the red bloodshot that suddenly grew. He was silent for a moment, and still smiled and said, Little girl, go home quickly. It's okay. Li Qiu thought, how could it be okay? There was no red bloodshot just now, but it popped out in a moment. There must be something wrong. Academician Hua, many people in your base now have the same eyes as you. I think this may also be an infectious disease, so don't take it lightly. Li Qiu was brave enough to mention that this was an infectious disease in front of the medical master, which was also a show of strength in front of Liu Ban. She paused and said, to put it in a positive way, this is an infectious disease, an accident, and it is controllable. To put it in a negative way, it may be caused by mutants. Although I have only been at the base for a short time, 7 people died in our unit last night. You can't sleep all the time, are you thinking about this? I think there is a connection between conjunctivitis and the death of people knocking on the door at night. Hua Chuansheng originally planned to return to the laboratory, but his eyes fell on Li Qiu again. Little girl, do you know a lot about mutants? Li Qiu thought, just SOSO, by Lin is third. It's just that I encountered skin monkeys, locust fruit, pig-headed people, and some supernatural events. Compared with the rapidly evolving mutant plants and animals, the zombie group is purely superior in numbers. But what are the mutants here? Li Qiu has no idea. She gritted her teeth and said, as far as I know, mutants will retain some of their pre-mutation habits, and they need to follow some rules, and they can't kill people at will. Not only Hua Chuansheng was interested, but the soldiers present also had a flash of surprise in their eyes. Before Hua Chuansheng asked in detail, someone ran in from the door. Academician Hua, General Yin invites you to attend the meeting at the A District Conference Center. Isn't today the Superpower Conference? What should I do? Hua Chuansheng doesn't like meetings, and meetings always take up too much of his time. With that time, he might as well do a few more experiments in the laboratory, which might be more valuable. The person explained, the Superpower Conference has ended. Now it's an emergency meeting. General Yin specifically asked you to attend. Hua Chuansheng nodded helplessly, and he took a step forward, and suddenly looked at the dazed Li Qiu. Little girl, come with me. Chapter 65. Li Qiu agreed. Area A is heavily guarded, and she would never get in normally. Now with Hua Chuansheng leading her, there is no better opportunity than this. On the way there, Li Qiu was still chatting with Hua Chuansheng. Academician Hua, you often come to Area AB. Had you heard of Li Deming? He worked in the municipal government before the natural disaster. Li Qiu didn't hold much hope. Her father's position was very small, and after the natural disaster, the southern base was crowded with bigwigs in the military, political, scientific research and medical fields of southern cities. Even if these bigwigs had heard of her father's name, they probably couldn't remember it. But Hua Chuansheng didn't reject it immediately. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while. I have a little impression of the name, but I can't remember where I saw it. Who is he to you? My father! Li Qiu rekindled hope and looked at Hua Chuansheng in high spirits. It's okay. You and I will go to Area A, and I will ask someone to help you. The names of all people in Area A have been entered into the system, so it's easy to find. Li Qiu nodded repeatedly, looking at Hua Chuansheng as if he were looking at a bodhisattva. After a while, Area A arrived. Area A is located in the north of the base, and is the real center of the base. The conference center is just one of the inconspicuous gray buildings. Because there is a meeting today, the front door is full of guards and soldiers on duty. Everyone's eyes are like a security scanner, scanning the people who come in. But when they saw that the person coming was Hua Chuansheng, their eyes became particularly respectful. 237, 238. Li Qiu silently counted how many people with red eyes he saw today. She found that the majority of people with red eyes were soldiers. And the soldiers were from Area AB. They had already reached the 3rd floor of the conference center. Hua Chuansheng suddenly turned around and asked her, what are you counting? Li Qiu said, nervous, I'm counting sheep. Isn't counting sheep for sleeping? Li Qiu, my family's secret recipe, I count sheep when I'm nervous. Hua Chuansheng smiled, and said it was okay, and then took Li Qiu into the venue. Li Qiu stood diagonally behind Hua Chuansheng. She had just seen Hua Chuansheng's eyes, and the red bloodshot had disappeared. The 3rd floor was the largest conference hall in the entire conference center. The Superpower Conference had just been held in the morning. Although there were not as many people as before, there were also a group of people sitting densely. Li Qiu, who was following the boss, was naturally regarded as a boss. People nodded and smiled at her along the way. Li Qiu felt like she was going to die. First, the fox was too arrogant. Second, there were superpowers everywhere, and she was so greedy that she was dying. If I had to use a quantifier to describe it, Li Qiu would only say, what a large nest of superpowers. Each superpower level is at least above level 3. Li Qiu took out a tissue from his pocket, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his nostrils silently. As he stuffed it into his nostrils, Li Qiu suddenly realized that the person sitting over there looked very familiar. Opposite Li Qiu sat Zhou Jinshi, Huziyu, Song Wan. Even Zhang Xuezhen, who said in the morning that she was too lazy to go out today, was sitting there. What acquaintance's nest was poked? This group of people looked at Li Qiu in unison, and they had noticed her as early as when Li Qiu entered the door. Li Qiu waved her hand and smiled awkwardly. Hua Chuansheng saw the eyes of those young people, turned around and asked, "Are those your friends?" The tone was kind, just like the elders to the younger generation at home. "Yes." Li Qiu nodded. "That's fate. You can sit over there." Hua Chuansheng said kindly, "It's definitely more comfortable to sit with your friend than sitting next to an old man like me." Li Qiu, really? Go ahead. Hua Chuansheng waved his hand. After the meeting, I take you to the data center to check the list. Okay. When General Yan came in from the door, no one paid much attention to Li Qiu's unfamiliar face. They all went to meet him. Li Qiu took this opportunity to sit down next to Zhang Xuezhen. Zhang Xuezhen raised her eyelids, supported half of her face with her hands and looked at her. "You are so bold that you dare to enter such a place?" Only she knew that Li Qiu was different, so Li Qiu knew what Zhang Xuezhen meant by asking this question. Li Qiu said, "You smell so good, how about you let me have a bite?" At the same time, she answered Zhang Xuezhen's question in a busy schedule. "I can't help it. I feel there is something wrong with this place. I have to come in." "What do you mean?" "No, don't ask me first. I haven't asked you yet. Didn't you say you didn't do anything today and just lay at home?" Zhang Xuezhen looked at her in surprise. "You believe this?" Li Qiu, eh? The team members who had been watching Li Qiu coming over and actively giving up their seats, eh? Jiang Song patted Zhou Jinshi on the shoulder. "Old Zhou, what's going on? It's only been a few hours since we last met, and Sister Qiu has directly abandoned you." Zhou Jinshi was much more indifferent. He had seen Zhang Xuezhen and knew who she was. It also immediately became clear who Li Qiu lived with after entering the base. Zhou Jinshi said, "Do the work, talk less." Jiang Song sighed. "I'm afraid that the work won't be done, it's too dangerous." The morning meeting of superpowers lasted for 2 hours. If it was before the natural disaster, a 2-hour meeting would not be considered long. But now 2 hours is enough for the superpower team to leave the base, kill zombies and mutants, and clear a safe area. Everyone talked a lot at the meeting, but no one came to a conclusion. The focus of the discussion was the knocking and killing incidents at night. More and more people died, and the authorities planned to organize a second manpower to ambush at night. Find out what is causing the trouble and eliminate the source in one fell swoop. As for why it was the second time, it was because the authorities had organized such an action as early as a month ago. That time, the authorities sent 500 soldiers, and after nightfall, the whole team arrested those who knocked on the door throughout the base. The strange thing is that all those people disappeared strangely. Not to mention the bodies of these people. Even the weapons they were equipped with disappeared completely in the base. They couldn't find them even after digging 3 feet into the ground. It was as if they were swallowed or melted by something. From that day on, the base had a complete rule that people could not go out or open the door after nightfall. After the rule was in place, the death rate did drop at first. But slowly, those people who knocked on the door also evolved. They could imitate the voices of the deceased relatives and loved ones of the other party when they knocked on the door. Even if you suspect it's fake, if your loved one knocks on the door crying and says he wants to see you again, can you really bear not to open the door? Last night, Jiang Song lived closest to the door. When he heard his mother's voice coming from the door, saying that she was cold and hungry, Jiang Song was completely stunned. If Zhou Jinshi hadn't held him back, Jiang Song would have been carried on a stretcher and thrown into the corpse collection vehicle today. Because they had experienced it personally, everyone present knew that the possibility of surviving this operation was very small. Few people responded to the superpower conference just now. So the official decided to hold this temporary high-level superpower meeting. There are only more than 100 superpowers above level 3 in the entire base, and the official hopes to get help from these people. General Yin is the person in charge of the southern base. After everyone present quieted down, he stood up and said, "I know that everyone here is the best superpower in the base. Some have lived in the base for several months, and some may have just arrived yesterday. It is not easy for the southern base to develop to where it is today. This is our common home. There is a registration form in front of everyone. Heroes who are willing to join the action team, please fill in the form and hand it to the staff behind you. This action is too dangerous, and the rewards are very generous. Just now, General Yin promised in person that no matter whether the mission is successful or not, everyone who joins the action team can get 100 crystal cores of wisdom seeds. 100? Then my superpower tree should be able to thrive. So, this is a mobilization meeting? Li Qiu asked Zhang Xuezhen in a low voice. Zhang Xuezhen nodded, obviously. Li Qiu asked again, are you going? Zhang Xuezhen thought Li Qiu was sick. Why should I go? Do you think I look like a hero? You look like a fairy. You want to go? I ate too much and need to digest. Go, I want to go too. Let's go together, just like going to the toilet during class. If you get bored, I can gossip with you. Or I can read you novels. I have read 8,000 romance novels by heart, and I have all the types you like. I promise you will never get tired of reading them, okay? Li Qiu tried to persuade Zhang Xuezhen. If you want to go by yourself. Why are you dragging me? Zhang Xuezhen paused, speechless. They went to the toilet together hand in hand, and came back when the bell rang. If you participate in this action, you might lose your life. It's completely different. Zhang Xuezhen doesn't want to die now. But Zhang Xuezhen couldn't stand Li Qiu looking at her with those dull eyes, and was particularly good at praising people. Our Xiaoxue is the chosen heroine with 4 superpowers. If you go, those few knocking monsters will be easy to take down. You can save hundreds of thousands of humans from danger without bloodshed, okay? Zhang Xuezhen, you are so lame in your praise. Li Qiu saw her smile, and laughed too. You agreed. When Zhou Jinshi submitted the information, he happened to see Li Qiu handing 2 forms to the staff. Li Qiu saw him looking over, nodded to him seriously, and made a mouth shape. Don't worry, I go too. The superpower she wrote on the registration form was power type, level 3. No merits or demerits, mediocre, sandwiched among the cool superpowers of others, not eye-catching at all. After the registration was over, all those who didn't register left, and the conference room became empty. There were 25 people who registered, and 1/3 of them were old acquaintances of Li Qiu. Another third are soldiers with special powers. Another third are the earliest group of special powers raised by the government with crystal cores. General Yin held a stack of lists in his hand, sighed deeply, and then bowed to the 25 people who stayed at the scene. He said nothing, but everyone understood his intention. Then General Yin said to Hua Chuansheng, Academician Hua, please. Hua Chuansheng, who had been sitting, stood up and asked his assistant to take out the prepared reagents. The reagents were in transparent injection bottles, and looked as clear as water. This is the A11 prepared by our laboratory. After taking it, your special powers will be enhanced by 10 times. But it only lasts for 1 hour. After 1 hour, your special powers will be disabled for 24 hours. Use with caution. Everyone looked at the tube of reagent handed to them, and felt its preciousness. They also understood what Academician Hua meant. After using it, if they can't solve those knocking monsters in 1 hour, they will die. When to use it, whether to use it or not, is up to them to decide. In addition, the authorities have equipped each of them with the most sophisticated firearms, and each of them has even been issued 10 crystal cores of wisdom seeds. There are still 6 hours before nightfall. General Yin arranged a place for everyone to rest in Area A. Xiao Qiu, come here. After the meeting, Hua Chuansheng waved to Li Qiu. He still remembered that he'd promised Li Qiu to help her find someone. There was another person coming with Li Qiu. Zhou Jinshi stood beside Li Qiu and bowed slightly to Hua Chuansheng. Hello, Academician Hua. Hua Chuansheng looked at him for a few times. You are Taikuan's grandson, right? It's me. You still remember. It's been so many years. The last time I saw you, you were still doing somersaults in front of your grandfather. You've grown up so much. I didn't recognize you at the meeting just now. When did you come to the base? Zhou Jinshi said, I came yesterday. I want to ask, do you know where my grandfather lives? Hua Chuansheng rubbed his eyes. Your grandfather died on the day the base was built. And your uncle and aunt also died. On the day the base was built, all the zombies in Belan City suddenly gathered here. Alas. You Zhou family members are brave. They saved many people. Zhou Jinshi was silent. Li Qiu was also stunned. She didn't know what to say, so she reached out and pulled Zhou Jinshi's arm. Zhou Jinshi. After a long time he said, it's okay. The data center does not allow outsiders to enter. Hua Chuansheng went in and came out again. He shook his head. Xiuqiu, I didn't find your parents' names, and your best friend Song Mimi didn't find her either. The silent people became 2. It was getting dark, and they had been sitting on the steps somewhere in Area A for several hours. There were so many people coming and going, looking at them with strange eyes. Li Qiu was hungry, and she didn't plan to sit here any longer. Zhou Jinshi, I go back to Unit 16 to eat. See you at 7 p.m. A few hours ago, she used the ability to steal stars and change the sun. She got the roster of everyone in the entire base. She didn't know why Hua Chuansheng lied. But it didn't matter. She had to eat first. Only when she was full would she have the strength to fight. Chapter 66. The night slowly covered the base. When night was about to fall, the alarm sounded in the base, and the streets were empty. 25 people stood on the empty street after nightfall, wearing the uniform winter clothes issued by the base, as small as rice grains. In addition to providing weapons and crystal cores, the official did not give a specific action plan, only a few simple introductions. According to past experience, the knockers are mainly concentrated in the FJ area, which is the area where the superpowers live. Where the knockers come from, we don't know. What is their attack method, we don't know. Whether the knockers knock door by door or knock randomly, we don't know. The only certainty is that the knockers are active in the 5 major areas of FJ. Each major area has 30 units, and each unit has at least 100 households, and at most 300 or 400 households. 25 people facing 150 unit buildings are not enough. After discussion, the 25 people were divided into 2 groups. One group has 12 people, and the other group has 13 people. The 13-member team is responsible for 3 large areas, and the 12-member team is responsible for 2 large areas, encircling from the north to the middle. No matter where the knocking monster appears, the group closest to it will rush over immediately, and notify the other groups with the intercom. There are 13 people in Li Qiu's group, only she and Zhang Xuezhen are not members of the team. Zhang Xuezhen filled in the ability of suffocation on the form. Randomly picked the most common one among her 4 abilities. The other 11 people and their abilities are Zhou Jinshi, Water, Jiang Song, Probability Wish, Song Wan, Fire, Hu Ziyu, Axe, Yang Lufeng, Rope, Hao Ming, Hearing, Wu Refan, Spiritual System, Wen Ran, Gold Needle, A Fei, Strength, Xiao Long Xia, Projection, Gu Sang Eagle Eye. It can be said that they have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the chance of survival is very high. Because everyone is familiar with each other, when they go out together, not only do they not feel the tension of life and death, but they also have the illusion of going out for a midnight snack. After hearing someone sigh like this, Ah Fei and Jiang Song, who were walking at the end of the team, actually took out a handful of barbecue wrapped in tin foil. When the tin foil was peeled off, each skewer of barbecue was sprinkled with salt and chopped green onions, which looked extremely fragrant. Everyone looked at them in unison. Man is iron, rice is steel, and barbecue is hungry. Come on, 5 skewers each. I got the pork belly in the trading area today. Eat it quickly, it will be too late. I was slapped twice, so Song Wan grilled it for me. Jiang Song said, and showed the slap marks on his face. Song Wan, She really wanted to slap Jiang Song twice more. I don't know if it's because Jiang Song is too noisy, or because her temper has become irritable after her ability has reached level 3. I really want to find something to beat him up. Give this to Sister Qiu. Jiang Song stuffed the barbecue into Zhou Jinshi's hands, looking like he had paid too much for his brother's love. Zhou Jinshi looked at the sizzling roasted pork belly skewers, and walked to Li Qiu's side. Mine is for you too. He also put 5 skewers together, and gave them to Li Qiu. Jiang Song put his hand on A Fei's shoulder. Brother, do you see, Lao Zhou is better than his teacher. You see, I didn't even teach him to do this, but he actually understood it. You can tell at a glance that he is very caring, quite like me when I was in love. You should learn from him in the future, so that you can find a partner. A Fei nodded repeatedly. Remember it, brother. Li Qiu looked at the 10 golden skewers of roasted pork belly in Zhou Jinshi's hand. She could imagine how delicious it was, but Li Qiu couldn't smell the fragrance or taste it. All animal meat tasted like dry sawdust and rags in the mouth. What is wasteful? This is wasteful. Thank you. I love roasted pork belly the most. Li Qiu took it very politely, then turned her back and stuffed it into her mouth. Zhang Xuezhen looked at her distorted expression and said, Have you finished the meat I gave you before? Li Qiu swallowed the last string and wiped his mouth. I have finished it. There is a fierce battle tonight, and I ate all the meat you gave me. But I am not full. Zhang Xuezhen said sympathetically. Then I don't have much. Before the natural disaster, I stocked up on instant food, and I may have a box of canned meat. I will give it to you when you are hungry. Xiaoxue, you are so kind. Li Qiu leaned on Zhang Xuezhen's arm, and the tip of his nose was filled with the delicious smell of meat. Zhang Xuezhen shook her off, but failed to shake her off, so she stuffed another skewer of meat into Li Qiu's mouth. Eat meat, don't bite me. Jiang Song floated behind Zhou Jinshi. Let me guess what you are thinking. Are you wishing you were a woman too, so that we can lean on Sister Qiu like this, right? Isn't it, old Zhou? I think you still need to take the initiative. Before he finished speaking, the skewer of meat in his hand had been taken away by Zhou Jinshi. You don't look hungry, I eat it for you. Zhou Jinshi bit the streaky pork and ate it expressionlessly. Jiang Song, After this commotion, it was completely dark. Everyone restrained their expressions and asked Hao Ming and Hawkeye to activate their superpowers at the same time. One of them listens to sounds, and the other sees things. They are simply the modern version of the super ears and clairvoyance. Gesang rubbed his eyes after looking for a while. Nothing. Hao Ming lay on the ground, and the cold air came over him. He touched his ears, raised his head and said sideways, I seem to hear the sound of something coming out of the soil? Which area is it located in? Between Area Y and Area Z, near Area Z. Hao Ming said with certainty. Where is that? Everyone has been in the base for such a long time, and only knows that Area Y is the residential area for ordinary people, and Area Z is a prison. There is actually a place between Y and Z? Zhou Jinshi frowned. I saw the map of the base when I was in Area A. There is an incinerator there. Whether it is zombies or victims, they will be sent there. Because of the rule that you cannot go out at night, the incinerator also works during the day. There should be no one there now. What would come out of the soil? But anyway, their action place today is still FGH. If they want to change the main battlefield temporarily, they must discuss with the other group first. After hearing the situation, the other group reached a consensus and waited in the living area of the superpowers first. After an hour, the two groups met and went to the incinerator together. After a few minutes, not only Hao Ming heard the knocking sound, but others also heard it. The knocking monster appeared. Is anyone there? The knocking sound was accompanied by the questioning sound. Even if the person inside did not respond, the knocking monster kept knocking on the door and asking questions. So cold, so hungry, so sad and crying. Everyone who approached the knocking sound was silent. There were people knocking on every door, tirelessly and with great perseverance. The number of these knocking monsters has basically covered all the areas where superpowers live. The voices they made were different. Some were old people and children. Some were teenagers and middle-aged people, miserable and sad, like ghosts that have not dispersed for a long time after death. Wu Renfan's eyes were cold. Their voices are not only simulated very well, but also can mobilize the emotions of the people inside the door, and have a hallucinogenic effect. If you are not careful, you will forget that you are in a dangerous situation and run to open the door. They remembered that the door knocked by the knocking monster was originally occupied by a superpower couple. Because of tonight's action, a soldier was replaced. Huziyu said, I have been a soldier, don't worry, soldiers have strong willpower. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu knew that the door had been opened. The tears on his face, before he had time to wipe them, had already turned into a shriveled corpse. Open the door, and you will die. It was so fast that Zhou Jinshi and his team had no time to rescue him. After seeing this man dead, the knocking monster did not knock on other doors. He walked in and closed the door, looking natural as if this was his home. A light disappeared before their eyes, and everyone was silent. Open the door, and you will die. How can we fight it? No one could think of a better way for a while. The sound of other knocking monsters was still coming from a distance. I try. Li Qiu asked everyone to wait for her where she was, and she went to meet the knocking monster closest to them first. What do you want to do? Zhang Xuezhen glanced at Li Qiu. Are you hungry again? Li Qiu said, nonsense. I'm not hungry that fast. While the two were talking, Zhou Jinshi came over, together. He raised the knife in his hand. Zhou Jinshi is now a level 5 supernatural being, and he also has divine arts. Li Qiu nodded. The two turned around and left. Zhou Jinshi hid by the door, and Li Qiu quickly came to the door of the dead man's room and bent his fingers. A knock on the door sounded. I'm so hungry. Is there anyone inside? Can you open the door and give me something to eat? Everyone, Such a familiar line. Is this the legendary, using the enemy's method to defeat the enemy? The knocking monster who was lying on the person inside the door raised his head. His eyes were red, and the white part of his eyes was completely covered with bloodshot. Even the eyeballs, which should have been dark brown, turned red like pomegranates. After hearing the knocking and talking, the knocking monster showed a confused expression on his face. But he still answered Li Qiu, I'm here, but this is mine. If you want to eat it, go knock it yourself. He's still a door-knocking monster who protects his food. Li Qiu thought. She cried out, No, I can't knock it open. They are all cunning. Please help me. Let me in too. The door-knocking monster rolled his eyes in anger. Why are you so stupid? If you keep knocking, they will open it. Li Qiu, you're right. Then she knocked on the door even harder. The door-knocking monster scratched his hair in anger, rushed to the door to open it, and then shouted, I told you to knock somewhere else. Why are you knocking on my door? When his eyes fell on Li Qiu's eyes, he suddenly realized that it was not good. Li Qiu blinked his eyes that were not red at all. Guess. The next second, the magic was swung out from behind Li Qiu and chopped on the knocker. The knocker shook for a moment, but he was not dead. He just muttered, Oh, it turned out to be a human. He raised his head and looked at Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi with resentment. The human deceived me. The human is bad. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi looked at each other. If they remembered correctly, the knocker was a soldier they had seen in Area A during the day. Li Qiu suddenly found that Zhou Jinshi's eyes were blank and his movements paused. Zhou Jinshi heard his grandfather's voice. Jinshi, Grandpa's eyes hurt so much, I can't open them. Come in and help Grandpa. The knocker standing at the door raised his mouth strangely. Come in, come in. As long as you cross this door, you will die. Before the knocker was happy, Li Qiu had already taken out a folding shovel and shoveled it on the knocker's head. How come you're okay? The knocker's head was cut off halfway, but it stood there without any problem, still questioning Li Qiu. Taking advantage of this moment, Hu Ziyu rushed over and quickly pulled Zhou Jinshi away. Zhou Jinshi shook his body, and his eyes regained clarity. Li Qiu said to the knocker, Sorry, I'm immune to all mental attacks. The body of the Corpse King, as her only zombie-related ability, although it cannot be upgraded, it is at the maximum level when it appears. It can resist all mental attacks. She turned around and shouted, Everyone, put on the earplugs you prepared. A group of people put on their earplugs in unison, and then Wu Renfen hooked the knocker out of the door with a sickle, and a group of people began to attack the knocker with knives and axes, inhumanely. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Even Zhang Xuezhen used the suffocation method, but still couldn't kill it. What an undead monster. The weirdest thing is that it has no tongue, but it can still make sounds, trying to seduce any of the 13 people. Li Qiu was stunned, and secretly said to Zhang Xuezhen, This mutant creature is amazing, its superpowers are better than mine. Zhang Xuezhen thought for a while, Why don't I put it in the space after it dies, and you can eat it as a snack? Maybe you will become more powerful after eating it. Li Qiu's eyes lit up. Really? Zhang Xuezhen, fake. Li Qiu knew that Zhang Xuezhen liked to talk in reverse, so he directly heard the fake as real, clenched his fist, and punched the knocking monster again. The knocking monster swayed, but it just wouldn't die. Song-Wan stepped forward. Let me do it. Fire can theoretically destroy everything. The flames attached to the knocking monster from head to toe. The humanoid knocker immediately turned into a fireman and rolled on the ground. Something was wriggling under his skin, wriggling, and drilling out frantically. After the knocker retched a few times, 3 blood-pink flesh worms were spit out from his mouth. The worms escaped from the human body, and were still speaking human words. It hurts, I'm going to die. Others were ready to take action at any time. When Ram was quick to shoot 3 golden needles at the worms. The worms twisted and crawled on the ground, and stopped moving after a while. At the same time, the human body that was struggling hard also stopped moving completely. Is it dead? Someone asked. Someone stepped forward and took a look. Dead. It turned out that the worms were causing trouble. Song-Wan used his foot to dig the worm corpse. Zhou Jinshi looked at it carefully. This is a reply bug. It is a kind of parasite, and should have been extinct long ago. It may be due to the mutation after the natural disaster, it has grown so big. He turned on the intercom and told Xiang Chu, the leader of another group, how to deal with the knocking monster. You need to use fire to force out the insects parasitic in the human body to kill the knocking monster. There was silence on the intercom for a long time, and suddenly an awe sound came. People found us. Know our weakness. Go back and tell the master. There were dense voices on the intercom, and I don't know how many insects are on the opposite side. Li Qiu looked into the distance and got goosebumps on his body. Hundreds of red eyes appeared in the darkness. All the knocking monsters rushed here. Chapter 67. Half of the 25 people had been killed in less than an hour. Gesang used his eagle eye ability to see the whole situation. The insects have surrounded us. Although the insects are slow, they rushed over from all directions and blocked all the exits that everyone could retreat. Although they are still a little far away, their combined sound is twice as powerful. Don't even mention earplugs. Unless you are born deaf, you will never be able to resist it. Fire can force out the insects, which is indeed a very useful method. But with such a large area of insects surrounding them, Songwon's ability is not enough. Even if it is enough, such a large area of fire will turn the entire base into a sea of fire. Hundreds of thousands of people in the base can't survive. So are they going to die together? Li Qiu pushed the person in front of her into the door where someone had just died without saying a word. Go in, go in. Everyone understood what she meant instantly. The insect people are restricted by the rules of a certain door, and their strength is not strong at ordinary times. As long as they hide in the room and knock each other out, they will be fine in the daytime. The authorities did not require them to find out the cause and eliminate the hidden dangers in just one night. This time, there has been great progress, and life is more important now. Go in quickly. Li Qiu and Zhou Jinshi were the last two people to go in. Jiang Song said to Fei, "Brother, please be gentle with me, don't make my handsome face ugly." Fei, wearing boxing gloves, nodded seriously, and quickly gave Jiang Song a critical hit. Then he punched everyone on the forehead one by one. When everyone was knocked out by Fei one after another, Zhou Jinshi reached out and knocked Fei down. There are still 3 people awake now, Li Qiu, Zhou Jinshi, and Zhang Xuezhen. Zhou Jinshi didn't plan to faint. He could use needles to pierce several acupuncture points on himself to block his hearing and forcibly resist the attack of the insect tide in a conscious state. This can prevent someone from waking up in the middle and opening the door uncontrollably. If this really happens, none of the 13 of them can escape. Their voices are useless to me. I just need to guard. Li Qiu's tone was particularly firm. Seeing that Zhou Jinshi didn't speak, Li Qiu said again, "You saw it just now, you were hit, but I'm fine, right? I can do it." She said so firmly that she could, looking directly at Zhou Jinshi, without any retreat, disguise, or concealment. Not trusting the other party is a kind of contempt for the other party's ability. And Zhou Jinshi believes in Li Qiu and respects Li Qiu. From Baixiang village to the southern base, Li Qiu has always shown omnipotent strength and transcendent optimism. Zhou Jinshi did not insist. He raised his hand with a silver needle to demonstrate, and pierced each person who fainted twice. These 2 points are the Ermin acupoint and the Tinggong acupoint. If you feel that it is not working, you must use the needle to penetrate 3 inches below the skin. Then wake me up. Zhang Xuezhen sat in the corner and watched coldly, looking like she didn't need Zhou Jinshi to pierce. Zhou Jinshi did not force it. Here, only he and Li Qiu knew Zhang Xuezhen's true strength. Okay. Li Qiu agreed, I remember. In the end, only Li Qiu and Zhang Xuezhen were left. Hong Hong's ability is to control emotions. It comforted Zhang Xuezhen very well, and was not affected by the outside world at all. So Zhang Xuezhen took out a recliner, and a blanket from her space, and prepared to rest calmly. Why are you looking at me? If you want to sleep, the sofa bed is also in my space, but you can't fit it in this tiny place. Zhang Xuezhen pointed around. Everyone was lying flat, as if they were already resting, and they had already filled up the small room. Li Qiu listened to the endless shouting outside, and knew that the insect tide would not be easily dispersed tonight, but there were at least 10 hours before dawn. Xiaoxue, I know you can build dreams. Zhang Xuezhen lay on the recliner and swung her legs to look at Li Qiu. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that I will build a villa to love me again and kill them all? Li Qiu squatted beside the recliner and looked at her. Zhang Xuezhen closed her eyes. Okay, give me a theme. I'm too lazy to think. Li Qiu thought for a while. Build them a dream where there is no natural disaster at all, and everything is still as peaceful as before. This is my first time to build a good dream. I'm not good at it. I can't guarantee that it won't turn into a nightmare. Zhang Xuezhen took out a Wisdom C crystal core, and said, while absorbing the energy inside. She suddenly reacted, you let me build it for them, what about you? Me? Of course, I have to find out where they are. Li Qiu took out the roster. The 3 names circled on that page are Li Deming, Jiang Ranfang, and Song Mimi. The belief that supports Li Qiu from Qilan City to today is to find them. You want to go alone, are you sick? Zhang Xuezhen's joking expression disappeared. Li Qiu said please Xiaoxue, and then opened the door and went out. The moment the door closed, Zhang Xuezhen saw through the gap that a large number of insects had rushed to the door, only 1 centimeter away from Li Qiu. Li Qiu Zhang Xuezhen's gnashing voice was drowned out by the deafening knocking sound and countless sad and true and false voices. The responding insects wanted to wake up and seduce the people inside at all costs. As long as they seduce one, they can kill everyone inside and avenge their brothers and sisters. Li Qiu rubbed his hands and smeared the blood of the previous responding insects on his clothes. Don't knock. The people inside have been killed by me. The shouting of hundreds of responding insects stopped abruptly. These responding insects were all red-eyed patients that Li Qiu had seen during the day. But Li Qiu found that there was no figure of Hua Chuansheng here. When Li Qiu looked at them, their blood-red eyeballs turned to Li Qiu from left to right and from top to bottom, as if they were thinking about what Li Qiu was. She smelled human, but only a little bit. Instead, there are more auras belonging to the same kind of insects. From the 3 dead echo insects, Li Qiu saw that the echo insects were not very smart. She said calmly, "It's true, I killed them, so I am very powerful now. I have decided, I want to be the king of insects." Li Qiu, who is called the king by the zombies, now wants to usurp the throne and become the king of insects. The echo insects looked at each other. "How can you be so powerful?" Li Qiu said, "Let's go to the master. The master will tell you that I am the most powerful." She makes sense. Find the master, find the master. Go back. But I haven't knocked on the door enough today. Li Qiu said quickly, "When I become the king of insects, I will bring you here to knock. I will knock 100 people for each of you. Let's grow together. 100, 100. Great. Let's go quickly, and let the master appoint you as the king of insects." The insects reached a consensus and left with Li Qiu in a mighty manner. In the middle of the journey, the 2 fruits that had been sleeping finally woke up. Only Li Qiu could hear their voices. The big and small fruits were terrified as never before. Why were there so many insects around? They endured the fear and hurriedly asked what happened. The insects that responded were also insects. As long as they were fruits, they hated and feared all insects equally. Li Qiu reached out and touched the fruit stems of the 2 of them, comforting them, and motioned them to wait and see and stay in the messenger bag. As they walked, Li Qiu found that the insects were not going in the direction of the incinerator. She suddenly thought, since the echo bugs are afraid of fire, how could they have come out from under the incinerator? It is still unknown what came out from there. Maybe it is more terrifying than the echo bugs. We are here. We are here. Let's go down. Li Qiu looked at the insects standing on a piece of wasteland in the base. Not every part of the base has been built and developed. For example, this piece of wasteland has been idle and has been used as a garbage dump. Sewage is flowing everywhere and garbage is everywhere. Except for the garbage trucks from the base, few people usually come near here. The insects stood on the exposed land and drilled into the soil one after another. Seeing that hundreds of insects had gone down, only Li Qiu and a dozen insects were left standing on the ground. They might be smarter insects, looking at Li Qiu suspiciously. "Can't you go down? You're not fake, are you?" The originally enthusiastic insects suddenly became cold. They stared at Li Qiu, waiting for her action. Li Qiu scratched her head. "I remembered that I still have one person who hasn't finished eating. Why don't you go down first, and I finish eating and come back later?" The insects believed it. But they licked their lips. "Can you give us some food too? We go back with you." "No." The insects felt wronged. No, you're so loud." "Then go quickly. We wait for you here. Everyone stop knocking on the door for you. You'd better come back soon." Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we know the nest of the echo insects is under this wasteland, it will be easy to deal with. When day comes, let the official organization dig 3 feet into the ground and start various insect extermination methods. She will complete the official mission tonight. But a strange insect man came out from underground. He was tall and strong, with strong features, solid muscles, and a flexible body. He looked much smarter than other insect men. Li Qiu heard other insect men call him Insect King. Li Qiu laughed dryly. "Good guy, it seems that the insect man who went down first tipped off. This genuine insect king came up to compete with her, who wanted to usurp the throne?" The insect king looked at Li Qiu with disdain. "I heard that you knocked 13 people to death today?" "That's right." The insect king said coldly. "I've been waiting for you down there for a long time. You don't go down, is it because you are fake?" Li Qiu thought, "Bad, this is not easy to deceive." At the critical moment, the big and small fruits moved in the bag. The tacit understanding of living together day and night made Li Qiu understand their intentions instantly. Li Qiu also imitated the other party's cold tone. "I will be the new king soon, and you should wait for me." Being a king, of course you have to have a show. How can you go down with ordinary insects? The insect king was speechless for a moment. The pitiful brain capacity of the insects is no match for Li Qiu, who has read countless novels about kings. His momentum became weaker. Then what do you want to do? You open the way. I will go down. This is the appearance of the new king. The insect king snorted and drilled into the ground. Li Qiu had the big and small fruits use the roots to go deep into the ground, and followed them to drill into the ground. As a zombie, she can breathe without air. But the countless soil particles that sank to the ground and hit her face still made Li Qiu feel a little stuffy. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. 7 or 8 meters underground, there is already a different world. All the furnishings and divisions here are exactly the same as those in the southern base on the ground. The only difference is that here, almost all the insects have changed their appearance. Standing in front of Li Qiu and staring at her intently is a group of responding insects with human heads hanging on their bodies. They are their trophies. The more heads they hang, the more perfect their human form is. The insect king who provoked Li Qiu on the ground just now turned into an insect head with a human body. There are 8 human heads tied around his waist. And those who don't have human heads are unlucky insects with poor performance ability. Once they get underground, they turn into a complete upright insect. Li Qiu, it's bad. I can't hide it now. Chapter 68. Li Qiu has no characteristics of the Zerg, and there is no human head hanging on his body. How can he explain this to get away with it? But before Li Qiu could speak, there was already a bug that suddenly realized something. Oh my god, it is worthy of being the new king. It even disdains to hang a human head on its body. Yes, it is so perfectly alienated. It is exactly like a human. It is so terrifying that it can kill more than a dozen people at once. I support it to be the king. Occasionally, a few Zerg people expressed doubts, and the arguments were drowned out by other Zerg people. Li Qiu, No, are you serious? Could this be the legendary, just pretending to be cool, and there will be great scholars to debate for me? She twitched the corners of her mouth, and her face showed a mysterious and confident smile. This smile has an invisible magic that instantly made the Zerg people more convinced of her. The red compound eyes of the Zerg king were huge and twisted, and they were locked on Li Qiu. Although Li Qiu couldn't tell the rich expressions on a bug's face, he could clearly feel the gnashing of teeth of the bug king. Li Qiu turned his head away, too lazy to look at it. Since things had come to this point, Li Qiu coughed lightly, and said with emotion, I can't do without everyone's help. I want to thank the master and all of you bugs. It's so good at talking. I think it's good. We should have changed the king a long time ago. The responding bugs whispered to each other, and the insect chirping mixed with the awkward voices made the whole underground world noisy, like a vegetable market. The bug king couldn't stand it anymore. Before Li Qiu appeared, it had always enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention and commanding the insects. Now the gap is too big. The insect king made a huge insect sound, and the insects fell silent for a while, looking at the insect king in unison, with dissatisfaction in their compound eyes. The insect king said, You have no say. The master said I am the insect king. Do you want to betray the master? When the master was mentioned, the insects became rational again. Yes, go find the master quickly. We are going to change the new king. The master will definitely like it. Li Qiu thought, What role does your master play? The official seal of the unit? The appointment will take effect only after the official seal is stamped. The insects can't read minds. They crowded around Li Qiu and walked forward, leaving the furious insect king at the end. The insect king was so angry that he wanted to die, and he experienced what it means to be jealous. Jealousy made its originally blood-pink insect head even redder. Like ripe berries, it will burst with a light step or pinch. No. I can't let the master appoint it as the insect king. I am the insect that the master loves the most. The insect king turned around and quickly ran to the place where the master lived from another direction. It had to take the initiative and whisper in the master's ear to consolidate its position. As it ran, the insect king remembered that the master liked quietness, slowness, and gentleness. It calmed its breath and pretended to walk slowly. There was an incubator built with human bodies near the master's residence. Some people died, and some people were still alive. The dead had rotted, and the living were rotting. The 500 soldiers who disappeared in the dark night of the base a month ago were all in it. Their heads and feet were facing each other, tightly squeezed together, and became part of the incubation room. Their blood and rotting bodies were the best breeding ground for the response insects. There was also a person who was still alive, looking at the insect king who came in with his eyes wide open. The iron-willed man who served the country and the people in the past now had deep hatred in his eyes, and he wanted to curse but couldn't say anything. The Insect King snorted and kicked hard. What are you looking at? The last survivor also lowered his head. After venting his anger, the Insect King carefully walked through the door and went inside. The sound of the master snorting came from the bed, louder than thunder. Seeing this, the Insect King stopped in his tracks. The master was sleeping. Would it be useful for him to blow in his ear at this time? The Insect King thought about it with his little head and decided to wait for the master to wake up by the bed. The Insect King walked gently to the bedside, intending to lie on the ground and wait, but who knew that he accidentally stepped on the master's 2 or 3 meters long hair. The Insect King stopped moving immediately, fearing that he would wake up his master. He had a rare eye for a while, thinking, I'd better come back later. The Insect King was about to tiptoe out when he heard a few clicks and his head covered by long hair lifted up. 3 heads were hidden under the long hair and looked at the Insect King in unison. One head was wet and cold, one was so hungry that only skin and bones were left, and one had only 2 bloody holes in the eyes, looking heartbroken. They were the masters of the underground world, the cold master, the hungry master, and the sad master. Master! The Insect King quickly fell to the ground and apologized to his master for accidentally waking him up. The one who spoke was the hungry master. You don't go up there to work at this time. Are you trying to be lazy? She hates lazy bugs, the cold master said. It's so cold up there. It's normal to be afraid of the cold and not go. The hungry master was furious. You are asked to be a good person. If they don't go, what will we eat? All the people who died and were sucked by the sound bugs knocking on the door. The energy will eventually be transferred to their bodies. Then, they will regenerate more sound bugs and send them to the incubator to hatch. The newly born sound bugs are as small as a needle, extremely afraid of light, and can only appear at night. It is also difficult for them to survive after drilling out of the ground, and they must parasitize humans to survive. The soldiers who patrol and guard the base back and forth are their best targets. 3 bugs parasitize together, some in the brain, some in the internal organs, and some in the blood vessels. Once they enter the human body, at night, the bug man will drill out of the ground through the ground and become a knocking monster. Every time they kill a person, their parasitic and learning abilities become stronger. Gradually, they completely replace the humans they parasitize. The cold master and the hungry master quarreled, and the sad master cried and asked, Who is here? What are you two quarreling about? Because it has no eyes, it is always out of the situation. The Insect King huddled aside and trembled. When the room was calm again, the 3 heads began to ask the Insect King what he was doing here. The Insect King quickly said, Master, I know that there is an insect man who wants to rebel. Not only does it want to abolish me, it also wants to replace you as the master. At this time, Li Qiu, who was surrounded by the insect tide, said, Brother, you are worthy of being the current Insect King. In order to maintain your status, you really put a big hat on me. Li Qiu lied on the ground imitating the Insect King. Master, I am wronged. It is because its ability is too poor, and it can't kill as many people as I do. Everyone wants me to be the Insect King and lead everyone to kill more people. As a result, it got jealous and deliberately framed me. My loyalty to the 3 masters is clear to the sun and the moon, and the heaven and earth can witness it. You 3 want to be more than the masters of this base. I think you should be the masters of the world. I am willing to contribute to the great cause of the master. Even if I only have 1 point of strength, I will give 10 points. The 3 heads were stunned by Li Qiu's coaxing. The cold master looked at Li Qiu. It is indeed a perfectly alienated insect man, and there is no trace of the insect race. The hungry master was very suspicious. Is this really an insect, not a human? Although Li Qiu has the breath of the echoing insect, the hungry master knows that people nowadays are very powerful and have superpowers. Maybe this is a human disguise. Li Qiu was horrified. Of course I am a bug. Although I am perfectly transformed, I am definitely a bug. It's not enough to just say it, you have to prove it. The hungry master sneered while burping. After the sound bug parasitizes, it can only be forced out of the body by burning it. Once it is forced out, its lifespan cannot be found out. If they want to verify whether Li Qiu is a bug or a human, they can't use this method, otherwise they may lose 3 cute little bugs. The cold master is obviously the smartest among the 3 heads. Then we can only use that method. Soon, a bugman dragged a corpse to the hatching room. The hungry master continued to sneer. Humans don't eat humans. If you can't eat it, it means you are a human, not a bug. The corpse in front of Li Qiu was already rotten to the bone, and it looked horrible. If there was really a person standing here, he would have either vomited violently or fainted from fear. But the person standing here was Li Qiu. Is there anything left after eating? 5 seconds later, Li Qiu raised her head and wiped her mouth. She asked sincerely. 3 heads, the insect king, eh? The insect king shouted. She must be pretending. Bring a few more. Corpses were carried over one after another, and Li Qiu still solved one in 5 seconds. Why don't you just take me there? I show you my strength. The master will definitely believe me this way. Li Qiu pointed in the direction of the hatchery. The insect king was furious. Let's go. Then he was scolded by the master. Stupid thing, do you want her to finish eating the hatchery? The eyes of the other insect people were shining. So powerful, it seems that they are even more powerful than the master. Then it can be proved that I am a bug now? Li Qiu asked. The hungry master nodded and looked at Li Qiu with an especially friendly look. It's okay. You are indeed a bug. You can eat so much, you must have inherited my excellent genes. What's your name? Li Qiu knew that these bugs had no names. They called whoever they parasitized. She said, My name is Your Majesty. Your Majesty? The 3 heads frowned. Would anyone have such a strange name? Bai for graduation, Xia for summer. If the master doesn't like it, you can give me another one. So that's how it is. The 3 heads understood. Forget it, just call me by Xia. Otherwise, when you return to the ground during the day, others will call you by your name, and you will be easily exposed. When the insect king saw this, he knew that he was doomed. It knelt on the ground crying bitterly. Master, don't abandon me. I want to give birth to a child for you. The Lord of Sorrow cried even more sadly. Oh, we can't do anything. Who told you not to be strong enough? Hee, I just want to change a new one. The Lord of Cold said indifferently. Okay, the new insect king has been born, that is Bixia. You go out and wait at the door first. We are going to prepare for the birth of a child. The Lord of Hungry smiled. I'm ready, Bixia, come up. The insect people looked forward to it excitedly. The new insect king is so powerful, we will have more companions born. The insects cheered and dragged the only crying insect king away. Li Qiu rubbed her ears. A little bit unbelievable what she heard. What come up, what are you doing? What give birth to a child? What child give birth to a child? Is this how you use being the insect king here? She watched the door close. No, old insect king, come back. I've decided to let you be the insect king. The 3 heads' long hair rolled up Li Qiu like a rope and brought Li Qiu to the wide bed. Chapter 69. Li Qiu got tangled up in the hair and went to bed, falling in front of the 3 heads. The 3 heads gathered in a circle, looking down at Li Qiu. They all had mysterious smiles on their faces. The voice of the cold master was very gentle. By Xia. Li Qiu gritted his teeth and said him. This name is nice. It reminds me of the warm sunshine in summer. The cold master continued, showing off his limited talent. The hungry master sneered. If I really let you go under the sun, you will feel comfortable. They are afraid of the sun and the fire. It is dark in this underground world, which is suitable for them to survive. The cold master did not show any weakness to the hungry master's ridicule, and continued to output in a gentle tone. Your mouth stinks to me. Can you shut it? The sad master cried. Don't quarrel, we are a family, oh. The 3 heads quarreled and ignored Li Qiu for the time being. Li Qiu silently untied the hair that was wrapped around her, and crawled under the bed little by little. When she finally crawled to the edge of the bed, the quarrel stopped. Where do you want to go? Don't you want to have a baby with us? You're sneaky, but you still look like a human being. 3 mouths and 3 statements, all aimed at Li Qiu. Li Qiu raised the comb. How could it be? I want to comb the hair of the 3 masters. Your hair is black, shiny and long, but it's a little tangled. The person I parasitized is very good at combing hair, and I just want to serve the 3 masters and make your hair better, brighter and smoother. By Xia, you are such a good insect king. Indeed, much better than the last one. You can't do this. You forget the old one when you have a new one. How about I try this new one first? Aiju's hand reached towards Li Qiu, and she was very eager to have a baby. Li Qiu blocked her hand with a comb and dodged. Li Qiu smiled and said, There is no rush to have a baby. It's rare to have such a good comb today. Do you need me to comb your hair for the 3 masters? Among the 3 heads, only Lingju smiled and said, Yes. Hungry and Aiju were reluctant. Can't you comb your hair after giving birth? But they share a body, and must respect the will of each head. If one head doesn't cooperate in a matter, it can't be done. Li Qiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and combed it in a proper manner with a comb. The hair of the 3 heads was really too long. Some of them had thick hair, and some had thin hair. Some had good hair quality, and some had poor hair quality. But without exception, these hairs were very strong and powerful, and could even grow longer. They should be the source of power and means of attack for the three heads. Li Qiu thought as he combed his hair, could it be that their hair was made from other people's fallen hair? Or maybe it was the kind of hair that was washed down the drain when taking a shower. Thinking of that scene, Li Qiu couldn't help but use more force and combed it hard. The three heads were frightened and told Li Qiu to be careful. When Li Qiu combed his hair from head to tail, his ability to grant whatever he wanted took effect. The cold master's eyes changed instantly when he looked at Li Qiu. When the hungry master and the sad master were still calling Li Qiu to come over to give birth, the cold master said, "What do you need? Please tell me what you want." The hungry master and the sad master were stunned for a moment, not understanding what the cold master was doing. Is this a new game he came up with? Li Qiu sat up straight, smiling. First, don't let the hair hurt me. Second, I just want to ask, how can I kill you? As soon as Li Qiu finished speaking, Lingzhu had already controlled the hair that was about to pierce her body. At that moment, the mutated hair was like steel thorns that could pierce any creature. Hungry Lord was furious. How dare you ask such a question? I don't think you really want to have a baby with us. Sad Lord cried and screamed. You will definitely not tell Bixia, right? Li Qiu ignored their anger and listened to Lingzhu attentively. The cold master said, hair is our weakness. Our bodies are connected by hair. As long as every hair is burned clean, the three of us will separate. After separation, put us in the sun and we will die. The hungry master was furious. Are you crazy? The sad master also cried and cursed. Why did you tell her? You want to die, and we don't want to die. That's great. Li Qiu applauded. She had 3 messenger bags hanging on her body. The big and small fruits had already fallen asleep again because they dug a hole several meters deep to bring Li Qiu down. Li Qiu gently touched the leaves of the fruits, and then took out a lighter from her own messenger bag. Lighter? How dare you? If we die, you will die too. The hungry master stared at Li Qiu viciously. As long as they die, the responding insect people they bred will of course die too. It's a pity that it miscalculated. Li Qiu is not an insect person at all. Just die. Let's see who dies first, you 3 or me. While lighting the fire, Li Qiu did not forget to respond to the hungry master. The hungry master and the mournful master screamed and asked frantically. You are a bit noisy. In order to prevent the screams of the hungry master and the mournful master from being heard by other insect people, Li Qiu took out a knife and cut off their tongues. It was the first time she did this, and her hands were still shaking. She cut several times before cutting it off, and also cut their mouths. Without tongues, the hungry master and the mournful master could only make some very vague sounds. The cold master was stunned and subconsciously wanted to escape. But he was now obedient to Li Qiu, and only wanted to help Li Qiu. How could he escape? After cutting the tongue, Li Qiu grabbed a handful of hair and lit it, and then stood in the corner. The firelight was reflected in Li Qiu's eyes, jumping constantly. Li Qiu instructed the cold master, help me stop them, and don't let them put out the fire. Yes. The cold master kept his word. Its head was originally in the middle, so its hands naturally grew in the middle, so it was easy to grab the hungry master and the sad master. The cold master shouted, I don't want to either, and what's going on, while holding the hungry master and the sad master tightly. Watching the flames flying, all the hair was soon burned. The fire and screams in the house attracted the attention of the insect people outside. It seems to be on fire inside. Impossible, the master is most afraid of fire. Really? Don't you feel a little hot? The insect king was happy. I know, it must be that guy who made the master angry, and the master punished her with fire. The other insects looked at the old insect king with contempt. Why are you looking at me? Otherwise, where did the fire come from? Anyway, no insect person suspected that the master might be in trouble. The master is the sky to them, the strongest being in the world, and nothing can happen to him. No matter how strong the new insect king is, he is still the master's child, and can't hurt the master. When the fire finally went out, Li Qiu picked up 3 blackened heads from the ashes. This was the first time Li Qiu saw such a deformed species. Their heads were indeed about the same size as normal humans, but their bodies were the size of a small flower pot. Each of their 3 heads had a hand, which was eerie and pale, like the chicken feet sold in supermarkets. The hungry master had no tongue, but he could still look at Li Qiu angrily. The sad master had no tongue and no eyes, and could do nothing, just like he was dead. Only the cold master, who obeyed Li Qiu's words, was no different from before except that he was a little darker. Do you have any other instructions? The cold master said to Li Qiu in a servile manner. Li Qiu wiped the dirt off his hands. When you go out, tell them that from today on, I am the new master. They all have to listen to me. Soon, Li Qiu opened the door. The insects waiting outside the door to take the eggs to the hatchery shouted enthusiastically, Insect King! Insect King, you are so fast! So you were not burned by the fire. Give us the children. Everyone was talking at once, like a vegetable market. Li Qiu raised the 3 heads covered in black ash in his hand. Wait a minute, the master has something to say. Leng Zhu said according to Li Qiu's instructions. From today on, Bai Xia is the new master. You all have to listen to her. After a short silence, the insects were boiling. Because Li Qiu had left them with such a good and deep impression before, they accepted everything without any transition. The hungry master rolled his eyes to the sky, cursing these white-eyed bugs in his heart. He really loved them in vain, and they were just a bunch of stupid bugs. They were burned like this, and they still couldn't see the problem? Of course, the one that the hungry master cursed the most was the cold master. After all, the hungry master didn't know that the cold master was controlled by supernatural powers, and had no choice at all. Li Qiu's identity changed from an ordinary bug man to the bug king, and then to the master. In one night, his identity was repeated many times, and he had become the one who had the final say in the underground world. The old bug king, who had always hated Li Qiu, also completely stopped and surrendered. From today on, don't go up there again. Stay here honestly. Before the insects could get confused, Li Qiu said again, as the new master, I have new policies and plans. I will lead you to replace the human base in the shortest time. But I can't tell you what the plan is now. I can only ask you to stay underground first, so that your safety can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Now go to bed, I find you later. The insects nodded repeatedly and ran in one direction. There were many small rooms similar to the base, which was where they lived underground. After they all left, Li Qiu went to the incubator. An hour had passed, and Leng Zhu finally got rid of Li Qiu's control, but he had no hair and could not cause any substantial attack on Li Qiu. On the contrary, because he was noisy all the time, Li Qiu used a folding shovel to shovel him hard. Li Qiu concentrated on turning over and over, but did not find his parents and Song Mimi in the pile of corpses. Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he touched a badge beside him, which was on his military uniform. What rank was it? Li Qiu couldn't recognize it. When was he born? Did he have any relatives in the base? Li Qiu didn't know. Too many people died here to hatch insect eggs. In addition to the 500 soldiers action team a month ago, there were also people who disappeared at night before. All of them were here. 1802. What? There are 1802 bodies in the hatching room. You killed them, Li Qiu said. And these are only the people killed by the 3 heads. The insects knocked on the door and killed countless people. Leng Zhu sneered. So what? Is there anyone you know? It knew that humans were very selfish animals. They only cared about their family and friends. Others were like fallen leaves and floating grass to them. What did they have to do with where they drifted to? Leng Zhu continued. I think you are really strong, so you should have a baby with us. We will definitely give birth to the strongest child to rule the world. Rule your head. Li Qiu waved the folding shovel and cut off a few pieces of Leng Zhu's meat, and then began to eat slowly. After staying in the underground world for so long, and using supernatural powers, she was very hungry. Leng Zhu may be afraid that her tongue will also be cut off by Li Qiu, so she finally closed her mouth. It stared at Li Qiu with the hateful eyes of the other 2 heads. Even if Li Qiu is not a bug person, she has eaten so many nutrient corpses with bug eggs attached, and the bug eggs will also parasitize her body and hatch in her body. At that time, Li Qiu will still be taboo about this and dare not kill them. The cold master responded to the hungry master and the sad master with eyes, signaling them not to panic. Then he was slapped in the face by the 2 raised palms. But the cold master did not expect that Li Qiu had the ability to eat up the entire hatchery. This appetite is more frightening than the hungry master. The cold master huddled into a ball and said stubbornly, Now that you have eaten them, your body is full of insect eggs. If you kill us, you will die too. Li Qiu smiled and raised his hand. Look. What are you looking at? Li Qiu's hand was cut by her at some point, and black blood flowed out. On the other hand, was a newly hatched, needle-like sized echo insect. After being stained with black blood, the echo insect died in less than a second, which was ridiculously fast. I'm sorry, The blood of zombies seems to be incompatible with the bugs you gave birth to. Lung Zhu was completely dumbfounded. Are you a zombie? Li Qiu smiled and said calmly, yes, I am a zombie. At the beginning, she couldn't accept that she had become a zombie, and couldn't accept that she could only eat corpses to fill her stomach. But from Qilan to Belen, Li Qiu had to admit that she had escaped many times because she was a zombie. Now, it is also because she is a zombie that she is immune to the parasitism and mental attacks of the echo bugs. There was still some time before dawn. Li Qiu took off the crossbody bag containing fruits, carefully placed it in the corner of the wall, and then turned and walked towards the resting place of the bug people. As she walked, her steps became heavier and slower. The originally empty underground world was gradually filled with Li Qiu's huge body. The body of the zombie king has special abilities. After absorbing enough energy, it switches to the giant zombie state, and its attack and defense power can increase exponentially. It was not yet dawn, and in order to prevent accidents, Li Qiu would not let those insect people go. She is now invincible in the world. The three heads watched Li Qiu become as tall as a building, and his body was like a house. They were held in the hands of the giant zombie Li Qiu, just like holding a fruiting tree branch. Li Qiu made a loud noise when he walked, which startled the insect people who had already fallen asleep. But everything was too late. In the face of absolute violence, Li Qiu swung a punch and knocked down a large group. All the insect people were flattened. After being flattened, they were eaten by Li Qiu, just like an assembly line operation. In order not to delay his meal, Li Qiu used a folding shovel to chisel a niche on the rock wall, and put the three heads in. A black shadow flashed at this time. Lung Zhu recognized the other person at a glance and hurriedly said, "You finally came to save me." Hua Chuancheng ignored it. He turned on the flashlight and looked at Li Qiu with worry. "Xiao Qiu, how did you become like this?" The night flashlight lit up, and he took a photo of Li Qiu's current situation with his mobile phone. Li Qiu turned her head and looked at Hua Chuancheng. She knew that Hua Chuancheng must have red eye disease and was parasitized. But what was strange was that in the base, Hua Chuancheng's eyes were red at first, and then they became normal. And now, one of his eyes is red, and the other is normal. Red eyes, cold and weird. Normal eyes, kind and compassionate. Chapter 70. Li Qiu didn't say anything. Hua Chuancheng's tone sounded distressed. "Xiao Qiu, how did you end up like this?" He looked at Li Qiu, then at the photos on his phone. His eyes showed infinite admiration. Her head was huge and deformed, with sharp fangs like stalactites on her mouth, and her bite force was comparable to that of a saltwater crocodile and a great white shark. Her limbs were as thick as load-bearing walls, her dark blue skin was so tight that it could break at any time, and her strength was several times that of an African elephant. This was a perfect zombie king. Her strength was definitely above S level, and could reach S+. What was even more valuable was that she still had human consciousness. With human consciousness, she was naturally close to humans. "Xiao Qiu, if you had come to the southern base earlier, many things would not have happened. Many people would have survived." Hua Chuancheng seemed to be trapped in some kind of memory. Li Qiu interrupted him. "Where are my family and friends? And where are the Zhou family?" "I knew you would ask this." Hua Chuancheng's face was expressionless. "I can only tell you now that they are not dead yet. If you want to know where they are, drink A11. "What exactly is A11? "I didn't lie to you. A11 is indeed a potion that can enhance superpowers 10 times, but that is for humans. For zombies, it naturally has other effects. Drink it, and I will take you to find your family right away." Hua Chuancheng was obviously prepared. He had 10 servings of A11 potion in his hand, which Li Qiu could reach by lowering his head and stretching his hand. After becoming a giant zombie, Li Qiu's movements became slow and stiff. She raised her hand for 5 minutes. It's not that she was really that slow, but she was just thinking about countermeasures in a limited time. Unfortunately, her body became bigger, but her brain did not grow bigger at all, and it became chaotic instead. Li Qiu needed to concentrate very much to stay awake and calm. Hua Chuancheng still looked at her patiently, with a burning light in his eyes. "With you here, no zombies will dare to invade the base from now on. With you here, I will not let this group of insect people devour our base again." In his words, it seemed that Li Qiu was regarded as a savior. But Li Qiu knew in her heart that Hua Chuancheng regarded himself as a savior. Saviors always face the problem of saving a few and saving the majority. Most people tend to sacrifice a small part to save the majority to achieve greater good. Li Qiu took the A11 from Hua Chuancheng and asked, "Why do you still have self-consciousness after being parasitized?" She was sure that other people who were parasitized by the insect man had already died of brain death after being parasitized. But Hua Chuansheng was different. Everything he did and said now had nothing to do with the three heads. After all, when Lingzhu scolded Hua Chuansheng, he was kicked by Hua Chuansheng. Its expression was almost exactly the same as Aiju. Hua Chuansheng didn't mind telling Li Qiu, "Do you know why the echo insects like to parasitize soldiers? In addition to the fact that they often patrol outside and are convenient for parasitism, there is another very important factor. If the echo insect parasitizes into the body of a superpower, it may be rejected by the crystal core in the superpower's body, and the survival rate is not 100%, and there is no way to control the autonomy of the body in a short time. Even if soldiers are not superpowers, their physical fitness is more than 10 times that of ordinary people, making them the best targets for parasitism. And I have independent consciousness because..." Li Qiu understood. "It is also because you are a superpower. Being parasitized, I also know that I am parasitized, until I can retain my independent consciousness. So I chose to speed up the process. Choose to deliberately expose the flaws, so that Li Qiu must find the truth. I don't have much time. As long as you drink it, I will ensure the safety of those people," Hua Chuansheng said. But Li Qiu spread his hands, and threw A11 towards the rock wall. The medicine splashed out with the broken test tube, and soon sank into the soil without a trace. Hua Chuansheng sighed softly. "Xiao Qiu, why are you doing this? Drink it. It's a win-win situation for you and me. We are together to protect the base, and can save hundreds of thousands of compatriots. In the future, your name will be listed with mine, and together we will become legends of the base and the country." Li Qiu used the ability to steal stars, and replace the sun. Hua Chuansheng didn't bring much with him when he went to the underground world, but he must have brought important things with him. Li Qiu stole a bunch of keys from him, on which hung a small chip polished with a crystal core. When he saw the keys in Li Qiu's hand, Hua Chuansheng's face finally changed. His voice became louder. "Zombies, there are zombies here." Before Li Qiu attacked him, Hua Chuansheng had already run in the direction he came from. The three heads were covered with black cloth by him, and taken away together. The three heads were almost in tears, but fortunately Hua Chuansheng knew that he would die if they died, so he rescued them. The underground world is not as wide as the ground, and many places are very narrow. Li Qiu walks very slowly, so it is very difficult to chase him. She still has many things to ask Hua Chuansheng, and she wants to catch him. Zhou Jinsher had a dream. According to the plan he made, he has just arrived in Qilan City, and is going to stay here for about a week. During this week, he visited all the attractions in Qilan City, tasted delicious food, and recorded a new ancient martial arts teaching video and posted it online. He connected the video, and the other end of the video was his grandfather, who had finished exercising in the morning, and was sitting on a mahogany armchair playing with the cat. The 13-pound silver gradient was awakened. Yuan's eyes were only half open, and after finding that it was his grandfather, he curled up and continued to sleep. Grandpa said, "Jinsher, the kitten you raised is too lazy and sleeps all day long. How come it can't catch mice?" "Grandpa, Mealy has never seen a mouse. It sleeps for more than 10 hours a day." Zhou Jinsher answered his grandfather's question with a smile on his face. "When I was a kid, my schoolwork was always tedious and boring, and the rules of a big family were very strict." In Zhou Jinsher's eyes, his grandfather supported the entire Zhou family, and he was extremely serious both internally and externally. But after Zhou Jinsher left home with his magic, he found that his grandfather was no longer as old-fashioned and serious as before. His grandfather still couldn't say those kind and caring words, but he would chat with Zhou Jinsher through the cat that Zhou Jinsher sent home. He also told him to be careful when he was out training, and to go home for a visit every year during the new year no matter where he was. Zhou Jinsher, "Grandpa, the shortbread and almond tea in Qilan City taste very good. I'd bring them back to you in a few days." Hearing that his grandson was coming home, Zhou Taikuan smiled more. "Great. It just so happens that your uncles and aunts also said they would come back, so the house will be lively then. The Zhou family's businesses are spread all over the country, and uncles and aunts will not easily leave the region they are in charge of." Zhou Jinsher asked, "Did something happen at home?" He felt very depressed and couldn't explain it. "Something happened? How could it happen? It's very good. Our old house was recently renovated, and some things were dug out from the ground. I asked them to come back and take a look, and if you come back, it's just right for us to see it together." Zhou Jinsher wanted to say something else, but suddenly a light flashed in front of him. In front of him, there was no grandfather and cat in the video, only people lying motionless in the room and oil lamps lit in the cold night. It turned out to be a dream. The world outside was very quiet, and there was no knocking on the door. It was not so quiet in the house, and there were people snoring and grinding their teeth. Zhou Jinchu's eyes swept through the people in the room one by one. No matter how he looked, Li Qiu was not among them. He turned on the intercom, but he could not wait for Li Qiu's response. Zhou Jinchu stood at the door. It was not yet completely light outside. If he opened the door now and went out, if the rules of the knocking monster were triggered, everyone in the room would die. Zhou Jinchu had never felt that the day dawned so slowly. Time was calculated in seconds, and every second was like being fried in a frying pan. The magic seemed to be able to sense Zhou Jinchu's emotions, and it was also shaking restlessly. One after another, several more people woke up. When the darkness outside the house gradually dissipated and turned from gray to light, even Zhang Xuezhen, who was building a dream, woke up. They all saw Zhou Jinchu standing at the door, and also found that Li Qiu was not there. Zhang Xuezhen's voice was a little dry. After you fainted last night, she went out before the knocking monster came knocking on the door. It has been so long. The whole room was silent. Zhou Jinchu opened the door after confirming that it was safe. He walked too fast, like the wind sweeping through the empty streets, leaving everyone with only one sentence: I'm going to find her. The remaining people quickly divided the work. 2 people went to Area A to report the battle situation last night, and asked more people to find Li Qiu. The others were divided into different areas, and went to find people together. Hao Ming said last night that something came out between Area Y and Area Z, and Li Qiu might have gone there. When Zhou Jinchu passed a wasteland, he stopped. There were regular and unknown earthquakes coming from underground. Could it be an earthquake? When Zhou Jinchu walked into the wasteland, he soon saw a soil hole that went straight down. This earth cave was covered by a thin layer of soil, and there was a thin layer of frost on the top, which was just the right size to accommodate a person. There was also a familiar big backpack thrown next to the earth cave. Zhou Jinchu once saw Li Qiu carrying a heavy big backpack, and walked into Zhang Xuezhen's villa with him. It was probably because Li Qiu felt that it was difficult to move down the cave, so he put it here. After guessing that Li Qiu was underground, Zhou Jinchu first fired a signal gun into the sky, then tied the rope to the big rock next to him, hung the rope on his body, and jumped down. The depth of this cave was far beyond Zhou Jinchu's imagination. Fortunately, the oxygen underground was barely enough, and with the breathing method, half of the oxygen could be saved. But when there were still 2 or 3 meters from the ground, the rope was no longer enough. Zhou Jinchu decisively untied the rope and jumped directly to the ground. The underground world was pitch black. When he turned on the flashlight, he could see the prototypes of many buildings, and the construction layout was almost the same as the base. The earthquake continued. These crudely built buildings were almost broken apart. Zhou Jinchu clenched the magic and ran towards the direction of the earthquake, but who knew that he would run into a person head-on? Who? The magic was placed on the man's neck at the same time. Jinchu, it's me. Hua Chuansheng said, panting. Why are you here? Zhou Jinchu stretched out his hand to help him, but Hua Chuansheng dodged it with his backhand. Hua Chuansheng turned sideways and pointed in the direction he came from. I was dragged down by the knocking monster. Xiuqiu. Xiuqiu was eaten by the zombie king to save me. Be careful, let's go! As soon as the voice fell, heavy footsteps and crazy earthquakes were approaching. The magic was shaking to the point of madness. If Zhou Jinchu hadn't held it tightly enough, it would have flown out. Zhou Jinchu continued to ask, what happened? Eaten? What do you mean by eaten? He pulled Hua Chuansheng's hand very hard. It's too late to explain now. Let's go first. Hua Chuansheng pushed Zhou Jinchu. As the two pushed and pulled, Li Qiu, who was staggering, had already rushed over. There was very little human consciousness left. She only remembered to snatch back the 3 heads and catch Hua Chuansheng. This was what she was trying her best to do now. Hua Chuansheng turned around and ran away when he saw Li Qiu show up, and he didn't forget to say, Jinchu, this is an S+ level zombie king. Let's talk about revenge for Xiuqiu later. You need to save your life first. I will go to General Yin to mobilize troops now. Zhou Jinchu looked at Hua Chuansheng's back and pointed the flashlight at the huge zombie mountain in front of him. It was the first time he saw such a large zombie. No wonder Hua Chuansheng called him the S+ level zombie king. What caught Zhou Jinchu's attention was that there were some familiar pieces of clothing on the zombie king. The gray down jacket was the one Li Qiu had worn before. Hua Chuansheng was not wrong. Zhou Jinchu said, you killed her. Li Qiu looked coldly at the water wall blocking her, and the murderous knife in front of her. The blood consciousness of the zombies in her body completely took the upper hand. What a fragrant breath! Eat him! The inheritor of the ancient martial arts family, the successor of the ancient sword magic, the 5th level water-based supernatural, and the S+ level zombie king, who will win or lose is an unknown. At the beginning, Zhou Jinshi took out his gun and shot at the zombie king. But the bullet didn't even break the zombie king's skin. His eyes were stern, and he tightly grasped the magic that emitted a cold light, and rushed forward like a black lightning with murderous aura. The zombie king's huge body turned slightly, his eyes full of brutality. His sturdy arms swung, bringing with them the sound of wind and the smell of rot, and slapped Zhou Jinshi fiercely. Zhou Jinshi dodged the attack, then took advantage of the situation and swung his knife, directly slashing at the zombie king's waist. However, the zombie king's body had been strengthened countless times, and the blade was no different from slashing at the door of a bank vault, leaving only a shallow mark. The zombie king's counterattack came quickly, and it opened its mouth and called out, and the sound waves spread like substance, shaking the rock wall above its head, and causing the soil to fall continuously. At the same time, he swung his arms to deliver another heavy blow. Zhou Jinshi quickly condensed a water wall, but the impact of the zombie king was too terrifying. With a bang, Zhou Jinshi fell heavily on the ground dozens of meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Zhou Jinshi struggled to stand up, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was about a kilometer away, and there was a cave to get out, but he didn't think of running away. Whether it was to avenge Li Qiu, to protect other people in the base, or to achieve his goal of fighting the strongest, he had to fight to the last moment today with all his strength. Zhou Jinshi took a deep breath and drank the A11 potion that was issued before. In a few seconds, Zhou Jinshi felt that his whole body was filled with 10 times more energy than before. He mobilized all his superpowers again, forming countless water thorns and sending them out. The water thorns hit the zombie king densely, finally causing some visible damage to it. But this also made the zombie king even more furious, and he raised his huge fist again and smashed it towards his head. A life and death contest, just in an instant. Zhou Jinshi also used the secret martial arts of the magic. The blade of the magic sword was covered with frost like moonlight, and it emerged with an overwhelming and thunderous momentum, taking the punch of the zombie king. I don't know how many rounds they fought back and forth. Zhou Jinshi had 10 times the supernatural power, plus 5 times the magic martial arts, and the zombie king had dozens of wounds caused by supernatural power and magic. But Zhou Jinshi still had no advantage. On the contrary, his whole body seemed to be fished out of a sea of blood. His internal organs were hit hard, and it was not easy for him to hold on without falling. Fighting in the dark, the zombie king could see Zhou Jinshi's every move, but Zhou Jinshi's vision was very limited. Smelling the strong smell of blood, Zhou Jinshi listened carefully and felt that the zombie king's movements seemed to be slower. It was thinking. Zhou Jinshi did not stand up. He chose to lie flat and fall down. He was thrown onto the rock wall by the zombie king just now, and a big cut was opened in his abdomen. He used clothes to tie the wound to barely stop the bleeding. Even if the zombie king did not kill him now, he would die soon. Because his palms were covered with blood, Zhou Jinshi could not even hold the magic well. He wiped his hands quietly and held the magic tightly. His superpowers were almost exhausted. But he still had one last chance to insert the magic into the zombie king's brain when the zombie king ate him. Strangely, the zombie king seemed to be motionless. It smelled so good. Why was his blood so fragrant? This scent is very familiar, as if it has been smelled hundreds of times. I don't know if it's because the feeling of fullness is not as strong as before. Some strange images flashed through the zombie king's mind. In those images, it is not so huge, it seems to be about the same size as humans. Hiding under the cash register, afraid of being killed by humans. Starving to death, crying while eating corpses. Secretly driving behind a convoy, waiting for the other party to kill zombies every day, and then sneaking up to eat. Many such images flashed. There were also many people talking. These images and sounds made the zombie king's brain explode like a vegetable market, and it also made it take a long time to make further moves. It doesn't matter if it is so slow, but Zhou Jinshi, who has lost too much blood, has no time. He must make a quick decision. Zhou Jinshi endured the severe pain, turned on the flashlight, and shone it in the zombie king's eyes, and shouted to him, "I'm here." The shouting seemed to be very useful, and it attracted the attention of the zombie king again. The zombie king lowered his head and reached out to grab Zhou Jinshi. Hungry. Just as the zombie king opened his bloody mouth, and Zhou Jinshi was about to insert the magic in his hand into his brain, the zombie king suddenly stopped, and Joe Ginger's bloody appearance was reflected in his gray-white eyes. It shouted, "Chef! Chef?" There was a hint of surprise in its voice. "I'm so hungry." There was a little sadness in its low and turbid voice.